Chapter 1 Spending Money Recklessly and Enjoying a Perfect Life. 2024, May 15th. At around 8 a.m., the biological clock made Jiang Nan wake up from his sleep. Getting out of bed in a daze, he headed towards the toilet, and then started to wash up with half-smiled eyes. Suddenly, as if he had seen something shocking and unbelievable, he looked at himself in the mirror with a stunned expression. In the mirror, it was a man with clear-cut angles and handsome to the core. It was him, but what made him wonder was why he, who used to be just a little handsome, looked so handsome this time. Due to staying up late for years, he had oily skin and often had acne, but this day his face was white. Myopia is serious? Immediately, Jiang Nan's first reaction was that his myopia had worsened. Otherwise, how could it come with such a deep filter? Shaking his head, he brushed his teeth while also admiring his own handsomeness. Too damn handsome, Jiang Nan sighed, and then, without realizing it, he was the one who moved his gaze down and saw his upper body, which was always sleeping naked. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 8-pack abs, perfect mermaid line. At this moment, Jiang Nan's eyes widened, and then he turned sideways to look in the mirror. His eyes nearly fell, and he immediately clenched his fists and knocked a few times. Banging, the sound of steel plates. Nice guy, that's the perfect mermaid line. Am I still dreaming? Don't say it, it's really a beautiful dream. Jiang Nan grinned. Ding! The moment he spat out the mouthwash, an electromechanical synthesized tone suddenly appeared in his mind. The next second, without waiting for Jiang Nan to react, another electromechanical synthesized tone sounded in his mind once again. Due to the host's strong will to make the same wish for as long as 5 years, he has successfully activated the Unbridled Life System and is bound successfully. Shrimp, the toothbrush was in Jiang Nan's mouth as he bit it to death, and his eyes were as wide as a cow's eyes. System? It was those systems from the novels on the Tomato novel app? Hello, Unbridled Life System. Jiang Nan gave an attempted greeting. Hello host, you only need to be under your heart to communicate with the system. The system's voice rang out. I would like to ask, what is your role? Jiang Nan gulped a bit, with a slight taste of mouthwash, but at this moment, where would he care so much? His hand holding the cup trembled slightly for a few moments as he asked this question. As a 100-year-old reader who only reads novels on Tomato app novels all year round, where did he not know what this thing called a system was? Having a system, the first thing that takes off is definitely taking off. It depends on whether the system gives power or not, whether it's a quick takeoff or a step-by-step approach. Spend recklessly and enjoy a perfect life. The system's voice rang out. The host only needs to use their own money to spend. Then they can get a random multiple back. Are there any restrictions? Jiang Nan froze for a moment. Why was the system's function a bit like the system function of some godly texts he had read on the Tomato novel app? There are no restrictions. Or perhaps the only restriction is that you only need the money spent by the host to be owned by you to receive the rebate. By the way, occasionally completing the small tasks of welfare handed out by the system, you can also obtain abilities and items that you wouldn't expect. The system said. What about giving consumption to others? For example, what about giving consumption to high-color beauties? Jiang Nan inquired. Whoever you give consumption to is consumption and doesn't care if the other person's face value is high or not, the system replied. Awesome! Jiang Nan exclaimed. This system of his could be really awesome. Placed in the netizen world among the various systems of the God's magnificent one, this unbridled life system could really be considered top-notch. Better than those systems that had to mandatorily give consumption to beauties with high face value scores in order to be able to obtain rebates. For example, before he read a opening 10,000 times rebate card, green tea school flowers into licking dog, that the opening is to give green tea school flowers to send busy inside. That be loaded. Really cannot bear to see. Buzz. At the time when Jiang Nan still wanted to ask what newbie benefit packages were available, the cell phone on the nightstand outside vibrated. Immediately, he put down the cup and toothbrush in his hand and took large strides towards the outside of the toilet. Picking up his cell phone and scanning it, the note was baby. This made his thoughts go back to 2.5 years ago. One lonely night, he had nothing better to do than download a small game app. On it, he could play online billiards, backgammon, and flight chess. On top of this app, he met a female net friend named Chocho. The two often played billiards and played backgammon. Over time, slowly also on the internet love. This love is 2.5 years. It is also so that Jiang Nan this has never experienced online love of the young boy, became an online love for up to 2.5 years of the old oil. During this period is also often blowing awesome, saying that he is a high and handsome, or a rich second generation with a lot of gold. Although every hang up after the voice feel very ashamed. But online, blowing great offense? It's not illegal. Moreover, he has never thought of this thing. Online dating. Too unrealistic. Not to mention, he is in the southwest side of Jiangchang, and he is this online dating object is in the Magic City. close to the point he has ideas. This magic city is still too farsome. Thoughts to hear to stop. Jiang Nan picked up the phone. Darling, a happy voice rang out. There was no whine, no clip, and even less sense of artifice. It was nice to listen to. Good sounding indeed. On it, baby, Jiang Nan responded. It's already May 15th today, and there are still a few days to go before 520. Xiaoqiu's voice continued to ring. What's wrong? Jiang Nan didn't respond at first. What's wrong? Didn't I tell you before? This year's 520. I want to spend it with you. Humph. You don't care about every word I say to you. Xiaoqiu grunted. I just woke up from a nap. My mind is a bit foggy. Jiang Nan explained. He also recalled that last year's 520 his online love interest also wanted to come to her, only to be put off by him saying that he had something to do back home. After all, at that time, he was a poor man who got high on the internet mouth, which dared to run now. This year, what excuse should I use to put off the past? Jiang Nan subconsciously rose up such a thought. Immediately afterward, he immediately came back to his senses, and could not wait to give himself a slap to wake himself up. He meow are bound to the system, can still goad himself to blow up on the internet before the powerful. Then, I booked a plane ticket cluck? Xiaoqiu's voice continued to ring with a little anticipation. I'll book it for you. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and opened his mouth. Thousands of dollars for the airfare. He could still take it out, and at the same time, it was just the right time to see if this system was powerful. New book release. The old book probability cannot come out. Please point to urge more to join the bookshelf. The first thing I'd like to say is that I'm a passionate writer, so I'm going to ask you to add more points to your bookshelf and point out some of the hypes. Chapter 2, First Time Spending, 10 times back rewards. Darling, I'll do it myself. Xiaoqiu's voice rang out, very gentle, and spoke. Your money didn't come from the wind. When I arrive, you just do your landlord's duty properly. I heard that Jiangqing's spicy hot pot is quite delicious. I will have to eat a few more bowls when I arrive. It's fine. WeChat me your information. I've booked this ticket. Jiang Nan would not let go of this opportunity to experiment. Okay. Xiaoqiu's helpless voice sounded. Then, you book a ticket for the 18th. I'll come to play for 2 days on the weekend, then rush back on Monday. There's a class in the afternoon. Okay. Jiang Nan nodded. The two of them chatted a little more and also hung up the phone. After a short while, Xiaoqiu sent over her ID number and name and phone number. Meng Qingqiu. Holy, she's from 04? Honestly, after 2.5 years of online dating, it was really the first time he knew the real age of this online dating partner of his, and the 4-year-old is 20 years old this year. So 2.5 years ago, Meng Qingqiu was only about 17 years old. No wonder she always didn't tell her age before. So it was this. Darling, I'll treat you to a delicious meal when I come over. A voice was sent, and listening to the tone, Meng Qingqiu seemed very expectant and happy. Okay, I'll go and book a flight for you first. Jiang Nan immediately exited WeChat and opened an app to start booking a flight for Meng Qingqiu. Wait, when the airfare from Mordor to Jiangcheng was opened, Jiang Nan fiercely slowed down. His online persona was a rich and handsome man. If he booked the cheapest economy class, that was not a slap in his own face. Immediately, he made a big exit and scanned the balance of his bank card, $7,852. In response, he went back to the app for booking air tickets, and directly selected the first class column. This is not a swollen face, but the more expensive consumption, the more able to lay a solid foundation for his next snowball. First class, 6,300 yuan. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and shouted under his heart. Is the system in? Yes. What are the host's orders? The system gave a reply. Nothing. Jiang Nan directly started booking the ticket up. Ding. Soon, the message of bank card payment rang out. The next second, a ding system beep sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host. Successful consumption. Obtaining a 10-fold consumption return reward. In light of the host's first consumption, officially embarking on the path to a perfect life, the system is giving you an additional insight technique. Ding. This time it was the beep of a cell phone text message. Jiang Nan looked down and a text message entered his line of sight. Your account 4399 deposited 63,000 RMB at 8:12 on May 15th, and the available balance is 64,552 renminbi. It's true. I'm not dreaming. The system really exists. After Jiang Nan's breath was held for a bit at this moment, he reached out and pinched his thigh, and after the pain hit him, he immediately howled in excitement. 10 times consumption return. $6,300 turned into $63,000 in the blink of an eye. This could not only be described by the word cool, it was simply outrageous to the extreme. Buzz. At this time, his cell phone vibrated, bringing him back to reality from his violent euphoria. Xiaoqiu, what's wrong? Jiang Nan picked up the phone. Darling, why did you book me first class? Meng Qingxiu's dismayed voice rang out. It's fine. Jiang Nan laughed. It's just a few $1,000s. It won't cost a few pennies. When he said this, there was a slight trance in his eyes. Was there ever a time when he could carelessly say something like $6,300 was a small amount of money? Impossible. It doesn't cost a few small dollars? Meng Qingxiu's mood instantly dropped. Her voice a little hoarse. Darling, first of all, I'm not a materialistic girl. And this first class for me isn't any different from economy class. The ultimate goal is just to see you. But, I don't want to make you spend so much because of this. A few $1,000s is not a small amount of money. It's a month's salary for many ordinary people. Or even a year or even a few years of living expenses for many poor people. Hearing this, Jiang Nan froze for a moment. Darling, actually, I'm more heartbroken for you. In fact, I secretly came to Jiangqing to see you as early as 520 last year, when you were still delivering takeaways. Meng Qingxiu's next words were even more so that Jiang Nan froze, listening dumbfounded as she continued. Although the two of us are just online lovers, but I, who haven't been in love since I was a child, am truly feeling the taste of love here with you. When I was unhappy, you accompanied me, tirelessly listening to me spit, nagging. Although there are times when you make me angry, I feel that this is the true feeling of being in love. Hearing this, Jiang Nan took a deep breath. Good boy. It hasn't been long since we booked. Let's return this first-class cabin. Meng Qingxiu's voice continued to ring out. Qiu, Jiang Nan softly said. In fact, that time is just me experiencing life. Although I do not have the tall and handsome you imagine. But, I really a rich second generation. The force that he had installed himself, how could he forcefully round back? If it is not bound to the system, he definitely borrowed the slope and confessed. But he bound a system. Moreover, this system was very powerful. In just an instant, 6,300 became 63,000. There were still a few days of development time left. And Jiang Nan did not say that he would not be able to reach the strength to maintain a rich second-generation persona by the time Meng Qingxiu arrived in Jiangcheng. Ha! Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Meng Qingxiu froze. This one really didn't lie to you. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. I also didn't expect you to secretly come to me last year. Really? Meng Qingxiu was still somewhat unconvinced. 1,000 times true. What kind of car do you like? I'll drive to pick you up at that time. Jiang Nan laughed. Anything? I don't care about that. Meng Qingxiu said softly. Qingxiu, class is going. At this time, a voice rang out. Okay, right away. I'll come as soon as I tell my date. On the phone, Meng Qingxiu responded before saying, Darling, I won't worry about you then. I'm going to class first, so I'll talk to you later. Go. Jiang Nan nodded. Muah. Meng Qingxiu hung up the phone after sheepishly giving a kiss. It's getting better. Jiang Nan took his cell phone and glanced at his account balance. Although it was only 64,552 yuan. He believed that by the time Meng Qingxiu arrived in Jiangcheng, it would be able to break through at least 7 figures, and even 8 figures was not impossible. When there's more and more money, there's only more and more money, Jiang Nan said in a deep voice. The leverage that $64,552 could be leveraged was not small. Ding! Right at this moment, a system beep sounded in his head. Chapter 3 Welfare Mini Quests. Luxury cars worth millions to start with. Ding! Sensing the host's strong desire to consume, the system dispatches a welfare mini-quest. Within half an hour, successfully consume 63,000 yuan and you will receive a Mercedes-Benz E300. The system's beep sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. Consume 63,000 RMB within half an hour and be rewarded with a Mercedes-Benz E300? Good. Jiang Nan burst into laughter when he heard this quest. Mercedes E300 it was at least a car worth $400,000 to $500,000. Don't think that this car worth $400,000 to $500,000 wasn't considered a luxury car. It might indeed be nothing to the rich. But, this world is all rich people? A $500,000 car, even if you are $8,000 a month. A year down is only $96,000. If you don't eat or drink, you will have to spend at least 5 years before you can take this car. So, for the masses of ordinary people, it's not even a luxury car counting for anything? Timing is starting. Please complete the welfare mini-quests as early as possible for the host. Go for it. The system's voice sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. Must refuel. Jiang Nan immediately prepared to pack up and go out. However, after walking around for 2 steps, he fiercely slowed down. This welfare minor task had a time limit. He still had to spend some time to go out now, and he even didn't necessarily have a suitable target for spending money yet. So, Jiang Nan's gaze condensed. Ding! At this time, a beep came from his cell phone. Jiang Nan subconsciously looked his gaze over, only to see a background prompt from Shake It Sent. The little goody not goody you're following has started broadcasting. Seeing this prompt, Jiang Nan's eyes snapped open. Good guy, It's really a pillow falling from the sky when sleep comes. System, the rewards I give to people are inevitably counted as consumption, right? Jiang Nan opened his mouth and asked. Yes, the system replied. Then it is indeed a welfare mini-quest. E300 for nothing. Jiang Nan grinned and directly clicked on the live broadcast reminder pushed by shivering. Welcome Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan to enter the live broadcast room. Welcome to Oba Puppy Egg to enter the live broadcast room. Welcome. I just thought of casually driving today. I can't imagine that there are quite a lot of people in this big morning. And more than a dozen people came in at once. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, a voice immediately rang out. Jiang Nan looked over. A high-color girl who looked to be around 18 years old was disliking her face in front of the camera with a surprised expression. Looking at the dozen or so fans that had flooded into the live broadcast room. My wife is going to kiss me kiss kiss kiss. Little goody, this face value is really top-notch. I don't know why it's just not hot. No beauty filters. Pure original camera's straight shot. This face value is indeed resistant. If I want to marry little boy, let me sit in a luxury car and live in a big bio. I am also willing to In the live broadcast room, a pop-up screen came alive. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, retreated, and then directly started recharging. In just a short amount of time, 630,000 shivering diamonds prompted a successful recharge. At that instant, he returned to Little Goody Goody's live room through the attention list again, opened the gift bar and directly pulled down. Very quickly, his finger was fixed on a gift worth 30,000 jitter diamonds. Smoky River South had sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. At this time, the female anchor Little Good, who was tying her twin ponytails in front of the camera, seemed to have seen something and instantly widened her eyes before hurriedly coming closer and looking at the carnival that began to float on the screen in the live broadcast room, and a shocked look instantly appeared on her face. Carnival? Thank you Smoky River South for sending me a carnival. Wow, fun. Am I dreaming? Surprisingly, someone sent me a carnival. Little Good's shocked voice rang out in the live broadcast room. Immediately after that, Smoky River South sent the Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoky Rain Jiang Nan sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan sent the Carnival *1 to the anchor. In just an instant, Jiang Nan had sent 21 carnivals. Boss is awesome. The little good boy is also getting better. He ate 21 carnivals. How much is this? 63,000 yuan. My mama, yeah. Even if you fold it in half, Little Good has actually earned 31,500 yuan in just a little while. Big brother, send a lucky bag. Less people let me snatch it to renew a light license plate for little boy's wife. As Jiang Nan swiped out these 21 carnivals, not only was the female anchor Little Good boiling over, looking at the live broadcast room with an unbelievable face, it was the dozen or so viewers in the live broadcast room that were also boiling over. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successful consumption. Get twice the consumption return. Ding! Congratulations to the host, perfectly completing the small task of welfare handed out by the system, triggering the Blitz reward, a Porsche Cayenne, while the anchor woman, Little Goody Goody, as well as the viewers in the live broadcast room were shocked beyond belief. A beep from the system also sounded in Jiang Nan's head. 126,000 in hand. And there's also a Porsche Cayenne that's worth $1 million to start with. This system is a bit too powerful. When Jiang Nan looked at the 126,000 yuan transferred to his cell phone, and then when he heard about a Porsche Cayenne with a starting value of 1 million that he had obtained by completing the mission perfectly, his face immediately revealed a shocked look. This feeling of getting something for nothing was a bit too good. Brother Smoky Rain Jiang Nan? Brother Smoky Rain Jiang Nan? Are you still there? At this time, a sweet shout brought Jiang Nan back to reality from his joy. He looked towards the live broadcast room and saw that Little Goody Goody, who had already tied her double ponytails and put on black-framed glasses and seemed to have the attributes of a budding mansion, casually responded with "I'm here," and then recalled the insight technique that she had gained from her first time of consumption, and immediately asked, "System, this insight technique can be used on people, right? Can be used on people, right? Yes, good. Throw an insight technique over towards this little misbehaving boy for me. Name, Lin Man Man. Age, 18. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Face value, 88 points. Favorability, 20 points. Soon, an illusory 3D attribute panel appeared in front of Jiang Nan's eyes. After scanning it, he couldn't help but have a look of surprise on his face when he looked at the 88-point face value column. A score of 88 on the percentage scale was, frankly speaking, not really low. At least, Jiang Nan thought that in reality, only the school flower level could reach this level. Good. This insight technique was simply heaven-defying. With this, he would be able to easily distinguish whether a girl was simple or just superficially simple. There was also that good feeling as well. With this intuitive manifestation, he would be extremely clear when facing any person whether or not that person was a person with one thing on the surface and one thing behind the scenes. Chapter 4, Lin Manman's Wearing, Small Game Live Streaming Room. I'm really thankful to Brother Smokey Jiang Nan for the 21 carnivals. Brother Jiang Nan, I'm going to go out soon, so I'll open a live broadcast for my brother then. Okay. At this time, the sweet voice of the female anchor, little goody goody Lin Manman, once again came from the live broadcast room. This cry of brother came down, causing the dozen or so viewers in the live broadcast room to have a fit of goosebumps. It was too sweet. Go on. Jiang Nan faintly sent out a pop-up screen before launching out of this live broadcast room. Arriving at his homepage, he saw several private messages. To Oba Puppy Egg, can brother please ask you for one thing? Lend me a few $100s for a meal? Young and powerful, Father Jiang Nan, can you pop some gold coins for me as well? My request isn't much, just a dozen or so dollars for a pig's foot meal. Can you add a green bubble? He saw this Lin Manman's private message. 21 carnivals to this kind of small netroots brought a shock. Simply do not be too hard. Almost all pulled full. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that, not to mention these 21 carnivals, but even if a few sports cars went down, a small anchor like Lin Manman who had more than 1,000 followers would definitely take the initiative to come to her door. Jiang Nan threw her own green bubble, and then closed the private message, and then exited the jitterbug. Coming to sit on the living room sofa, Jiang Nan opened the text message and checked it out. $127,552. Bar. Felt out a cigarette, lit it and began to swallow the smoke. Phew. Taking a long drag on the cigarette, Jiang Nan had a painful smile on his face. Don't ask him why he didn't immediately follow up his victory and find a few pretty female anchors to brush up on, so as to keep getting cashback rewards. The question is that he hasn't slowed down the god this all of a sudden from a poor jumped into a 6-digit deposit of small rich brother. Like his age, honestly, the deposit reached more than 100,000. Really is very good. At this time, WeChat background came a prompt. Jiang Nan directly clicked open. Little good not good. The avatar is her whole body photo. Double ponytail by a blue hairband tied, dressed a bit like similar to JK, wearing a blue bow at the neckline. That pair of white pleated skirt under a pair of straight legs. No stockings embellishment. According to reasoning, Jiang Nan look seems to be less feeling. But this girl's leg shape was too invincible. So much so that Jiang Nan felt that bare legs were also YYDS. Indeed YYDS. These legs, more than playable years. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and put the cigarette into the ashtray. Soon, a voice message was sent over. Brother Jiang Nan, I have some things to be busy. Can I talk to you properly later? After Jiang Nan heard it, he directly hung her out to dry. Exited WeChat, and instead of tapping on the Jitterbug app, he tapped on the Tomato Novel app. Immediately, he tapped on a novel titled Who is Still a Licking Dog When They Are All Bound to the Godly Hero System, Urban Godly Hero type novel. King of Gifts, worth $500. Brush. Jiang Nan didn't give it a single thought and directly swiped 10 King of Gifts worth $500 furiously. Ding. Congratulations to the host, completing the consumption and receiving a 4-fold cashback reward. 4 times $5,000. That's $20,000. Looking at the account scoring another 20,000 yuan, Jiang Nan immediately had a satisfied smile on his face. This was his previous promise to this author. He didn't brush more. Sometimes, it's pretty much just a matter of meaning. There's no need to cause any unnecessary trouble. Exiting the Tomato Novel app, Jiang Nan tapped on Shake It Again. Big brother welcome. Welcome to me. A little heart stepping on a finger pressure plate. Welcome to all big brothers to play games here in Xiaomei. Having just entered Shake, he didn't know if it was because he had just swiped 21 Carnival, and it directly pushed the stream of a live broadcast to him. Jiang Nan didn't click in, just swept a glance. A masked girl was holding up a sign that read, a small heart step on the fingerboard once, a big beer step on the fingerboard 3 times, playing too small. Jiang Nan shook his head. The highest level was just 1 sunglasses. A sunglasses 99 shaking diamonds, which is only $9, and the punishment is to step on the shiatsu board live for 1 minute. It's better to charge 100,000 first. Jiang Nan arrived at his homepage, and then began to recharge. Very quickly, 1 million shivering diamonds arrived. Returning to the recommended homepage, Jiang Nan was about to slide down when he accidentally clicked into the middle of this live broadcast room. Welcome brother Smokey Jiang Nan. Brother, want to play a little game? He had just entered the live broadcast room, and the female anchor immediately greeted him happily. In response, Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. Since he had entered all the way in, let's brush up a little. Smoke and Rain. Jiang Nan sent sunglasses *1 to the anchor. Thank you brother Jiang Nan for the big sunglasses. Thank you so much. For the next minute, Xiaomei will be standing on the shiatsu board live for all of you, saying her thanks. The female anchor also took off her shoes before stepping onto the shiatsu board, and in the camera, a slight frown was visible on her brow. Not too easy indeed. Jiang Nan shook his head, and then swiped 9 more shades, ready to put together a full 10 when he left. Thank you so much brother Jiang Nan for the total of 10 big sunglasses. For the next 10 minutes Xiao Mei will be live streaming for everyone on the fingerboard. Everyone can give a little bit of attention to brother Smoky Jiang Nan on list 1 and give him a boost of fans. The female anchor's voice immediately rang out, quite good at giving emotional value. Jiang Nan was ready to leave, but when he heard this, he immediately swiped 100 shades for her consecutively. A total of 110 sunglasses, counted into money that was 1,089 yuan, divided into hands without the guild straw. This female anchor was also able to get her hands on about $544. $544 foot on the shiatsu board for 110 minutes. Honestly, hard to step on so long then. This money is really not very good to earn. I'm going to go and thank brother Jiang Nan for another 100 large sunglasses. My mama yeah, Xiao Mei has really never received so many rewards before. I have to hurry up and take a screenshot. I'm really touched. Thank you brother Jiang Nan. Kaka. Only a sound of screenshots rang out in the live broadcast room. Those who thanked and bowed again even wiped the corners of their eyes from time to time, despite knowing that it was staged. What Jiang Nan got for this emotional value could be considered very good. Immediately, Jiang Nan swiped another 300 shades. Chapter 5 Landlady Xia Jiqing's shock. Frogged out. Another 300 big sunglasses. The moment Jiang Nan swiped out these another 300 large sunglasses, it was obvious that the eyes of the female anchors in the live broadcast room immediately widened. Ha ha ha. A total of 400 large sunglasses is also 400 minutes. 6 hours and 40 minutes. Come on, show. Stay on the finger pressure board for the next 6 hours and 40 minutes. I just saw the anchor wiping off his sweat. Shouldn't he be scared? Ha ha ha. Standing hard for more than 6 hours can make people die. Not to mention stepping on the shiatsu board for more than 6 hours. Killing people. Big brother is good. This anchor has never been beaten before. I'll see if he'll be convinced today or not. Not convinced? Seeing this pop up, Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. As he was about to continue brushing his sunglasses, a voice immediately rang out in the live broadcast room. Convinced? Really convinced this time. Brothers, more than 6 hours of finger pressure board. Just let me finish this punishment first. Okay. Hearing this, Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled, directly leaving this live broadcast room. At the same time, the system's beep also sounded in his mind. Congratulations host. Successful consumption. Obtaining a 5-fold consumption rebate. 400 sunglasses was also 960 yuan, and 5 times 960 yuan was 800 yuan. In addition to the principal, just a small amount of effort earned more than 10,000 yuan. Honestly speaking, this playing while brushing money is indeed quite tasty. Next, Jiang Nan also scurried east and west. After an hour, he managed to spend $100,000, or 1 million shivering diamonds, in a hurry. And at this moment, when he watched the amount in his account arrive at 970,000, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. And Jiang Nan moved his fingers, and then slowly got up from the sofa, and swept a glance at the time, which was only just close to 10 o'clock. When I first got up in the morning, I was just a bitter young man with a few $1,000s in savings. Now I have a deposit directly close to $1 million on hand. This system is indeed very powerful. Not to mention, he had also obtained a Porsche Cayenne that was worth $1 million to start with. Right. System, where's my Porsche Cayenne? Jiang Nan thought of this matter and immediately inquired mentally. Host, please look on the coffee table. The system's voice rang out. Jiang Nan followed the instructions of the voice and looked towards the coffee table, only to see a file bag placed on it. Next to it was a car key, which made his eyes light up. Opened the file bag and swept a glance. No problem. He didn't need to move at all. The system was simply fully automatic. Everything was arranged for him. Brother Tuzi. Awesome. Jiang Nan gave a thumbs up. Save trouble and effort. Where to find this kind of good system? If there was really a favorable feedback, then Jiang Nan would have to give him a super 5-star review for this system. Go out and spend money. Jiang Nan tossed the car keys in his hand and strutted out the door. Bang! Gently shut the door to the room. Ta-da-da. As Jiang Nan headed towards the stairs, a sound of high heels colliding with the ground rang out. The room he rented was in an old city in Zhangcheng. Most of the buildings here were small, basically 6 floors high. He lived on the 3rd floor, and it was quite convenient to go up and down on weekdays. At this moment, he heard a high-heeled shoes de sound. Cannot help but subconsciously towards the direction of the sound to look over. Into the purpose. From the corner of the building first stepped out a pair of legs, followed by a pair of high heels. Immediately after that, half of the body leaked out. Half of the body leaked out. blue high-necked semi-shoulderless blouse. Just the side of the face is a no-dead angle, perfect to the extreme of the absolute face. Soon, this woman completely turned over. Her silver-colored hair was coiled up high, 2 handfuls of bangs extended at the corners of her ears, and on her forehead was an air bangs. Good. The moment Jiang Nan saw it, he immediately widened his eyes. What a silver-haired superb young woman. Especially, her black wraparound skirt was simply wow-worthy. At the same time, he also recognized who this was. The landlady, Xia Jiqing. Immediately, he threw an insight spell over. Name, Xia Jiqing. Age, 30 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Face value, 92 points. Favorability, 5 points. The face value score was surprisingly high at 92. Jiang Nan knew that the landlady's face value would be very high, but when he saw this attribute, a shocked look still appeared on his face. Day. The crisp sound of high heels continued to ring out. Soon, this extremely beautiful young woman had arrived in front of Jiang Nan, looking at him with a puzzled expression. At this time, Jiang Nan also came back to his senses and immediately greeted. Sister Xia, you are? Xia Jiqing did not recognize Jiang Nan at first, and after looking at him for a couple more times, she immediately widened her eyes and said in surprise, Jiang Nan? Yes. Jiang Nan nodded. It's only been a few months since I've seen you. Why have you changed so much? Xia Jiqing looked at Jiang Nan a few more times, and the color of surprise was all over her pretty face. She was still very impressed with this tenant of hers. After all, he had lived with her for almost 2.5 years, a young man who worked diligently, and although he would drag out the rent for a few months from time to time, he still gave it in the end. At this point, Xia Jiqing still felt that this young man was quite real. She just came back from traveling, and when she saw him today, she realized that whether it was his temperament or his face value, this young man didn't feel the same to her, and he had a sense of testosterone overflowing. At least, if the Jiang Nan in her impression before was just a small handsome who was a bit thin, then at this moment Jiang Nan was a sunny man in her eyes. I've gotten into fitness in recent times, Jiang Nan said with a smile. Not bad. If you are young, you should exercise your body more. Compared to before, you look much sunnier and more handsome now. Xia Jiqing appreciated from the bottom of her heart. Thank you, Sister Xia. I remember that I still owe you 2 months' rent, right? I'll transfer it to you here. At that moment, Jiang Nan took his cell phone out. At this time, Xia Jiqing also noticed the Porsche Cayenne car key in his hand, but she didn't think much about it. What Porsche car key lighter? Ferrari car key lighter? It's too common on these youngsters. Good. Received. Xiao Jiang, if you have any difficulties if the rent will be delayed for a while is also okay. Your character sister can be seen in the eyes. Xia Jiqing glanced at her cell phone and did not receive Jiang Nan's transfer at the first time. Sister, I recently changed a job. The salary is quite ideal, plus saved some money before. Currently there is no financial problem. Jiang Nan laughed. Alright, then sis will receive it. Xia Jiqing nodded, and then collected Jiang Nan's rent for the past 2 months. Ding! Congratulations host. Successful consumption. Obtaining a 10-fold consumption rebate. At the same time, Jiang Nan's system's beep sounded in his head, which caused his eyes to light up. 2 months of rent wasn't expensive, just $3,000, 10 times the consumption rebate. That was $30,000, together with the few $1,000s he had fragmented before. That is to say, the balance inside his account nowadays had reached $1 million. Ding! Chapter 6 Welfare Mini-Quest, having a 90-point redhead. Ding! At this moment, the system's beep suddenly sounded in his head once again. Congratulations to the host, the deposit has reached 1 million. In view of the host's consumption enthusiasm, special release a welfare small task, have a face value of up to 90 points or more of the opposite sex confidant, favorability of 90 or more. Task reward, Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 Villa, the global limited edition Pagani Wind Child. Upon hearing the system's beep, Jiang Nan froze in place on the spot. Good fellow, this was just a welfare mini-quest? Honestly speaking, the difficulty wasn't normal. It was definitely not good to run into a high-color heterosexual with a score of 90 or more. Moreover, even if one came across it, how could this goodwill be raised so well? Just like the landlady Xia Jiqing in front of him now, she only has 5 points of goodwill towards him, and I'm afraid that this 5 points of goodwill is just a relatively eye-catching relationship with a passerby. But having difficulty is also challenging, and, since the system has said that it's a welfare mini-quest, and even more so without a time limit, it shouldn't be much of a problem for me to complete this quest. Jiang Nan instantly figured out the key, and the thoughts that were somewhat worried about not being able to complete this mission immediately dissipated. Little Jiang, then I'll go back first. At this time, landlady Xia Jiqing's voice rang out. Alright, Sister Xia. Jiang Nan nodded. Ta-da-da. The crisp sound of the heels of high heels touching the ground rang out in the aisle, and Jiang Nan took a deep breath before glancing back. The scenery of the black silk legs under that hip-hugging skirt was simply not too attractive. Retracting his gaze, Jiang Nan shook his head before heading downstairs. This level of women, in the eyes of the former him, that is unattainable. A lifetime can only be in the nighttime fantasies manual operation of the very best. But now, with the system of him, this level of women, it seems that it is not necessarily high up, unclimbable. First of all, it's still necessary to make oneself excellent. Otherwise, even if it's rich again, it's not possible to truly conquer an extremely high-quality woman wholeheartedly. The analogy played. Jiang Nan's wealth had reached an immeasurable point, and with his money, he was indeed able to smash an extremely large majority of high-value heterosexuals into his bed. Even, the favorability would likewise increase. But, this kind of woman's favorability was merely attracted by money and became a slave to wealth. In a sense, this kind of situation, it would be impossible for the favorability to reach the level of 100 points in Jiang Nan's opinion. Even more so, there was a great possibility that 90 points would not be reached. While consuming, you also need to enrich yourself. Moreover, didn't the system say that it would hand out small welfare tasks from time to time, which would reward me with unexpected abilities and items after completion? Jiang Nan could be very excited about his subsequent growth. Arriving downstairs, Jiang Nan followed the system's instructions, and not far away in a parking space was parked a brand new silver-colored Porsche Cayenne. Handsome indeed. Jiang Nan arrived closer and stroked the front end of the car with his upper hand, his face showing a marvelous color to it. Fortunately, when I was 18 years old, I wanted to save up some money to become a drop driver, or even run a yellow Ferrari, and thus learned a driver's license, or else now I would really have the feeling of looking at 13 empty tears in my old age. Jiang Nan lightly laughed and shook his head. At the time he shook his head, the afterglow was inadvertently saw not far away in a small donkey sitting on the side. The corner of the mouth hooked up a faint smile of the youth, along with the eyes of the two people. The latter immediately walked over, and so when he came to the front of the Jiang Nan, his hands have appeared a Porsche car keys. Little brother, like this car a lot, right? The youth looked like he was 27 or 18 and looked at Jiang Nan with a smile. Indeed, I like it very much. Jiang Nan nodded, and then reached out to stroke the front of the car and spoke. This car is the dream of an extreme majority of men, and I'm no exception. Do you want to go up and sit? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, this youth smiled and waved the Porsche car keys on his hand. Ha! Jiang Nan froze for a moment, and then turned back to see this youth waving the Porsche car keys on his hand with a smile on his face. Could it be that this car belonged to him? In response, he immediately took his Porsche car key and pressed it twice. Chirp! As he pressed it, he only saw the lights of this silver-colored Porsche Cayenne in front of him immediately flashing, followed by the sound of the door opening. That's right, ah! It was his ah! Jiang Nan turned back to the dumbfounded youth and laughed. Hearing you say that just now, I thought I recognized the wrong car. That, I'll go first, ha! With those words, he directly got into the car. Buzz! The car started and slowly drove up. When this silver Porsche Cayenne walked a few dozen meters later, the youth who froze in place, his face like a dull chicken only then slowed down. Just for a moment, his face reddened in a burst of shame. Marred. I wanted to pretend to be AB. Who knows that I ran into someone really powerful. Wiped. So shameful. The youth's hands trembled as he touched out a cigarette, and then used his Porsche car key to light it up, barred 2 puffs, and quickly headed towards his little donkey. 10 minutes of driving time. Jiang Nan drove to the largest shopping center block in Jiangcheng. A Porsche Cayenne in a new first-tier city like Jiangcheng was honestly not too extreme a luxury car, but it would eventually attract the attention of some ordinary people. At least, the moment Jiang Nan found a parking space and stepped down from the car, there were still quite a few passing passers-by casting glances in his direction. In this world, it was the ordinary people who occupied 99% of the world. In the face of these gazes, Jiang Nan's inner feeling of pleasure was naturally self-evident. Scanning around, Jiang Nan's eyes looked towards the pedestrian street not far away. This was the largest and most central point of Jiangcheng's shopping center, and at a glance, all kinds of brand-name luxury stores existed side by side in rows. Chanel, Gucci, LV, too much. Casually pick a store to buy 2 sets of clothes, pants, shoes on the line. Although people rely on clothing, but their own heritage, have the temperament to drive that is the most important. Jiang Nan stepped towards a top luxury and went. There is a saying how to say, when the whole world knows your strength, even if you wear the ground goods, that is also the trend. That is also a certain unknown master tailor-made for you to wear. This world is so realistic. Compare the old saying, that is wearing a dragon robe are not like a prince. Without that underlying strength temperament, you wear the so-called top luxury, and even others will feel that you are wearing a goods. Big brothers, look carefully at the comment area. Lin Man has a role map of the landlady also has a role map. We look at the comment area. I sent out the picture. We look will also have a sense of the picture a little bit. Chapter 7 Mengqingqiu. Magic City University's No. One school flower? More than an hour later, by the time Jiang Nan walked out of an Armani boutique, he was already carrying several bags in his hands, and at this moment, his cheap clothes were already considered a bird's eye view. The 2 sets of wear plus loafers cost a total of about $30,000, an average of $15,000 for a set. It wasn't too expensive, but it was just comfortable to wear on the body, and the final rebate received was as much as $300,000. Not only that, during this period he bought a watch, not too expensive, $128,000, a Rolex Green Water Ghost. This Green Water Ghost's rebate wasn't much, just twice as much, but that was it. It still made his deposit come to more than $1,040,000. Not bad. Jiang Nan took slow steps towards his car and quickly arrived, and after placing his things in the back seat, he also returned to the main driver. Handsome. Jiang Nan was about to start the car when a voice rang out. He inclined his head to look, and outside the car, a girl with an okay face value, but nothing revealing as much technology as possible, smiled and held her cell phone and said, "Can I add a WeChat? Thanks." No. Jiang Nan shook his head and politely refused. You sure? After being rejected, this tech-faced girl frowned and dragged out a foreign language quite incredulously. Honestly, Jiang Nan's studies were indeed not good, but it wasn't so bad that she didn't know the meaning of the word, and softly said, "I don't know you. Beautiful." You sure? Hearing Jiang Nan's response, this girl's tone intensified a bit, staring at Jiang Nan with wide eyes as she asked incredulously once again, "Sorry about that, I have something going on right now, I have to go." Jiang Nan smiled politely before starting the car. Sure. Responding to him, there was another sure, and it was still an extremely strange accent, which made Jiang Nan's face darken. He could no longer hold back, and faintly said, "I'm sure as well as sure. Please be careful, don't rub against my car. I'm afraid that you can't afford to pay for it." Any good temper must be numbed by this Sure Sisters operation. Buzz. The car started, directly out of the parking space. Car. Jiang Nan really shook his head vigorously. He had seen the horror of gold-worshipping women. Most of all, just now that Sister Sure could be really confident. Buzz. At this time, the cell phone that he had thrown aside suddenly vibrated. "Darling, it's almost noon. Oh, remember to eat lunch." It was Mengqingqiu calling. "I was just about to see about getting something to eat. You're out of class?" Jiang Nan drove single-handedly. Even though he got his license at 18, he wasn't going to touch the car a few times in the latter years. Thus he was no stranger to cars. "Well now I'm going to go to the cafeteria with my roommate to see." "What are you doing now?" Mengqingqiu inquired. "Driving." Jiang Nan returned, and then opened the amplification, and then took a picture of her on WeChat, and laughed. "How about I drive this car to pick you up when the time comes?" "Which car?" Mengqingqiu opened WeChat and took a look, and then said in surprise, "Koyan, shouldn't all girls have little interest in cars?" Surprisingly, she recognized it at once. Jiang Nan was a bit surprised. "It's not bad." Mengqingqiu's tone dragged on slightly, and hastily changed the topic. "That said, about to run present. Darling, aren't you nervous and curious?" "Nervous is a bit nervous, but what am I curious about?" Jiang Nan asked curiously. "Just curious about what I look like. If I'm very ugly, Lu?" Mengqingqiu asked in a small voice, and fat, and short. "You will not be the same as the internet said, after seeing me on the spot to run away. Will not." Jiang Nan returned. "This indeed won't, but whether the follow-up will still be together is not certain. This world, after all, was a world of faces. If you want to say that he is heartless, ask a normal person if this idea isn't a common thing." But, Qingqiu, don't scare this online love interest of yours. You're the No. One school flower of Magic City University. Which boy saw you and couldn't take a step and ran away on the spot? It's not bad if he didn't eat you on the spot. A laughing voice rang out over the phone. "Yao Yao, what are you talking about?" Immediately after, Mengqingqiu's angry voice rang out. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. The number one school flower of Magic City University? Cough cough. "Darling, don't listen to Yao Yao's nonsense." Really? Yao Yao, you've made me embarrassed now. "Darling, I'm going to the cafeteria first. I'll contact you then." After saying that, Mengqingqiu hung up the phone. Magic City's No. One school flower. Jiang Nan didn't put down his cell phone, and while concentrating on driving, he also opened Shake It and started searching. These days, there was basically no news that couldn't be searched by shaking voice. Mengqingqiu. Jiang Nan directly searched for the name of this online love interest of his. In an instant, the keyword bar immediately popped up with one relevant keyword. the number one school flower of Mordor University. Come see the face photo of the no. One school flower of Mordor University. Is Meng Qingqiu the number one school beauty of Mordor University? A random search phrase was clicked on and entered. Instantly, a video immediately popped up. In the video, a high ponytail pretty girl wearing a brown sleeveless turtleneck sweater was sitting on a bench with a book, a small black leather skirt, plus a pair of long black silk legs. Simply attractive enough. Is this Meng Qingqiu? Jiang Nan clicked on the comment section and swept through it, clear of praise. This is Sister Qingqiu. Holy, there's one. She's kind of not photogenic in person. In reality she's even more of a beautiful mess. I think it can really be called a divine sister. Jiang Nan noticed a comment from a Magic City IP with an extremely high number of likes. If it's really my online love interest, Meng Qingqiu, then this face value is indeed off the charts. Jiang Nan wanted to throw an insight spell over to see just how many points Meng Qingqiu could gain here in the system win. Host, this isn't a live broadcast, nor is it something you've seen with your own eyes, so it's not possible to use the insight technique. The system's prompt sounded in his head. Okay. Jiang Nan nodded, and after taking two more glances at Meng Qingqiu in this video, he smiled and was about to throw his phone to the side. At this time, a message alert came from WeChat. Jiang Nan clicked it open and took a look. It was sent by Lin Manman. That is, that little misbehaving anchor woman. Ha, brother Jiang Nan, I just noticed that your jitterbug IP address is in Jiangcheng. Such a coincidence? Seeing this message, Jiang Nan thought back for a moment. It seemed like this little goody-goody was the one he followed last year when he swiped the live broadcast in the same city, and both of them were indeed in Jiangcheng. Yes. Jiang Nan took his cell phone and succinctly replied with a voice bar. Chapter 8, First Meeting with Lin Manman. At the same time, at the entrance of a university in Jiangcheng, a youthful and beautiful JK beauty listened to the extremely young voice in the voice bar, and her face showed some hesitation. It wasn't that she wanted to throw herself at Jiang Nan, but she was a bit incredulous about the fact that she had somehow earned more than $30,000. Therefore, she thought about it left and right, pondering whether to thank this big brother Smoky Jiang Nan who had swiped tens of thousands of dollars in her live room in person while it was daytime. Brother Jiang Nan, thanks for swiping 21 Carnival for me today. It's like this. I thought that you're also in Jiangcheng. Why don't you reward me at noon and I'll treat you to a meal? Is that okay? After hesitating for a short while, Lin Man sent a voice bar over. After sending it, her pretty face flushed red. Don't look at her usual appearance like a bit of a big talker, but in reality, she was an extremely easy to be shy girl. Otherwise, with her face value, really outgoing to let go a little, not to say become a million fans of the netizen, but a year lived down, at least can become a few tens of thousands or even 100,000 fans of the small netizen. Not to mention this kind of appointment to meet the list one thing, it was even more so that she was very shy. Yes, very quickly, Lin Man received the message, still with a simple response. Give me the location, I'll come pick you up. Immediately afterward, another voice was sent, quite a young voice. I'm still a bit impressed by the idea of Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan, although I don't usually talk much in the live room, but basically every time I open the live stream, this ID is there. It shouldn't be anything like that, right? Lin Man scratched his head and muttered in a small voice before also giving him his status. What does this Lin Man want to do? Can't be a few tens of thousands of dollars to let her take the initiative to throw herself at him, right? At this moment, Jiang Nan sighed, navigated to the place where Lin Man was. It was the university town of Jiangcheng. It would take a while for him here to travel over there. More than half an hour. Less than 10 or 20 minutes or so. You might have to wait for me for about half an hour. It will take a while for me to come over here. Jiang Nan thought about it and still gave her a reminder. Don't think that when this woman couldn't wait and ran away, then he would really be making a trip for nothing. It's fine. I just happened to go back to the dormitory for a bit. Lin Man replied in seconds. Is this preparing to dress up elaborately? Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. For this Lin Man whose face value score was as high as 88 points, honestly speaking, even if there was Meng Qingqiu as the object of his online love, if he were to say hard that he wasn't interested, it would inevitably be a lie. Which man did not fantasize that he was eating from a bowl and looking at the pot? Jiang Nan was naturally no exception. 20 or so minutes later, at the entrance of the university town, a Porsche Cayenne slowly stopped. Porsche, which car is this? It looks quite handsome. Cayenne, right. Starting out is also more than 100 luxury cars. Which rich second generation is this driving over to catch girls? As this Porsche Cayenne stabilized at the entrance of a university, a voice immediately rang out, and there were several good-looking girls with long legs who stopped their steps and looked towards the side. A starting value of 1 million cars, for 99% of the people in this world, is the top of the luxury car, at least, can afford to drive this class of car. 1,000 people inside a drive is very powerful. At this moment, school entrance wearing jeans pants. The top is also a white short shirt. Hair tied into a pill head of the beautiful girl is also placed on the Porsche Cayenne eyes. At this time, the cell phone held vibrated. And then Lin Man hurriedly retracted her gaze and placed it on the phone. I'm here. It was a message from Jiang Nan. How come I didn't see you? Lin Man picked up her phone and had just sent a voice when she saw a handsome man get out of that Porsche Cayenne. Bang bang. At this moment, her heart beat extremely fast. It couldn't be him, right? Lin Man's eyes widened. Here. It wasn't until after Jiang Nan waved at her that Lin Man was finally certain that this was the smoky Jiang Nan who had swiped 21 carnivals for her in the morning. Asterisk 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 so handsome. What woman doesn't like handsome men? A bright light immediately burst out from Lin Man's eyes. Lin Man's good sense +5. On Jiang Nan's side, the system's beep sounded in his head, causing him to be slightly stunned. This favorability increase and decrease would even be reported? Honestly speaking, this function was really good. When facing a girl, he was able to instantly react to which of his words were wrong and which were right. And even more so, he was able to clearly know whether or not he would be able to make the next move when the girl refused to meet him. Overall, quite nice. So handsome. Which rich second generation is this? Who is that girl? Luck is so good. Evening out a handsome and gold rich second generation. Damn my face value is not bad How come I can't evening this kind of quality rich man When Jiang Nan met up with Lin Man, a murmur immediately rang out from the surroundings. You're Smoky Jiang Nan's big brother? Lin Man still asked in a whisper with some disbelief. Inexplicably, she felt a feeling of an Edison she had known for a year running into the present. It was very marvelous. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded. Lin Man was originally live streaming without a beauty filter on, thus there wasn't much difference between her face value online and offline. Even more so, Jiang Nan felt that the offline Lin Man looked a bit more innocent. I can't believe you're so young and so handsome. Lin Man sneaked a glance at Jiang Nan. Her height is 165 centimeters. At the moment this angle to see the person next to her that perfect jawline, which makes her cannot help but secretly, should wear shoes have 185. I drop a good boy. So a quality boy hide my live room state for almost a year. And how also do not send the work Lin Man favorability +2. Thanks. Jiang Nan smiled and said thanks. With that, the two got into the car. Under the gaze of a crowd of passers-by, they slowly drove away. What to eat? In the car, Jiang Nan inquired. I invited you. Shouldn't it be you who wants to eat something? Lin Man pursed the corners of her lips, and her afterglow kept scanning the car. Good fellow. This is what the interior of $1 million starting value luxury car looks like? There's one thing to say, it's really quite comfortable to sit in. Hot pot. I remember there's a hot pot in this neighborhood that's quite delicious. Jiang Nan pondered for a while, and then said, the hot pot you said in the neighborhood is indeed good, but I'll take you to a better alley hot pot. Lin Man immediately said, it's economical and affordable, and there are many dishes. As she spoke, she suddenly thought of her treat today, and stopped, looking towards Jiang Nan rather awkwardly, and whispered, actually, it's fine if you want to go to the one you mentioned. It's fine, just go to that alley hot pot you mentioned. Jiang Nan smiled carelessly. I'm not treating you to that place just because I'm saving money. Rather, that hot pot is really delicious. Lin Man's eyes were bursting with light when she said this. Chapter 9 Whose Porsche is at the entrance of the alley? Not long after, commanded by Lin Man, Jiang Nan drove the car and arrived outside a small alley. Is this business so bursting at the seams? Jiang Nan rolled down the window and swept a glance. Good guy. The alley outside was full of cars. There was no empty space at all. That's for sure. How can a place I recommend not have something? Lin Man raised her eyebrows and said proudly. It can be. Jiang Nan nodded, rather looking forward to it. He was an authentic Jiangcheng man, and if he were to say what cuisine was the most famous in Jiangcheng, and the hot pot was said to be second, I'm afraid there was no cuisine that could be called first. Brother, please back off. My car is ready to come out. At this time, a man in his 30s arrived, handed over a huazi and politely said, brother? Hearing this brother, Lin Man sitting on the co-pilot couldn't help but show an odd expression on his face. This look is much older than Jiang Nan, right, and still called brother? In this real world, money is the symbol of status. You're welcome, just wait a bit Jiang Nan received huazi and nodded with a smile, while starting to reverse the car up. His skills were okay, very smoothly backing up to make way for a parking space. Thanks Not long after, a blue BMW 5 Series drove by. It's fine. After this BMW traveled by, Jiang Nan also arrived at his previous parking space. Pretty good luck, getting out of the car. Jiang Nan praised. Say, I still don't know your name. Big brother? Lin Man led Jiang Nan towards the middle of the alley, while introducing herself. My real name is Lin Man. Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan said back. Then you're considered a real-name internet user. Lin Man laughed lightly. Indeed. While chatting, the two also arrived at an open-air dam, where one table was full. Good lord, it's really hot. Seeing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but exclaim. Right. Lin Man raised her eyebrows again and said with a smile. Hello, may I ask how many? A waitress trotted over. 2. Lin Man compared a yeah. This way please. The waiter immediately brought the two to a table that had just been cleaned up, and then said, 2 customers, just scan the code and order. The dishes will be delivered one by one. Okay, it's not my first time here. You get busy. Lin Man smiled and waved her hand, then sat down and picked up her cell phone to scan the code and order up. Yellow throat to eat or not? Eat. How about pig brain? No. Duck intestines? Eat. The two of them asked and answered each other's questions, and also quickly ordered all the dishes. Jiang Nan? Yo, it's really you. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the next table. Jiang Nan and Lin Man looked towards the side in unison, only to see a yellow-haired young man with a spiritual young sister looking towards the two of them. And when that yellow-haired young man saw Lin Man, his face immediately revealed a shocked color. Good guy. Such a pretty chick? Who is this? Lin Man asked in a low voice. A co-worker who delivered takeout together before. Jiang Nan just nodded slightly to that yellow hair, and heard Lin Man's inquiry and gave a reply back. Delivering takeout? Hearing this, Lin Man froze for a moment, then scratched her head and spoke. It seems like you rich second generation. You all quite like to go down to the grassroots to hone your skills and experience life. Previously, I saw a video on the internet, also a takeaway boy, and ended up buying a several $100,000 or how much of a watch without blinking an eye while delivering food. My goodness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan just smiled without saying anything. If he hadn't bound the system, I'm afraid he would still be sitting at home eating noodles and thinking about how to deal with Meng Qingqiu's request to run to the present. Hubby, this friend of yours doesn't seem to have much interest in giving a damn about you. Beside, the yellow-haired young man's girlfriend said as if she was arching a fire. Ha! Hearing this, the yellow-haired young man suddenly laughed coldly and stood up immediately. Excuse me, which customer's Porsche Cayenne outside the alley? And at the moment this yellow-haired young man stood up, just as a voice rang out in the middle of the field. Swish swish swish. In an instant, everyone placed their gazes on him. It's yours? Seeing the yellow-haired young man standing out, a waiter hurriedly jogged and politely said, Brother, there is a customer's car outside that can't get out. I want you to move it. I don't know if it's okay. What my? Yellow-haired young man froze for a moment. He a small donkey. Not just move it? The Porsche Cayenne, outside the alley. The waiter politely said, Do you see that I look like I can afford to drive that kind of luxury car? The yellow-haired young man was speechless for a while, and just as he was about to walk towards Jiang Nan's table, he was seeing Jiang Nan stand up, and under his stunned gaze, he opened his mouth and said, Mine, yours. The waiter heard Jiang Nan's words, and immediately ran over again. The muttering on the way was heard by the yellow-haired young man. You can't afford to stand up for what? The yellow-haired young man nearly vomited blood. He stood up as ready to find Jiang Nan trouble. But, what's wrong with this kid? Porsche Cayenne? Isn't he a poor man who came out of an orphanage? How did he suddenly drive a Porsche? This way please. While he was in a daze, the waiter had already respectfully led Jiang Nan towards the open-air dam outside. Soon, arrived outside the alley. Still only see a man in his 30s is smoking a cigarette. Looking at the waiter led Jiang Nan came, immediately welcomed up, embarrassed to hand over $12 of cigarettes, politely said, Sorry, handsome, your car is too close to my car. I do not dare to move. Jiang Nan took the cigarette and smiled. It's okay, move a car. It doesn't take much time. Do not dare to move. The meaning has been very clear. At least as a million-level car. Really rub off the paint. For ordinary people, that can be a month's salary. Soon, Jiang Nan came to the side of the car, swept a glance over, could not help but a burst of dumbfounded laughter. This car distance honestly, really count quite big. However, he took a look at the side of a car. Is a used car BYD? In his place, I'm afraid that there must be some panic. Don't think that the people in the new first-tier cities like Zhangcheng are all rich, not to mention Zhangcheng, or Kyoto. At the foot of the ancient imperial city, the gap between the rich and the poor is still terrible. Soon, Jiang Nan also moved the car a large body space. Thanks handsome. This old man gave a thank you and traveled away. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, and after getting out of the car, he was just about to head towards the middle of the alley, when a flash of beautiful scenery entered his line of sight. Ding! Chapter 10 Welfare Mini-Mission is here. At the same time, a beep sounded in Jiang Nan's head. Ding! Detecting that there is a member of the opposite sex with a face value of up to 90 points in the host's vicinity, the system dispatches a welfare mini-quest, successfully obtaining Jiang Yan's green bubble. Mission reward, $1 million. Piano mastery proficiency. Ha! Hearing this beep, Jiang Nan's face revealed a look of surprise. $1 million aside, it was quite nice. This piano mastery level proficiency skill was even more nice. He was a layman who knew that the piano was divided into 10 levels in total, and there was no approximate general term above the 10 levels. This master level piano proficiency skill, honestly speaking, not to say it's the top of the line, a small world level shouldn't be a problem, right? Jiang Nan's gaze looked towards the flash of beautiful scenery. Soon, two sisters came hooking their hands and laughing. His gaze rested on one of the girls with beautiful hair draped over her shoulders. The light makeup made her look pure desire, and the smile on that face was even sweeter. Name, Jiang Nan. Age, 19. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Face value, 92 points. Favorability, 5 points. How is there 5 points of goodwill? After Jiang Nan looked at this Jiang Nan's attributes, his face revealed a bit of surprise. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Jiang Nan inadvertently also noticed Jiang Nan standing next to the Porsche Cayenne. Which normal man doesn't like beautiful women? Similarly, which normal woman does not like handsome men? Yen, that handsome man can be good clothes, good face value, long and tall. Do you think that Porsche is his? This side, Jiang Nan's good girlfriend Li Lan beside her whispered, I don't know, but it's indeed quite handsome. It has the feeling of a sunny type of man. It's my dish. Jiang Yan whispered back, and then her eyes crossed on Jiang Nan, and inexplicably her heart started to beat faster, so much so that it made her hastily withdraw her gaze. He came over. Holy, it feels even more handsome up close. Such three-dimensional features. Moreover, it feels like he should be working out. Definitely belongs to that kind of extreme product that is thin in clothes and meat in clothes. Li Lan also nervously said, Jiang Yan immediately calmed down a bit, and then looked at Jiang Nan walking towards herself with an extremely sunny smile. Wowed with amusement. This guy's smile was so infectious and sunny. Jiang Yan favorability +5. In just an instant, this pretty girl with a face value of 92 points had 10 favorability points towards Jiang Nan. Hello, miss, can I add you on WeChat? Jiang Nan came with his cell phone and looked at Jiang Yan with a smile as he asked. The system had said that it was a welfare mini-quest. Jiang Nan didn't think that 10 points of favorability wouldn't be able to successfully add this girl's WeChat. Me? Jiang Yan pointed to herself. Jiang Nan took a look. This pretty girl's hand was also really good looking, doing a not too long and not too short ground sequins wearing diamonds manicure. Looking closely, the middle finger was not doing manicure. Can it? Jiang Nan nodded, took the phone and shook it twice. No problem. Jiang Yan nodded. On the contrary, she was a beautiful girl who was actively asked for WeChat was a little shy. Took out her cell phone. The two also added a WeChat to each other. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully completed the welfare mini-quest. Received reward, $1 million. Piano mastery proficiency. After successfully adding WeChat, Jiang Nan's mind immediately resounded with the system's beep, which caused a happy smile to appear on his face. This system, although it was a bit slower to develop compared to the many fast-paced divine hero texts he had previously read on the Tomato novel app, but honestly speaking, this point of slowly growing and developing, and incidentally improving to gain practical skills, was really quite to Jiang Nan's liking. Jiang Nan, then, talk back. Both of them exchanged notes. Jiang Yan naturally knew Jiang Nan's name. Her pretty face flushed as she waved her hand at him, and her small broken steps also moved quickly. Talk later. Jiang Nan smiled faintly and followed her moving gaze, and it was only then that he noticed what this girl was wearing. The upper half of her body was a versatile white short shirt, while the lower half of her body was a small pale yellow skirt similar to a wraparound skirt, and as for the pair of straight and perfect jade legs, they were paired with a pair of white stockings. Good. Moving down again, the pair of small brown leather shoes. The overall outfit immediately became more three-dimensional in his mind. This outfit is just perfect. If Jiang Nan was Jiang Yan's dish, then this Jiang Yan was a real heavenly dish for Jiang Nan. Jiang Yan's two girls walked through the alley, and it seemed that the two college students who just came over here to hang out. Jiang Nan also returned to the middle of the alley. Quickly, the dishes are served really fast today. As soon as he sat down, Lin Manman's monkey voice rang out. Tripe, 7 on 8, wrapped and crispy. Jiang Nan glanced at her, shook his head and smiled, took out the bowls and chopsticks, and also began to enjoy the alley hot pot. Honestly speaking, the flavor was really good. At least he who had tasted many hot pot restaurants felt that the flavor of this hot pot could definitely rank in the top 3. 1 hour later. Cool. Lin Man put down her chopsticks and shouted out happily without any image. It's indeed delicious. Jiang Nan nodded and praised. That's not true. A hot pot that I can miss must taste delicious. Lin Man smiled and removed the apron. then sniffed the hot pot flavor on her body and opened her mouth. The flavor is too big. In a while, I'll take a taxi back to school. It's fine. I don't smell too much on me. Jiang Nan did not wear an apron and got up. Let's go. I'll send you back. Jiang Nan. At this time, a voice rang out from the side. Immediately afterward, the yellow-haired young man from before came with his girlfriend, smilingly handed over a shot of huazi, and opened his mouth. Where have you gotten high recently? Now mixing so well. Quit. Jiang Nan did not take the huazi and said indifferently, currently jobless. After saying that, he gave Lin Man a look and the two left side by side. Marred. What a pretender. The yellow-haired young man looked at Jiang Nan's back and snorted coldly. This grizzled hair is probably where he rented a set of clothes and a car to catch a girl. Walking out of the alley, getting into the car. Jiang Nan also did not say anything more with Lin Man about whether or not to go shopping. Give her consumption to see whether or not she can capture her heart, as a way to get out of the stage of self-reliance as soon as possible. He is not in a hurry. There was no need to rush at all. Jiang Nan, thank you so much for swiping so many carnivals for me today. On the way back to school, Lin Man took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Plus more. Chapter 11 Goodbye Landlady. Gangnam's outlook. Having watched you live for a year now, even though you live as you please, it's still quite interesting. Jiang Nan laughed lightly. It wasn't a momentary uptake. It was just chance. It's rare to see a rich second generation as low-key as you, Lin Man said, sneaking a glance at Jiang Nan. There was another sentence she didn't say, hidden in her heart. That is, a rich second generation with a good personality and high face value like Jiang Nan is even rarer. It could almost be said that even if Jiang Nan didn't give her these 21 carnival swipes and didn't drive a Porsche worth $1 million to start with to pick her up, really if he wanted to pursue himself, Lin Man really wouldn't be the first to think of rejecting this. First impressions were too important. Oh, so you've seen a lot of high-profile rich second generation? Jiang Nan asked rhetorically with a smile. No, I've read it all on the internet. Don't they say that when God opens a window for you, he will definitely close a window for you? I do feel that God didn't close a window for you. The quality ones are all open for you, Lin Man said as she also couldn't hold back her laughter. Ha ha, Jiang Nan was also amused by her words. The two of them had a word for each other, and the atmosphere in the car was cordial, without the slightest hint of strangeness of meeting for the first time. Instead, it was like a kind of netizen who had chatted on the internet for a long time running to appear in general. Just arrived. When the car came to a stop at the entrance of Lin Man University, Lin Man muttered somewhat indistinctly. What? Can't bear to get out of the car? Jiang Nan teased. It just feels like chatting with you is quite relaxing and fun. Lin Man spat out her tongue, and then loosened her seatbelt, pulled open the car door, and after hesitating for a moment, turned her head over to look at Jiang Nan, and opened her mouth to say, that, when you're free can I ask you to have a meal again? Okay, just watch your time. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Good. Lin Man smiled and happily got out of the car. Bye. The car door was closed by her, and she waved with a sweet smile hanging out the window. Bye. Jiang Nan also waved, before slowly starting the car and traveling away. Lin Man favorability +5. On the way back to the old town, another system beep inexplicably sounded in Jiang Nan's mind, which made him not help but think back for a moment. If he remembered correctly, Lin Man's favorability towards him had now reached as many as 32 points. Good fellow. This goodwill spike isn't slow either. 32 points of goodwill is already considered to be close to the level of an ambiguous relationship. Jiang Nan had understood this favorability value of the system. Generally speaking, 0 points was a stranger. Below 10 points, basically just an impression. Coming around 10 points, this impression was already considered very good. As for 11 to 30 points or so are generally friends, and more than 30 points, if it is the opposite sex, basically with a little bit towards the good feeling between male and female friends. As long as Jiang Nan want, occasionally ambiguous words, or body small touch, absolutely is able to accelerate Lin Man's good feeling degree of him very quickly. So, this world not only have to have money, at the same time all aspects of hardcore conditions must also keep up. Jiang Nan swept a glance at himself in the car's mirror, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but hook up a nice-looking arc. When he returned to the downstairs of the old neighborhood he rented in the old city, the time was already around 2:30 p.m. After parking his car, Jiang Nan also carried a few pockets up to the third floor. Coincidentally, when he turned the corner of the building, he met the landlady, Xia Jiqing, face to face again. Sister Xia. Jiang Nan gave a greeting. Ha! Xia Jiqing looked at Jiang Nan at this moment, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Good fellow. This attire was truly handsome enough. Xia Jiqing favorability +2. The system's beep sounded in his head, and Jiang Nan secretly nodded in his heart. People rely on their clothes. The ancients honestly do not deceive me. Is this going to consume a wave? Xia Jiqing then looked Jiang Nan up and down a few times. A pair of beautiful eyes showed all the colors of amazement, and opened her mouth to say, "A few months gone. Good guy. Armani. Rolex Green Water Ghost? Xiao Jiang. Are you finished with your life experience and ready to go home to inherit the family business?" Today's Jiang Nan indeed has a completely different temperament compared to before. Controlling the masterclass piano proficiency, plus this body of decent dress, really gives people a feeling of a noble gentleman. Sister Xia is joking. Jiang Nan shook his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, but it's really a big change. There's one thing to say, sister is really a decade or so younger. Guaranteed to be mesmerized by you. Xia Jiqing covered her mouth and laughed. Her figure was not considered the plump kind, but Lei could not be small. Plus she was wearing a slightly slimming blue blouse. That laughed. Jiang Nan's heart at the moment only had 4 words to describe it. Flowery branch trembling. You're making me a little embarrassed. Jiang Nan came back to his senses and laughed nervously as he scratched his head. If he didn't know that Xia Jiqing's favorability towards him was only 7 points as well, he was afraid that he would really take it seriously and then say something about a tiger and a wolf was not impossible. Xia Jiqing's favorability +3. At this time, a system beep sounded in his head, causing Jiang Nan to freeze for a moment. Good fellow. This unexpectedly added 3 points of goodwill, arriving at as many as 10 points in one go. Alright, sis won't tease you anymore. Sis still has to go to the piano teacher's place to pick up my daughter. Talk to you later. Xia Jiqing waved her hand, before crossing over Jiang Nan and descending the building. Piano? Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment. From time to time when he was at home during the day, he did hear some simple piano keys sounding. So the landlady's daughter was learning piano? Wait. Jiang Nan's mind flashed as if he had caught some key point. He was now in control of having a master piano proficiency. Teaching a little girl of a few years old wasn't so bad that he couldn't teach her, right? The landlady's face value score is also as high as 92. It doesn't seem to be impossible to list her as one of the targets for completing that previous welfare mission. Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. The value of that welfare mini-quest could be said to be lucrative. Jiangcheng Tianfu No. 001 Villa. The global limited edition Pagani Son of the Wind. He took the time to search for it. The price of Jiangcheng Tianfu in Jiangcheng was not low. There were sea view houses, large flat floors, and a limited number of the most precious 9 villas. And this No. 001 villa, according to online rumors, more than 500 million, less than 300 million to start, and can be called 001 number of villas, is not so simple to be able to buy with money. So, just this Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 villa alone completely attracted Jiang Nan. Not to mention, there is also a global limited edition luxury supercar Pagani Wind Sun. This car start are tens of millions of dollars. Just a value of $1 million start Porsche Cayenne open out are quite forced. This if a start tens of millions of dollars of supercar Pagani Wind Sun open out. That is not a pure bombing street. To attract all the eyes projected to very good. Suddenly have a more motivated small goal. For the sake of my No. 001 Dabino. For the sake of my luxury supercar Pagani Son of the Wind. Make sure to complete this somewhat difficult little task of welfare as soon as possible. Chapter 12, Minigames Live. Wine glass legs. Back inside the house, Jiang Nan threw a few bags in his hand onto the small sofa, while leaning back and lying down. He stared blankly at the ceiling, and without reason, suddenly laughed out his voice. None of this is a dream. Jiang Nan got up violently, then took out his cell phone to check up his balance. More than $2.4 million. In just a few hours, he had jumped from a poor man with only a few $1,000s in savings to a millionaire. He did not know if the richest man in the world now had him this fast money-making speed. But, in the future, his money-making speed, the world must be no one can catch up with him. This is his confidence. After slowing down his emotions, Jiang Nan opened Jitterbug. Big brother welcome. A small heart to walk on the fingerboard. A big beer to walk on the fingerboard twice. A hot air balloon to live on the fingerboard for a minute. Please feel free to command your brothers to give Xiaomei instructions. Probably because Jiang Nan had swiped a gift for the small game hostess in the morning. Just after clicking on Jitterbug, that small game live broadcast in the morning immediately pushed over. It's still live on the shiatsu board? Jiang Nan swept a glance and found that this anchor was even still live on the finger pressure board, which made his face show a little surprised color too. So trustworthy? Immediately, he entered the live broadcast room. Welcome. Wow, fun. Welcome brother Smoky Jiang Nan into the live broadcast room. Jiang Nan brother, I did not fail to keep my word yo. In addition to the delay of a few minutes at noon when I took the takeout, I did not renegade a tiny bit of time yo. As Jiang Nan entered the live broadcast room, he rose to the top 1 position in seconds, and the female anchors in this small game live broadcast room immediately warmly welcomed him. Seeing that he had risen directly to the top 1 position, Jiang Nan also understood that this female anchor had indeed not been off the air. It's gone up. Ha! It was at this time that he noticed that the cue card held in this female anchor's hand had changed. A hot air balloon only added a minute to the live shiatsu board. There's no way, brother. More than 6 hours have not yet arrived. At this moment, although there is only 1 hour left, but I feel like I'm going to be wasted at this moment, the female anchor said in a resigned manner. Don't say. This woman currently didn't know what she looked like, but this voice sounded really soft and sweet. However, there was one thing that won out. Her leg type was really quite good. Not to say that it was chopstick legs, not to say that it was model legs, and even more so, it wasn't cartoon legs, but is the wine cup legs. This leg type, as the name suggests, just like a wine glass, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, although the thighs look more slightly muscular, but in fact the calves are still very slim. In the eyes of Jiang Nan, who was a bit of a leg controller, playable years were a given. Even Jiang Nan wanted to throw an insight spell at this Xiaomei Susu small game anchor woman to see what her face value score was. Forget it, there's no need. It's just to get ordinary emotional value and have fun. Jiang Nan shook his head and discarded the idea again. If he had come here for the face value in the first place, then he would have thrown the insight technique over long ago. However, he wasn't. He simply felt that this little game was interesting, plus the emotional value given by this Susu was quite on point. And now, it was even extremely trustworthy to step on the finger pressure plate for close to 6 hours between live broadcasts. Honestly, Jiang Nan still admired her quite a bit. Losing the insight technique, in case it's not ideal, there really isn't much interest in it by then. Jiang Nan shook his head. Playing a net, having fun is all. Want to see a pretty girl? Shaking voice is not a bunch of them at any time. Can you still hold on? Jiang Nan asked. Can you still hold on? Seeing this pop up from Jiang Nan, this female anchor called Susu hadn't even spoken yet. A level 52 big brother spoke up. What? You still want to swipe points? Seeing this pop up, Jiang Nan froze for a moment, and his brows were instantly furrowed. Ignoring him and continuing with a pop-up. If I can't hold on anymore, I won't renew. Can hold on. Seeing Jiang Nan's pop-up, this female anchor called Susu hurriedly said, Brother Jiang Nan, I can still hold on. Okay, I'll go recharge some. After Jiang Nan sent a message, he exited and started recharging. There wasn't much to recharge, just the odd $400,000. Soon, 4 million shivering diamonds arrived. Jiang Nan returned to the live broadcast room again. At this moment, Jiang Nan swept a glance. That level 52 big brother was madly brushing hot air balloons, and in the time it took him to retreat and advance, he had already furiously brushed as many as 100. A hot air balloon was $52. 100 was $5,200. This wave directly surpassed the 400 large sunglasses Jiang Nan had brushed earlier. Since you said you can hold on, I'll let you hold on even longer. Keep it up for me. This level 52 big brother arrogantly sent out a pop-up. Although this big brother had swiped 100 hot air balloons for her, which amounted to a whopping $5,200, Susu in the live streaming room at the moment was laughing bitterly. 100 hot air balloons was 100 minutes, another hour and 40 minutes, together with the hour she still owed. That added up to 2 hours and 40 minutes. Tired, too tired. Thank you Daxia Yui for the 100 hot air balloons. Currently I still have to live on the shiatsu board for 2 hours and 40 minutes. Susu's breathless voice rang out, but soon also perked up and continued. Is there a boss who continues to add more hours? Hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment, shook his head with a light smile, and typed, there are additions and subtractions. Anchor, how do I feel about reducing it by 1 minute by brushing the same reciprocal gift? Seeing Jiang Nan's pop-up screen, Susu froze for a moment, then said, can this work? Yes, why not? Jiang Nan smiled. Level 52 big brother. Oh, what do you mean? You want to fight me? Try. Jiang Nan smiled faintly, and then began to look for a gift that could correspond to the value of the hot air balloon. New book people see much. Good brothers, come here to gouge one to receive the perfect life system. 111. I come first. Chapter 13 Big brother, do not need to brush. The penis was scared away by you. After casually scanning, Jiang Nan saw a really love you gift that was also worth $52. Immediately, Jiang Nan also swiped. However, in a short time, 100, 200 swiped out. 152 yuan, 200 is 10, 400 yuan. Thank you brother Jiang Nan for the 200 really love you. Thank you so much brother Jiang Nan. Susu immediately thanked. Her voice had a slight tremor. It was clear that she was really especially excited. Because 2 hours and 40 minutes was only 160 minutes, and with Jiang Nan's 200 really love you gifts coming down, it instantly reduced 200 minutes. Even more, it exceeded 40 minutes. Daxia Yaoi sent a hot air balloon *1 to the anchor. Daxia has sent a hot air balloon *1 for the anchor. Daxia has sent a hot air balloon *1 for the anchor. This level 52 big brother also started swiping hard. Likewise, the frequency of his gift swiping was extremely fast. It was also the same that he swiped out 200 in a small amount of time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Two big brothers are at war. Ha ha ha. Susu's luck is so good. Cool. Damn. It's like I'm so powerful to go on a swiping spree too. A small game live room. Actually met two big brothers sparring. Really not easy. Big brothers, brush gifts tired. Tired. If you are tired to charge a good shake drill to me the account. Little brother to help you brush. Rest assured that do not hard work fee. A pop-up screen rolled and brushed up in the live broadcast room. Now the live broadcast room from the beginning of 100 or so people, probably because of the reason that the gift brush is too much, began to push the flow up, and gradually came to more than 400 people. I'm really thankful for the support of the two big brothers. Susu's voice trembled a little more. She is just a small game anchor with a few thousand fans. Where has she seen this battle? At this moment her heart is really unable to say the complex emotions. Jiang Nan didn't say anything, his fingers just kept clicking. As he swiped a total of 1,000 gifts worth 52 yuan, he stopped. Not that he wasn't going to continue, but his hands were really tired. 52,000 yuan. At this moment, seeing the 1,000 really love you floating on the screen, Anchoress Susu's eyes widened in disbelief. This gift is too tiring. After Jiang Nan sent out a pop-up screen, he directly clicked on Carnival, a pushy gift worth $3,000. Brush. Smoky Rain Jiang Nan sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. The gifts floated up on the screen once again. This time, it was still a carnival worth $3,000. He still had 34,800,000 shivering diamonds left on his account, and a carnival was 30,000 shivering diamonds. Jiang Nan didn't say much nonsense and directly swiped 100 carnivals first, with 3,000 shivering diamonds. $300,000 was spent in no time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This big brother is really powerful. Mard. Ordering Carnival is more relaxed than me ordering Careful Heart. What do you mean then you point Careful Heart also let loose? If a human big brother points to Huazi, it's no different from us pointing to the likes, right? Big brother, don't brush. That level 52 penis was scared away by you. Jiang Nan's 100 carnivals came down, instantly making the entire live broadcast room boil. Sense. Thank you brother Smoky Jiang Nan for the 100 carnivals. My mama yeah. I've never received a carnival before. Brother this 100 of yours has directly opened up a new world for me. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Female anchor Susu immediately folded her hands and bowed to the camera one by one. Running away? That's really boring. Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast room. And then he got his hands up again and swiped out all of the remaining 480,000 shivering diamonds, or $48,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Consumption completed. Obtaining a 5-fold consumption rebate. Ding! The cell phone once again rang with a text message. 400,000 rebate 5 times. That's 2 million, together with his previous 2 million. That meant he now had as much as 4 million in savings. Beautiful. Jiang Nan snapped his fingers, a look of admiration coming over his face. Brother Jiang Nan, I'll go off the air first. You can read the private message later. At this time, the voice of the female anchor in the live broadcast room rang out. Hearing the voice, Jiang Nan came back to his senses, and then clicked a concern for this female anchor. Very quickly, the live broadcast room closed. Jiang Nan arrived at his homepage and a private message was sent. Thanks for your reward brother Jiang Nan. Can I add you a green bubble? Su sent a message. Seeing this, Jiang Nan hesitated for a moment, but quickly shook his head. Adding a WeChat wouldn't do anything. This female anchor, if it's just that her legs are not bad, and her face is really unattractive, deleting it would be the end of the matter. If you can see the past, you can keep it. Like this kind of trustworthy anchor woman to earn this hard money. Honestly, Jiang Nan is still quite admirable. Immediately, he will have given the micro signal to this Su. Very quickly, almost a matter of seconds, a friend adding tone came from the background of his WeChat. Su requested to add you as a friend. Jiang Nan tapped in and agreed to the request. And then, subconsciously, he clicked on this Su's friend circle and looked at it. The first image that entered his line of sight was the background image of the friend circle. A photo of a woman in her 20s holding a 5 or 6-year-old little girl. In the photo, the woman looks gentle and virtuous. Small family, face value. Not to say that the first glance gives people more stunning feeling, but with more stay a few eyes to see. But let a person feel surprise incomparable. Belongs to the type that the more you look the better you look. Moreover, from the way she was dressed, it seemed that she was simply an extremely good family. There's a child? Jiang Nan was really a bit surprised to see that the woman in that photo, who was at most 27 and 28 years old, had a 5 or 6 year old child. Wait, 27 years old and 28 years old doesn't seem to be too young. Having a 5 or 6 year old child seems to be normal. Jiang Nan shook his head and laughed, before scanning the rest of his circle of friends, most of which were all about daily life, and couldn't help but back out. Hello brother Jiang Nan, I'm anchorwoman Su just now. A voice bar was sent. I'm really thankful to you just now. I know that there are times when brushing gifts can be a bit on the nose. Do you think this is okay? Currently I don't have much money on hand. When the gift split comes down, I'll return half of what you swiped today to you in full. Is that okay? As Jiang Nan was about to reply, another voice was sent. After listening to it, he revealed a smile to this female anchor, who seemed to be quite interesting. No need, Jiang Nan replied. For me, hundreds of thousands of dollars is nothing more than loose silver. The money that is brushed out is the water that is poured out. Just accept it at ease. The first thing you need to do is to ask for free power generation for love. That thing look at the ads will be able to get 3 times. Please everyone small support. Just spend everyone a little time. Thank you. Chapter 14 Landlady, Xiao Jiang, are you there? At the same time, in a small apartment in Zhangcheng, a woman wearing a floral dress, hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a mask to see her face clearly sat on the living room sofa, looking at the message sent from this big brother of hers on WeChat. Her eyes became a little moist for a moment. Thank you brother Jiang Nan. This woman typed and sent a message, slowly taking down her own mask to come. There was no makeup, a purely vegan state, and that was it. Her face value was very high. Moreover, at this moment, her eyes were slightly red. She looked even more broken in a way that I could not help but feel the urge to put her into her arms and love her. It's fine, I'll go and get busy first. Talk to you later. A message was sent, causing this woman to wipe the corners of her eyes, and then obediently returned a good word, followed by her entire body paralyzed on the sofa, letting out a long breath out. Relaxed state. Continuously standing on the shiatsu board in the live room for so long she was also suddenly feel a pain in her legs and feet came, which made her cannot help but receive her legs on the sofa, and then slightly sideways began to knead up that pair of meat silk calves as well as jade feet. Today's income is more than $200,000 all of a sudden. It seems like it's possible to add some food to the baby nui. The woman's voice rang out. Really met a good big brother. And, this big brother hasn't made any demands on me. Isn't that what the internet always says? List one big brother usually like female anchors to put forward what requirements? Although I did not show my face, but a lot of live audience have more than once privately chatted with me to ask out not out of socks. Thinking of this, the woman pursed the corners of her lips, and then shook her head, murmuring, this big brother shouldn't have this hobby, right? But there is always a way to thank people. For him it might just be loose silver tails. For me, an ordinary family, that's almost 2 years of income. Jiang Nan sighed. He stepped out of the bathroom, after taking a shower just now and putting on his clothes. At the moment his hair hadn't even been blown. Good boy, don't cry. Mom will find a more powerful piano teacher for Xiaoying at that time. Our Xiaoying isn't stupid at all. What's stupid is that teacher, who doesn't have any real material at all, still comes out to teach piano. Coming to the living room, due to the reason that the soundproof effect is not particularly good, the voice of the landlady coaxing her daughter at the door rang out. 5:55. Sobbing sounds rang out. Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. It seems that the opportunity has come. Creak. The door suddenly opened, and Xia Jiqing and her daughter, who had just passed by Jiang Nan's door, were startled to the point that the little girl stopped crying. Ha, Sister Xia, Xiaoying, hello. Jiang Nan, who was carrying a black garbage pocket in his hand, looked at the mother and daughter in surprise before placing the garbage pocket on the doorway, and then his gaze was placed on the little girl, wondering, why are you crying? Are you Jiang Nan's brother? The little girl is also 5 or 6 years old, living on the same floor. The big and the small have encountered each other from time to time, and even one day last year, he helped this little girl to drive away a few bigger bad kids. Thus, she still has a very strong impression of Jiang Nan. Yes, why don't you recognize brother? Jiang Nan smiled and squatted down, and after glancing at Xia Jiqing, seeing that she didn't seem to have any aversion to it, he couldn't help but reach out and rub the little girl's head. It's just that brother suddenly became better looking and didn't recognize him at first. Mommy, I want brother to teach me piano. The little girl enjoyed Jiang Nan's big hand caressing her little head, and then suddenly hugged him, looking towards her own mom, and opened her mouth. Big brother taught me how to play the piano. I'm sure I can learn. You. Xia Jiqing was somewhat confused by her daughter's words, and then laughed bitterly. shaking her head. Littling good. Brother, he's not a teacher. And he won't be able to play the piano. Will. Big brother just will. The little girl spilled out. You this girl. Xia Jiqing frowned. Her face was full of helplessness, especially when she saw her daughter hugging Jiang Nan and not letting go. She was even more drunk and subconsciously squatted down. And at the same time, the angle at which she squatted down and the angle at which Jiang Nan squatted down, that was perfectly opposite. Instantly, seems to feel something, Xia Jiqing's face immediately red. In her ready to get up, her afterglow was noticed that Jiang Nan immediately turned away from the line of sight, which makes her heart relieved. Also is not show traces of re-stand up. Xia Jiqing favorability +5. Ha, just a gentlemanly behavior and you gained 5 points of goodwill? Jiang Nan was slightly surprised. Big brother, you definitely know how to play the piano right. At this time, the little girl's milky voice rang out. Will. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Xia Jiqing was slightly stunned, but soon she understood that this was following her own daughter's words next. At that moment, she also nodded with a smile and opened her mouth. Brother has something going on right now. How about letting him teach you how to play the piano when he's free? Good wow, good wow. The little girl immediately laughed happily. Jiang Nan also stood up. He didn't directly state how dang good he was at the piano. When it was really necessary for him to show it, he only needed to harvest Xia Jiqing's favorability and that would be the end of it. Therefore, he didn't even bother to show himself in a hurry. That kind of was just a low-level maneuver. True experts were all about pretending to be pigs and eating tigers, giving unexpected shocks at critical moments. By big brother. The little girl was pulled away by Xia Jiqing. Bye. Jiang Nan also waved his hand with a smile. The landlady glanced at Jiang Nan and gave him a smile as well. Watching a large and small group walk away, Jiang Nan also withdrew his gaze from the landlady's marvelous figure. Bang! The door to the room closed. Jiang Nan also did not continue to spend money on Jitterbug, and directly returned to the room and began to sleep up. Bang bang bang! I don't know how long I slept for. In a daze, a knock on the door brought him back to reality from his dreams. Opening his eyes, Jiang Nan looked at the overcast weather outside the window and couldn't help but get up from the bed in a daze. It's all of 6 o'clock. Jiang Nan glanced at the time. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. This sleep was really long enough. Bang bang bang. At this time, the knock on the door sounded once again. Little Jiang, are you there? The landlady's voice rang out. Squeak. Soon, Jiang Nan got up and arrived to open the door, and saw the landlady, who breathed a huge sigh of relief. Sister Xia, what's wrong? Jiang Nan yawned and inquired. Just woke up? Xia Jiqing glanced at the somewhat sleepy Jiang Nan and couldn't help but laugh. I just made some home-cooked food, and wanted to ask if you've eaten yet. Chapter 15, Mrs. Walking out of a manga. Nope. Jiang Nan shook his head. Alright then, pack up and come over later. The landlady nodded with a smile. Good. Jiang Nan finally came back to his senses at this time. He returned home and washed up a bit before heading out the door. The place where the landlady lived was not far from him. It was an old-style neighborhood house with 4 or 5 tenants on one floor, while the landlady was the innermost position on the 3rd floor. Jiang Nan quickly arrived. The gate was not closed, and he also walked straight in. After closing the gate behind him, the landlady's gentle voice came from inside. Xiao Jiang, just the shoes at the door. I've prepared them for you. Good. Jiang Nan answered, and then looked at it. It was a pair of pink lady slippers, but they weren't too small. At least he wore them in. And at this time, he also noticed several pairs of high-heeled shoes on the shoe cabinet next to him. Among them, a pair of Valentino heels with diamonds made him couldn't help but look twice more. This landlady is also a high-heel control. Jiang Nan retracted his gaze to say, without any exaggeration, if this shoe cabinet was placed outside, I'm afraid that the next day, there would have to be no more than a few pairs. And even then, there was a great possibility that there would be a little bit of something slimy. This kind of thing, the news reported out on the internet simply don't be too much. Big brother. As Jiang Nan walked through the gate, the little girl immediately came bouncing happily, and then jumped into the arms of the crouching him. Xia Jiqing favorability +1. Holding the little girl up, a system beep sounded in his head, which made him look towards the front, only to see the landlady standing with a small apron tied on, that stunning face showing a slight trance color to come. Sister Xia, Jiang Nan softly greeted. Come, it's time to eat. Xia Jiqing slowed down and said with a smile, let's eat and eat. The little girl happily cried out. After dinner, Rice handsome brother will teach Littling to play the piano. Littling. Xia Jiqing's tone aggravated a bit. Didn't mom say? Brother is usually very busy. He may not be able to find the time to teach you to play the piano. No matter. Won't brother Shuai have time after dinner in a while? The little girl lost her temper and deflated her little mouth with an unhappy face. Okay, I'll teach you later. Jiang Nan knew that the patting was almost done. smiled and reached out to rub the little girl's head and opened his mouth. Little Jiang. Xia Jiqing looked towards Jiang Nan in surprise. It's fine. Jiang Nan gave the landlady a look. That confident look caused Xia Jiqing to freeze for a moment before shaking her head and saying, let's not talk about this first. Come on, get on the table and eat. As she said that, she also took off her apron, and a pair of big thunders immediately entered Jiang Nan's line of sight. This body, indeed top, indeed wow. Jiang Nan hurriedly retracted his gaze, not daring to ogle more. The main thing was that this landlady had silver hair, and coupled with this invincible figure, it was truly as if she was a Bakurai second-gen wife who came out from the middle of a manga. Soon after, she took her seat. The landlady also picked up the little girl and ate her meal in her arms. However, the little girl was filled with unhappiness written all over her face. It was clear that she wanted to eat in Jiang Nan's arms. You little girl, you like handsome men at such a young age? Don't you want your mom? The landlady couldn't help but sourly joked as she saw her daughter staring at Jiang Nan all the time. But brother Jiang Nan is really handsome. Already at the age of 5 or 6, children nowadays didn't understand anything like the children of the previous era. Saying this at this moment made both Xia Jiqing and Jiang Nan fail to hold back their laughter. Eat, eat, Xia Jiqing hurriedly said, and then looked at Jiang Nan, a faintly gentle smile on her face. How is it, little Jiang? Is sister's handicraft still to your taste? Yummy. I just love Sichuan and Chongqing dishes. Spicy as hell. Jiang Nan nodded his head and praised. It wasn't that he was trying to force the praise in order to boost his favorability, but the landlady Xia Jiqing's cooking skills were indeed very good. It's good if it suits your taste. Xia Jiqing pursed her lips and smiled. Xia Jiqing favorability +1. Although it only added a little bit of goodwill, it was better than nothing, and some growth was too much better than no growth at all. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, the current landlady's favorability towards him wasn't exactly low. 17 points. This level of favorability was already considered to be progressing extremely rapidly, giving him another small amount of time to make contact. Taking down that welfare mini-quest was already just around the corner. A meal was eaten for almost half an hour. Only then did Jiang Nan put down the chopsticks. I'll serve you another bowl? The landlady said happily. I can't eat anymore. I'm too bloated. Jiang Nan patted his stomach and shook his head. Honestly, it's really been a long time since I've eaten these home-cooked dishes. Ha ha ha. As long as it suits your taste. In the future if there's any dish you want to eat, feel free to tell sister. After adding another 3 points of goodwill from one meal, the landlady already had 20 points of goodwill towards Jiang Nan, and the power of 20 points of favorability was immediately manifested. Hearing this, Jiang Nan scratched his head and laughed nervously. I ate a bit too much. How much of this can you eat? It's enough, the landlady said happily. It had been too long since Jiang Nan had eaten a home-cooked meal, and likewise, it had been a long time since anyone had eaten a home-cooked meal made by her. Moreover, she could see that one of the dishes on the table was almost a CD-ROM, which was such a great silent compliment for a cook. I'll clean up. You play with Xiaoying. Just don't move. The landlady saw Jiang Nan wanting to clean up the dishes and immediately got up holding the little girl and said, Little Ing, go and watch TV with your brother. Mommy will come and keep you company later. Okay. The little girl immediately came to Jiang Nan's side and leaned up with a smile. Sister Xia. Jiang Nan glanced at the table. It's fine. Xia Jiqing smiled gently and waved her hand. Okay. Jiang Nan also did not continue to waste more time on this issue, and then held the little girl in his arms and slowly headed towards the living room. Handsome brother, the piano room isn't in the living room. It's over there. The little girl's milky voice rang out. Good. Jiang Nan followed the direction of the little girl's finger a small room and went. Hearing the exchange between the big and the small, the landlady of the restaurant couldn't help but shake her head and laugh, muttering, good thing too. It's just as well for little Ing to know that little Jiang doesn't know how to talk about the piano, or else she'd really be pestering him all the time to let him teach to play the piano. As she said that, she also saw several plates on the table with only a little soup and chili left on them. Basically, the dishes were all finished, which made her purse her lips, and a happy smile appeared on her face again. Chapter 16, You Should Say We're Awesome. At this moment, in the middle of the little girl's piano room, handsome brother, let me play you a piece I just learned. The little girl sat on Jiang Nan's lap and smiled. I don't even like that piano teacher who taught me. That's why I pretended that I couldn't learn it anyhow. Humph, I'm actually really good. Really? Jiang Nan reached out and touched this girl's little head, smilingly saying, then play it for your brother to hear. I'll see how good little Ing is. Good. The little girl's originally playful little face suddenly straightened up, and then her two little hands were placed on the small piano. The moment the first note rang out, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Immediately afterward, the second and third rang out. Jiang Nan was now a master-level piano proficient, and instantly associated a song from these few simple notes. Little Star, a very simple children's song. Soon, after a small section was played, the little girl also hummed softly, "The sky is full of little stars," and as she hummed, she played along with it in a flowing manner. In a short while, a simple version of Little Star was played by her. Impressive indeed, Jiang Nan complimented, even though there wasn't a single bit of difficulty to speak of in this Little Star. Honestly, playing it without looking at the sheet music was still a bit difficult for a small child of 5 or 6 years old, which showed how skillful she was at this piece. He. The little girl laughed happily. "Come, I'll teach you another simpler one," Jiang Nan said with a smile. He only saw him pick up the little girl's small hand while playing on the piano keys. Two tigers, run fast, run fast. Jiang Nan hummed as he played. At the same time, Xia Jiqing, who had packed up the dishes in the dining room and did not start washing the dishes at the first time, walked over while tying her apron. Coincidentally, she saw the image of Jiang Nan's big hand grasping his daughter's small hand as he played, the two big and small happily humming, and an unknown smile appeared on her face. Xia Jiqing favorability +5. The song Two Tigers ended, and a system beep sounded in Jiang Nan's head. "Sister Xia." Jiang Nan looked back and greeted her with a smile. "I can't believe you really know how to play the piano?" Xia Jiqing reached out and hooked her ear hair, not knowing why. She was rather afraid to meet Jiang Nan's gaze. "These are simple children's songs, very simple." Jiang Nan laughed lightly. "That's also very impressive." Landlady Xia Jiqing exclaimed, "Like me, I don't have any talent for musical instruments, and I wanted to practice the piano when I was in junior high school, but I just don't have the talent. Ha ha ha, it's very simple. Do you want to try, Sister Xia?" Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment and opened his mouth. "Me, also good?" Xia Jiqing froze for a moment. "Mom, it's indeed very simple." The little girl jumped down from Jiang Nan's lap, and then bounced towards the door, pulling Xia Jiqing in quick steps, and spoke, "Handsome brother will definitely play the piano. Let him bring you to feel it. Maybe mom you are actually very talented?" Jiang Nan favorability +10,086. If the little girl also had a system, then I'm afraid that the system's beep would definitely be heard in her head. At this moment, Jiang Nan looked at this little girl with eyes that were even more tender. "What a good child. Sister Xia, sit down." Jiang Nan got up and made way. If Xia Jiqing's favorability towards him was above 40 points, then he was afraid that he would just let this landlady sit on his lap just like the little girl. After thinking about it, it was only a mere 25 points of favorability at the moment, and with this value not being on or off, Jiang Nan still didn't dare to go too far. "Good." Xia Jiqing sat down expectantly, looking at the small piano in front of her. Her pretty face was slightly red, and she was even slightly nervous. When the little girl wasn't at home, she would occasionally sit down and bang on it a few times, but really didn't know anything about it, and was just blindly banging on it. "What do I need to do next?" Xia Jiqing took a deep breath, and the moment she turned back over, she coincidentally also met Jiang Nan, who was leaning down, and the two of them were said to be close to each other. Plop, poof. Some studies have shown that when a man and a woman are alone in an extremely tense atmosphere, the human body will secrete a unique hormone that cannot be seen or touched, and this kind of hormone will let a person face the opposite sex. Will inexplicably heartbeat, there is thus, in this case, is very likely to have a kind of simulated love feeling with each other. At this moment, Xia Jiqing had been a little nervous, and now facing such a close distance, pores, heartbeat all clearly visible to hear the situation. A heart is extremely fast beating up. "Sister Xia," a gentle voice rang out. The next second, two rather warm hands grabbed her hand, which scared her immediately back to God, just ready to subconsciously break away from the hand. But soon, her ears once again rang a gentle voice. "Don't be nervous. I grabbed your hand to bring you to feel the feeling of the fingers jumping on the keys." Xia Jiqing looked at Jiang Nan, who was serious, and realized that his eyes were only on the piano. Sensing her nervousness, and the soft smile that hung on her face when she looked towards him was like a bullet that hit her heart with a bang. Gulp! Xia Jiqing swallowed her saliva. Xia Jiqing's favorability +10. A system beep sounded in his head, causing Jiang Nan to freeze for a moment. Good fellow. He had thought that the ambiguous atmosphere he had created in this wave could add some goodwill, but was not expecting it to directly explode by as much as 10 points. "Ready?" Jiang Nan looked straight at the landlady staring at him and asked in a soft voice. Nah." The landlady's pretty face was slightly red and with some reluctance, she moved her gaze away from Jiang Nan's face that made her heartbeat accelerate, and answered with a long trailing voice. "Good," Jiang Nan softly said, and then grabbed the landlady's delicate hand and directly started playing. In an instant, an extremely light and fast tune resounded in the piano room, and as a bar was played and the tempo gradually sped up, the landlady's face revealed a look of surprise before she opened her mouth and said, "I know what tune this is. It's called Kakujiro's Summer, right?" "Right." Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. You're really something, the landlady complimented from her heart. No, Jiang Nan laughed lightly. Sister Xia, you should say that we are really great. Xia Jiqing's favorability +5. Jiang Nan's emotional value was given in such a way that the landlady couldn't stand it in her heart. Chapter 17 Sister, to tell you a word from the heart. Like the landlady, this beautiful rent lady, in Jiangcheng, such a new first-tier city has a few buildings to collect rent. Frankly speaking, although it is the old city, this month down really is considered a rich woman level. Moreover, Jiang Nan had also heard that the landlady was not just a rent collector for a few buildings in this old neighborhood. Like this kind of rich woman who has been widowed for several years, without going out to play blindly, her heart is extremely empty. Once someone really forced their way into her heart, there was absolutely no need for the other party to take the initiative. Little Jiang, thank you so much. The landlady's eyes were tinged with a slight lassitude as she looked at Jiang Nan. What does Sister Xia think? Isn't the piano actually not difficult? Jiang Nan laughed. With you here, it's not difficult. The landlady whispered with a slight blush on her pretty face. The power of 40 points of goodwill was really not small. And the landlady with a slightly petulant expression was really a little too powerful to kill. Then how about when I come to dine and dabble? I'll teach Sister Xia along the way. Couldn't you not be able to teach Sister Xia in passing when you didn't come to dine and dab? No. I mean, the two of them conversed with each other, which in turn gave an immediate feeling of flirting between a young couple. Mom, didn't handsome brother teach me how to play the piano? The little girl crossed her arms and muttered in dissatisfaction. Your handsome brother will be very busy on weekdays. Tomorrow Mom will take you to another teacher to see. She is very gentle, and there is also a cute little girl at home who is about the same age as you. I think you shouldn't feel bitter when you learn. Xia Jiqing smiled and said, don't you want to learn it well and then suddenly show it in front of your brother to surprise him beyond belief? Yes? The little girl's eyes fluttered and blinked. Yes. Xia Jiqing slowly got up and inadvertently glanced at Jiang Nan, her eyes carrying the ultimate hint of petulance as she whispered, I'm going to go and wash the dishes first. Little Ying is counting on you. Good. Jiang Nan nodded. Xiaoying should learn the fingering technique from your brother properly. In the future, Mom hopes to see you perform on a big stage. Before Xia Jiqing left, she reached out and rubbed the little girl's head. Don't worry Mom, there will definitely be this day. The little girl clenched her fist and nodded heavily. I'm really thankful to you today, Xiao Jiang. I haven't seen so many smiles coming on Xiao Ying's face in a long time. Likewise, me too. At around 8:30 p.m., in front of the landlady's house, she looked at Jiang Nan with a tender face and gave a soft thank you. Sister Xia, it's out of place for you to say that. Nowadays, Xia Jiqing's favorability towards him had arrived at 40 points, and although the follow-up did not continue to increase, Jiang Nan actually felt that it had already reached a peak. At least, without too much attack strength, it would not increase too much. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Good wine was meant to be savored slowly. Swallowing it all at once was no different from piggy eating ginseng fruit, right? Good. It's Sis who's out of line. The landlady took a deep breath, and then softly looked at Jiang Nan. The aisle lights at night were a little gray, but it was such an ambient situation that it appeared to have a different feeling. At least, at this moment, the landlady's heart inexplicably sped up. Then, Sister Xia, I'll go back first. If there's anything you call me on WeChat. Jiang Nan was about to turn around and leave. Little Jiang. The landlady saw that he was about to turn around and leave, and subconsciously reached out and grabbed his arm. And when Jiang Nan turned around and came back in confusion, under the gray light, a blush was all over her overwhelmingly beautiful face. Plop, plop. She could clearly hear her heart beating extremely fast. Phew. As if she had made up her mind about something, she let out a long breath before meeting Jiang Nan's gaze straight on and speaking. You also know that Sis is an undead person, and has also been living alone with Xiaoying for so many years. Sis. Jiang Nan obediently held Xia Jiqing's hand. Probably because of the night, it was icy cold. He couldn't help but rub it twice, and softly cried out, Sister, today see you not quite the same as before. Honestly, quite shocked. Xia Jiqing said softly, Sis doesn't know if you're the kind of rich second generation that experiences life. That's all irrelevant. But Sis told you a heartfelt word. Sis found that she seems to have so much fondness for you. Moreover, it's still quite the uptight kind of liking. As she said that, her face also had a slightly bewildered look on it. She really wasn't able to think of it. Just a day's time. She was head over heels for the tenant who was just a stranger in general before, which in exchange didn't happen before. She couldn't possibly think of the incredible event in any way. Sis, you. Jiang Nan shocked looked at Xia Jiqing, just shouted, but is not at this moment to pick up the words. Oops, what am I talking about? See, Jiang Nan did not give a response, which let Xia Jiqing on the top of the emotion slowly retreat. Violently reacted. shyly and hurriedly turned toward the house. The voice came, Xiao Jiang, sister is not a hooligan, just indeed is sister's heart. Sis, this person can't hold back. What's there to say? If you're not happy, sis will no longer say this. Bang! The gate closed. At this moment, inside the house, landlady Xia Jiqing's chest rose and fell for a while, only to see her shell teeth gently biting her lower lip, leaning against the door breathing rapidly, listening to the footsteps outside the door gradually far away. Her heart is even more extremely fast beating. Covering her hot face, she gave an embarrassed tisk and murmured, Xia Jiqing, you've really been lonely for too many years, and you can't stand it when you meet such an excellent and handsome young man like Xiao Jiang. Buzz. On the coffee table, Xia Jiqing's cell phone vibrated. Mom, someone sent you a message. The little girl's voice rang out. Who is it? Xia Jiqing took a deep breath, calmed her afflicted emotions, and took slow steps towards the living room. Let's see. It's brother Jiang Nan. The little girl's voice rang out again, causing the landlady's footsteps to hasten much faster. Receiving the cell phone handed over by her daughter, the landlady's breath held at this moment, and then quickly arrived at the balcony, opened the dialogue box with Jiang Nan, and tapped on the voice bar he sent over. Chapter 18, Sister Xia, are you asleep? Sister, I actually need to talk to you. Jiang Nan's voice rang out. This serious tone made Xia Jiqing's breathing even tighter. Very quickly, the next day the voice was sent, and she hurriedly clicked on it to listen. Actually, I have an online love interest. This is something I definitely need to make clear to you. Sister. Hearing this, Xia Jiqing froze for a moment, and then the breath she was holding in vain loosened up, and the look with some tension also instantly became relaxed. What did she think? As long as there was no direct rejection of her, then it was not a matter for Xia Jiqing, although she was already over 30 years old. Honestly speaking, going out was still an existence that blew up the streets and attracted the gazes of a bunch of men. It was just online dating. Even if there was a real object in reality, in Xia Jiqing's opinion, it was still irrelevant. She was a widow, and frankly speaking, she really didn't want to pursue the nominal status thing again. It's fine, sis doesn't care about that. Xia Jiqing's tone of voice had relaxed a great deal. From Jiang Nan's tone of voice, as well as the eyes she had just spent time with, she was also able to feel that this handsome young man was definitely interested in her as well. At this time, Jiang Nan, who had returned home, leaned on the sofa, and when he heard the landlady's words, he couldn't help but have a smile on his face. He knew that this landlady was basically taken. As for whether or not he could get to know her better, it would require an opportunity. Although 40 points of goodwill was already very high, in reality, it might still be slightly difficult to really stabilize a home run. There's no rush. Sooner or later it's all my cup of tea. Jiang Nan lightly laughed and said. Next, the two chatted for a short while. Neither of them chatted in depth on this topic. Everything was in plain words. They were all adults, who still didn't understand this thing. Around 9 o'clock, Jiang Nan was just about to put down his cell phone to go wash up and go to bed to watch and then go to play on Jitterbug. Buzzing, the cell phone suddenly rang and vibrated. It's still really busy. Jiang Nan swept a glance. It was a voice call from Meng Qingqiu, the object of her online love. Darling, in 2 more days, I'll be able to see you. Oh. Meng Qingqiu's subtle petulant voice rang out. But it's really something to look forward to, Jiang Nan said. Yes, the first sight in the true sense of the word. Meng Qingqiu whispered. I remember a certain guy seems to be quite fond of white silk, right? Hearing this, Jiang Nan froze for a moment. Ha. Meng Qingqiu just laughed and didn't say anything else. I actually quite like black silk as well, Jiang Nan hinted. I've worn black silk, but basically not white silk, Meng Qingqiu said back. Jiang Nan directly said. What's wrong? Look at the black silk. Look at the jade legs. Okay, darling, wait for me for a moment. I'll go look for the black silk. About a few minutes later. First, a photo of a pair of white glowing jade legs revealed under a pink nightgown was sent. Maybe it's the lighting. It feels a bit shiny. Meng Qingqiu sent a voiceover in embarrassment. It's perfect. Jiang Nan is not the first time to look at Meng Qingqiu's legs. At least it is also online dating to reach 2.5 years in length. Not to mention the private point of the photo, but the collarbone jade legs jade feet what black silk occasionally be able to see a few times. Soon, with a vibration, Meng Qingqiu's message sent. Jiang Nan checked it out. This time, it wasn't a photo. Instead, it was a short video of about 10 seconds. In the video, Meng Qingqiu's camera was pointed at her jade feet, slowly putting on black silk, the mysterious blackness gradually flooding the perfect jade legs, but it was giving the senses more impact. Hey, how is it? Good looking? Meng Qingqiu's smiling voice bar was sent. Explosive praise. Jiang Nan directly sent an emoticon over. Next, the two chatted idly, and from time to time, Meng Qingqiu would send a few photos of her black silk jade feet over. even to the extent that, under Jiang Nan's strong request, her other foot had been replaced with a white calf sock, a black and a white, forming a strong contrast. Without realizing it, the two of them had already chatted until 10 o'clock. During this time, Jiang Nan also thought about letting Meng Qingqiu open the video, but turned his head and thought, there are still 2 days to be able to see it with their own eyes, but also did not open the mouth. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Nan also went to the bathroom to wash up. Just after returning to the bedroom, a message from the landlady was sent. Pictures. Jiang Nan's heartbeat accelerated a lot in vain. Clicking on it, he took a look. Good guy. The landlady was wearing a lacy little black dress and was photographed lying on her side in an extremely seductive position. This landlady has a kind of comic out of Mrs. Bakurai's sense of immediacy. This angle to look down. More than amazing. Lonely night, sleep alone. A voice message was sent. Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile. Worthy of being a 30-year-old sister. Once she had spoken, the fire-like passion was simply enough to make people unable to resist. Jiang Nan did not talk much nonsense and directly called a video. It rang for a few seconds. Only then did the landlady's side pick up. Only, it was pitch black, without a single bright light. Ha, Sister Xia, did you turn off the lights so soon? Jiang Nan was surprised. I am not going to sleep. And also, why aren't you wearing a shirt? The landlady's shy voice rang out. Yes? Jiang Nan was about to open his mouth and say something. Xiao Jiang. Sis is really a bit embarrassed, and I'm also ready to sleep. Hang up first. The landlady slowly hung up the video call. Xia Jiqing favorability +5. After the video hung up, Jiang Nan's mind was ringing with the system's beep. This 5 points of favorability growth was a bit puzzling to him. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan, who was brushing Jian, suddenly rang the system's beep in his head again. Xia Jiqing favorability +5. Another 5 points added? Doesn't that mean that with a full 100 points of favorability, the landlady is already more than half to him? 40 points of favorability already has a fire-like passion. This 50 points of favorability should not be a problem to do something, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but exit Shake, opened WeChat, thought for a moment, and sent a message over to the landlady. Sister Xia, are you asleep? Chapter 19, Confessions. Wow. At this moment, the sound of water came from the bathroom in the landlady's bedroom. A few minutes later, she came out wrapped in a bath towel. There's really something crazy about this. The landlady swallowed a mouthful of fragrant juice, and her pretty face slightly reddened as she got back on the bed. Buzz. The cell phone suddenly vibrated. She couldn't help but pick up the phone and take a look. Sister Xia, are you asleep? It was Jiang Nan who sent the message. It's almost 10:30. Why is he asking me this? And, why does he seem to know that I haven't slept? The landlady gulped down a bit more of her aroma while replying. No, not yet. Feeling a bit refreshed. Does Sister Xia want to go out for a stroll? Jiang Nan's message was sent. Seeing this message, the landlady's heart immediately raced. This big night, a lone man and woman going out for a stroll? Okay. Originally, she wanted to refuse, but for some reason, once she thought of Jiang Nan's perfect mermaid line in the video just now, the landlady agreed to do so in a strange way. And after agreeing, her face was instantly hot once again. She was already 30 years old, not a 15 or 16-year-old girl who didn't know anything. This big night out shopping, really just ordinary shopping? 10 minutes later, the landlady's door gently pushed open. The landlady's door gently pushed open. A small black mom dress, feet stepping on a pair of high heels, silver hair coiled up, living a Mrs. Bakurai who came out from the middle of the unsavory comics. Sister Xia. Jiang Nan's eyes went straight. Especially at this moment, Xia Jiqing's pretty face was covered in red. That did not dare to look directly at Jiang Nan's gaze, but also appeared to be shy to the extreme. This dress plus this demeanor, that gave people a sense of visual impact is simply, Xiao Jiang, don't stare at sis like that. Sis is a bit embarrassed. The landlady felt Jiang Nan's blazing gaze. Her heart was very flattered, but at the same time, she was also very shy. After so many years, there hadn't been a person who could scan this perfect body of hers so recklessly. Xia Jiqing favorability +2. Sister, you're so beautiful. Jiang Nan exclaimed heartily. No way. Sis is 30 years old. The landlady pursed her lips and returned with embarrassment. Sis, haven't you heard a saying? Jiang Nan moved a little closer to the landlady, and a wave of testosterone instantly invaded between her nostrils, causing her pretty face to turn even redder, and even her eyes were a little mesmerized by the general drunkenness. What? So much so, that her voice was a little soft and sticky when she spoke at the moment. I'm not afraid of 18 pure schoolgirls playing ambiguous, but I'm afraid of young women sisters who are 30 years old. Jiang Nan moved a little closer to the landlady and softly spoke in her ear. The hot air came, let the landlady a whole delicate body instantly hit a jolt. face red to the root of the ear to go, and even with the neck are a little red up. Xiao Jiang, the landlady's body went slightly soft, now that 52 points of favorability were in hand. Jiang Nan was naturally much bolder, reaching out and grabbing the landlady's jade hand. He opened his mouth and said, "Just stroll around the neighborhood. I remember that there seems to be a small park next to it." Nah, sis, listen to you. Go anywhere." The landlady responded obediently. The May Day night was still slightly cool, but however, at this moment, for Jiang Nan or Xia Jiqing, it was not a big deal. The two of them strolled all the way under the moonlight to a small park a few hundred meters next to the neighborhood. At the moment, on the small stools by the river, the two settled down. The breeze blew, and under the hazy moonlight, Jiang Nan looked towards the landlady beside him. The bangs in front of her forehead fluttered slightly, and her silver hair was even with a little glitter. "Sister Xia, you're so beautiful." Jiang Nan couldn't help but exclaim again. "This little mouth of yours, it's really got a lot of sweetness, too good at coaxing people." The landlady glanced at Jiang Nan in a flirtatious manner, and then moved a little closer to him, whispering, "Don't say." The wind by the river is still with a few hints of coolness. Hearing this, Jiang Nan, who still did not understand, reached out and swept the landlady into his arms. Bang bang! At this moment, both Jiang Nan and the landlady's heartbeat inexplicably sped up a lot. Jiang Nan. At this moment, the landlady gently called out Jiang Nan's name. Jiang Nan looked towards her, and when he met the landlady's gaze that was full of expectation, he slowly lowered his head. Dozens of seconds passed. Xia Jiqing favorability +3. Jiang Nan, you. At this time, the landlady's shy voice rang out. "Oh, sorry, Sister Xia." Jiang Nan reacted, and not knowing whether it was on purpose or because of a weak heart, he touched his nose after he withdrew his hand and came back. "No, it's fine." The landlady took a deep breath before leaning her head on Jiang Nan's shoulder and whispered, "The two of us seem to be progressing a bit fast." "Sister." Jiang Nan froze for a moment, but sis doesn't regret it. Sis is already 30 years old. If she doesn't go crazy again, then she's really old. Sis doesn't want to leave regrets for her later life. Jiang Nan, you should feel what sis feels for you. The landlady softly said. Sis also knows that you have an online lover, so sis won't ask for too much. The relationship between the two of us will remain like this. When you are free, accompany sis more. Sis will be satisfied. Sister Xia. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and hugged this 30-year-old sister a little tighter. Jiang Nan, don't talk. The landlady slowly closed her eyes, and her head was slightly raised a little. It's late at night, and this wind is blowing colder and colder. It's time to go back. Xiaoying is alone at home. I'm afraid she'll cry when she gets up in the middle of the night and can't find me. The landlady whispered. Jiang Nan, in a few days, Ying's grandmother is coming to pick her up and take her to her side for a few days. So come over and keep me company, okay? Chapter 20, Jiang Nan's Character Attribute Panel. Life Encounters Tip. It was already midnight when he returned home. Jiang Nan looked at his hand, his face filled with awe. Big. It was really big. Although the naked eye already knew how big the landlady's size was, it was only after really measuring it with his hands that he realized how big it really was. Returning to his room, Jiang Nan changed into a set of pajamas and lay on the bed. Suddenly, he thought of something and inclined his head to look at the bedside cabinet next to him. Before rolling over and opening it, his brows furrowed. It had been almost a day since he obtained the system, and only now did he remember the diary he had recorded for 5 years. It's gone. The diary that should have been in the cabinet disappeared into thin air, and Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with a strange luster. His memory was also back 5 years ago. 17 years old. He passed by a flyover on his birthday and saw a white-haired crone squatting and setting up a stall. While looking at her pitiful appearance, Jiang Nan casually bought something, and then this white-haired crone gave him a diary and told him that as long as he kept wishing for up to 5 years, he would one day have his heart's desire come true. From the beginning to the end, he kept recording it as a joke, but did not stop. By now, having obtained the system, he reacted violently. The diary was not particularly thick, but after 5 years of recording, he never seemed to have changed it. This nerve of mine is really something. Jiang Nan shook his head. However, he was also recalling the contents of the diary that he had recorded for 5 years without repeating. I wish I was a super rich second generation, and that 22 years of living in poverty was just a way for my unmasked richest father to hone my mind so that I could be a qualified successor. Perhaps in a sense, I did succeed in my wish. My unmasked richest father is perhaps the system. Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. Host, the unbridled life system is just a small aid for you. At this time, the system's voice rang out. Then did this wish of mine come true? Jiang Nan inquired. Realized, the system's voice sounded in his mind. The system suggests that the host check his character attribute panel. Oh, it's also possible to check your character attribute panel? Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment before calling out his character attribute panel. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years old. Height, 182 centimeters. Wealth, $4 million. Ability, Insight Technique. Master Piano Proficiency. Objects, Porsche Cayenne. Life encounters, will receive a great gift on the day of his 22nd birthday. After looking at his character attribute panel, Jiang Nan's face revealed a slight look of surprise. Unlike the attribute panel of the landlady and the girls, he had one last life encounter. His birthday was on July 15th, which meant that the wish he had made would actually come true 2 months later. But Jiang Nan now had the system, and honestly, he didn't really care too much about this whatever it was being a super rich second generation name anymore. However, having the identity of a super rich second generation might legitimize everything for him. Even as a super rich second generation, he would perhaps have more startup capital to squander. Of course, this was only his speculation. In the end, how it would be, it would have to be 2 months later to see what level of big gift this so-called big gift was. Earn some money before going to bed. Jiang Nan laid down an open jitterbug. His purpose was very clear, directly charging $1 million into it. 10 million shake diamonds immediately entered the account. When he saw a face anchor that looked good, he swiped one. Don't say, this 10 million jitter diamonds all brush finished. Only just past half an hour. This half hour was spent looking for some anchors that looked good in terms of face value. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the consumption, obtaining triple consumption rebate. $1 million turned into $3 million, excluding the principal. Just half an hour's time had wildly earned as much as $2 million. This money-making speed, just ask who else. Sleep. Jiang Nan had a large amount of time to spend to obtain rebates. Staying up all night and whatnot was simply unnecessary. A dreamless night. The next morning, a stable biological clock allowed Jiang Nan to wake up at around 8 o'clock. The first time he opened his eyes, he first shouted system in his mind. The unbridled life system is at the service of the host. Is there anything you need help with? The system replied in seconds. No, I'm just making sure if I was dreaming yesterday. Jiang Nan took out his cell phone again and glanced at his account balance. 6 million. This caused a satisfied smile to appear on his face. In just 1 day's time, he had arrived from a little karami with a few $1,000s in savings to a little rich brother with $6 million in savings now. And during that time, he had even experienced an extreme amount of wonderful things that he hadn't experienced before. Cool. Jiang Nan jumped up directly from the bed with a carp. Now my physical quality seems to be twice as good. I don't know if I'll have a chance to show it off after Meng Qingqiu arrives in Jiangqing on the 18th. Jiang Nan changed into a set of Armani's casual clothes. This season in May, honestly speaking, to say that it's not cold, to say that it's not too hot, generally a short-sleeved or long-sleeved will be able to satisfy the travel. Standing in front of the washstand, looking at himself in the mirror, Jiang Nan heart a burst of muttering up. If the object of his online love is that the first school flower of Magic City University, Meng Qingqiu, then whether it is the face value, body, or temperament is outstanding level. Seriously, Jiang Nan does not eat her. Feel sorry for people not far away from thousands of miles to run to the present. At the same time, Jiang Nan is also quite curious. The two of them have reached 2.5 years of online love. What is Meng Qingqiu's favorability to him? From the usual attitude it seems, it shouldn't be so much that it can't reach 40 points, right? Jiang Nan guessed. To be able to travel thousands of miles to initiate a Ben present. Moreover, as early as last year Meng Qingqiu had secretly met him and initiated a second official Ben present. Seriously, when he thought about it, Jiang Nan felt afraid that it was more than 40 points, 50 points, or even 60 points of goodwill was extremely possible. The way it looks, it seems like we'll have to place our hopes for the completion of that welfare mini-quest on Meng Qingqiu, who currently doesn't know the specific attribute panel data. Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with a strange luster. Buzz. At this time, the cell phone ringer that he had placed on the sink vibrated. Jiang Nan picked it up and scanned it. It was a voice call from Meng Qingqiu. Darling, good morning. Just after connecting, Meng Qingqiu's meta voice rang out, causing the corners of Jiang Nan's mouth to really rise wildly like an unstoppable AK. Chapter 21, Anger Brush Carnival. It's the 16th, 2 whole days before the day of the meeting with Darling. Meng Qingqiu laughed happily. It could be heard that she was afraid that she was looking forward to this real first meeting more than even Jiang Nan. Soon, Jiang Nan was also looking forward to it immensely. Darling, I'm going to class. Meng Qingqiu's voice rang out. Go. The phone hung up, and Jiang Nan also finished washing up. Taking his cell phone, he arrived and sat down on the living room sofa, casually ordering a breakfast. The standard soybean milk and donuts plus a tea egg, plus the delivery fee of about $15. Obtaining a 4x consumption rebate. The more you consume, the more money you have. The way this goes on, It won't be long before I'm afraid I'll be able to become the richest man in Zhengcheng. Even more, when there's more and more money, I'm afraid I'll feel disgusted with the money I have. Jiang Nan understood very well that perhaps spending could bring a momentary pleasure, but if the pleasure continued, there would always be a day of boredom. Thinking of this, he recalled the small task of welfare that the system had handed out. Perhaps this was the check and balance point to temper his numbness to money in the future. Would he have any special abilities in the future? I think, first of all, I should obtain a Vajra unbreakable kidney. Jiang Nan thought long-term, but was not drilling into the bullseye, generally thinking long-term all the time. Currently, he had surrounded himself with several high-value members of the opposite sex, taking Lin Manman and the landlady as well as his upcoming online love interest, Meng Qingqiu, as examples. These three extreme top-notch beauties couldn't be solved once a day, could they? Therefore, the need for an adamantine kidney was inevitable. Tuzi, I hope you give it a go, Jiang Nan secretly said in his heart. Opening WeChat, Jiang Nan looked up. Several messages. There was the landlady's. There was Lin Manman's. There was also Su, the anchorwoman of the small game broadcasting room. Landlady, good morning, sis, that little man who tempts people to death. Lin Manman, Jiang Nan, do you want to make a dinner date this afternoon? I'll take you to a very delicious Sichuan cuisine. Su, brother Jiang Nan, are you in Zhengcheng too? One by one reply. For this message from Lin Manman, Jiang Nan didn't agree first after pondering for a while and just replied to look at it when the time comes. As for this message from Su, Jiang Nan froze. This woman is also from Zhengcheng? Yes, Jiang Nan replied. After replying, Jiang Nan also leaned on the sofa and exited WeChat to open Jitterbug. Welcome all brothers into the live room. This live room is a small game live room. I'm the anchor Xiaomei. A small heart stepping on the finger pressure board for a while. A big beer stepping on the finger pressure board for 3 times. A hot air balloon on the finger pressure board for 1 minute in the live room. A familiar voice rang out, causing Jiang Nan's mouth to open slightly wider. Nice guy. This female anchor called Xiaomei Susu was so diligent, it really treated the live broadcast as if she was going to work. Starting at around 8 in the morning, after thinking for a while, Jiang Nan still charged $1 million in first. 10 million jittery diamonds arrived in an instant. Immediately clicked into the live broadcast room. Welcome brother Smoky Jiang Nan to the live broadcasting room. Good morning brother Jiang Nan, have you eaten breakfast yet? Seeing Jiang Nan enter the live broadcast room, Su immediately greeted warmly. Ordered a takeaway. Just came on to take a look and saw you live streaming. After Jiang Nan sent out a pop-up, he directly swiped 20 carnivals out. One carnival was $3,000. 20 would be $60,000. Wow. Thank you brother Jiang Nan for the 20 carnivals. Brother, there's currently no small punishment for gifting carnivals. Do you think it's okay to customize a small punishment? Su's excited voice rang out in the live broadcast room. It was still early in the morning. There were only 5 or 6 people in her live room. There were no pop-ups in the live room, but it was to see that these few people had started to snap up pop-ups. Big brother, let her change stockings. Right. Big brother, let Su change her meat silk into black silk white silk. Big brother, 10,000 people's blood letters angrily beg you to let Su change her meat silk to other silk. Jiang Nan swept a glance at the pop-up screen and after thinking for a while, he typed up, you change the set of clothes you think looks best. Just meat silk, don't change to other silk. Used to seeing black silk and white silk and even various colors of silk. This meat silk Jiang Nan really haven't seen enough. Moreover, this Su legs on the meat silk is the type of extremely thin type. Almost can be said to be affixed on top of the legs. She at the moment this set is just a very ordinary floral dress. Just be able to get to see her calves and the pair of meat silk feet. Therefore, in Jiang Nan's opinion, this was still a bit short of meaning. Short of a set of wear that could reveal her thighs. In order to be able to perfectly display the beauty of her pair of jade legs to the fullest. Okay, brother Jiang Nan you wait a moment. Su saw Jiang Nan's pop-up and immediately took the sign in her hand and covered her chest and bowed to the camera before trotting out of the camera. Jiang Nan wasn't in a hurry either, and during the time he waited, he began to brush up on the carnival. In just a short while, together with the previous 20, he had already swiped 100 carnivals. 100 carnivals were worth 300,000 RMB. Which was the salary of an ordinary office worker for more than a year. And here in Jiang Nan, it was only a few minutes of spending. Ding! Congratulations host, consumption completed. Obtained a tenfold consumption rebate, 3,000,000 yuan. Ha! The system's beep sounded in his head, and this time the consumption rebate of up to 10 times caused a shocked look to appear on his face. Holy cow! 10 times the consumption rebate this was the first time he had received a consumption rebate of this magnitude. Cool! Jiang Nan, happy, clunked another 100 carnival swipes for this Su. This time, His luck wasn't as good as the last time, merely doubling the consumption rebate and obtaining 600,000 yuan. Looking at the 4 million shivering diamonds left in his account, Jiang Nan pondered whether he should just finish brushing and clearing it out when a crisp sound of high heels stepping on the ground rang out in the live broadcast room. Long time waiting everyone, brother Jiang Nan, I'm here. Susu's voice followed immediately, and afterward, Jiang Nan's gaze was attracted over, and the first thing that entered the camera was a pair of Cheongsam flesh silk jade legs with some translucency. Soon, Susu a whole person all entered the camera. This body is a bit invincible. Jiang Nan stared wide-eyed. At this moment in the middle of the live broadcast room, Susu hand holding a small round fan, although it is wearing a mask to see clearly how the face actually grows. But, in front of her concave and convex, plump and fat invincible body, it was not an exaggeration to say that no matter how high the face value was, the attraction brought by it was definitely not as big as the superb body. This slightly permeable Cheongsam dress, the beauty of those flesh silk jade legs is really as I thought of the general show to the fullest. Playable year? More than playable year it's really a contemporary innate flesh silk saint body. Jiang Nan admitted that just this superb body alone was enough to make the online crowd go crazy. I'm dropping a mom. This is so nice. Tongue typing for innocence. Asterisk. This anchor's body simply pulls off the charm of the style of meat silk with Cheongsam, which can be called the ceiling of this type of wear. Although there is Jiang Nan 200 carnival diversion influence, but at this moment this small game live room is with Susu. This lower half of the body slightly transparent Cheongsam meat silk were stunning debut of the moment. A whole live room and the people boiling emotions rose to an extreme, and at this moment, Jiang Nan is also a deep breath, can no longer hold back, towards the Susu through an insight spillover. Chapter 22 Deposit reaches 10 million. Welfare mini quests upgraded. Name, Su Yun. Age, 28. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Charge, 1. Face value, 90 points. Favorability, 30 points. A 90 face value score? The moment Su Yun's attribute panel popped up, his eyes locked onto the woman's face value score, and when he saw that the face value was a full 90 points, his face immediately revealed a color of surprise. He had seen Su Yun's photo, and knew that this woman's face value was not low, and still belonged to the type that looked better and better. But how did he not expect to be able to reach 90 points? Moreover, the initial favorability had reached as many as 30 points, which was what Jiang Nan was more surprised about. For his own brush hundreds of thousands, close to a million, only just 30 points of goodwill he felt too normal. Online brush this set of money. Goodwill is ultimately extreme. Unless it has really encountered the kind of ultimate gold-digging woman, that goodwill is bound to rise exaggerated. And this Su Yun, from head to toe, honestly speaking, Jiang Nan all think is an extreme good family. Can have 30 points of good sense is already very good. Having the opportunity to touch offline is the quickest way to grow favorability. Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. A total of 200 carnival swipes? At this time, Su Yun's shocked and excited voice sounded in the live broadcast room. Brother Jiang Nan, how many sets of clothes are you going to make me change with these 200 carnivals? I don't have so many. Ha 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 ha. These 200 carnivals divided down. Isn't it enough for you to buy a few hundred sets of not the same wear? Right. Brothers, point attention. I think such a superb wear anchor really has a great upside. The future may not be we witnessed an innate flesh silk saint body, or innate Cheongsam saint body was born. Concerns have been pointed out. Hope that the anchor of the green clouds straight up, all the way promoted to become a million fans big anchor. Su Yun watched as a pop-up screen rolled up in the live broadcast room, her face under the mask revealing a slightly dazed look before she placed her gaze on Jiang Nan's avatar in the first position on the list and took a deep breath. She understood that everything she had was given by this big brother. Without this big brother swiping gifts in her live room, how could she have all this traffic? According to her unchanging live broadcast style, 1 does not sell meat rubbing, 2 does not sell socks. Want to rely on this live broadcast to earn money? Really have to monkey years and months to go. Now, Jiang Nan 1 person to her brush millions, which is divided down to pay the tax and so on. The minimum can also be able to hand 3 or 400,000, which is her previous years of income. Su Yun favorability plus 10. The system's beep sounded in his head. In response, Jiang Nan charged another 200,000 yuan into the hole plus the remaining 400,000 yuan before once again to Su Yun brushed 200 carnival. And at this time, a system beep sounded in his head again. Ding! Congratulations host. Consumption completed. Obtained a 5-fold consumption rebate, $3 million. Another 5 times consumption rebate, $3 million into the account. Jiang Nan's face immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Now his savings had arrived at an 8-digit number that an ordinary person would have trouble touching in a lifetime. $6 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the deposit has reached 10 million yuan. In view of the host's strong positive desire to consume, he is hereby upgrading the welfare mini-quest that he is currently accepted, to have a confidant of the opposite sex with a face value of up to 90 points or more, with a favorability of 90 points or more. Task reward, Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 Villa, the global limited edition luxury supercar Pagani Wind Child, an adamantine kidney. And the moment Jiang Nan's deposit broke through $10 million, the system's beep sounded in his head for the third time. Oh, hearing the system beep this time, Jiang Nan's face instantly revealed a color of surprise, followed by a color of excitement that quickly turned to excitement. The quests remained the same, and it was only the rewards that had been upgraded, as long as he completed the welfare mini-quest. In addition to the Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 Villa and the global limited edition luxury supercar Pagani Son of the Wind, he would also be able to obtain a Vajra unbreakable kidney ability. Good, good, good. Tuzi, you're really my sweet little auxiliary. You can come with whatever you want. Jiang Nan immediately marveled. It is the system's honor for the unbridled life system to be able to serve the host. The system's voice rang out. It is also my honor to be your host. This system was simply too nice. Jiang Nan really couldn't help but frantically call and praise it. Thank you, Brother Jiang Nan, for another 200 carnivals. Does Brother Jiang Nan still want to customize any punishment? Su stated that anything is acceptable. Just mention it. At this time, Su Yun's voice rang out in the live broadcast room. There's no need for any punishment. You continue to broadcast live. I'll get off. This Su Yun had brought him considerable gains. Jiang Nan could not afford to punish her. Moreover, even if a punishment was set, it couldn't be set online. The face value score is as high as 90. The good sense is even before the meeting has reached as many as 40 points. It is not difficult to imagine. Really, the moment the two people meet, the face value, temperament, body, and even young and more than gold, he will bring how much of a shock to this extremely good family. At the time when Jiang Nan left the live broadcast room, at the same time, Su Yun also directly closed the live broadcast when the live broadcast room was close to 3,000 people. At this time, when he was about to brush shake and see if there were any beautiful female anchors, his WeChat background rang with several beeps. Clicking in to take a look, it was a message from Su Yun. Su Yun, Brother Jiang Nan. What a coincidence. I'm also from Jiangcheng. Su Yun, you swiped so many gifts for me. I really don't know how to thank you. Su Yun, I wonder if I can treat you to a casual dinner. Seeing these messages, Jiang Nan's eyes couldn't help but flicker for a moment, and a very satisfied smile appeared on his face as he replied. Good. This time, instead of typing, he sent a voice bar. At this time, Jiangcheng, Old City Center. In the middle of an old-fashioned small apartment, the woman wearing a slightly see-through cheongsam with a pair of meat silks on her perfect jade legs took off her mask and placed her cell phone to her ear and listened. Okay, when are you free? Hearing this voice bar, Su Yun's eyes instantly widened. Good. What a young voice. Jiang Nan Jitterbug didn't have any photos or age, only a Jiangcheng IP location. Honestly speaking, Su Yun really didn't think that Smoky Jiang Nan's brother who had swiped over $1 million for her would be a youngster. Because, in her opinion, it was usually some older bosses who would be so willing to brush their gifts. Moreover, Jiang Nan's style of only brushing without making any requests was not at all like a young man's style, which simply should not be too calm. So much so, Su Yun had always thought that this rank 1 big brother would be a middle-aged man. But now, listening to the voice, it seemed not to be. This caused her heart to inexplicably feel a sense of surprise. Chapter 23 Brother, it's almost time to come to my house. Brother Jiang Nan, I'm free at noon. Su Yun replied. Give me the location. I'll come find you later. Jiang Nan's voice sounded again. Okay, Su Yun hurriedly replied, and then after hesitating for a moment and glancing at the small apartment, she couldn't help but purse her lips and muttered, although the home is a little small, but it's better because it's clean, so it shouldn't be disliked by this big brother, right? Muttering, she also sent her location to Jiang Nan, and after taking a deep breath, she returned to her bedroom and started to change her clothes. When she heard Jiang Nan say that he would come to find her later, she naturally assumed that it was because he wanted to have a casual meal at home, thus she was now ready to pack up and go out to buy some food. It's just as well. Little Nui is also at the kindergarten at noon, so it doesn't seem awkward. Su Yun gulped a bit, for the matter of bringing her Pengji big brother to the house. Honestly speaking, she said she was worried, but then for some unknown reason, she inexplicably felt a bit of anticipation. I wonder how this Pengji big brother looks like. Su Yun now had 40 points of goodwill towards Jiang Nan. Basically, as long as after meeting, this Pengji big brother wasn't purely missing an arm or a leg, blind or something, this 40 points of goodwill was definitely also able to allow her to have something indescribable happen with Jiang Nan. Su Yun is not a cutie. Jiang Nan had swiped more than $1 million for her, so if she really didn't want to do anything with her, she didn't believe it for a million years. A woman has been alone with her daughter for so many years. I can't help it. If I can really find a dependence, it's not a good thing to make people completely relieved. If there hadn't been a big brother like Jiang Nan who had given her wildly swiped gifts, perhaps this life Soo-yoon would have just gotten over it. But now, with a big brother like Jiang Nan, you would have to say that she didn't want to have a dependence, which was absolutely false. First look at it. Although I have a child, but whether it is the face value or body, there are few young girls compared to me. Not to mention, I also just that what once. Now the young girls, it is not permitted to not have me that what it said. At the moment just took off the slightly transparent Cheongsam. Soo-yoon glanced down at their own granary. Slightly red face showed some pride too. Despite the fact that she was about to run 3, she was still like a young girl. Heaven bless, this big brother Pungji will definitely be a man worthy of my trust. Even if it's as a lover, as long as he treats me well, then I'm still willing. Having lived alone with her daughter for so many years, she understood better than anyone else how difficult it was to be a lone daughter and widow. Now the little girl is still young, just kindergarten. Get by with it. Really, when the time comes to go to elementary school, junior high school, or even college, how much money will be needed? She is just an amateur piano teacher. There are acquaintances to find her help with 1 or 2 students. A month with her live broadcast of the meager income is able to have more than 10,000 yuan. But it was impossible to be so stable every month. Between thoughts, she has also changed a good ordinary floral dress, in front of the full-body mirror to look at their own. Also do not know what came to mind. The face cannot help but emerge a little shy expression too. Soo-yoon favorability +2. Jiang Nan sighed, looking at the positioning that Soo-yoon had sent had just been saved on his cell phone. And at this moment, the system's beep suddenly sounded in his head, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Just more than $1 million made an extremely good girl move her heart. This way it seems that money is the only way to truly do whatever you want. In a sense, Jiang Nan was considered to have some destiny with this Soo-yoon. Several times in a row, the main push gave him the home page, and just opened the jitterbugs and pushed it. This is not what the heavens arranged for him. Jiang Nan shook his head. He just for his own idea of the child is really feel incredible. In just 1 day's time, his mindset had changed so quickly. This way, it seems that many people say that it is indeed normal for a thug to ask for a beating. I've just obtained the system, and it looks like my heart has gradually begun to expand. In this world, there are currently too many people richer than me. Moreover, so what if you're rich? Jiang Nan took a deep breath. Rich can rival the country. This kind of words, also only in ancient times to say just, you do not see Shenwansen this kind of rich people, not also like being karma leak? The people do not fight with the officials, and then how to say, how rich you are. The word of power is ultimately a big head of the pressure on your money. Fortunately I get in the system here rebates are formal channels to get money rebates, no matter who can not check out. Otherwise, where to wait until my deposit comes to 10 million? I'm afraid that in the first income on the time has been a hat uncle to pay a visit to the door. Jiang Nan retook out his cell phone, and then downloaded several kryptonite handheld games. Yesterday, he didn't think of the various money-burning games that he couldn't afford to kryptonize before, and this day he was going to have a blast straight away. The next 3 hours, Jiang Nan basically in the download before the Krypton cannot afford hand tour crazy Krypton. A game charge is not much, 100,000. Among them, a certain card game. Jiang Nan consumed more. The whole filled 300,000, and that's it. This 300,000 went down. Also just drew a bunch of duplicate SSR cards. Even set all the SSR cards did not do. Garbage game. Jiang Nan directly uninstalled it on the spot. The game's consumption rebate isn't much worse than spending on live streaming bounties. Jiang Nan did some math, and he had spent a total of almost 3 million or so in these 3+ hours. In other words, an average of $1 million of consumption an hour. And the amount of rebate obtained was pretty good luck, as much as 9 million. Deducted the principal of 3 million, pure income of 6 million. This speed is actually more than very fast can be described. Just 3 hours more time to earn other people a lifetime or even a few lifetimes cannot earn money. This if by other people know, really do not know how will think. There's already 17.6 million on hand, and the car is currently readily available. Shouldn't I buy a suite first? Jiang Nan's eyes slightly narrowed. This room to buy does not necessarily have to live. As long as it is consumed, then he will be able to obtain consumption rebates. But if the luck is a little bit better, explode a few times or even more than a dozen times, then his 17.6 million can be able to go up to $100 million in a minute. Buzzing. While Jiang Nan was thinking, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Jiang Nan looked over and it was a voice call from Soo-yoon. Is it, brother Jiang Nan? Don't look at Soo-yoon who was a few years older than Jiang Nan. But to Jiang Nan's ears this woman shouting out brother was really quite comfortable. Her voice was indeed sweet. "It's me," Jiang Nan responded. "Brother, it's almost time. You can come to my house." Suyun's slightly shy voice came from the phone. Chapter 24, Suyun, how come it feels like I'm the first on the list? Hearing Suyun's words, Jiang Nan froze for a moment. With 42 points of favorability, could one be that proactive? Without even meeting the person, he directly asked for a date at home? Good. Jiang Nan was a cutie if he didn't agree. Responded, and then simply cleaned up at home, and then went out the door. Suyun sent to the positioning from his old neighborhood is not far. Drive to the words is at most 7 or 8 minutes away. Moreover, it was still a very slow speed. If he really drove faster, it would only take about 4 minutes at most. At a convenience store, Jiang Nan hesitated for a moment, and finally walked in to buy a box of doo-doo for emergencies. Not long after, Jiang Nan drove the Porsche Cayenne into the neighborhood where Suyun was located. "I'm here." Jiang Nan sent a message over to Suyun. "Wait a moment, I'll go downstairs right away." "Hey, I thought it would be a while, but I didn't think it would be so fast." Suyun was a little surprised. "I'm in the neighborhood." Jiang Nan returned a message, and then rolled down the window to survey up the environment of this neighborhood. Although it is an old neighborhood, but the green trees and small gardens and fountains are still there. At a glance, it was easy to see a whole neighborhood possessing several buildings clearly. 4 buildings, the interval between buildings was not too tight, and at the moment, his car was parked in the parking space in the center of the open space. Getting down from the car, Jiang Nan also put a small box of doo-doo into his pocket, and then waited quietly. Buzzing. Without waiting for a short while, Jiang Nan's cell phone vibrated. "I'm downstairs. Where are you?" Suyun's voice rang out. "I'm in the open space right in the middle." Jiang Nan spoke and also walked around, his eyes scanning the surroundings. At the same time, Suyun's side also walked around, quickly looking towards the open space in the very center. And in an instant, the moment the two people who were on the phone with their cell phones locked gazes, Jiang Nan clearly heard the sound of swallowing saliva on the phone, and immediately afterward, the system's beep sounded in his head instantly. "Suyun favorability plus 20. That handsome man, it's you?" Suyun's incredulous voice rang out. "It's me." Jiang Nan hung up the phone, and then waved his hand at Suyun, who had a bewildered look on her face not far away. "Ta-da-da." Instantly, Suyun reacted. The bewilderment on her face instantly transformed into a color of surprise, her feet stepping on a pair of normal high heels and trotting over. "You're really brother Jiang Nan?" As the two met, Suyun still stared at Jiang Nan incredulously, subconsciously approaching up, directly reaching out and hooking his arm under the latter's slightly surprised gaze. Yes, Jiang Nan really didn't expect Suyun to be so proactive. Where did he know that the most powerful method of rating in this world, that was to let a woman carry out self-rating? There was no method that was comparable to this method. Suyun, on the other hand, had completed her self-rating a long time ago. Not to mention, she also saw the incomparably handsome Jiang Nan at this moment, so where could she top that? "You should be after 00, right?" Suyun hooked Jiang Nan's arm, grain warehouse close, so that the latter could not help but be a little apathetic. Yes, 22 years old this year. Jiang Nan was also nonchalant up, reaching out and wrapping his arm around Suyun's thin waist. He could clearly feel that the moment his hand was placed on Suyun's waist, the woman's delicate body instantly trembled for a moment, but only for a moment, relaxing in an instant. "Suyun favorability plus 1. The system's beep sounded in his head, and Jiang Nan nodded with great satisfaction. Suyun's initiative was very flattering to Jiang Nan. Just ask, which man is faced with a sister-type woman with a high face value of up to 90 points and a perfect body? He was simply irresistible. If Jiang Nan did not have the insight technique, he might have been a bit abashed by Suyun's initiative, but with the insight technique, he was definitely able to sense the so-called crazy babe on the internet at the first time. A good family, what could happen? Just kidding. And not surprisingly, Jiang Nan felt that this woman was still extremely contrasting as a virtuous woman. 22 years old this year, which means you're 02, right? Suyun froze for a moment, then her mouth opened slightly wider. Good fellow, why did she suddenly have the feeling that she was the top one in Jiang Nan? What's wrong with 02? Jiang Nan laughed lightly. Nothing, just feel a strange feeling. Suyun whispered a sentence. She secretly glanced at Jiang Nan. This face value, even if it is that the top stream face value of the entertainment circle, I'm afraid that it is not as good as half of him. He was too handsome. Jiang Nan's handsome is the kind of handsome that makes people stunned at a glance. Moreover, she doesn't know why. She always feels that his temperament is very noble, belonging to that kind of noble gentleman general temperament. Did you originally think that I would be a middle-aged bald uncle? Jiang Nan saw through Suyun's thoughts in an instant and laughed lightly. Yes. Suyun lowered her head and whispered. Disappointed you, right? Jiang Nan put his arm around Suyun and stepped onto the stairs. No, How could I be disappointed? I simply don't want to be too surprised, Soo-yun hurriedly said. The power of 63 points of goodwill was not an ordinary exaggeration. Right now, Jiang Nan was actually feeling it. In contrast, the landlady with 55 points of favorability did not show too much exaggerated initiative in front of him. Instead, Jiang Nan was more proactive. On the other hand, Soo-yun, from the beginning of the meeting, she was the one who took the initiative. Even from the time of the appointment, directly to her home. This fast progress? Simply amazing. Soon, the two went straight up to the 4th floor. Jiang Nan's current physique should be secretly transformed by the system. The 4 upper floors to go up without a trace of gasping. And Soo-yun also did not know whether it was a breath of air up to the 4th floor or what. To come to the doorway of the house when the pretty face is already a reddish color. The moment she took out the key, she was also a little embarrassed to look around. After not seeing anyone, immediately opened the door and pulled Jiang Nan into. Bang! The gate closed. At the moment of entering, without even waiting for Jiang Nan to react, Soo-yun had already hugged him tightly. And after that, only a beep from the system sounded in his mind. Soo-yun's favorability +1. Soo-yun's favorability +2. Soo-yun's favorability +3. In just a few seconds, Soo-yun's favorability towards Jiang Nan once again skyrocketed by as much as 10 points. A few minutes passed. No. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. As she said this, she rubbed her hand cupping the corner of her crushed skirt around in a somewhat flustered manner. She is obviously already a woman who is about to run to 3, and also with a daughter by her side. But at this moment, her posture really has a kind of small schoolgirl doing something wrong, punished to stand and admit her mistake instantly. Chapter 25 Preparing to buy a house. A good snowball. Jiang Nan looked at Soo-yun as a little girl general posture, reached out and picked up her chin, gradually raised his head, for eyes relative. Soo-yun, this woman, teeth gently biting the lower lip. That small expression posture is really tantalizing enough. In response, he took a deep breath and opened his mouth. What a good fragrance. You get a good meal at home? Yes. The topic shifted and Soo-yun nodded sheepishly. As it happens, I'm also hungry. Jiang Nan lowered his hand and turned to embrace Soo-yun in his arms. Nowadays, this woman's favorability towards him had already reached a staggering 73 points. This favorability could be said to be very exaggerated. Don't you see how Soo-yun took the initiative when facing him? Even more, but where Jiang Nan now reveals a tiny bit of thought. There is no need for him to do anything. Soo-yun will definitely immediately switch to fully automatic form. Soon, the table in the living room. Jiang Nan swept a glance. 4 dishes and 1 soup. A very standard home-cooked meal. Pointed pepper chicken. Leek scrambled eggs. Corn rib soup. Jiang Nan, brother, you will eat a little. Wait for one day I prepare in advance. Get you some big dishes. Soo-yun served rice over, facing Jiang Nan, who was several years younger than himself. Now he was really a little embarrassed to call out the name brother. This looks appetizing. Jiang Nan took the bowls and chopsticks, nodded and said, by the way, it seems like I still don't know your name. My name is Jiang Nan. Offline you can just call me by my name, brother or something. It's inevitably a bit awkward. My name is Soo-yun. Jiang Nan is really a good name. Soo-yun followed and settled down. Very good behavior in Jiang Nan's side. Did not eat by himself, but gave him food. As for the latter, what is wrong with eating with one hand? Haven't seen people who play with their cell phones while eating? A meal. Jiang Nan ate with flavor. Soo-yun, on the other hand, was very well behaved and didn't eat anything else the entire time after drinking a bit of soup. You're a bit rusty. After eating, Jiang Nan leaned back in his chair and looked at Soo-yun with a smile. Nah, me. Soo-yun nodded her head and responded in a small voice. It's fine, there will be opportunities to drink more. Jiang Nan smiled and said, yes. A meal came down. Soo-yun's favorability towards Jiang Nan had successfully broken through to 80 points. The rapid progress was such that even Jiang Nan felt that it was a little too unbelievable. I'll clean up a bit. Jiang Nan, you go sit in the living room. Soo-yun stood up and began to clean up the dishes. It's fine, I'll help you. Jiang Nan grabbed Soo-yun's hand, and the two of them locked eyes on, as if there was an arc of electricity exploding between their eye spacing. Sister Rhyme, it seems like you haven't eaten much finally. Why don't you eat some rice? Don't be spiritless for the whole day then. Jiang Nan said softly, then eat something. Soo-yun nodded shyly, and then was about to put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand. Don't, Sister Rhyme, you continue to clean up your dishes. Jiang Nan's voice rang out. Soo-yun favorability +1. Soo-yun favorability +2. Soo-yun favorability +5. Barta. More than an hour later, in the middle of the bedroom, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette, and a slight trance-like color slowly appeared on his face. It's just short of 1 point of favorability. Strange, why is it just not rising up? For more than an hour, Jiang Nan received Soo-yun's increased favorability from time to time. and after reaching 89 points, it stopped, as if it had reached its limit, which made him extremely puzzled. Could it be that Soo-yoon always still has a small bit of something that she hasn't completely let go of? Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment. Looking at Soo-yoon, who was sleeping due to exhaustion, he couldn't help but reach out and lift the bangs on her forehead a little. This face was truly awesome. It really got better the more he looked at it. Buzz. At this moment, the cell phone on the nightstand next to Jiang Nan vibrated. He took it over and scanned it. It was already around 2 in the afternoon. Jiang Nan, where have you been? It was the landlady calling. I went out to run some errands. Jiang Nan glanced at Soo-yoon next to him and spoke. What's wrong, Sister Xia? Nothing much, just thought, cough cough, to ask you for advice on piano fingering. When the landlady spoke of fingering, her voice was also a bit subtle, sounding shy. Evening, Sister Xia. I still have to be busy for a while. Jiang Nan responded. Then talk to me when you're free tonight. The phone hung up. Jiang Nan had also finished a cigarette. Getting down from the bed, he swept a glance at a pair of meat silk on the floor and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh lightly. Young people do not know that meat silk is good. Wrongly regarded black silk and white silk as treasure. Once, he felt that black silk and white silk were the only YYDS. By now, he realized that they were all silk, not so much to speak of. They were all godlike existences, which has what meat silk cannot compare to black silk, white silk. This argument, pure bull. In the room of the small bathroom, took a shower, walked out after Jiang Nan only feel a burst of refreshing, cannot help but let him sigh. Finally, no longer that in the lonely night of self-supporting god eagle warrior, wearing good clothes, Jiang Nan looked at the bed still sleeping Soo-yoon, lowered his head and kissed her forehead and then left. Unbeknownst to him, after Jiang Nan left, Soo-yoon, who had her eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened her eyes, and her face revealed an intoxicated color, pursed her lips, and muttered, Soo-yoon, ah Soo-yoon, those who don't know really think that you're Jiang Nan's top one big sister. This kind of initiative, really not shy, saying this about herself, but Soo-yoon's heart was not regretful at all. She only hated why she didn't meet Jiang Nan earlier. This way she would be able to enjoy it for a long time earlier. How could she know that even if she had met Jiang Nan earlier, the latter did not have the strength to enter her sight? Go buy a sweet. Jiang Nan opened his cell phone and searched up the properties in Jiangchang. He was not clear about the price of housing in Jiangchang, although this district where he was located was called the Old City. But in reality, the location was not bad, and it belonged to the gathering point for the arrival of outsiders. The lowest is 1.8W to start. Jiang Nan swept a glance and couldn't help but shake his head. This price was indeed reasonable, and even dropped a bit because of the somewhat depressed economy in recent years. Otherwise, in his opinion, it would have to be at least 2W to start. This shows how valuable the landlord's wife's buildings are. If the old town is fully planned someday, just these few buildings alone will be able to make her spend more than she can spend in her lifetime. Jiang Nan muttered, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Right, after he had a bit more money on hand, he would directly buy one building after another. At that time, how big could his snowball roll? Unimaginable. If you think the book is okay, please point a 5-star praise, which is very important for the book. Free of charge to urge more can also point this way 15 or look at the book to see how many people. This way the word passion will really be very high. Chapter 26, Nantian Pavilion. A property with an average price of $55,000. Jiang Nan considered himself a man of action. He decided to buy a house. Then naturally, he went straight to the nearest building. His side is the old city, but there are many new buildings. Nantian Pavilion. What he had arrived at was one of the top properties in the old city of Jiangchang. When Jiang Nan drove up to the entrance of the sales center, the two welcoming ladies who were standing at the entrance talking and laughing immediately got serious. Hello, I've come to look at the property. This side of the parking space can be parked, right? Jiang Nan rolled down the window and asked with a smile. Yes, it can. The moment Jiang Nan's car window was rolled down, the eyes of these two welcoming ladies suddenly brightened up, and then they stepped on their high heels and scrambled to arrive. This way please. This parking space is good. You don't even need to reverse when you want to leave. You can directly drive away. The two welcoming ladies couldn't mention how enthusiastic they were. Jiang Nan's face value was too top-notch, not to mention that he drove a Porsche Cayenne. Even if he came in an ordinary small electric donkey, they would be happy to entertain this kind of handsome man. Thank you. After parking the car, Jiang Nan smiled and said thanks. Incidentally, he also sized up these two welcoming ladies. Their face value was around 72 points, which was not a low score, at least in Jiang Nan's opinion. If he had looked at them before, a girlfriend who could have this score would definitely wake up with a smile. Moreover, the young lady who was able to be a welcome guest had a really good figure. Professional suit, not a wraparound skirt, just a short mid-skirt to the knee. That black stockings appeared to be very attractive for people's eyes to look at. No need to thank you. It's our honor to be able to help the guests. The two young ladies immediately smiled, looking at Jiang Nan with eyes that were so drawn out. The current Jiang Nan was not said to be a walking hormone, able to attract a bunch of women close to him anytime, anywhere. But, excellent temperament, excellent face value, and even more shapely body. This was definitely considered a seduction poison for the very majority of women. Soon, the two welcoming young ladies led Jiang Nan into the lobby of the South Heavenly Pavilion Sales Center, and immediately a staff member greeted them. The same as a black silk long-legged girl, looks about 25 years old, face value is also a 78 points, not exaggerated in the slightest. This score can already be considered as an ordinary girl inside the ceiling. Seeing Jiang Nan, this girl immediately showed a warm smile on her face, looking at his eyes also with a little bit of lass. There was no other reason. Jiang Nan was just too handsome. In this fast-paced era, as a man, you can have no money, but you definitely can't have no face value. Even lowering some grade, among the high rich and handsome, you always have to account for a high word. Even if you are fierce, without any identity addition, then you can't let the little fairy know that you are fierce. This way please, my name is Jiang Nan. What's your name, sir? Jiang Nan brought Jiang Nan to sit on a small sofa. From time to time there were salesgirls looking this way. Obviously, such a big handsome man came to see the house. It was really a little bit of people couldn't move their eyes. Too fragrant. My surname is Jiang. Jiang Nan returned. Hello Mr. Jiang, welcome to our Nantian Pavilion. Please believe me, Nantian Pavilion's properties will definitely not let you down. After Jiang Lan waved to a short distance away, she also landed on the opposite side of Jiang Nan. Obviously wearing a wraparound skirt professional suit, she merely stretched her skirt and did not cross her legs. Her mysterious black color was hidden. Sir, please drink water. At this time, another black silk sales arrived with 2 bottles of mineral water. Thanks. Jiang Nan took it and inadvertently, gently scratched with the palm of this black silk sales hand. Instantly, he saw that this black silk sales girl's whole body tightened for a moment, and even her little face swished red. In response, Jiang Nan smiled carelessly before looking at Jiang Lan, who was seated across from him, and spoke. I arrived today because I am prepared to buy a current home. Yes, Jiang Lan immediately said. Is there one of the kind that has already been decorated? Jiang Nan pondered for a moment and inquired. Meng Qingqiu had arrived in Zhangcheng on the 18th, and the environment of the place he had lived in before wasn't bad, yes, but it was also a bit not quite in line with his blown-out rich second-generation status. Therefore, buying a current house that didn't need anything added to it was the best. Yes, Jiang Lan nodded, and then took out a file bag from behind her, from which she drew out a small photo album, and then got down from her seat and squatted on the floor. This squatting of hers was a delicate one. The neckline was slightly open, and the black lace edge immediately entered Jiang Nan's line of sight, with some tantalizing scenery. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of this house type? Jiang Lan inadvertently glanced at Jiang Nan and found that his gaze lingered on himself for a few seconds. The corner of her mouth suddenly hooked up a trace of arc, pointing her finger at the photo on the table and inquired. Jiang Nan looked towards the photo on the table. It was a small house type, and it was clearly indicated that it was only 80 or so square feet. Moreover, the decoration style was not the minimalist style that he liked. It didn't look fancy, but at least there would be visual fatigue after looking at it for a long time. This set is a little too small. Jiang Nan shook his head and directly said, my psychological price is around $17 million for a packaged ready-to-move-in house. You introduce me to a few sets against this standard before I choose. The average price of the South Sky Pavilion was at 55,000, which was the top property in the old city of Zhangcheng. This price, not to mention in the old town, even in the entire Jiangcheng, is also considered to be able to rank the name of a property. The average price of 55,000 yuan, just a set of 80 square feet of small household, that also has to 4,400,000 yuan. This price, not only is the ordinary people can afford the ceiling, is some of the annual income of millions of elite people, do not eat and drink also have to save a 4.5 years or so. Therefore, to be able to afford this South Heavenly Pavilion house, naturally, one can say that they have stepped into the rich class. 17 million? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Jiang Lan first froze for a moment, and then her eyes widened a little, and quickly reacted to her immediately gulped a little bit of saliva, hurriedly retrieved the small album in her hand into the file bag, and then smilingly brought her body a little closer to this handsome man of many golds, and opened her mouth to say, let's do it this way, how about I take you tea? Oh, take a look? There is a visual impression. I think it's better. Okay. Jiang Nan nodded. This time for this woman to come over to the scenery he was not much interested. The ditch that was forced out by padding things. Don't look at it. Now he was not interested in any girl. Not to say that all of them had to score more than 90 points, but more than 85 points. Always the most basic, right? Even some of the best with buff attributes added 80 points beauty. Jiang Nan is not unable to accept. This Jiang Nan still fell short of the feeling. Chapter 27, a small villa worth $15 million? Direct brush. Southern Heavenly Pavilion neighborhood. At this moment, in the middle of the front yard of an independent small villa. This is one of the several small villas among the Southern Heavenly Pavilion, one of them, currently priced at $15 million, with a total of 200 square feet and a complimentary square footage of up to 120. Jiang Nan stood beside Jiang Nan and introduced it with a smile. Oh, hearing this, Jiang Nan could not help but raise his eyebrows. The total price was $15 million, 200 plus 120, that was a total of 320 square feet. Doing the math, it was actually close to 47,000 a square foot. This small villa has a total of 3 floors, and the negative floor is even more unique. Not only is there an underground garage, but there is also a private theater, and even a gym and a recreation room. Jiang Nan continued to introduce. This small villa has just prepared everything and will be officially sold soon. About to be officially sold? Jiang Nan frowned. That's what I said. But if Mr. Jiang has your eye on it, you can also purchase it immediately. Jiang Nan hurriedly said. Go in and take a look. Jiang Nan took a step towards the first floor of the small villa. The decoration style of this first floor favors European style. The overall, though not very minimalist, but it is very atmospheric. You see the parlor on this first floor. Jiang Nan introduced. Jiang Nan swept a glance, secretly nodded. This parlor is indeed large, and the style is indeed atmospheric. At a glance it is still quite pushy. Can this room be closed in seconds? Jiang Nan just casually looked at a set of price-suitable room. This small villa is not bad. Just to be used for temporary residence is also a good choice. Seconds? Jiang Nan froze for a moment, not reacting at first. I'll take it directly. Jiang Nan had never been a procrastinator, and said indifferently, no need to fix me up with anything fancy. Do you mean you won't look at it and pay directly? Jiang Nan's eyes widened and excitement immediately appeared on her face. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded. It's like this. The money is actually able to be a little less. Jiang Nan hurriedly said. There's no need to be less. Just this 15 million round number is better. How much less could a small villa at this price point be? Moreover, how much less? How much money would he count as a loss? If the consumer rebate multiplier was very high at that time, then he could be said to have lost a lot of money. Gulp. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Jiang Nan immediately swallowed his saliva. Good guy. This is the real super rich second generation. A $15 million villa. The kind that says buy it and doesn't haggle. Are you prepared to pay in full or? Jiang Nan didn't finish his question. Jiang Nan directly interrupted. Now, pay the full amount in seconds. Your side please. I'll take you back to the sales center to sign the contract. Jiang Nan immediately humbled herself like a maid and bowed in front to lead the way. As fast as they came, they also returned fast. Not long after, in the financial room of the Nantian Pavilion Sales Center, Jiang Nan, who had filled out the contract, paid the money directly, and under the shocked eyes of several people in the finance room, the $15 million was swiped out. Which big young man is this? $15 million? Just directly bought in full? Jiang Nan watched from the side with her heart pounding. Even though she knew that Jiang Nan had already said that he wanted to pay the full amount, the moment she actually paid the money, she still only felt a numbness in her scalp. 15 million. It wasn't $1,500. This 15 million was money she wouldn't be able to earn in a few lifetimes. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Completing consumption. Received 3x spending rebate, $45 million. Triple rebate, a wild profit of $30 million. Cool. Jiang Nan listened to a beeping sound in his head. His face had little expression, but his heart was filled with a wide smile. According to reason, one should ride on the success and continue to buy 2 sets of villas to put here. But a property to buy a set is almost enough. Jiang Nan understood this reasoning. A golden house was bound to happen. Buying a few sets in one property, it was not impossible to encounter a Shura when it was empty in the future and allocated to other confidants. Fear not 10,000. Fear the unexpected. It's always right to leave yourself a maneuverable space for follow-up. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment. Moreover, he currently had $47.6 million on this hand. There was no interest in buying a General Point villa. To buy it, he had to buy a better, more expensive one, and step by step, he brushed it up. Pay the money. The next thing is too good to deal with. This kind of big building, and still worth 15 million villas, has long been all the certificate ready. The process also went extremely fast, and soon Jiang Nan respectfully handed over a document bag to Jiang Nan with both hands. Mr. Jiang, go slowly. If there is anything, you can contact me despite WeChat. The main entrance of the sales center. Jiang Nan had intended to see Jiang Nan off, but he waved his hand and left directly with the document bag. What an efficiency! Jiang Nan at the gate looked at the distant Porsche Cayenne and couldn't help but shake her head and laugh bitterly. But soon, the bitter smile transformed into an excited smile that couldn't be more excited. A $15 million villa. This commission of hers was quite a lot. If this goes on, I'm afraid that by the time Meng Qingqiu arrives in Jiangchang, my cash will be able to reach 100 million, or even more. In the car, Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with a strange luster, and his face was even more filled with a smile of anticipation for the future. As long as he wanted to, at any time he would spend the 47.6 million on hand again to acquire anything of high value. And with a bit of luck, this 47.6 million would have a great possibility of allowing him to directly leap into a billionaire. He was never afraid that his money would be subject to any regulation after getting more and more money. With the system at his side, as long as he wanted to, this whole world was his amusement park, and recklessness would run through his whole life. Buzz. At this time, the cell phone suddenly vibrated. Jiang Nan swept a glance. It was a message sent by Lin Man. Lin Man, Jiang Nan, are you free this afternoon? Do you want to make a dinner date? Seeing this message, Jiang Nan glanced at the time. Without realizing it, it was already 3:30 p.m. This made him ponder for a moment, and when he was about to reply, the landlady's WeChat call came in. Jiang Nan, are you free this afternoon? The landlady's gentle and incomparable voice rang out. Yes. Jiang Nan immediately gave a reply. Will you accompany me for a meal this afternoon? The landlady said with a smile. Okay, just the two of us? Jiang Nan inquired. A good sister from her high school days just returned to Jiangchang and asked if I was free to have a meal together. The landlady said softly. Good. Where are you now? Sister Xia? Jiang Nan asked. At home. I'm putting on my makeup right now. The landlady spoke. Do you want to come over to me first? Or, I'm coming. Jiang Nan immediately hung up the phone, and then casually gave Lin Man a prevarication before rushing back without stopping. Chapter 28, Landlady, you'll have a good time in a few days. Knock knock knock. In front of landlady Xia Jiqing's house, Jiang Nan gently knocked on the door. Day. After waiting for a few seconds, light footsteps sounded. Creak. The door opened. Jiang Nan looked at the landlady at the door, and a shocked look immediately appeared on his face. Today's landlady was extraordinarily different. Not only the change in dress, but also the makeup. Usually with her makeup, the landlady was very imperial and like mature woman style. But today, it was light makeup, to the point that if she didn't pay attention, she wouldn't even think that she was wearing makeup. That slightly curly silver hair cape is also turned into a high ponytail, looks very valiant and cool, but also has a kind of neighborhood big sister feeling. And then see the wear at the moment. A pair of high-waisted jeans, the upper body is a white short-hitting top, leaking out some belly out, that no flab waist, simply have enough to attract people's eyes to look at. How? Can't recognize sis? The landlady raised an eyebrow. Just such a small expression, but let Jiang Nan a whole ruthlessly moved. Sis, your style is really ever-changing. Anything suits you. Jiang Nan praised incomparably. Yeah, you kid. The cool valor that the landlady had just put on immediately turned into softness, and whispered, in a few days when Xiaoying goes to her grandmother's place, sis will properly instruct you in piano techniques. Isn't she still in kindergarten now? Jiang Nan was surprised. Indeed she is, but I'm having a hard time right now, the landlady in her arms embarrassedly said. At the same time, she also mentally sighed up Jiang Nan's max boyfriend power, unexpectedly holding her up so easily. Jiang Nan softly said in her ear. More than half an hour later. What a brat! The landlady cursed with a laugh. In more than half an hour, the landlady's favorability towards him had come to 65 points. Buzz. At this time, a cell phone on the coffee table in the living room vibrated. Jiang Nan looked at it, and the docket name was Lin, so it must be the good sister from his high school days that the landlady was talking about. He shook his head and did not answer the phone, and at this time also noticed the time. It's already 4 o'clock. This time is really passing by fast enough. Jiang Nan leaned back on the sofa, his eyes slightly closed, and began to wander off into the heavens. A few minutes passed quickly. Only then did he open his eyes again when he heard footsteps. Sister Xia, someone just called you, Jiang Nan reminded. Good. The landlady glanced at her cell phone and spoke. Why don't you answer it? Not too good. Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. What's not good about it? You, the landlady hummed petulantly, before taking her cell phone and dialing back a call to go. Soon, the call was connected. Lin, are you going now? The landlady asked softly. Yes, we're at the River City Hotel, so come on over. Lin's voice rang out. River City Hotel? You guys? Which you guys? The landlady frowned. Yes, cough, my husband and I are there. Lin hurriedly said. You're in the old city. More than half an hour away from here. Leave early to save yourself from hitting the rush hour after work and getting stuck in traffic then. Good. The landlady did not think much of anything, hung up the phone after the cell phone in hand, and then opened her hands and closed her eyes to beep up. Really not afraid of pure school flowers play ambiguous. Afraid of the next door sister 30 years old. Purity is just a sister to play the rest of the things. For the landlady this kind of extreme, what style cannot handle? At the moment that a touch of shyness style, and then with a sense of micro-maturity. That is the real visual impact and the impact of the mind. Jiang Nan got up. A few minutes later. You'll have good fruit to eat in a few days. The landlady narrowed her eyes and smiled. At this time, Jiang Nan noticed that this woman had two small shallow pear swirls at the corners of her mouth, which really had a different kind of beauty. Sister Xia, shouldn't I say this to you? Jiang Nan laughed. Humph, I don't care. The 30-year-old sister was at the moment as if she was a young girl who had just fallen in love. Beautiful and moving. 10 or so minutes later, Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around the landlady's thin waist and left the door. Jiang Nan, can you drive? The landlady inquired as she hooked Jiang Nan's arm and snuggled on his shoulder. Will. Jiang Nan nodded. I'm a great god. I almost ran a yellow Ferrari before. You know, people who can run a yellow Ferrari, how good their car skills must be. Blah blah blah. I'm serious with you. Bastard. Old and immodest. The landlady reached out and gently pinched Jiang Nan's waist. It hurts. Sister, spare my life. Jiang Nan immediately howled and begged for mercy. Humph, let you be immodest again. The landlady hummed lightly again, and then touched out a key from the small Chanel bag she was carrying. Note that it was a key, that is, a bunch of keys, not just one key. Jiang Nan looked at it. Nice guy. BMW, Mercedes, Audi, Porsche. The lowest grade was all BBA. Even Jiang Nan saw the car keys of a Lamborghini. Good lord, this was really a standard rich sister. Which one do you want to drive? The landlady smiled and sent a bunch of keys over. Where's the car? Jiang Nan inquired. It's in the underground garage of the neighborhood. The landlady returned. Forget it, the underground garage is still a bit of a walk. Just take my car. Jiang Nan shook his head, and then took out the car key and pressed it twice against the Porsche Cayenne in the empty lot not far away. Chirp. The landlady looked over, only to see a very new Porsche Cayenne enter her line of sight. This car turns out to be yours. Ha! The landlady was slightly surprised. She had seen this car yesterday and didn't expect it to be Jiang Nan's. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded. Looks like you're a little rich brother. Sister was thinking of saying that she would adopt you. Alas, it seems that there's no chance of being a rich woman. The landlady aggrievedly beamed up. Still thinking of trying the rich woman's wire ball rumored on the internet. He. If you ask me, sis, you'd better be your little woman at ease. The strong wind, it doesn't suit you. Jiang Nan whispered in her ear. Chapter 29. Want to evening rich women. You evening understand it you? The first time I saw the movie, it was a very good one. Although Jiangcheng is a huge traffic jam city, but fortunately in the face of no rush hour, and thus in the arrival of the Jiangcheng Hotel is only the usual more than half an hour a little. At this moment, a Porsche Cayenne slowly stopped at the entrance of the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. Instantly, a parking attendant in her 20s immediately greeted it with a smile. The moment the window on the passenger side was rolled down, the parking attendant was immediately dumbfounded. It was too beautiful. Excuse me. The landlady was warm and gentle in front of Jiang Nan, but in front of the others, she was a complete high-strung model. Even though she was dressed in a gentle neighborly big sister style at the moment, her tone was cold and imperial to the extreme. Excuse me. This aura made this parking clerk immediately back off a bit. Soon, Jiang Nan and the landlady got out of the car, only to see this parking clerk immediately arrived in front of Jiang Nan, and respectfully said, "Hello sir, I am the parking clerk of Jiangcheng Hotel. You will put away all the valuables in the car, and I will find a parking space for you. This is the hand tag. Please give it to me when you leave." Good. Thanks for your trouble. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, giving him the car keys, and then also took the hand tag he handed over. Trouble. The landlady hooked Jiang Nan's hand and drew out an LV wallet from amongst the small Chanel scented bag, from which she drew out $500 or $600 bills and handed them to this parking clerk. Thank you ma'am. Thank you sir. This parking attendant received these $500 or $600 bills with both hands. His face was full of gratitude. This tip was not a small amount. Even more so, there weren't many bosses who would give tips. After all, this was where they worked, and the hotel would pay them. Jiang Nan and the landlady entered the hotel hand in hand. Xi Cheng. Just after stepping into the hotel, an excited shout immediately rang out not far from the side. Day. Immediately afterward, the crisp sound of high heels colliding with the ground rang out. Jiang Nan and the landlady turned their heads to look, only to see a woman with an average figure and average face value in heavy makeup trotting over. Lin, what a long time no see. Xia Jiqing smiled as she looked at this woman running closer and greeted her. Yeah, I've missed you. Wang Lin happily wanted to hug Xia Jiqing, but at this time, she noticed Jiang Nan's presence. So tall, handsome and graceful. When Wang Lin saw Jiang Nan, she immediately blurted out a sentence. Ha, this made Xia Jiqing immediately laugh happily, getting a little closer to Jiang Nan and proudly saying, Lin, this is my boyfriend, Jiang Nan, this is my best little sister who I played with in high school. Wang Lin, hello, Sister Wang. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Wow, such a handsome post-00's brother. You really have a good eye. Wang Lin looked at Jiang Nan several more times. She really couldn't move her eyes off. Which woman doesn't like handsome men? And it's still a tall, handsome and thievish post-00 youngster like Jiang Nan. Ask which older woman doesn't like it? That's for sure. After all, I'm not so bad, am I? The landlady held her head high and said confidently. Come on, let's go up. Wang Lin hurriedly said. And, I need to tell you something. What? The landlady actually guessed something. This time actually originally wanted to ask you out alone. But it turned out that Li Fei knew about this news, so he pleaded with me that he was organizing a class reunion. As she said that, she was also full of embarrassment and whispered, Xi Cheng, I'm sorry, I didn't know you had a boyfriend. I thought, it's fine. The landlady didn't care, either. This day is a direct showdown. Sister has a boyfriend. Thinking of sis, less thinking, in the future, these parties organized for her, it is best not to invite her. After this time, I don't think anyone will shamelessly invite you to this kind of party anymore. Maybe it's a good thing. Wang Lin whispered. Indeed, a bunch of crooked people. Compared to my man, they all fall off my little man's grade. The landlady grabbed some of Jiang Nan's arms and said proudly. Her whole heart is now filled with Jiang Nan. She was not interested in other men before, except Jiang Nan, and now she is really not interested in any man at all. Yes. Wang Lin nodded her head deeply, also sneaking 2 more glances at Jiang Nan. Her face also slightly reddened. In her heart, she also couldn't help but sigh. It was so nice to have money, being able to find such a high-quality youngster. Soon, the 3 entered the elevator and went straight up to the 15th floor. Ding! But a small amount of effort. The elevator opened, and the 3 of them walked out of the elevator. And at this moment, there were a few people outside the elevator who were talking and laughing, and when they heard the sound of the elevator opening, they immediately shifted their gazes over. Xi Cheng, the leader of the group, a man around 30 years old in a suit and wearing a gold-rimmed glasses, had a somewhat refined feeling, but when he saw the landlady hooking the arm of a young man, looking extremely intimate, his brows immediately tightened, and his eyes even flashed a bit of a somber color. Squad leader, the landlady faintly shouted. Gu, I've been wanting to hear this class president for some years now, and I'm finally looking forward to this class president. These past few years, it's really sad that you keep refusing everyone's parties. Li Fei laughed, and then spoke. Let's go. Fast forward, the classmates miss you, the school beauty who had amazed them for an entire high school era. Even so, he didn't look at Jiang Nan the entire time, starkly ignoring him. No, I'm just preparing to catch up with Lin this time when I arrived, and after hearing her say that you guys are also there, it just so happens that I'm also preparing to give you, the old class president, a good talking to, so it's better if you don't invite me to these gatherings in the future. Even, the message also don't send me. I'm afraid my husband will be angry. Although the landlady was leaning on Jiang Nan's shoulder, her aura was not small, and her tone even carried an undeniable flavor. From her pile of car keys just now, it was not difficult to see that the landlady was not worth more than $1 billion, but $100 or $200 million was definitely there. That a bunch of car keys, at least also have to 1,000 W or so. Even if that Lamborghini is famous some of the sports car, then I'm afraid it's really more than 1,000 W. The car was worth so much. If you want to say that the landlady didn't have a few small goals, he didn't believe it at all. You got married again? Only then did Li Fei place his gaze on Jiang Nan, and after seeing that it was a handsome white boy, his brows tightened and he spoke. Jiqing, we're not that familiar. Please address me by my full name. Xia Jiqing. The landlady could be said to have given Jiang Nan all the good emotions, and at this moment was even taking care of his feelings. Jiang Nan naturally understands, and wraps his arm around the landlady's thin waist a little tighter, and whispers in her ear. Sister is so nice, taking care of her brother's feelings so much. Good love, brat. The landlady glanced at Jiang Nan in a flavorful manner, looking at the landlady flirting with Jiang Nan, the little white boy, in front of his face. This Li Fei's face instantly grimaced and said in a deep voice, Xia Jiqing, old classmate, there are too many little white boys in this world. All of them are here for your money. Can you be as handsome and graceful as my husband? The landlady disdainfully glanced at this Li Fei, faintly said, to put it mildly, you so have been about me to hold a class reunion with what idea I do not know? Isn't it also because you are interested in my money? And, please, about people to set this kind of 15 floors of the ordinary place, want to evening and refuse to smash money. You evening rich woman evening understand you. I'm telling you, in the future, don't play these tricks on me. Wang Lin, come with me or stay here. You make your own choice. After saying this, the landlady pulled Jiang Nan and turned around towards the elevator. Wait for me, Xi Cheng. Wang Lin immediately pulled her foolish husband to follow her, leaving Li Fei standing in place for a while gritting his teeth. Even as his face was flushed red, obviously some of his defenses were broken and he was annoyed. Chapter 30 Money is a small thing. The ability to reward is a big thing. At this moment, in the elevator, Jiang Nan gave a thumbs up and exclaimed from his heart, "Sister, you were so domineering just now." "That's not true. There's only one of you in this world. Do you really think any man is worthy of making me gentle?" The landlady arrogantly raised her eyebrows. At this time, Wang Lin brought her husband into the elevator as well. Jiang Nan looked towards this Wang Lin's husband, in his 30s, looking thin and slim, also wearing a pair of glasses, looking svelte. Seeing Jiang Nan's gaze on himself, this man revealed a smile, considered a greeting. "Go to the top floor." The landlady directly pressed the top floor of the 30th floor. There were a total of 2 places to eat at the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel, one being the 15th floor, which was considered the level for ordinary people to consume, and the top floor eating place was basically for people with higher incomes. A meal down, not to mention more than $100,000, a small tens of thousands of dollars is still there. Ding! Soon, the 30th floor arrived. The 4 people also walked out of the elevator. A few welcoming young ladies immediately greeted them. "May I ask if there is a reservation?" A leading welcoming lady had a warm smile on her face, and her eyes were filled with amazement as she looked a few more times towards Jiang Nan from time to time. "Too handsome. No reservation. Are there any private rooms left?" The landlady said. "Yes, just, do you have a VIP card?" The welcoming young lady inquired in a low voice. "There is." The landlady nodded, and then took out a black gold card from inside the small fragrant bag. When she saw this black and gold card, that welcoming young lady's expression immediately became respectful, and after bowing, she led the way in front with her waist bowed the entire time. Seeing this, Wang Lin and her husband glanced at each other, their faces showing shock. This was a bit too dignified. Compared to the shock of Wang Lin's 2 families, Jiang Nan appeared much too calm. After all, the current him was not the previous him. Soon, that welcoming young lady brought a few people to a private room. There is a tablet on the table. If you order food, you can take the tablet and order food. The background will receive the ordering message in seconds. If there's anything you need, just call me. The welcoming young lady did not enter the private room, and bowed respectfully at the doorway, saying in a gentle voice, "Good." The landlady nodded before stepping into the private room with Jiang Nan. Wang Lin's 2 family members also followed closely and walked in, and when they saw this very luxurious private room, their faces once again revealed a shocked look. "Jiqing, this private room should have a minimum consumption, right?" Wang Lin couldn't help but exclaim. "Just a few tens of thousands of dollars." The landlady smiled. "Good lord, a few months of my family's salary." Wang Lin swallowed her saliva and whispered, "No wonder there are so many people who hate the rich in this world. The feeling is that this world of people is fundamentally different." Ha ha. When the landlady heard this, she couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. The world of people is actually the same. It's just that life encounters are different, and the survival environment is different, leading to a different future. What she said was actually quite profound. Her class was indeed different. At least Jiang Nan was able to deeply realize this. As for Wang Lin and her husband, they just smiled and did not continue to speak. People from both classes had different ideas from both classes, and there were times when they were indeed unable to collide and resonate. This is also why, in reality, the door is too much. While in the fantasy world, there are too many Prince and Cinderella drama, or the princess and the poor love drama. The meal didn't take too much time, just over an hour. When it was over, although it was already around 6 o'clock, the sky was still bright outside the window. The landlady who drank some red wine was even more charming at the moment. A small face of absolute beauty was covered in red, and from time to time, she looked at Jiang Nan's eyes with a mesmerizing and intoxicated color. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Consumption is complete. Obtain 10 times consumption rebate, 500,000 yuan. A few minutes later, the front desk of the lobby. Jiang Nan WeChat swept the code and paid. Good guy, 50,000. Hearing the sound of payment, Wang Lin's 2 families couldn't help but look at each other and gulped heavily. One meal had eaten almost 4 months of their salary. It was really exaggerated. Let's go. The landlady seemed to have gotten a little tipsy, so Jiang Nan naturally became this host, smiling and nodding to Wang Lin's 2 families. Nowadays this rebate of $500,000 for Jiang Nan is already no different from the $50 in the eyes of ordinary people. It's just rain. There is not a single bit of emotional fluctuation at all. Straight down to the first floor. Arrived at the front door of the hotel. Jiqing seems to be a bit slightly drunk. We'll go back first. We'll get together again when we have time. Jiang Nan handed the handtag to the parking attendant boy from before, and it didn't take long for his car to drive up. He waved at Wang Lin's two families with a smile, and then helped the landlady into the passenger side. Soon, the car gradually traveled away. Wang Lin's two families stayed in place for a while before they looked at each other and let out a long breath before shaking their heads with a bitter smile. If you ask me, this boyfriend of Shi Qing's is not an ordinary person either. This talk and this temperament. If you want to say that this is a white boy, I don't believe it for a million. Wang Lin whispered. The $50,000 that just paid was not paid by this old classmate of yours, but by himself. That look. It's no different from us buying a pancake from a small stall in the street. Not caring, Wang Lin's husband nodded deeply. Car. The landlady, who had looked slightly drunk, suddenly sat up squarely, pretending to be drunk. Ha! Jiang Nan glanced at her and laughed lightly. Che, this little bit of wine can't get me drunk. Not to mention helping you drink one, or even helping two more you drink, I don't mind. However, I'm still a bit tired. Xiaoying was picked up by her grandmother, so you can stay with me at home tonight, okay? The landlady's body came over. Her pretty face was covered with a reddish haze, and her beeping and praying look was very cute. Good. Jiang Nan reached out and touched her head, and the latter immediately narrowed her eyes and revealed a smile of enjoyment. No matter how old a woman is, there is always a soft spot in her heart, or, in other words, a strong woman will become a small woman in front of her own dependents. The ride is slow. This point is also some traffic jam. When they returned to the neighborhood, it was already more than 7 o'clock. Parking the car, Jiang Nan and Xia Jiqing also returned home. Xia Jiqing favorability +1. Xia Jiqing favorability +2. Xia Jiqing favorability +1. Around 8 o'clock. Living room. Jiang Nan lit a cigarette and began to gulp it down. 80 points of favorability now. Jiang Nan exhaled a long puff of smoke, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. Almost there. Almost there. It's almost there until Sister Xia's favoritism arrives at 90 points. I wonder if a few women with a face value of up to 90 points or more will reach 90 points of favorability together by then. Will it be considered as an overfulfillment of that little task of welfare? And will there be more additional rewards? Jiang Nan's current interest in money was, frankly speaking, far less than his interest in the rewarded abilities. There were some abilities that money couldn't buy. Chapter 31 Meng Qingqiu's video call. Double shock. 10 or so minutes later, Xia Jiqing walked out with an extremely depressed look on her face. Sister, what's wrong with you? Such a look. Jiang Nan saw that her face did not look right and immediately inquired. The landlady shook her head with a bitter smile and sat down next to Jiang Nan, then carefully stared at him. Her beautiful face revealed some marvelous colors, and whispered, "You guy, how come I didn't see that you were so powerful before? We're awesome." Jiang Nan looked at the landlady with a smile. In just less than 2 days, I've fallen so in love with you. You're still not powerful? The landlady's face showed an odd color again. After so many years, she didn't know how many excellent men wanted to enter her heart. To no avail, all were lost. She hadn't even moved to find another man. Who knew? It was only how long ago that she was directly conquered wholeheartedly by Jiang Nan. How could this not make her feel odd? Maybe it's because you hadn't gotten to know me before? Or perhaps we didn't have this fate at that time. Jiang Nan reached out and wrapped her into his arms, saying softly, "This thing called fate, no one can say for sure." Indeed, the landlady did not regret it and gently leaned on Jiang Nan's shoulder. The warmth of this moment caused a happy smile to hang on her face. Buzzing, warmly coexisting for only 10 seconds or so, the cell phone in Jiang Nan's pants vibrated. Taking it out and scanning it, he immediately sat upright. "Your online love interest came to call to check up on you?" Seeing that Jiang Nan's expression was a bit off, the landlady couldn't help but flicker her eyes a bit and laugh lightly. "Came to video call," Jiang Nan said. "Then I have to hide it." The landlady moved her body down and lay on Jiang Nan's lap, hiding out of view. Jiang Nan smiled faintly and also picked up Meng Qingqiu's video call. "Darling." Just after connecting, Meng Qingqiu's metaphysical voice immediately rang out. "Good evening, Qiu. Good evening." The woman didn't show her face, just a pair of white glowing legs inside the camera, and even though the landlady was lying next to him, Jiang Nan returned a greeting without blushing. "Once today is over it will be the 17th, and once tomorrow is over again, I'll be able to see you on the 18th. Meng Qingqiu laughed somewhat happily, and it was then that she suddenly realized what was going on and let out a strange cry. "Frog fun, why is it a video call?" Her voice was raised several decibels, and right after that, she was also the one who only just noticed that Jiang Nan, who was out of the camera, was only revealing an eye close to the camera, and then she exclaimed, "Frog fun, this. darling, you opened the beauty face up? This WeChat video where there is a beauty face. Jiang Nan shook his head and said, your eyes are exposed. Why don't you reveal a whole face altogether? I am shy, Meng Qingqiu whispered, but her eyes were still plastered in front of the camera, as shocked as they could be. A year ago, it wasn't that she hadn't seen Jiang Nan from afar. At that time, although Jiang Nan was not ugly, he was definitely far from being so stunning in the video. Meng Qingqiu, what handsome men hadn't seen? Magic City University, this kind of top university. Handsome men simply don't have too many. But the only one that could make her stunning was Jiang Nan in the video right now. Then I'll turn off the video as well. Jiang Nan pretended to be ready to switch to a voice call. Don't! Meng Qingqiu's anxious voice rang out, and soon, a stunning beauty that was truly so beautiful that it felt like it wasn't on earth appeared in front of the camera. Hiss! Jiang Nan, despite being mentally prepared, and even more so, having seen Meng Qingqiu's video on shaky tone before, when he saw it, he still couldn't help but mentally suck in a mouthful of cold air, his face revealing a stunned color to him. Too beautiful. It really is what the ordinary internet said in general. The fairy descended to the earth. This woman should only be on the sky. There wasn't the slightest bit of exaggeration. Darling, it's only been a year since I've seen you. I can't imagine that you've changed so much. Meng Qingqiu had already shown her face. Naturally, she was greatly generous, but her eyes were still unbelievable. And after carefully looking at Jiang Nan a few more times, she finally confirmed that the handsome man in the video was indeed the object of her online love for 2.5 years. One was the voice that she couldn't have heard wrong, and the other was the face. Even though Jiang Nan nowadays gave people the impression that he was a handsome mess, his face was still the same, only that his skin condition was not half a star better than before. Moreover, he seemed to have a different kind of filter for women in general. Women in general could not move their eyes when they saw him. This was something that Jiang Nan had really experienced in the past 2 days. It might be the problem of the skin condition. Last year when you saw me, the wind and rain, the sun in the summer of Jiangcheng is simply not too poisonous. The skin is naturally not very good. Jiang Nan laughed lightly. Right ho, Jiangcheng side is a furnace city, the kind that can heat people to death in summer. Meng Qingqiu suddenly turned her head around, suddenly came close to the camera, directly as a few mwahahahaha, and then thieves laughed, opened his mouth. I can't imagine mindlessly playing video, somehow played a video, saw darling your real face, really have enough people surprise. Honestly speaking, she really wasn't a face controller. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought about running present with Jiang Nan the following year after seeing him once last year. When it really came to a beauty of her level, after being used to seeing too many handsome men around her, it was highly likely that she would even have no feelings for handsome men. It's not that she has any ugly fetish or anything, but she pays more attention to her feelings. At this time, Jiang Nan's remaining light saw the expression of the landlady lying on the side. The whole aunt smiled, and did not have the so-called taste look, which made him quite a bit surprised. This landlady has not been too generous. What's the matter, darling? Seeing that Jiang Nan's expression was a bit off, Meng Qingqiu instantly returned to the camera and inquired with concern. No, nothing. Jiang Nan silently recited the meditation mantra in his heart and shook his head before also looking towards Meng Qingqiu once again. He was a little curious about how many face value points a girl of this level could have. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that the length of online love had reached as long as 2.5 years. So how much goodwill could she have towards herself? The most important thing is that the length of time of online dating has reached 2.5 years, and how much good will she feel about herself? Chapter 32, Meng Qingqiu's Attribute Panel. Name, Meng Qingqiu. Age, 20. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Face value, 96 points. Favorability, 80 points. Rater lesser face value score, 96 points. When Jiang Nan threw an insight spell over towards Meng Qingqiu, the moment that attribute panel came out, his eyes instantly widened. Holy, a face value score of 96? Also, the favorability was directly 80 points to start with? This simply shouldn't be a bit too exaggerated. Darling, why does your expression look a little off? At this time, Meng Qingqiu's voice rang out. It's nothing. Just now I suddenly thought of something and found it a bit unbelievable. Jiang Nan shook his head. What is it? Meng Qingqiu smiled and said, completely unaware of anything strange. I was just thinking that we were able to last for so long. Jiang Nan's face revealed a sigh of relief, and a slightly strange expression to come. I told you, as long as darling you don't break up, I'll never be able to break up with you. Hey, at that time, originally the university wanted to go to Jiangcheng, only that my family forced me to go to university in Magic City. Otherwise, I've been able to see you every day for the past few years, and we've rented a sweet cottage outside. How happy! Meng Qingqiu was completely immersed in her fantasies, and didn't even notice Jiang Nan's expression constantly changing. Yes, Jiang Nan simply answered. swallowing a small amount of saliva before taking a deep breath and speaking. Chio, after you come over this time, I'll go to Magic City to look for you to play when I'm free as well. Yeah. Meng Qingqiu instantly laughed happily. Suddenly, she lowered her voice some more and spoke. Darling, I can't say anymore. I heard footsteps in the corridor outside the door. I think my roommate is back. We'll talk tomorrow. Good. Jiang Nan nodded. Kiss. Meng Qingqiu came to the camera. Kiss. Jiang Nan returned a kiss. See you the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Meng Qingqiu also hung up the video call. Half an hour later. Barf. Jiang Nan lit another cigarette and exhaled a long puff of smoke. Looking at the landlady next to him, his eyes full of appreciation. The energy of the last 2 days is really something. It always feels like there's an inexhaustible power in the body in general. Jiang Nan guessed that there was a great possibility that his body had been secretly remodeled by the system, which was considered a small invisible benefit. Honestly speaking, it was really good. Waiting for the Vajra unbreakable kidney obtained after completing that welfare mini-quest, then I really don't know how bullish I'll be by then. Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile. Buzz. The cell phone on the coffee table vibrated. Jiang Nan picked it up and saw that it was a message from Su Yun. Jiang Nan, having a midnight snack tonight? Picture. In addition to this message, there was also a picture. Clicking on it, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. In the middle of the photo, Su Yun, who was wearing a small pink nightgown, was lying on her side on the bed. In this regard, Jiang Nan really quite agreed that this woman was perfect. Is this late-night snack you're talking about decent? Jiang Nan replied. Su Yun, decent, can be decent, / color. Seeing one of the emoticons carried behind that sentence, Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. This woman, she really had completely let go. I might not be available tonight. If he hadn't spent so much time at the landlady's today, I'm afraid he would have been in the mood to go to Su Yun's place for a late-night snack. Moreover, he had agreed to accompany the landlady tonight, and it was bound to be impossible for him to go back on his word. Alright, then tomorrow you'll come over for lunch? How about I go buy you some tonic stew? Su Yun sent a voice note over with some loss. Okay, this time Jiang Nan didn't refuse anymore. Good. Su Yun's tone was happy again. Then I'll go to bed early tonight and get up early tomorrow to buy the freshest ingredients at the market. No problem. Jiang Nan returned. At this time, the landlady, who had rinsed her mouth, returned to the living room, and when she saw Jiang Nan chatting on his cell phone, she couldn't help but be curious. You don't have other women, do you? Cough cough. Jiang Nan immediately coughed twice when he heard such a direct question from the landlady. There really are? Hearing his rather awkward cough, the landlady was slightly surprised, and then sat down next to Jiang Nan, glancing past her cell phone. Without waiting for Jiang Nan to say anything, her face immediately revealed a shocked color. Surprised? Isn't this the avatar of Su Yun Su teacher? Teacher Su? Hearing this name, Jiang Nan froze for a moment. Good fellow, is Teacher Su so loose in private? The message interval wasn't long. Thus the landlady also saw the seductive photo sent by Su Yun, and a shocked look came over her face. She's the little girl's teacher? Jiang Nan was also surprised. Yes, but not a kindergarten teacher, but a teacher that I'm planning to send to her for piano lessons in the near future. The landlady spoke. Her daughter is in the same kindergarten as my daughter, and for this young mother with a very good temperament and a very pretty person. I talked to her more than once before when I picked up little Ling from school, so I had contact information quite early on. That's quite a coincidence. The corner of Jiang Nan's mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. How do you know her? The landlady was surprised and said, usually when I chat with her, she's quite decent. It's not like she's able to send this kind of cool photos to people on the internet. Then do you look like an immodest woman? Jiang Nan looked at the landlady with a smile. The landlady was immediately embarrassed, smiled twice but was too embarrassed to continue saying anything. Jiang Nan's charm she is well aware of. She's Xiajiqing is not decent enough? Not also now in front of this little man is not serious, and even posture do not mention how wild waves, if not relatives came, she can guarantee that these days Jiang Nan absolutely cannot get off the bed a little bit. Nonsense. The fighting strength of a woman who had been starved for so many years would be joking with you? But how did you guys meet? The landlady still felt a bit strange. She felt that it should be impossible for the two to have a social line. Could it? Was it that Jiang Nan had delivered to Su Yun's house when he was experiencing life delivery before, and then the two of them chatted? Thinking about it this way, it seemed like there was really this possibility. It had to be said that a woman's ability to supplement her brain was truly powerful. If Jiang Nan knew what the landlady was thinking, I'm afraid that she would be dumbfounded for a while, and spit out a sentence. Really think it's the plot of a small movie made on that turtle island? Thank you Tomato Real C's Big Brother's gift reward. Boss Atmosphere. Chapter 33 The timing can only be late, not early. Jitterbug recognized. Jiang Nan smiled and said, I brushed Jitterbug 2 days ago. pushed a small game live. A small heart gift. She stepped on the finger pressure plate a little. He spoke up. When he finished, the landlady's face immediately showed a surprised color to come, and then said, "I can't imagine that, Mr. Sue is so desperate for several hours in a row, in addition to taking takeout, but even eat food or eaten on the finger pressure board. Yeah, that's why I felt at the time that this anchor woman was quite trustworthy. After all, this is online. There's simply not too much to play down." Jiang Nan nodded. He was still very appreciative of Su Yun's promise-keeping. Hearing this, the landlady immediately nodded approvingly and said, "Ms. Sue is really quite a good person. She has been bringing up her daughter alone for so many years, and I've never heard of any problems with her. She's definitely a good woman." That said, she stared at Jiang Nan and smirked. "You brat wouldn't be a sister control, or a young woman. Popularity control, right? Can't be." Jiang Nan said it all with a somewhat weak look, cleared his throat and spoke. "It's just a coincidence. Besides, sister is really good. Did something indescribable happen with Ms. Sue?" The landlady's stallion jade finger gently tapped Jiang Nan's forehead and inquired. "Noon's the time she invited me to her house for a casual dinner." Jiang Nan did not hide it. "Damn it, why didn't I see how good you were a few days earlier?" The landlady puffed out her cheeks and got a little depressed. "It's fine, same thing." Jiang Nan smiled. In his heart, he understood that if it was a few days earlier, I'm afraid he really wouldn't have been able to get into this sister's eyes. Everything was fated fate. He just happened to obtain the system, and just happened to also fulfill the record of a 5-year-long wish, which led to such a huge change. So, only late, not early. Happy times always pass quickly. The night passed by. Around 8 in the morning, Jiang Nan woke up. The landlady was no longer around, and picked up her cell phone to take a look. It was May 17th. At this time tomorrow, Meng Qingqiu would be on a plane departing for Zhangcheng. Once something indescribable happens with Meng Qingqiu tomorrow, I'm afraid that mission of mine should be completely accomplished. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment. And, let's not forget, Su Yun's favorability towards him wasn't bad either, reaching a staggeringly high 89 points, and since this last point wasn't clear as to how it could be boosted, he wouldn't be drilling into the bullseye to think about it too much. Everything, let nature take its course. Landlady, toiletries are ready for you. In the bedroom restroom. Landlady, I'm going to take care of some things. See you tonight, sister's little man. The landlord's wife, pictures. Jiang Nan got up and took a look at WeChat, and found that the landlady had left him a message and attached a posting face selfie. That face value. The original camera dislike face selfie, but also really have enough resistance. After replying to a sentence, he glanced at the other messages. Su Yun, Jiang Nan. I went to the food market and bought you a lot of body tonic. /shy. Su Yun, when are you coming over? I've sent my little Nui to kindergarten, and I don't want to broadcast live when there's no one at home for a while. Su Yun, pictures. Su Yun, video. Jiang Nan swept a glance at Su Yun's message, and just by looking at the first picture, his throat couldn't help but roll up and down several times, and when he finished watching the little video, he was already in awe. After Jiang Nan took a deep breath, he replied that he would come later, then scribbled a reply to that Lin Man, as well as an emphatic reply to Meng Qingqiu again, and then started to wash up. After hastily finishing washing up, Jiang Nan drove straight to Su Yun's home. 2.5 hours later, Jiang Nan revealed a happy smile to the world of adults, all of whom lived such a fast-paced life. The favorability still hasn't moved. Jiang Nan looked at Su Yun, who was tired, and closed her eyes. He got up and took his clothes and went to the bathroom to rinse off before arriving at the living room. He looked at the layout of this house again. 3 rooms, 1 hall and 1 bathroom. Not to say it was big, but it wasn't small either. Jiang Nan walked around, remembering that the landlady had told him last night that Su Yun was an amateur piano teacher. He couldn't help but wander around the house. Soon, he arrived at a small room, which was decorated quite cozy, with many small dolls, generally in pink colors, and a small old-fashioned piano. At this time, he saw a photo hanging on the wall. It was a photo of Su Yun and her daughter, a photo of the little girl when she was 3 or 4 years old, with double ponytails and pink makeup, looking very cute. Buy a piano next time you come. Arrived in front of this old small piano, Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment, hand gently pressed a few keys, to his level, immediately heard, this small piano is definitely some years old, the sound quality are weak extremely much. Jiang Nan. At this time, Su Yun's voice sounded from the doorway. Jiang Nan turned around and looked. Su Yun, who was wearing a pink nightgown with slightly messy hair, stood at the door. This piano is a bit old. I'll get you a better one when the time comes. Jiang Nan looked at Su Yun and laughed lightly, then sat on the bench, turned back and stretched out his hand to invite. Want to play a song together? You can play the piano? Hearing Jiang Nan's invitation, Su Yun looked at the man in front of her with immense surprise in her eyes. Of course. Jiang Nan smiled faintly. Suyun walked over expectantly before settling down next to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan swept a glance at the sheet music and realized that they were all children's tunes. Here's a score. Suyun got up and brought his sheet music, before settling down in a seat. Dance of Flowers? Jiang Nan swept a glance, and his eyes couldn't help but flicker for a moment. Moreover, this score had been altered to be truly perfect for four-handed playing. The way it looked, I'm afraid Suyun wasn't just an amateur piano teacher as the landlady had said. I've changed this score a little bit. You should be able to read it, right? Suyun asked in a small voice. No problem. Jiang Nan lightly smiled and nodded, looking at the score in his hand. He understood that perhaps the opportunity for Suyun to reach 90 points of goodwill was this four-handed piece that she had changed. 90 points of favorability was a threshold, above carnal desire, for soul fit, thanks to Big Brother's hyped-up note. Frog Funk, for that. Chapter 34 Mission Reward arrives. Self-Pua Lin Man. Phew. Both Jiang Nan and Suyun let out a small, long breath after they were ready. Immediately afterward, the two of them glanced at each other, and a trace of a smile appeared on their faces at the same time. Jiang Nan's 10 long and slender fingers were placed on top of the keys, and as he played, those 10 fingers seemed to be like elves jumping on the keys, causing Suyun, who was watching, to show a shocked look on her face. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not. Suyun is indeed not an amateur piano player, not to say to reach the level of masters, but the domestic good level of piano level is absolutely there. She began to learn the piano at the age of 3 as a child, and now at the age of 28, that is, contact with the piano has been up to 25 years long. Even if it is a talent is not very good, up to 25 years immersed in, said there is no level of how it is possible, just the strength of Jiang Nan playing the first bar. Suyun understood that Jiang Nan, who was already perfect in her eyes, was afraid that he had only just revealed the tip of the iceberg of his perfection. For a while, the fingers jumped as if dancing on the keys. Jiang Nan was immersed in it, and Suyun was also immersed in it. Even when it came to Suyun's beat, she narrowly failed to keep up. Soon, it was no longer a solo mini-section, for hands bounced on the keys, and the Dance of Flowers score that had been altered a bit by Suyun carried an extreme amount of lightness and a feverish feeling of infinite prospects for the future. A few minutes later, the four-handed combination ended. Jiang Nan and Suyun glanced at each other. He could clearly feel from the woman's eyes endless love and worship. Suyun favorability +1. This moment, the spirit and the flesh were truly in perfect harmony. Suyun's favorability had finally arrived at 90 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the welfare mini-quest, having a confidant of the opposite sex with a face value of 90 points or more. Received rewards, Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 Villa, a global limited edition luxury supercar Pagani Son of the Wind, and adamantine kidneys. At the same time, a beep from the system also sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. However, at this moment, he had no time to pay attention to the single beep from the system. With the soul fit with Suyun, after making her favorability reach 90 points, Jiang Nan, who had obtained the reward, also let out a long breath of relief. 1 hour later, in the living room of Suyun's home, Jiang Nan, who was sitting on the sofa, took out his cell phone. This woman actually started a live broadcast at this time. As Jiang Nan was about to want to ask the system if there was a follow-up to that welfare mini-quest, he suddenly watched a message prompted in the background of Jitterbug and couldn't help but click in. Welcome Smoky Jiang Nan brother. Frog Fun, level 62. How many busybodies did you consume again? Jiang Nan had just entered the live broadcast room when Lin Manman's shocked voice rang out. However, soon after, she saw Jiang Nan exit the live broadcast room in seconds again, which made her mouth open slightly wider, and in her mind, she immediately recalled everything she did when she first met with Jiang Nan, and her brows were instantly tightly wrinkled. It was true that Jiang Nan had been a bit cold and indifferent to him in the past 2 days, even to the point that she had followed up by asking him out a few more times, but she had not gotten a response. Could it be that I took him to eat hot pot? Or did the follow-up not accompany him to continue playing? If it was an ordinary list 1 big brother, Lin Man might not be interested at all. But this list 1 big brother was an extremely rich and handsome person like Jiang Nan. She was not a fishing girl, but she was also irresistible to him and wanted to ruthlessly fall in love with him once. While Lin Man was in the midst of self-contemplation, Jiang Nan came in once again. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoky Rain Jiang Nan sent Carnival *1 for the anchor. In just 10 seconds or so, imitating the hand of Kato Hawk, Jiang Nan's fingers almost pointed out residual shadows and directly swiped as many as 100 in anger. Frog Fun. Thank you brother Jiang Nan for 100 carnivals. At this moment, Lin Man, who was still immersed in self-contemplation, swept her afterglow and suddenly saw Jiang Nan's floating screen of carnival, and her face instantly revealed a look of surprise to come, bouncing up from her seat in one hole. Big brother ah, this is the real big brother ah. The number of people in the live broadcast room was not large, just 20 or so, but at this moment, as Jiang Nan's 100 carnivals floated up on the screen, a single pop-up screen instantly scrolled and swiped up. Jiang Nan swept the pop-up screen and lightly laughed as he handed out a 30,000 shivering diamond red packet. Asterisk 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 asterisk, which is a real big brother. This is my real father. 30,000 shaking diamonds of red packets. I drop a mom. Smoky Jiang Nan father, I give you a point of attention. In the future, this online which unenlightened people dare to force you, the son absolutely give you a hard dislike back. Father, a few more red envelopes. Lin Man Man's favorability +1. Lin Man Man's favorability +2. Lin Man Man's favorability +3. I don't know if it was due to a complete reprieve, but Lin Man Man's favorability began to rise continuously. In the same 10 seconds or so, it had skyrocketed by as much as 22 points, causing Jiang Nan to be somewhat surprised. Unsurprisingly, this woman's favorability towards him also seemed to have reached 54 points. How could he know that his lack of time to care for Lin Man Man over the past 2 days had caused her to begin to fall into self-contemplation? And there was something called invisible brainstorming, which was the most deadly. In her eyes, Jiang Nan must have been absolutely perfect, and she must have done something wrong in their first meeting, which made him quite a bit cold towards himself in the past 2 days. Therefore, she directly a whole began to self-contemplation. Self-pua up. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Nan is really unavailable. Su Yun, landlady, which sister is not the best of the best? Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan has sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan sent Carnival *1 for the anchor. Jiang Nan sent another 99 Carnival, emptying all of his shivering diamonds. Ding! Congratulations host, completing consumption, received an 8-fold consumption rebate, $8 million, earning another $2 million. Jiang Nan was naturally extremely satisfied. How long has this been going on? Raking in $2 million? What kind of non-criminal business can be so exaggerated? I'm slipping away dinner will be served soon. Sending out a pop-up screen, Jiang Nan also exited Shaky Tone, and the moment he exited the Shake Shack, WeChat immediately came with a voice message. Brother Jiang Nan, are you free in the afternoon? I really want to take you to eat that Sichuan cuisine. Please believe me, it's really delicious. And there's nothing to do at night. I'll take you around this side, watch movies and stuff, eat a snack and snacks and stuff. After listening to the voice bar sent from Lin Man Man, Jiang Nan saw that she had sent several pathetic little emojis, which made him think of the JK suit that this girl had worn earlier, and ghostly replied back, I'm free, but why don't you wear JK shoes and do a little dance on the air now? Chapter 35, upcoming date, heading to the mansion. At the same time, Lin Man Man was in her dorm room. She, who had just been fed by Jiang Nan, had just gotten off the air and froze for a moment when she looked at the message sent by Jiang Nan. Immediately after, she came back to her senses and immediately understood the feelings that day. When she asked Jiang Nan out, she had dressed too plainly, but it wasn't her fault. At first, she had only thought of inviting Peng Jiai for a meal and had no other thoughts. But who knew that her big brother, who had been watching her for some days, was such a handsome man? And still a handsome mess of the kind. Had she known that Jiang Nan had this face value? She also ran back to the dormitory at that time to change a piecewear. So brother Jiang Nan likes JK small leather shoes wear up. Lin Man Man took a deep breath and hurriedly replied, if brother Jiang Nan likes it, then is it okay if I wear it out on a date with you this afternoon? Dating? After subconsciously saying this word, Lin Man Man couldn't help but just feel her face rolling up. The two of them didn't have much of a relationship. They had only met once. Would it be offensive for her to take the initiative like this? She hadn't taken the initiative either. It was common for guys to take the initiative to ask her out. So how would she know what to do? Buzz. At this time, Jiang Nan's message was sent over. It was just a simple good word, but it made her jump up from the stool happily. It's a good thing I didn't have class today to open the live stream for a bit, or else I really just missed my date with brother Jiang Nan. Lin Man Man's eyes narrowed with a smile before she happily came to her closet to pick out something to wear. This set of white top lining with a small blue skirt seems to be a little too loose. This set of red and blue is good. It's just a little propped up feeling. I don't know if brother Jiang Nan will like it. This soup is good. Su Yun's home. On the dining table, Jiang Nan took the soup spoon and drank the soup with a face of appreciation. It's good if you like it. Su Yun narrowed her eyes and smiled. Her face was full of tenderness. Looking at Jiang Nan finishing a bowl, she hurriedly took over the bowl and gave him another bowl. Drink more. Make up for your body. Jiang Nan was not very old, but the frequency since the last 2 days was really high enough. even long. Therefore, what should be replenished still had to be replenished properly. Jiang Nan did not refuse. Soo-yun's skills were indeed good. Not only was the cooking first class, this stew was also of first-class caliber. Will we still eat here in the afternoon? Lunch wasn't even finished. Soo-yun started thinking about dinner. A pair of eyes were filled with the color of tenderness as she looked at Jiang Nan and said with a smile, "A virtuous wife and mother." Jiang Nan looked at her and only these 4 words came to mind. Soo-yun was indeed full of wifey feelings. Even though she was only 28 years old, she was even more wifey than the landlady. If the landlady was a wife that existed in a cartoon and made people want to blaspheme, then Soo-yun was the absolute perfect wife that everyone wanted to have. She was good in the hall and good in the kitchen. First class in stir-frying, first class in stewing, and there were almost no shortcomings that could be counted. I have some things to do in the afternoon, so I shouldn't come over for dinner. Jiang Nan finished another bowl of soup, stopping Soo-yun who continued to want to serve him soup, and laughed lightly. "Are you trying to make me explode?" Which Soo-yun shyly lowered her head and whispered, "This is not thinking of letting you make up for your body. After all, you do have some hard work these 2 days. Don't worry." Jiang Nan patted his waist and smiled. This wasn't him joking anymore. Nowadays he had gained the ability of the Vajra unbreakable kidney after completing that little welfare mission. It was a barrage. "I might be busy in the next few days. A friend's child is coming to my place to learn piano," Soo-yun said in a soft voice. No matter what, Jiang Nan only felt that this woman was extremely gentle, without a hint of the so-called mother tyrannical dragon that was the nickname for Sichuan and Chongqing women. On the contrary, it made him feel that there was some sense of gentleness of a Jiang Nan woman. This was also the reason why Jiang Nan felt that Soo-yun was extremely wifely. "It's fine, there's always free time." Jiang Nan smiled faintly. Next, an hour after lunch, Jiang Nan then left. System, car. Jiang Nan took the Jiangqing Tianfu 001 villa and the various certificates of the Pagani Winsong from the small space that came with the system, casually scanned it, and with some excitement on his face, he called out to the system. "Host." The system replied in seconds. "Currently I already have multiple high-value heterosexual confidants. Although it hasn't reached the point of 90 points of goodwill yet, can I carry out that little welfare task before upgrading again?" Jiang Nan did not rush to start the car, and mentally communicated with the system. Back to the host. "After completing the mission, it is complete and cannot be upgraded again," the system replied. "But, when the host's deposit reaches the next grade, a new welfare mini-task is bound to appear." Understood. The next gear should be when the deposit cash breaks through 100 million. Jiang Nan's eyes immediately flashed with a strange luster. Once he didn't say he fantasized about having a small goal, he didn't even dare to think about 1,000,000, or even 100,000 deposits. This era, like what he did not reach the young, not to mention the deposit of 100,000, is a simple tens of thousands of dollars are absolutely not out. This year what do not need to spend money, can buy a car by themselves to buy a house young people? Few and far between. Unless really the so-called witch industry innate saint body, or else absolutely mediocre over this life. 1 small goal isn't much, 10 small goals isn't much, even 100, 1,000 seems like as my cash rolls in more. These are really just a bunch of numbers. Jiang Nan laughed softly and shook his head. Just as he was about to start the car, the cell phone placed on the side suddenly vibrated. He took it over and glanced at it. It was a voice call from Lin Man. "Brother Jiang Nan, let's go to a movie later? There's a movie that seems pretty good." Lin Man's voice rang out expectantly. "What type?" Jiang Nan asked. "Horror type." Lin Man was extremely suggestive. "Alright, are you at school? I'll come over to pick you up now." Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment and opened his mouth. If he couldn't understand this kind of hint, then he was really an idiot. Moreover, didn't this girl want to go see a horror-type movie? It just so happened that the Jiangqing Tianfu 001 villa that he had just obtained was bound to have a private theater inside, right? At the same time, Jiangqing Tianfu, one of the topmost properties in Jiangcheng, was also in a district near the university town, and the drive would only take 10 minutes at most. Let's see how luxurious this mansion of mine, which is worth a few small goals, can really be. Jiang Nan was still somewhat excited in anticipation. Chapter 36. It's the emotional value that's really pulling out all the stops. It was around 2:30 in the afternoon. A Porsche Cayenne slowly stopped at the entrance of a university. Jiang Nan rolled down the window and looked towards the entrance of the school. What entered his line of sight was a double ponytailed JK girl. As she walked, the skirt swung up slightly, causing passers-by around her to cast their eyes over. This JK with white calf socks and a pair of small brown leather shoes. It's really YYDS outfit. In Jiang Nan's eyes, he felt that just this outfit alone, paired with Lin Man's double ponytail at the moment, could, to say the least, make her go from a face value score of 88 to a level of 90. Brother Jiang Nan. Lin Man got into the car, and immediately put on a sweet smile. Her voice also seemed to clip a little bit, with a kind of sweet teenage voice to shout out this brother Jiang Nan. Honestly speaking, it's hard for people not to be moved off. Jiang Nan heart cannot stop marveling up, gaze upward, on the shy Lin Man gaze, and then saw her double ponytail, but also a burst of marveling. Good double ponytails. It seems that brother Jiang Nan likes the sweet style, or the soft girl style. Seeing Jiang Nan staring at her eyes, Lin Man secretly rejoiced, and at the same time, she also made sure to clarify her future style of dress. Brother Jiang Nan, let's go. Lin Man smiled and said. Hearing Lin Man's voice, Jiang Nan took back his gaze, and then started the car, while saying, let's go to the South City side. That side is a bit more lively. It just so happens that I just bought a set of villas over there, and I haven't even gone over to see it yet. A villa in South City? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Man froze for a moment. She was a local of Jiangchang. Basically speaking, the whole Jiangchang, in addition to the old city center, it is more lively on the south side of the city, and by the same token, the price of housing is also very expensive. A set of villa down, at least 1 or 2,000 W it? Lin Man is not too clear, but guess, is the general point of the villa, at least also have to 1,000 W above. Really rich. Lin Man took a deep breath. Although she wasn't the kind of girl who worshipped gold, but honestly speaking, when she really met such a handsome and wealthy man like Jiang Nan who was willing to spend money on women, it seemed that there was really no way for her not to worship gold. That villa has an underground private theater. You'll be able to see whatever movie you want to see, and it's also very quiet. Jiang Nan smiled. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Man's breath held for 2 seconds. She was just as little and cute as she could be. Seemed to have heard something as well. However, inexplicably, her heart did not have a hint of revulsion, and even, there was still an extreme sense of anticipation. This made her feel very strange, and feel very normal, because, she did understand that she seemed to be a bit irresistible to Jiang Nan. It wasn't just that he had money and was more than willing to give her gifts, but more than that, he was handsome. If she really had such a handsome and golden boyfriend and licked him well, wouldn't the rest of her life be purely lying down and being able to enjoy happiness? Lin Man's favorability +5. Good. Lin Man shyly lowered her head and responded in a small voice. That, brother Jiang Nan, buy a few bottles of ice coke and chips when we watch the movie later. It feels like this is simply one of the cool things in life. Don't worry, there's everything. Harvesting another 5 points of favorability, Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. He had read the introduction of the entire Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 villa, and the things inside that were updated by the butler every day. It was not an exaggeration to say that there really was everything. The value of 5 small goals is not the average person who has money to be able to buy, but also names 001 villa. The degree of luxury is not the average person can imagine. The car started. Jiang Nan placed his cell phone on the side. Honestly speaking, in the face of Lin Man's good behavior initiative, he was still very flattered. Lin Man favorability +1. Lin Man's favorability +1. Lin Man's good sense +1. Along the way, the system's beeps rang in Jiang Nan's head from time to time. 20 minutes later, the red-faced Lin Man's favorability towards Jiang Nan had already reached as many as 70 points, and the speed of this progress also made his heart feel a burst of surprise. However, when he turned his head and thought about it, he felt that it was a normal thing, as her goodwill towards herself was getting higher and higher. More intimate things would only make the goodwill increase even more violently, and there was absolutely no such thing as dropping the goodwill because of some intimate actions. There's a shopping street next to it. Go for a stroll. After enjoying the whole way, Jiang Nan was also ready to give some sweetness to this girl and increase her goodwill a little bit more, in order to pave the way for watching a movie in the private theater in the middle of the villa later on. Of course, even if there is no increase in favorability, the 70 points of favorability in Jiang Nan's opinion really happened something indescribable, is not impossible. Harvest a wave of goodwill, then spend a little to earn some money, can pretend to be a pussy and at the same time, can grow their wealth. Why not? Listen to brother Jiang Nan. Lin Man did not push back and nodded with a good-natured red face. Lin Man favorability +1. This hasn't even been consumed yet, and it's gone up a little bit more favorability. Jiang Nan is really looking at this Lin Man more and more at this moment, and he's a little bit moved. Although this favorability increase did not bring Jiang Nan any substantial benefits, but it has emotional value, better than what to give you consumption. In the end, a little goodwill are not seen to rise. That is not pure injustice is what. Soon, casually find a parking space. Jiang Nan and Lin Man got out of the car. As soon as they got out of the car, Lin Man immediately jogged and hooked Jiang Nan's arm. Her height is 165 centimeters. This height is quite perfect for Jiang Nan who is 182 centimeters. There is a very good height difference. Jiang Nan secretly nodded his head at Lin Manman's initiative. Without taking a few steps, he was surprised and looked towards Lin Manman, who was leaning against him. Good fellow, this emotional value given was truly on point. Brother Jiang Nan, you seem to like JK's outfit quite a bit, don't you? Lin Manman asked in a small voice. Most men like it, right? Jiang Nan laughed lightly. Then, every time we meet from now on, I'll wear a different JK. Lin Manman smiled and said, there's one thing to say, this sister really pulls out all the emotional value that can be given out. Chapter 37, Buying and Returning. Soon, the two arrived on this commercial street. Jiang Nan's eyes rested on a storefront. Chanel. He glanced at the small fragrant bag of an unknown brand name that Lin Manman was carrying, and immediately brought her to the nearest Chanel store. Welcome. After the two of them stepped into the Chanel boutique, a 70-cent girl wearing overalls, a wrap-around skirt, and black silk heels walked up with a warm smile on her face. The familiar fiery gaze of the opposite sex came, causing Jiang Nan to mentally shake his head and laugh. There really wasn't any woman of the opposite sex who could carry his charm. I'll show my girlfriend. Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around Lin Manman's thin waist and began to look inside the store. So expensive. After looking for a short while, Lin Manman whispered. Her face was full of marvelous colors. She was a girl from an ordinary family. Where had she shopped in this kind of high luxury store? This glance down, there was not a single bag that was lower than 5 digits. Even, there was a small scented bag placed at the highest part of the cabinet. It was even a 6-figure number starting with 3. More than 300,000. How about it? Do you have any favorites? Jiang Nan asked. Too expensive. Lin Manman really wasn't pretending. She did feel that it was too expensive, although she knew that Jiang Nan was very rich and was also very willing to spend money on women. But, it was still too expensive. This amount of money is just a hair's breadth for me. When I brushed you with Huazi, you jumped up and down in gratitude. Jiang Nan teased. Good boy. Pick a few. This is brother rewarding you for being good and understanding. No way. Lin Manman smiled embarrassedly, and then also no longer shirk. Onion jade finger pointing to more than 10,000 or so small carry bag. Small face flushed and whispered. These two are quite good. No? Jiang Nan was surprised at this sister's appetite. It was too small. Nope. Lin Manman shook her head, and those twin ponytails fluttered a few times afterward. Jiang Nan looked to the side staring at his own counter-sister, smiled and said, labor, just my girlfriend looked at the 2 bags wrapped up, and then, this one, collectively wrapped up. Saying this, he pointed his finger to the highest part of the counter to several bags with values starting at 6 figures. Yes, the counter girl was still indulging in Jiang Nan's perfect side face from the side. At this moment, hearing his command, she immediately came back to her senses, and was immediately surprised beyond measure as she first took down those 2 10,000 plus bags towards the front desk, immediately, and then took a small ladder to come. According to reason, this kind of situation with guests on the side, she should be one hand to press her wrap skirt to prevent herself from getting naked. But, she was facing such a superbly handsome man like Jiang Nan. She pressed a PA. To be able to be seen by such a handsome guy and see something, she felt that she had earned a great bargain. Moreover, these bags must not cost millions of dollars. Spending millions of dollars with the hands of the extremely rich handsome. Which woman does not rush to get together to send look at me, handsome, must look at me. She was on the ladder. The speed of taking the bag was a bit slowed up, and her heart couldn't stop shouting. Will it be too much sum? These few down. To $1 million Lin Manman embarrassedly said. Not a few money. Jiang Nan one eye didn't even look towards that counter sister, reached out and picked at the tip of Lin Manman's chin, and opened his mouth. Moreover, these are what you should get. If you consume on your own, it's a cool thing to do, but to give consumption to others, then it was purely a figure of emotional value. And Lin Manman's emotional value given was indeed in place. Anyway, the more money was consumed, and with multiple gains, why not? Thank you brother Jiang Nan. Lin Manman understood and nodded happily, and wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan a little tighter, looking at him with eyes that were so drawn out. Lin Manman's favorability +9. See, this emotional value isn't given in place very much. Soon, the black silk counter sister took down the 4 bags at the top of the cabinet. Anything else you like? Jiang Nan softly inquired. At the same time, he also sighed in his heart. Women's money was indeed good money. A few bags down is millions of dollars to start with, which is no wonder why there are so many celebrities who want to squeeze into the real upper class circle. Who can satisfy the material needs of ordinary men? Enough is enough. Lin Manman really felt that it was enough, together with the 2 bags that cost over $10,000 apiece just now, plus these 4 bags. There were 6 in total. If a bag doesn't last half a year, then it's going to last 3 years. Good. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, looking towards the black silk counter sister who was looking at herself with eyes that were almost dripping with water, and opened her mouth. Swipe your card. Your side please, the black silk counter sister respectfully said. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing consumption, obtained 5 times consumption rebate, 5 million yuan. After swiping his card and paying, the system's beep immediately sounded in Jiang Nan's head. There were a total of 6 bags, just shy of 5 million yuan, 5 times the consumption rebate down, easily earning 6 million yuan. Oh, right. There was also another 5 points of Lin Manman's favorability, 85 points of goodwill now. This brush is really fast enough. Jiang Nan looked at Lin Manman, who was snuggled up to his side and couldn't wait for a whole person to be close to his arms, and a satisfied smile came on his face. Welcome to the next visit. The black silk counter attendant placed her hands in front of her and enthusiastically bowed deeply to Jiang Nan and Lin Manman's back. Only after the two of them entered another high luxury store did she slowly withdraw her gaze, her eyes and face filled with envy. She also wanted to have such a perfect boyfriend. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan and Lin Manman returned to the car with a large bag of high luxury pockets. He brought Lin Manman to buy some more things, and the consumption was not too big, just 1 million or so. Unfortunately, the rebate wasn't too powerful, but still made his deposit come to as much as 60 million. Moreover, at this moment, Lin Manman's favorability towards him had reached as many as 88 points of her face value score. It seems like Lin Manman's favorability towards me basically didn't increase after reaching 88 points of favorability. Jiang Nan felt a little strange. As early as when he entered the second high luxury store again, Lin Manman's favorability towards him had already arrived at as many as 88 points, while the half hour or so of loitering and consuming had not risen at all, which did make him feel a little unbelievable. System, could it be that the peak of a person of the opposite sex's favorability is the face value score she possesses? Jiang Nan started the car while also inquiring curiously in his mind. Chapter 38 Very Perfect System Settings. Lin Manman was stunned. Yes, host. The system's beep sounded in her head. Ha! Hearing the system's reply, Jiang Nan frowned. When the opposite sex's favorability towards the host reaches the face value score she possesses, it will temporarily stop the favorability from reaching a rise. After that, if the host's favorability rises by 1 more point, then the opposite sex will also rise by the same amount of face value points. The system's voice continued to resound in Jiang Nan's mind. Oh, hearing this setting that the system was talking about, Jiang Nan immediately became interested, and his face even revealed a look of surprise. Having read no less than a few thousand urban-type Divine Mansion refreshing texts on the Tomato novel app, this was really the first time he had seen such a novel setting. It was a bit interesting. The system's ability was infinite, only he couldn't think of it. There was nothing the system couldn't do. His current charm was relying on the system, making his face value go up more than a few notches. And as soon as this setting came out, from now on, the women around him would really all be women with a full percent index. When the host raises the face value score of each member of the opposite sex by 1 point, he will instantly receive a chance to draw a prize. The system's voice continued to ring out. What is this lucky draw able to obtain? Jiang Nan's eyes flashed up with a strange luster. Nothing. The system simply gave out a forward reply, which instantly made Jiang Nan understand. It really was that there was only what he couldn't think of, and there was nothing that couldn't be drawn from this lottery. Wait. So am I able to find a low-scoring face value girl to furiously brush her favorability? In this way, I can raise her face value, thus obtaining multiple draw opportunities? Jiang Nan's eyes suddenly lit up. Host, after a low face value opposite sex reaches a corresponding face value score in favorability, raising a bit of favorability is countless times higher than a high face value score opposite sex. The system replied. Hearing this reply, Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head. This explanation was easy to understand. That is, the higher the face value of a woman, the easier it was to raise her favorability when her face value score and favorability reached the same level. However, if he thought about it carefully, he felt that it was also normal. If there really wasn't any restriction and he was allowed to take advantage of it, I'm afraid that he would really have to be reduced to a walking stallion instead of a walking hormone. Then what if it's the opposite sex with a perfect score of 100? Jiang Nan suddenly thought of another problem. He didn't believe that this world was so big that he still couldn't meet a woman with a perfect face value. After the opposite sex with a perfect score of 100 reaches 90 points of favorability, every point of favorability that is raised, you will receive a draw. The system replied in seconds. I see. Jiang Nan did understand that this was also considered a small invisible welfare task. The ultimate goal, too, was to make him spend money. That's right, without spending on women. Where could he attract so many high-value beauties? Do you really think that any woman is a rich woman like the landlady? It didn't look like Jiang Nan had been communicating with the system for so long, but in reality, it was only a thought, a few moments of thought. For Lin Man on the passenger side, it was also nothing more than the time it took to put her pockets in the back seat while she fastened her seatbelt. The car started, the same one-handed driving. After glancing at the navigation, he headed towards Jiangcheng Tianfu. 10 minutes of driving. The car slowed down. Arrived. Jiang Nan stopped at the gate of a very luxurious neighborhood. Looking along the front windshield, 2 golden stone dragons soared in midair at the entrance of that neighborhood. And just from his angle alone, looking inside the neighborhood, just from the entrance, that environment, there was a sense of compulsion. Drip. Jiang Nan arrived at the gate pole at the entrance of the neighborhood and gently dripped the horn twice. Hello. Immediately, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked out from among the security room. Jiang Nan rolled down the window of his car, and the man gave a respectful greeting. Hello, please open the gate lever. Jiang Nan took the file bag next to him over, and then took out the real estate license. Yes, welcome home head of household. When he saw the information of the head of household, this security guard immediately saluted, and then quickly walked towards the security room. And soon, the gate lever was raised. The car traveled slowly, only to see that 40-something-year-old security guard respectfully saluting again to the car that was slowly moving into the middle of the neighborhood. Brother Jiang Nan, the villa you said, is the villa of Jiangcheng Tianfu? At this time, Lin Man, who had only just recovered from the shock, opened her mouth to speak, and she looked at Jiang Nan with eyes that were so different. She was afraid that even if she was an outsider, she knew that the Jiangcheng Tianfu was extraordinary, let alone the fact that she was an authentic Jiangcheng local. Yes. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Hiss. Lin Man didn't have to suck in a mouthful of cold air. Her face was filled with unbelievable colors. She had previously thought that Jiang Nan's villa should be just over 10 million, 20 million or so dollars. Now it seems that once the name of Jiangcheng Tianfu was on it, tens of millions of dollars. I'm afraid it really can't be taken down. This Jiangcheng Tianfu she is not unheard of. This neighborhood is definitely belongs to the Jiangcheng T1 or even T0 level of housing prices. Generally are small houses, large flat mostly. A set down have to be conservative more than $50 million. And villas, even more rare and precious. There are only 9 villas, grade from 1 to 9. According to rumors, this Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 villa since the completion of the villa, no one has lived. Pure is the real new house. This level of villa has not only money can be purchased, the following sets of villas, with money can indeed buy, but the transaction price is far greater than the market price. For example, one of the news she had brushed up on before was the No. 9 villa in Jiangcheng Tianfu. The final transaction price was more than 3 small goals. Visibly, further up, Villa 8, Villa 7, Villa 6, even, that was named 001 number of villa-specific transaction price that will be worth how many small goals? Unimaginable. Brother Jiang Nan, it couldn't be that the last time I swiped the news, the person who spent more than 3 small goals to buy the Jiangcheng Tianfu No. 9 villa, it was you, right? Gulp. After saying this, Lin Man didn't hold back her saliva again. At this moment, her whole face was flushed, and a small heart was beating extremely fast without any competition. 3 more small goals this, how many people? Several lifetimes. No, I should say more than a dozen lifetimes, or even dozens of lifetimes, would not be able to earn this amount of money And for Jiang Nan, just the spending of a mere sweet. How rich is he? Billions? Tens of billions? At this moment, Lin Man, as her thoughts flew, her flushed and pretty face gradually revealed a confused color. By now, she finally understood why Jiang Nan had given her $2 to $3 million to spend, and didn't even blink to show any pain. That was really rich and really didn't care. A few million for this kind of super rich man who was able to purchase a small goal of $300 million. Wasn't it the same as if she, Lin Man, normally bought a small dress of a few $100s? Perhaps, it's not the same either, because, when she bought a several $100 small skirt, she would still have some heartache. It would require biting her teeth and brainwashing herself for a while before she would be willing to purchase it. But what about Jiang Nan? He wasn't spending for himself. Spending millions on others was as easy and casual as he said. Sprinkling water. What kind of treasure high roller have I met? At this moment, Lin Man's eyes were looking at Jiang Nan with what was called an obsessive intoxication. 3 more small goals? That's not me. Here's the document bag. See for yourself which villa it is. Jiang Nan smiled faintly and concentrated on driving according to the roadside signs. I considered this setting in the text for a long time and finally decided to write it according to my own thoughts. Everyone readers, it should be okay, right? Acceptable. No poison, right? Chapter 39, Villa 001. Comparable to the size of a small manor. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Man took a deep breath before picking up the file bag on one side and started checking it out. Since the file bag contained quite a lot of things, She casually pulled out a certificate and glanced at it. Pagani Son of the Wind? When she saw a contract document, she froze for a moment, her mind not reacting to what it was at first. But soon, instead, she saw a long string of numbers. 10 million, 100,000, a million, 10 million, 60 million? Lin Nan counted and suddenly felt that something was wrong up. What was worth $60 million? Misty grass. Suddenly, she saw what it was and was instantly shouted out in shock. What's wrong? Jiang Nan looked towards her. Is the Pagani Son of the Wind? That luxury supercar I pushed stream over and swiped on Jitterbug? Lin Nan could basically confirm it already, but still only felt a wave of scalp-numbing shock. Unsurprisingly, it should be. Jiang Nan nodded with a light smile. Holy, a $60 million luxury supercar. And it's also a global limited edition. Lin Nan only felt that her mouth was dry for a while at the moment, and her voice was a little hoarse when she spoke. Not bad. Jiang Nan smiled. $60 million of luxury supercars only. It wasn't like it was 6 small targets of luxury supercars. Nowadays, for him, it was nothing at all. This is called okay, brother Jiang Nan but you are really Versailles. Lin Nan bitterly laughed and shook her head, and then very solemnly put this contract into the document bag, and then took out another contract to read it. Zhangcheng Tianfuno, 001 Villa. Just a small line of font instantly entered Lin Nan's line of sight. At this moment, not only did her hands shake, but her entire delicate body also involuntarily trembled. This. Zhangcheng Tianfu 001 Villa? Lin Nan's first reaction was to take out her cell phone and take a picture of it, but soon she suppressed this impulse, and after gulping down her saliva for a moment, she exclaimed in shock, brother, which level of rich second generation are you in the end? $60 million of the global limited edition luxury supercars, and the Jiangcheng Heavenly Mansion 001 Villa with a transaction price of $500 million. Mom, how lucky am I to be able to know someone at your level? Brother! Hearing Lin Nan shouting, Jiang Nan just smiled faintly and did not feel any revulsion. This was all normal emotions. For Lin Nan to see all of this and still be calm and collected, that would be the most unbelievable. Lin Nan favorability +1. Jiang Nan, who was about to reply, suddenly sounded a system beep in his head. Ha! Jiang Nan froze for a moment. This is breaking through the limit? At this time, he looked towards Lin Nan again. At this moment, she didn't look any different from before, but however, when he looked closely, just a little rise in face value points gave him a different kind of stunning feeling. It was strange. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Lin Nan's favorability +1. Face value score +1. Obtaining a chance to draw a prize. The system's beep continued to ring in his head, causing Jiang Nan to take a deep breath, and his eyes even flashed up with an excited luster. This hasn't even gotten to know him better, and he's already broken through the limit. If he gets to know him better and exchanges academic experiences, he'll be able to gain a little more favorability, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Nan became more expectant. Brother! Lin Nan's voice was soft and could not be any softer, and at this moment, she was even leaning somewhat helplessly on the passenger seat, looking at Jiang Nan with eyes that could not be described in words as slimy. What's wrong? Jiang Nan asked knowingly. It seems like I don't deserve you. Lin Nan's mood was a little low, whispering, you're too perfect. I am just a little girl from an ordinary family. You are not ordinary at all. Jiang Nan glanced at her, whether it is emotional intelligence or face value also or figure. This woman is very top. Change into the ordinary people's eyes. Not the slightest exaggeration. Lin Nan that is a big star. When the red top stream small flower girl level. But, in front of you, or too much mediocrity. Lin Nan even began to doubt herself. Like Jiang Nan's level of rich and handsome. Honestly speaking, even if her family had some money, the gap was definitely too big. You're thinking too much mental internalization. Jiang Nan reached out and touched the sister's head, softly saying, when I fall in love, I don't care if the other party has money or not. Anyway, surely none of them will be as rich as me. I feel too much emotional value here with you. So, you're worth it. Really? Lin Nan's godless eyes immediately shone anew. More real than pearls. Jiang Nan nodded affirmatively. At this moment, the car was also slowly traveling to the gate of a villa that resembled a small manor. Just the main entrance. Jiang Nan looked through the front windshield towards the inside. The fountain, the front garden, all kinds of small wigwams, and even towards the left, it was a vast piece of grass. Good guy. Golf course. Jiang Nan's face also could not help but reveal a shocked color. Which is a villa? Ah, it was simply a luxurious small manor in the suburbs. So big. Lin Nan also noticed that just the front yard of the villa was full of these things, and the sense of compulsion came over her, making her cover her small mouth and not be able to stop marveling. Jiang Nan opened the car door and got out of the car. while heading towards the front door. Tick-tock. When looking at the lock of the face recognition, the lock suddenly rang. Click. The next second, only a subtle sound was heard, only to see the gate, which was 5 or 6 meters high, open automatically. Brother Tonzi is indeed bullish. Before I arrived, my face was already inside this face recognition lock system. Jiang Nan originally just wanted to try to see if it would work. Who knew it would really work, which made him mentally give himself another crazy praise for this system. Back to the car. Jiang Nan traveled into this Jiangcheng Tianfu's Villa 001. When he entered the car, the 5 or 6 meter high gate was intelligently closed. Jiang Nan also arrived at this Jiangcheng Tianfu's Villa 001 for the first time, drove onto a small path and slowly traveled deeper towards the inside. Soon, he saw an underground parking garage, and immediately also drove along. This underground parking garage is also truly unimaginably large. After getting down from the underground garage, Jiang Nan got down from the car and took a glance. His face was not shocked, but his heart was shocked. Just the area of this underground garage alone, he felt that it was 500 square meters. To know, this is not some mall, hotel underground garage, but just a villa's underground garage. The area can reach 500 square feet, has been considered very luxurious. Brother Jiang Nan, is that the $60 million worth of luxury supercar Pagani Windy? At this time, Lin Man who got out of the car placed her gaze on a pure black luxury dazzling supercar in a parking space not far away, and her face immediately revealed a strange excited shocked look. This car, it was a bit too cool. Chapter 40, Pagani Windchild, worthy of being a luxury supercar. At this time, Jiang Nan also set his eyes on the pure black Pagani Windchild. He walked around and also took the car keys over. As for Lin Man, she jogged to follow and hooked Jiang Nan's arm. Soon, the two arrived in front of this $60 million luxury supercar. It's so handsome, Lin Man marveled. She had only seen this kind of luxury supercar on the internet in the past, but now that she had seen it with her own eyes, there was only an indescribable shock on her face. Not bad, it is indeed very handsome. Jiang Nan gently dialed the main driver's door and looked towards the car. A whole luxurious and exquisite mechanical wind interior entered his sight. Honestly speaking, this style, when it comes to the past more than 10 years, will not make people feel outdated. Jiang Nan sat up, and then felt a bit. Face showed some excitement color. At least it is a global limited edition luxury supercar worth $60 million. Sitting on the main driver's seat, hands on the steering wheel, in a moment felt a wave of beyond his Porsche Cayenne countless grades of compulsion arise. Cool, want to take a drive? Jiang Nan proposed. Okay. Lin Man instantly got excited. This was the Pagani Son of the Wind. In the past, she didn't even have the chance to see it in person, let alone sit in it. Go. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow at her, signaling her to get into the car. Lin Man's small face was filled with excitement. She quickly came to the passenger door, followed by embarrassment. She had no idea how to open the door of this car. There's a small switch there on the door. Flick it to open the door. Jiang Nan reminded. Good. Lin Man listened to Jiang Nan's words and also opened the passenger door and got in. And the moment she sat on the passenger seat, her face turned even redder than before, always in a state of extreme nervous excitement. Fasten your seatbelt. Jiang Nan reminded and fastened his seatbelt himself, and when he was ready, he also pressed the car start button. Boom! In an instant, a low growling roar resounded in the middle of this 500 square foot underground garage. Cool! Hearing this sound, the excitement on Jiang Nan's face also rose. As for Lin Man in the passenger seat, she was getting more and more nervous and excited. Boom! Jiang Nan lightly stepped on the gas pedal and slowly traveled. This underground garage had an entrance, and naturally, it also had an exit. Driving out from the exit, Jiang Nan soon arrived at a small runway, and slowly drove out from the back door of Villa 001. This even has a professional racing track. My ass. This Jiangcheng Tianfu has really taken everything into consideration for you rich people like your brother. As the speed accelerated, Lin Man grabbed the handrail of the car and shouted out in excitement. Boom! Shoo! Outside, one could only feel a gust of wind cutting through, and in an instant, a black lightning bolt raced past. It's too fast. Brother Jiang Nan, slow down. Wow. This feels really great. Oops, going to get seasick, brother. Slow down. As Jiang Nan's foot stepped on the gas pedal harder and harder, Lin Man in the passenger seat only felt a burst of heartbeat and cried out in both excitement and fear. Hearing Lin Man's pleading voice, Jiang Nan also slowed down his speed down. Phew! Lin Man's entire heart that was in her throat as the speed slowed down, was also back down, took a long breath. The excitement on her face did not cut down in the slightest, and opened her mouth to say, Brother Jiang Nan, this $60 million worth of luxury supercars is really different. Drag racing up is really exciting. Indeed. Jiang Nan nodded his head deeply. He had only just raced to about 270 plus yards. If he really pressed the gas to the bottom and pulled it full, it was possible to race to about 390. This 270 yards per hour is already exaggerated enough. If it really goes to 390 yards, it's really not hard to imagine how it would feel. Brother, I want to go back and take a shower, then watch a romantic movie with you. Lin Man lowered her head, her pretty face flushed red, and said this in an extremely expectant tone. Half an hour later, Lin Man walked out of the master bedroom bathroom on the second floor after taking a bath. Her pretty face that was not powdered was covered with a red haze. Her figure was extremely good, coupled with the red and blue slimming body lining that she was wearing at the moment. The lower body is a white similar to the pleated skirt short skirt, although only 165 centimeters height, but Lin Man's body proportion is extremely perfect. That pair of legs can be described as white incomparable, really as if flashing with the holy light in general. Day. As she walked slowly, the brown leather shoes made a crisp clash with the ground. As her eyes moved upwards, it was her calves, which were matched with a pair of white calf socks. Perfect, paired with her double ponytail that bounced slightly as she walked. Jiang Nan only wanted to say that this girl was simply not too perfect to be able to achieve this kind of visual enjoyment with 89 face value points. Honestly speaking, Jiang Nan couldn't help but want to question whether this insight technique given to him by the system was really authoritative. How could he understand that the reason why he felt that the double ponytailed Lin Man wearing this JK outfit was perfect at his aesthetic point, and thus would be extra moved? Insight, on the other hand, was a rational machine in general, without any favoritism hitting the score. How could it be the same as what Jiang Nan thought he was? Brother Jiang Nan. At this time, Lin Man had already arrived by Jiang Nan's side and took the initiative to hook his arm. Her soft and glutinous voice resounded. So strange. Oh, I don't know why. When I looked in the mirror just now, I felt that my skin was so much better than before. Before, she still needed some cosmetics to cover up the tiny imperfections on her face that could only be seen under extremely close proximity. But just now, she took a close look at herself in the mirror, and after taking a bath, not only the skin on her face, but every part of her body felt as if it had been reborn. It was that a tiny little scar spot at her calf before was also gone. It seems that it's the feeling of being in love that has made an entire state of you all different. Jiang Nan was also somewhat surprised at just rising a little bit of face value points. Lin Man was able to clearly feel the changes between her and before, but was not on this topic more idle chat. Wrapped his arm around her thin waist, sniffed between her neck and exclaimed in admiration, "This shower gel is really quite fragrant." "Ah, brother, I didn't rub the shower gel eh." Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Man sheepishly returned, "Ha, is that your body odor?" Jiang Nan was slightly surprised, wrapping his arms around her and slowly walked out of the master bedroom, descending down the stairs to the first floor, and then, it went straight down from the first floor stairs to the lower negative floor, very quickly. After looking around for a while, he also arrived inside a private theater. At a glance, although there were only a dozen seats in front of the big screen, the overall area was about the same size as a school indoor gymnasium. Moreover, looking up, the luminous starry sky top, the sense of atmosphere of this private theater simply don't pull too full. Brother, at this moment, a soft cry rang out. Chapter 41, 2 Draws, Reproducing the Sky Fat Welfare Mini Quest. The movie was 2.5 hours long. Fun times always pass extremely fast. Barf. In a small room at the back of the private theater, Jiang Nan slowly walked out and lit a cigarette, a very satisfied smile appearing on his face. 2 chances for the lottery now. The length of the movie viewing reached 2.5 hours, successfully making Lin Man's favorability towards him +1 once again. At the same time, this girl's face value score was also +1, and he, likewise, had once again gained a chance to draw a prize. Sitting in the front seat of the big screen, Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with a strange luster. System, let's see what this lucky draw can bring me. Jiang Nan crossed his legs and mentally communicated with the system. Does the host consume 1 raffle chance for the raffle? The system's voice rang out in Jiang Nan's mind. Yes, Jiang Nan replied without thinking. Ding! A ding sounded in his mind, and in the next second, a 3D illusory large carousel appeared in front of Jiang Nan's eyes, and as he looked closer, there were extremely many small words densely written on it, and possessing an intense phobia, he could not help but have a feeling of numbness in his scalp as he looked at it a few more times. Begin! Jiang Nan gave the order. Bu. As he gave the order, a rotating sound rang out. A few seconds quickly passed. The rotation of the dial pointer began to slow down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing in this lottery. Body transformation liquid. Body transformation liquid? What the hell? Immediately, Jiang Nan checked the introduction of this body transformation liquid. Body transformation liquid, able to make the body strong from the inside out. After the transformation, Just brute force alone can make the ordinary dozen or so big men unable to get close. Awesome. After reading the introduction of this body transformation liquid, Jiang Nan could not help but exclaim in admiration. Don't underestimate the fact that the introduction said that a dozen or so big men couldn't get close, thinking that it didn't seem to be gripping. Attention! Just brute force alone can make a dozen big men unable to get close. If he learns some sparring and other self-defense techniques, frankly speaking, really not exaggerated. That is absolutely not with a little bit of fantasy factors in the pure modern city of the King of Soldiers' general existence. Moreover, the modern legal society, and then can fight does not seem to have much use. But, there is a saying, you cannot use, but cannot be without. This thing is good, use it when the time comes. Jiang Nan secretly nodded. With a thought, a dark green vial appeared in his hand. Shaking it, noticing that there wasn't much liquid in the vial, he couldn't help but ask, System, how do you use this thing? Directly taken orally? Or how? Pour it into the water. The host merely needs to soak it for only an hour, and the body will be able to absorb all of the body transformation liquid. The system replied. 1 hour? Understood. That said, is there any use in extracting this stuff to yourself later? Jiang Nan waved his backhand, and the dark green vial in his hand instantly disappeared. The system had quite a few functions, and it came with a small space. The effect will gradually weaken. The system's voice rang out. I see. This thing is indeed a good thing. If it's really given to some people whose physical quality is already good, and some people who know a little bit of physical arts, I'm afraid that it really is a super soldier king. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. The next time he had the chance to draw this thing again, he definitely wouldn't use it for himself. People who were really pushy had to have a personal bodyguard by their side. Right now there is no suitable candidate, but when he has more wealth in his hands, he is still prepared to find a beautiful bodyguard to rip off. This way he is also assured to give her the use of this body transformation liquid. There's no hurry. There's still more of this stuff. Who knows when the next extraction will have to go. Jiang Nan shook his head, and then began to think about how to use this one more chance to draw. Should he just use it up now? Or should he wait to save up a few more times before drawing? Brother Tuzi, any good suggestions? Jiang Nan inquired mentally. Single draw for a miracle. The system replied succinctly. Good. Draw the last draw for me. Jiang Nan was instantly energized. In an instant, a large roulette wheel once again appeared in front of him. Biu. The familiar sound effect of the lottery sounded in Jiang Nan's mind, and the pointer on the large roulette wheel turned quickly. A few seconds passed quickly again, and the pointer began to slow down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing in this lottery. 100 million cash rewards. 100 million reward? Good. This 100 million reward is really nice. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The deposit has reached 100 million. In view of the host's efforts to spend, the special send a welfare small task, to have 5 opposite sex confidants with a face value of up to 90 points or more, favorability of 90 or more. Mission reward, permanent holding rights to Jiangcheng Mansion. $100 million cash reward. Master level proficiency in physical arts. The moment the $100 million arrived, system beeps sounded one after another in Jiang Nan's head. 5 opposite sex confidants with a face value of 90 points or more. Mission reward Jiangcheng Mansion permanent holding rights. $100 million in cash. There was also a master level proficiency in physical arts. Heavenly fatty. Jiang Nan's face instantly revealed a look of excitement. Jiangcheng Mansion he knew. A mansion located in the center of Jiangcheng's old town location. All half of Jiangcheng's iconic buildings, worth at least $10 billion or more. Moreover, as long as the mission was completed, this Jiangcheng Mansion was permanently his. Compared to this reward, that cash of $100 million was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Not worth mentioning at all. Also, master level proficiency in physical arts. This reward really came at the right time. He had just extracted a bottle of body transformation liquid. If he completed this mission again, his combat power would not explode. Good. This is really letting me become a man who is perfect to the extreme, without any shortcomings to speak of. Jiang Nan took a deep breath before he began to ponder. Currently, Lin Manman's face value score had managed to rise to 90 points, and her favorability had also reached 90 points. There was also Su Yun. This woman was the first high face value member of the opposite sex to reach 90 points of favorability. In other words, currently he already had 2 high face value opposite sex confidants. Next, the landlady, Xia Jiqing, and my online love interest, Meng Qingqiu. There's even a sister lying inside my WeChat. Jiang Yan. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed, and a look of intent came over his face. The first 2 in Jiang Nan's opinion to reach 90 points of goodwill has been the nail in the coffin. As for that girl Jiang Yan who had met by chance before, I'm afraid that the focus of the follow-up will have to be placed on her. Looks like 5 people a lot. In fact, everything is under my control. This Jiangcheng mansion's permanent holding rights, $100 million in cash, and that physical arts master-level proficiency ability. Brother wants it. No one can stop it. Jiang Nan's eyes projected a light called ambition. Chapter 42, Private Butler of Villa 001. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from behind him. Jiang Nan also came back to his senses. The next second, the nice smell of a young girl's body odor came from him, and immediately afterward, he saw Lin Man arrive in front of him, and was looking at him with a kind of flamboyant look. Brother Jiang Nan is really handsome, and it's still handsome with no dead angles in every position. To put it in one sentence, that's handsome in a shocking way. Lin Man's voice rang out. Hearing these over-exaggerated words, Jiang Nan did not hold back his laughter. It was said that this girl was very good at giving emotional value, and it was true. Soon, the two of them walked out from the middle of the private theater and returned to the first floor. Ding! Suddenly, a voice rang out at the main entrance. The next second, the main gate opened and the sound immediately drew the two's attention. You guys! At this moment, a woman at the gate looked at Jiang Nan with a stunned expression. Jiang Nan also froze as he looked at the woman at the door. In the line of sight, the woman was wearing a decent professional suit, a familiar black hip-hugging short skirt, a pair of legs that were longer than an ordinary person's life, a pair of high-heeled shoes under her feet, and her gaze moved upward again. Jiang Nan lingered for a moment on a small identity plate on his chest. It was then that the woman's face value was noticed. Beauty. It was indeed beautiful to the heart. Those three-dimensional features, the red lips at the corners of her mouth, and that shoulder-length hair. Honestly speaking, with Jiang Nan's naked eyes alone, if this woman didn't have a score of 92 or above, he felt that this insight technique really wasn't authoritative. Immediately, Jiang Nan threw an insight technique over towards this woman. Name, Lai Jing. Age, 25 years old. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Face value, 95 points. Favorable opinion, 0. Favorable opinion, 0. Favorable opinion, 0. Favorable opinion, 0. 95 points of high face value beauty. And, this body proportion, it's simply exaggerated. You are, Mr. Jiang Nan? At this time, the woman had walked over and asked tentatively after looking at Jiang Nan a couple more times. It's me. Jiang Nan nodded. Lai Jing favorability +2. Hearing Jiang Nan's reply, Lai Jing immediately let out a long breath before revealing a smile, extending her hand and speaking. Hello, I am Lai Jing, the private butler the Jiangcheng Tianfu property arranged for Villa 001. Hello. Jiang Nan reached out and shook her hand, releasing her hand in mere moments. Lai Jing favorability +3. This gentlemanly action immediately gained another 3 points of Lai Jing's favorability. Hearing the beep in his head, Jiang Nan's heart secretly nodded. Facing this kind of top beauty, the initial favorability had to be brushed like this. At this time, Lai Jing glanced at Lin Man beside Jiang Nan, and her face revealed a slight look of astonishment. Lin Man, who had just transformed from a young girl into a woman, had an inexplicable charm that just made her a high-caliber beauty. Couldn't help but give her a sideways glance, mentally marveling at her beauty. Lin Man felt Lai Jing's gaze and couldn't help but smile and nod. Lai Jing returned her gaze and also smiled and nodded at her. Are you prepared to live in directly? Lai Jing looked towards Jiang Nan, and at this time, she also noticed the owner's face value. She had received news a few hours ago that the Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 villa she was responsible for had been sold, and the owner's photo had been sent to her. The face value on the photo, she admitted, was also 360 degrees without dead angle, a handsome mess. But now that she had seen it with her own eyes, Lai Jing had a more intuitive feeling about the owner's handsomeness. Too handsome. Lai Jing's favoritism +2. Another 2 points of favoritism scored. Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile in his heart. Having a good skin is really easy to make a girl's heart feel good. Don't live in yet. We'll just arrive when it's fine. Jiang Nan said. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lai Jing was silent for a moment before clearing her throat and opening her mouth. Mr. Jiang Nan, let's come over here and sit and talk. Good. The three of them arrived and settled on the sofa in the side hall. Lai Jing crossed her legs. Those black silk legs with that one high heel on her feet were really enough to attract people's attention. It's like this, Mr. Jiang Nan, you have already purchased Villa 001, so from today onwards, it will no longer be the property side that pays my expenses. Lai Jing whispered. This kind of thing of taking the initiative to ask for a paycheck was, frankly speaking, a bit awkward. But, this kind of thing also had to be made clear in advance. So much so that there wouldn't be any subsequent disputes. I know. I've read the contract. It has this matter written on it. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Speaking, you are 30,000 a month, right? Yes. Lai Jing nodded. Good. Did you bring your contract? 30,000 a month was really nothing to Jiang Nan. Even so, He wanted to give this Li Jing a pay raise, but on second thought, he still didn't do it. It was a silly and unruly mob approach, and doing so at a time when the current goodwill wasn't high, there was a huge chance that it would make Li Jing resentful. Bring it on! Li Jing didn't expect this boss of hers to be so dry. She couldn't help but look at him twice more, and hurriedly took out a file bag from the small bag she was carrying on her shoulder and placed it on the table. Li Jing favorability +2. The system's beep came again in his head. Jiang Nan couldn't help but have a much deeper smile on his face. See, isn't this steadily increasing favorability? Jiang Nan took the file bag over, and then drew out the contract inside as well as a signing pen, then casually checked it and directly signed his name. Okay. Jiang Nan handed the contract to Li Jing and opened his mouth. Let me add a WeChat for you. Good. Li Jing also hurriedly signed her name, and then took out her cell phone to add a WeChat with Jiang Nan. You give me the account number. I'll advance some of your salary first, and what you need inside the usual villa. Just watch an ad. He was already the owner of this Villa 001. Before it was sold, everything was naturally maintained outside the property. Nowadays he naturally needed to maintain it himself. Yes. Li Jing did not push back and gave Jiang Nan his bank card account number. Jiang Nan copied and pasted it, and directly opened the bank app to start transferring money. Chapter 43, Near the Water Tower. First to get the moon? Ding! Congratulations host. Consumption completed. Received a 5-fold consumption rebate, $5 million. He directly transferred $1 million to Li Jing. 360,000 was her salary. The rest was supplies needed for life. Miscellaneous. Jiang Nan thought to himself that it wasn't too much to give. 1 million? And when Li Jing saw the transfer, her face immediately showed a shocked look. Mr. Jiang Nan, you this. Li Jing looked at Jiang Nan with an unbelievable face and hurriedly said, it's too much, isn't it? Not much. 360,000 is your 1-year salary. This person it is very easy going. Plus a little bonus what? Plus weekdays in the villa among the needs need you to labor. Look at what there is no. You despite the supplement on the line. The money is not enough at any time to give me say. Jiang Nan very sincerely stood up and stretched out his hand. Smilingly said, from today onwards, the villa will trouble you to take more care of it. Yes, boss, this is what I should do. Li Jing took a deep breath and also hurriedly stood up and shook Jiang Nan's hand. Li Jing favorability +2. In just a few minutes' time, this woman's favorability towards Jiang Nan had arrived at as many as 11 points. Ha ha ha, the title of boss is a bit too official. Just call me by my name. Jiang Nan laughed lightly. I see that you should be a few years older than me. How about I just call you Sister Jing? That's fine. Li Jing smiled and nodded before saying, then I won't disturb the two-person world of you and your girlfriend, boss, so let me know after you leave, and I'll check to see what I need to add. Good. Jiang Nan didn't keep Li Jing either, smiling as he watched her leave with the document bag. This sister Li Jing is really good looking. After Li Jing left, Lin Manmang snuggled up next to Jiang Nan and sighed in a small voice. Pretty indeed. Jiang Nan nodded in recognition. This Li Jing was purely an imperial lady model. It was not an exaggeration to say that if she was given a big wave perm, that imperial lady style would definitely be even more intense. Will brother Jiang Nan get the moon first near the water? Lin Manman suddenly said weakly. Jiang Nan was confused at first when he heard her say this. Good fellow, this girl's sixth sense was really something. He. Brother Jiang Nan was staring at that sister Li Jing just now. Do you think I didn't see it? Lin Manman teased. Surprisingly, but she was not even a little bit emotional. Won't you be jealous? Jiang Nan looked at Lin Manman curiously. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Manmang smiled and shook her head before hugging him a little tighter and whispered. Being able to have a man as good as brother Jiang Nan is already a happy thing for me. So good. Faced with Lin Manman's good behavior and understanding, Jiang Nan liked it very much and immediately said, do you know how to drive? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Manmang immediately understood for a second. Her eyes widened a little, and she spoke. Are you going to buy me a car, brother? Right answer. Jiang Nan smiled slightly. Boom. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. A black stream of light in the southern city streets above the extremely fast Mercedes-Benz. The roar of the engine roar to attract the surrounding streets of a crowd of passers-by have cast their eyes. Asterisk. This car, too handsome. A burst of exclamations rang out from the streets, and some even took out their cell phones to photograph it. Car. Jiang Nan was driving with one hand. Not happy. Lin Manman on the passenger seat had a flushed face the entire time, looking towards Jiang Nan from time to time, her eyes filled with tenderness. Soon, Jiang Nan drove the Pagani Windchild to a Maserati 4S store, and when passing by the entrance of this 4S store, it immediately attracted a group of salesgirls in the store to run out quickly. Pagani Windy? A long-legged black silk girl stared with wide eyes. looking at the Pagani son of the wind parked in the parking space at the entrance, and immediately cried out in excitement. Froggy fun, Pagani Windchild. It must be at least $26 million, right? I'm afraid this car looks a bit higher grade. I feel it's more than that. It's a global limited edition Pagani Windchild, at least $50 million or more. A voice of astonishment rang out, and the moment Jiang Nan got down from the main driver's seat, the sound of sucking in cold air sounded in the center of the room immediately afterward. So handsome, oh my god, this handsome man's face value is too heaven-defying. Hurry up, go up and greet him. The smart ones had already begun to walk quickly towards Jiang Nan. It was that big-legged black silk girl. At this time, Lin Man also got down from the passenger seat, slowing down that big-legged black silk girl's pace a bit. Jiang Nan walked around with his arm around Lin Man. Miss, welcome to our Maserati's 4S store. This long-legged black silk girl had a warm smile on her face. I'm bringing my girlfriend to pick a car, Jiang Nan said very directly. I just need the current car, the kind that I can drive away immediately. This way please, both of you. The long-legged black silk girl hurriedly invited the two inside the store. She made a look, and immediately someone brought 2 bottles of unpackaged mineral water. We definitely have the current car inside the store. I just don't know which model this pretty young lady likes, the long-legged black silk girl asked with a light smile. You go and take a look with her. I'll sit for a while. Give me a word when you've looked good. Jiang Nan was not particularly interested in these cars. Reaching out and patting Lin Man, he smiled and headed towards the sofa on one side. Miss Sister, this way please. The long-legged black silk girl brought Lin Man to the display hall and introduced herself. Handsome guy, can you add a WeChat? Jiang Nan sighed, just sat on the sofa and took out his cell phone. Immediately there was a face value of 70 points or more of the girl stepped on high heels, striding those long black silk legs enthusiastically. Jiang Nan glanced at her and laughed lightly. Sorry, I have a girlfriend. At the same time, he also threw an insight spell over towards this girl. Name, Zhao Orchid. Age, 26. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Face value, 72 points. Favorability, 60 points. It's fine. Your girlfriend is looking at cars right now. It's not a big deal for us to add a WeChat, Zhao Orchid said with a smile. No. Jiang Nan shook his head. Zhao Orchid favorability minus 60. Instantly, with Jiang Nan's decisive refusal, a system beep sounded in his head. In response, Jiang Nan could not help but shake his head and smile. Excuse me, this Zhao Orchid's favorability towards Jiang Nan had already been reduced to 0, but her good quality allowed her to merely show an awkward smile before slowly leaving. As for how her heart will curse Jiang Nan pretending to be a pussy or something, this is nobody's business, but on the surface she did not dare to reveal a tiny bit of unhappy emotions. A person who drove a global limited edition luxury supercar worth tens of millions of dollars was not someone she could throw her face at? Chapter 44. Jiang Yan is actually a small netizen? With Zhao Orchid hitting the wall, the rest of the girls in the store also lost their courage to go forward. Jiang Nan instead leaned back on the sofa comfortably and clicked on WeChat to read it. Landlady, brat. An afternoon did not take the initiative to find me. Is not in Su teacher play high skin very? Jiang Nan, no, just dealt with something. Landlady, cut, dealt with a little thing. To me I'm afraid it's a virgin. The two briefly chatted for a few moments, and the landlady sent a voice note. I eat first to go. The evening I am at home obediently waiting for you. Isn't your online dating partner coming tomorrow? Then are you free tonight? Let's have a snack together. Good, Jiang Nan replied, and then exited the chat box with the landlady. Meng Qingqiu had sent a message at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and he was indeed busy at that time, and only now did he take the time to reply. Not getting a second reply, Jiang Nan exited the chat box with Meng Qingqiu again and tapped into Su Yun's chat box too. Su Yun, missed you again. Su Yun, picture. Su Yun, picture. Jiang Nan swept a glance and his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. After looking at the two pictures, a look of admiration appeared on his face. Good. Su Yun, who was now completely letting go in front of him, honestly, really deserved the word excellent. Let's meet up in a couple days when I'm free. Jiang Nan returned a voice, finally returning my message. Ha, a subtle voice came through. Your daughter's at home? Why do you hear the voice stealing senses so badly? Jiang Nan didn't hold back a laugh. Yeah, today's Friday. Nui got out of school early. She's right next to me now. This time it wasn't a voice bar, but a text message. Okay, I'm going to be busy for 2 days' time. I'll come find you when I'm done. Jiang Nan returned the message. At this time, Su Yun was at home. When she saw this message from Jiang Nan, her face instantly rolled up. Mom, why is your face suddenly so red? A little double ponytailed girl on the sofa who was looking at a little person's book noticed her mom's abnormality and couldn't help but ask in surprise. No, it's fine. Mommy just feels a little hot all of a sudden. Little Nui be good. Mom, go take a bath. Soo-Yun reached out and touched her daughter's head, and then slowly stepped towards the bathroom. At the same time, she also could not help but touch her own hot face. Her eyes showed a piece of lost color. Jiang Nan does not know that he casually sentenced let Soo-Yun into the bathroom shower. At this moment exit WeChat. Towards Lin Man sighed to see her face excitedly looking at a car. Cannot help but shake his head and laugh, and then opened the jittery voice began to brush up the short video. After brushing a few short videos, Jiang Nan only felt a burst of boredom, and immediately clicked on the live broadcast category, and then checked it out. This point in time live broadcast is still quite a lot of people, but there are not a few face value anchor. There is beauty plus Jiang Nan are not interested in clicking in to see, which makes him immediately shook his head. This online also more than one jitterbug has beauty live. I remember there is a call what Doho live platform. Jiang Nan exited shivering tone, and then downloaded a Doho live streaming platform. Register. Nickname, Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's common social software is this nickname. It's already a habit. Tapping on the star show face value area, Jiang Nan began to slowly slide up. He did not look at anything, just simply look at the cover. As a result, after a round, there was no desire to click in, which made him gently sigh, and when he was about to scratch off this Doho live streaming platform, who knew that he was refreshing the star show face value area? Instantly, a live broadcast room entered his line of sight. The cover of this live broadcast room was a beautiful girl without any beauty face disliking the camera live. Her expression looked cold, and in one sentence, it was an expression like a dead cat. This was not the key was that he recognized who this pretty girl was. Jiang Yan. Yes, it was the same high-color girl, Jiang Yan, that he had run into earlier when he was eating hot pot with Lin Man. Immediately, Jiang Nan clicked into the live broadcasting room and took a look at the popularity. Tens of thousands of man machine popularity. There were not many live people at all. I'm going to go off the air. Everyone can give me a point of attention. By the way, I am ready to go to a certain shake live recently. Everyone, if you often play that software, you can go to give me a point of attention. Search for Jiang Yan can be. Jiang Yan finished saying this and directly went off the air. This speed was so fast that it made Jiang Nan a little surprised. Jiang Nan exited the Doho live streaming platform, and then went back to Jitterbug and searched for it. Surprisingly, it's still a small netizen with around 100,000 fans. Jiang Nan swept a glance and found that this Jiang Yan was surprisingly a small netizen with about 100,000 fans, and after watching the short videos she sent, they generally had a few tens of thousands of likes. The fan activity of this account was already not considered low. After thinking for a while, he still gave this girl a follow. He was still thinking about where to find an entry point, but this immediately came to an entry point. As long as this girl was on the air, Jiang Nan would immediately feel the battlefield when he was free. This kind of looks similar to Lin Man and Soo-Yun, can use money to be able to step-by-step easy to arrange. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment, and a confident smile appeared on his face. For the current him, things that could be gotten rid of with money were not called things. Moreover, even if this woman was a pure face control, with his Jiang Nan's face value, coupled with the assistance of money, taking down this high face value girl was not a matter of hand-to-hand. Day. At this time, footsteps sounded. Brother Jiang Nan, I've chosen. Lin Man and that long-legged black silk girl arrived. Good. Jiang Nan put away his cell phone and got up from the sofa, wrapping his arms around Lin Man's thin waist at the same time. He also handed his card to the salesgirl standing on the side with a smile. Go sign the contract. The password is. Jiang Nan told Lin Man her own bank card password and signaled her to go sign the contract herself. Write my name? Lin Man didn't react at first and looked at Jiang Nan with a bewildered face. A car given to you. Should it still be written in my name? Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. Wow, brother Jiang Nan, you're so wonderful. I love you so much. Lin Man immediately got excited and hugged Jiang Nan, just happily kissed him a few times. Go on. Jiang Nan patted Lin Man. Ma Ling favorability plus 30. At this time, a system beep sounded in Jiang Nan's head. He initially thought that it was Lin Man who had increased her favorability again, but who knew that it was actually someone named Ma Ling. This made him unable to help but place his gaze on that long-legged black silk girl. At this time, this girl was also looking at him with a kind of slimy eyes. It really wasn't the slightest exaggeration to say that if no one was around right now, with that slimy eyes, Jiang Nan felt that this woman was going to rush up and do something to him. Not long after, a beep sounded in Jiang Nan's head. Ding! Congratulations host. Consumption completed. Received a tenfold consumption rebate, $10 million. 10 times $10 million. That was this car was just the level of just 1 million. Jiang Nan was still very satisfied with this 10 times consumption rebate. Just when he thought that this was the end. Ding! Unexpectedly, his mind once again rang a prompt sound, so that he had raised his right foot stopped in midair, and his face also showed a little surprised color. Could it be that? What kind of welfare small task has come again? Chapter 45, Lin Man is a pleasing personality. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering a spending blitz and obtaining an additional reward, $10 million. Ha! Hearing the system beep in his head, Jiang Nan's face revealed a look of surprise. This thing, it was the first time it had appeared. Tuesday, is it still possible to trigger additional rewards? Jiang Nan inquired. Odds and ends, the system replied. Received. This way it seems like there's no chance that any large amount of spending will trigger this extra reward. That would be awesome. Jiang Nan took a step towards Lin Man who had signed the contract and walked out from the finance room, and secretly said in his heart, nowadays, I don't know why, but a reward of $10 million doesn't seem to be much of a surprise to him anymore. However, a few 10 million, a dozen 10 million can be quite a lot. After all, he only had a dozen or so $10 million on hand now. Brother Jiang Nan, Lin Man came trotting, happily handing over his bank card, and afterward, she couldn't help but kiss his face in excitement, and opened her mouth. I'm also a woman with a luxury car. At this time Lin Man is naturally very happy. The former her, not to mention at this stage, can have a million level of luxury cars, is 200 or 300,000 or even 100,000 cars she did not think to be able to open up. This all of a sudden came a millions of Maserati. She is not happy to fly up or considered low-key. It's just $1 million car. Why are you so happy? Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. When this car is tired of driving with brother, as long as you can buy it with money, brother will buy it for you. This was not a joke. His stuff all relied on system rewards, and one by one they were all top-notch stuff. Therefore, he really didn't have a particularly high demand for these. What he wanted more was abilities that exceeded the norm. One day, after he had developed to an extreme, this entire planet would be his amusement park, perfectly fitting the name of the system, Unbridled Life. Even Jiang Nan was afraid to guess that the system's rewards might have something that could make him live forever. The system thing had appeared. Was there anything else that couldn't possibly appear? Even if you said that he, Jiang Nan, was actually a piece of paper that only existed in illusion, then he was still cool with it. At least, at this moment, he was a person with flesh and blood and a soul. Missy, your boyfriend is so good to you. Ma Ling was envious on the side. It wasn't like she hadn't seen rich second-generation guys who bought a car for a girl in order to catch her. But the head of the car's household was something she had never seen, a rich second-generation guy who would be willing to write that girl's name. Jiang Nan, even lazily look at how much the car is worth, and directly hand over the car to brush it at will. And the name of the head of the car is still the name of this young lady. This kind of scene, which woman to see is not envious? Ah, hey. Lin Man just proudly angled her head and smiled, and didn't say anything. Let's go. Let me see what your car is. Jiang Nan was still a little curious about what kind of car Lin Man had picked out. Brother Jiang Nan, the color I picked is not available. Lin Man smiled and said, a pink one. It still needs a few days before it can arrive. Okay. Anyway, the car was Lin Man's and she liked the pink color, so let her wait for a few more days. Jiang Nan didn't care and walked out of this 4S store with his arm around him. Welcome to the next visit. Ma Ling sent the two out the door with a warm smile on her face. Boom! Not long afterward, the roar of the Pagani Windjammer rang out, and the car was gone in just an instant. These days, being good-looking is still too good a thing. Ma Ling retracted her gaze enviously before turning around and answering inside the store. Immediately, a group of salesgirls gathered around. Sister Ling, how was it? Did you add that rich second generation's WeChat yet? Yes. How about a push? I'm a person, although I don't look as pretty as that young lady just now, but it's better because I'm a horse-forked worm. Sister, think what? This situation is still adding people rich second generation. That young lady's face value, how high? Ah, that body. I'm a woman all heart, let alone a man. Ma Ling bitterly laughed and shook her head, reminding, when you meet a woman of this level, it's best not to play with any little brains, unless your face value, figure, and temperament crushes people. Otherwise, the one who loses face will only be yourself. Hearing this, the few girls immediately placed their eyes on Zhao Orchid, who was sitting on one side with her legs crossed on one of the chairs playing with her cell phone. Put, I don't know who didn't hold back a laugh out. Cough. Ma Ling immediately understood what, gently coughed twice, waved her hand and said, disperse, do what you need to do. Send you back. An hour later, Jiang Nan and Lin Man casually found a pavilion to eat something. At this time in the car, he looked at the somewhat reluctant Lin Man and opened his mouth. It was already late now, and by the time he returned to the old town, it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. The most important thing is that the landlady sent several cool photos during his dinner. There are black silk. Moreover, there are several kinds of meat silkware, which is really to Jiang Nan's interest hooked up. Good. Brother Jiang Nan, you are able to accompany me for such a day already satisfied enough. Lin Man naturally couldn't give up. After all, today was one of the happiest experiences she had had in 18 years. The first taste of sweetness, where she didn't think of having another taste of sweetness in the evening. She knew that Jiang Nan was definitely more than just her woman and actually guessed what was going on. However, she was very good-natured and didn't bother to ask anything more. I'm also very happy today. Jiang Nan reached out and touched Lin Man's head, and the latter immediately made an expression of meek enjoyment. It had to be said that Lin Man should be a deeply pleasing personality. As long as you treated her well and were good enough, then she would wholeheartedly bring you whatever emotional value you needed. This, too, was the reason why Jiang Nan had taken a liking to her. There was still some traffic at this time of the day, and it also took more than half an hour or so to get Lin Man to the entrance of her university. The moment this Pagani Win child appeared, basically all the people at the entrance of the school all placed their eyes on this car. Asterisk 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 asterisk, there it is, the Pagani Win child. My dream car. Now, my dream car. Is that Lin Man? I go. It's really Lin Man. She even came down from the top of this Pagani Wind. Is this being taken down by the top rich brother? The heart is broken all over the place. Why the school flower is finally taken by the rich brother. Can't let us beggars have a mouthful of soup? The Pagani son of the wind certainly made people move their eyes. But at this moment, as Lin Man walked down from this car for a moment, most of the boys who stopped to look over all had their hearts broken all over the place. Brother Jiang Nan, I'll go back first. You rest early. Send me a message when you get home. Ignoring the gazes of the people around her, Lin Man made a flying kiss to the car, and then happily waved her hand and took a step 3 times back towards the inside of the school. After seeing Lin Man enter the school gates, Jiang Nan was about to start the car. Wait! At this moment, a swarm of girls came at a fast pace and directly surrounded his car. The speed at which they ran was so fast that it simply dazzled people. Don't squeeze, I dry way fong a fu. Don't delay the old lady to ask for WeChat. As if in a food market, the noisy sounds kept ringing out. Jiang Nan in the car instantly frowned tightly. Just shook up the window as also once again he shook down. Chapter 46, Drunk on a Beauty's Knee. Wake up in charge of the world's wealth. And as soon as he rolled down the window, it was a big deal. The shock of this Pagani windjammer of his was already very enough, when his face, which was like a deadly seductive poison to women, directly set the whole place off. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Too handsome man, add a WeChat. I'm still a pure love girl, can we make a date? Handsome man, open the door. I'll come up and discuss life with you. Messy. This moment's scene that is completely messed up. 4 men, JK, white silk, small leather shoes, and double ponytails, that is pure buff pulling full. But for these gold-worshipping women, just a luxury car can make them crazy. Not to mention driving a luxury car of this person is a superb and the superb big handsome man. This buff is simply pulled to the extreme. Holy, so crazy? This scene was seen by a group of boys at the school entrance. You look at me, I look at you, have taken out their cell phones to shoot up and broadcast, brothers, too crazy, pay attention to male safety. Never drive a luxury car out, directly surrounded by a group of girls. At this time, Jiang Nan inside the car was also very helpless. There were too many people. Sighing softly, he took out his cell phone and pretended to dial a phone as if he was dialing a phone. Then said, hello, is it Uncle Hat? Yes, I suffered a bunch of people blocking me at XX University. Okay, thanks a lot Uncle Hat. When in distress, then ask Uncle Hat. And when he made this fake phone call, in an instant, it was already hastily dispersing a large portion of the gold-worshipping girls. There were still individual persistent girls who wanted to rely on perseverance to impress Jiang Nan in general, but he was faintly saying, everyone, give way a little bit, so that I can come down and wait for Uncle Hat's arrival. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, another half of the gold-worshipping girls dispersed, and in the end, there were only a few left standing to the side, not blocking the front. Seeing this, Jiang Nan got off a hairy car, directly stepped on the gas, instantly rushed out. Boom! In just an instant, the Pagani wind child disappeared under the subtle light as a black lightning bolt. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Set up. The remaining few girls were instantly infuriated. They had clearly touched the luxury car, the Pagani windy sun, and were just one step away from going up, so how could they suddenly be unattached? How awful. Inside the car, Jiang Nan exhaled a long breath. His face was filled with a bitter smile. Looking at the exquisite mechanical wind steering wheel in front of him, he couldn't help but mutter, the people in this world are too crazy. It's better to keep a low profile. This face of mine is already capable of making women go crazy for them. If it is paired with some super rich brother's equipment, then I'm afraid that the scene just now will still occur. Muttering, he shook his head again with a bitter smile. This look seems that it's still the Porsche Cayenne that's quite good. At least, $1 million luxury car was not enough to create this kind of sensation. More than 20 minutes later, around 7:40, Jiang Nan parked his car and was already back in the middle of his landlady's neighborhood. Getting out of the car, he looked at his cell phone and saw that the landlady had sent a few more cool photos. And then he didn't hold back from humming a few ditties, straight up to the third floor. Knock knock knock. Jiang Nan gently knocked on the landlady's door. Coming. The landlady's happy response sounded. Duh-day. Sharp footsteps sounded, followed by the door opening. The moment the landlady appeared, Jiang Nan's eyes instantly looked straight. Nice guy, coiled up silver hair, with 2 silver strands showing on her forehead. Just this hairstyle alone perfectly illustrated the immediacy of the neighbor's wife who walked out of the manga. Immediately after, wearing a slim-fitting purple cheongsam, it was really good-looking. As Jiang Nan surveyed her, the landlady slightly sidestepped a bit before smiling and saying, "Little Jiang, how's this outfit of sis?" "Good." Jiang Nan gave a thumbs up. "Just good?" The landlady's eyebrows twitched a bit, only to hear her voice rather suppressing her excitement, looking mournfully towards Jiang Nan and saying quietly, "When people are busy during the daytime, they are still searching for which kind of outfit can make people's eyes light up with amazement. How do I know that? In the eyes of this brat like you, it's just a good word?" Seeing the landlady's gesture, Jiang Nan immediately smiled and said, "Sister, I've already given you unlimited kudos. Count on your brat's sense of humor." More than an hour later, Jiang Nan sat on the living room sofa and lit a cigarette. Phew, he exhaled a long breath. "I'm going to sleep fast. I have an 8 o'clock flight tomorrow morning. Ho ho ho. Meeting with darling soon. So nervous, so excited. Wah 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 wah." At this time, the cell phone on the sofa vibrated, and Jiang Nan picked it up and glanced at it, finding that it was a message from Meng Qingqiu. Looking at those exclamation marks of hers, he knew that this woman was not to mention how excited she was at the moment. Honestly, Jiang Nan himself was also very excited. He had a deep understanding of how much of a sense of amazement was brought about by Villa 001's personal housekeeper, Li Jing's face value score of up to 95 points, and Meng Qingqiu, 96 points. How much could this offline realism officer make people move their eyes as well as their hearts? Don't underestimate the mere 1-point difference between 95 and 96 points. In fact, when a heterosexual beauty's face value score is higher, and then up 1 point, that gives a person the feeling is absolutely different. To make an analogy, just like a pair of twins, the sister's face value score is 1 point higher, the sister is 1 point lower. Obviously are a face. You may feel that the sister is better looking. Why is this? Even both of their outfits are exactly the same, but you will just feel that the elder sister is better looking than the younger sister. In Jiang Nan's opinion, the face value score has reached this level of the sister. More focus is an indefinable feeling. Don't say it. I'm also a little nervous. Jiang Nan finished a cigarette and sent a message back to Meng Qingqiu. It feels like I'm going to lose sleep today. My heart keeps beating wildly right now. Meng Qingqiu sent a message and attached a selfie. An entire stunningly beautiful and pretty face was covered in redness, and her eyes were extra mesmerized. "I can't. I have to force myself to sleep. Good night, darling Mua." Before Jiang Nan could reply, Meng Qingqiu hurriedly sent another voice bar. "Good night." Jiang Nan also returned a kiss. Putting down his cell phone, Jiang Nan leaned back on the sofa, his hands clasped on the back of his head, and some inexplicable smiles came to his face. He obtained the system at more than 8 o'clock in the morning on May 15th, and now it was around 9 o'clock in the evening on May 17th. In just 2.5 days, he now has a deposit of more than $1.8 billion, and has multiple confidants around him. His life has simply undergone a sea change. This is just the beginning. The future of me is destined to stand at the top of the pyramid, man, drunk on a beauty's knee, waking up in charge of the world's wealth. Chapter 47, Meng Qingqiu, darling, see you in 2.5 hours. Tired? Without realizing it, Jiang Nan had already leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes, when a pair of jade hands gently massaged up on his head and the landlady's gentle voice followed. He also opened his eyes. The entry point was a white cheongsam, and he was facing the landlady's chest. The most fatal thing was that the landlady was wearing that kind of open cheongsam. It was fatal. Jiang Nan subconsciously gulped. "Sister Xia, your technique is not bad." Jiang Nan took a deep breath and complimented. "Lie on sister's lap. Sister will press your temples and your head." The landlady sat on the sofa next to her and tenderly patted her thigh. Jiang Nan was also not polite and directly fell his head on her lap, while slowly closing his eyes. It must be said that the landlady should have learned some massage techniques. Just press a few Jiang Nan's temples. Some of the lack of him is slowly have some spirit too. The reason why he was tired was not because he was too overworked today. but because his life had changed drastically in the past few days, causing him to have a strange feeling of being lost. You still need to be a little more moderate. The landlady's gentle voice rang out, looking at Jiang Nan who was lying on her lap. Her eyes were full of tenderness, and she softly said, day after day, it's as if you can't use up your energy. Sister, what you said. Jiang Nan slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Persuading your brother to exercise moderation while changing into such a set of attire. It really has the flavor of a cigarette box that says smoking is bad for your health. Brat. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, the landlady also couldn't hold back her laughter. Her jade hand made a flickering gesture, gently nudging the tip of his nose, and spoke, sis isn't still doing this for your own good. Yes. Jiang Nan closed his eyes again and exclaimed, after such a massage from Sister Xia, I feel like I have endless energy all over my body again. You brat. The landlady lowered her head and kissed his forehead lightly, and spoke, go to bed early at night. Tomorrow you're going to meet your online love interest, so you need to stock up on spare bullets. Wait for a few days. Sis's relatives have also left. When that time comes, it will definitely make you suffer. Ha. Then we'll see if it's Sister Xia who surrenders at that time, or me. Jiang Nan burst into laughter. The next time was naturally spent for another hour or so of fun. With that, Jiang Nan also went to bed early. Around 8 o'clock the next morning, the familiar biological clock made him wake up. The figure of the landlady was long gone by his side, and he took his cell phone and headed towards the bathroom, looking at his cell phone while washing up as well. Meng Qingqiu, darling, taking off soon. See you in 2.5 hours. Meng Qingqiu, picture. Clicking on the picture and taking a look at it. It was a picture of the airport, and didn't reveal a single bit of what she was wearing. At this, Jiang Nan was still somewhat expectant. Exited the chat box. Tapped into the landlady's message. Landlady, sister's little man, I'm going back to my mom's place in the next 2 days. See you then. Seeing this message, Jiang Nan spat out a mouthwash and simply replied, prepare your battle robe. After 2 days the battle will be 300 rounds. After sending this message, Jiang Nan also couldn't hold back his laughter. Suyun, we're going to start getting busy in the next 2 days. Jiang Nan, what do you think of this outfit? Suyun, picture. Tapping into Suyun's chat box again. Just by scanning it, Jiang Nan widened his eyes a little. Hanfu. It had to be said that Suyun's gentle and agreeable temperament wearing a hanbok was really enough to make people's eyes light up. Good. Jiang Nan typed a good with one hand. Not receiving a reply, he clicked on the message sent by Lin Man again. Good morning, brother Jiang Nan. A voice note, paired with a cute selfie of a Bido mouth. There's a little something that needs to be taken care of in the past 2 days. I'll reward you properly after I'm busy for these 2 days. Jiang Nan sent a voiceover. Yes, sir. Still a voice note, paired with a cute photo of a salute. Seeing this, Jiang Nan was also amused by her cuteness. After a reply, Jiang Nan also washed up and after organizing himself, he also went out the door. Pagani Wind's son of this car is really enough wind. This big morning, downstairs Jiang Nan saw a familiar small donkey parked not far in front of the parking space, and a familiar scene appeared. A young man sitting on the small donkey with his hands on his chest, looking at a young man who kept taking pictures in front of his Pagani Wind. Immediately after, this youth revealed a bewildered smile, and was about to get down from the small e-donkey and fumble out a car key from his pocket when, in his afterglow, he saw Jiang Nan who was coming this way. Instantly, his butt, which had just risen up, immediately pressed down and resat on the seat of the small electric donkey, and also put the key in his hand into his pocket without showing any trace. Shoo, he whistled, seemingly absently. Jiang Nan quickly arrived in front of the Pagani Windjammer. Chirp! The key was taken out by him and pressed at the same time. The small electric donkey next to him also traveled away at the same time. Jiang Nan glanced towards the direction of that small electric donkey traveling away, and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile, while he was about to get into the car. Brother, can we take a picture of the interior? A young man who appeared to be around 20 years old arrived in front of Jiang Nan rather uneasily and inquired in a low voice. Can? Jiang Nan did not refuse, and after glancing at the weather and realizing that it was good, he also directly opened the car door to open the sunroof, instantly turning it into a convertible sports car. Too handsome. I drop a good boy. This young man immediately opened the camera. Jiang Nan didn't rush him either, smiling as he watched him take pictures. After a few seconds, he removed his gaze, bowed deeply to Jiang Nan, and then said, Brother, thank you. This Pagani Wind child is my dream car. I never thought I would be able to see it with my own eyes. Jiang Nan smiled without saying anything. He didn't say anything about chicken soup for the soul, that if you are willing to work hard, you will be able to own this kind of car in the future. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of cars, perhaps with good luck and hard work, there is a real chance that it can be realized. But where the millions of dollars of luxury cars, That really cannot rely on effort to be able to drive. I'm leaving, haha. Jiang Nan got into the car. Brother, you go slowly. The youngster waved his hand excitedly. Boom! A roaring sound rang out, and the Pagani Windjammer quickly traveled out of this young man's line of sight. It's so handsome. After staying in place for a while, this young man kept zooming in and out of the selfie in his hand leaning against the car, his face filled with excitement. Chapter 48 The First Meeting. Pure to the extreme white moonlight. Around 10:30, a Pagani Windy was parked on the opposite side of the street from the exit. Jiang Nan leaned on the side of the car, looking at the watch time on his left hand from time to time. The time is about right. Jiang Nan dropped the cigarette in his hand and stepped towards the exit after his foot stepped out. Crossing the street, he quickly arrived at the exit door and waited, and at the same time, his cell phone also rang. Darling already arrived at Zhengcheng Airport. Oh, Meng Qingqiu's message was sent, and then accompanied by a picture of him as he got off the plane. I'll be waiting for you at the gate. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. Honestly, he was also a little nervous. Don't see that he had experienced quite a lot in recent days, but a man to death is a teenager. After all, it was the first time that he had an online love run present, which could not bring a little nervous okay da. Meng Qingqiu returned a voice bar. Jiang Nan put his cell phone away. Day. At this time, a burst of high-heeled shoes in contact with the ground made a crisp ringing sound in the arena. Jiang Nan was subconsciously attracted over, only to see two extremely well-built flight attendants with invisible faces pulling suitcases and laughing as they headed to one side. Men were usually very interested in such uniformed beauties. This was not the case. Basically all the men around were looking towards these two flight attendants. Jiang Nan shook his head and retracted his gaze. To say that he wasn't interested in the profession of stewardess, that was naturally impossible. But, it was also impossible for him to just go and find one, whether it was face value, body shape, or whether or not she was well-behaved and knowledgeable, and various other factors had to be taken into consideration by him. After waiting quietly for 2 or 3 minutes, gradually, people began to come out of the exit one after another. Jiang Nan was also energized. After another minute or two, his eyes instantly locked onto a stunning face pulling a small pink suitcase. Meng Qingqiu. At this moment, with Meng Qingqiu's appearance, basically all the men around him unconsciously stopped their steps and looked towards this unbelievably beautiful woman. And one by one, their eyes were filled with unbelievable colors. It was too beautiful. Even, there were several men who had girlfriends next to them who also stared for a while. As for why the women next to them didn't react, it was naturally because their gazes were also on the same unbearably handsome Jiang Nan. The men looked at Meng Qingqiu, the female looked at Jiang Nan, and the moment Jiang Nan's gaze was locked on Meng Qingqiu, the latter similarly locked her gaze on him. In an instant, the four eyes were facing each other. An invisible arc of electricity exploded between the two eyes, so much so that both of their bodies felt a little tingly at this moment. Jiang Nan took a step forward and stepped out, while Meng Qingqiu accelerated her steps a little. At this time, Jiang Nan also noticed what Meng Qingqiu was wearing. High ponytail, a simple white neck-hanging dress. There was no stocking embellishment on a pair of stunningly beautiful jade legs, but that was the case. Jiang Nan's gaze could not stop being attracted by those kind of comic legs. After a while, only then did he slowly move his gaze down to look at Meng Qingqiu's pair of small white socks paired with a pair of small white shoes. Perfect. This outfit, for Jiang Nan, was simply enough to perfectly match the pure temperament that Meng Qingqiu deserved. It was too white moonlight. Jiang Nan pondered, and also formally met up with Meng Qingqiu. Darling. Meng Qingqiu put down the small pink suitcase she was pulling in her hand and happily pounced on Jiang Nan. The moment she jumped into Jiang Nan's arms, her heart also beat extremely fast. Jiang Nan reached out and stroked Meng Qingqiu's head, smilingly saying, truly the first time I've seen you. Qiu. Hello, I'm Jiang Nan. Darling. Meng Qingqiu let go of Jiang Nan's waist, looked at him and softly cried out, slowly closing her eyes. At this moment, her pretty face was incredibly red. The shyness of a young girl was displayed to the fullest at this moment. Jiang Nan lowered his head and kissed Meng Qingqiu, dipping his head once and not staying much longer. Jiang Nan smoothly wrapped his arms around Meng Qingqiu's thin waist, and then pulled her small pink suitcase towards the Pagani Windchild across the street. Darling. On the side of the Pagani Windchild car, Meng Qingqiu stared wide-eyed and with a stunned face at this dazzlingly cool to the extreme luxury supercar, and dully cried out, didn't you say you'd drive a Porsche Cayenne to pick me up? How? Come it turned into this Pagani Windchild again? Forgot to change it. Not a big problem. It's all the same. Jiang Nan put away the small suitcase in his hand and then opened a small button on the left rear of the car door, and in moments a side-oriented suitcase appeared to come. Usually this thing is not used, basically driving this car out, who is not blowing up the streets to pretend. But fortunately, Meng Qingqiu this luggage box after shrinking is also just able to accommodate, but also not much of a problem. Pagani son of the wind Soon, the two of them got into the car. After Meng Qingqiu fastened her seatbelt, she looked at the luxurious and exquisite mechanical wind interior of the car, and some admiration appeared on her stunningly beautiful face as she opened her mouth and said, "This car should be a global limited edition, right?" "That's right." Jiang Nan nodded, and then looked at Meng Qingqiu, slightly raised her eyebrows, and spoke, "You seem to be quite knowledgeable about cars." Indeed. Usually, girls didn't actually pay too much attention to the cars that the very majority of boys liked, and Meng Qingqiu's knowledge of these luxury cars could be said to still be somewhat deep, at least on the surface. "My brother he usually likes these cars too. Pagani Windjammer he also has one, but it's not a global limited edition one, and with my ear to the ground, I still have some understanding of some of these cars." Meng Qingqiu replied very naturally. Her family really wasn't bad in Magic City, to the point where it could be said that it was the rich class, and it wasn't just a small rich class. If it was Jiang Nan before, she wouldn't reveal a single bit of her family's conditions, but this global limited edition Pagani Windchild are driving on, so it can be seen that Jiang Nan before on the internet told her all sorts of things, is really not bragging. This is a real super rich second generation that is even richer than her family by several grades. As for the Pagani Wind, this car is rented. Meng Qingqiu is afraid to really think that the person who said this kind of words some brain tease. The global limited edition Pagani Wind, a luxury supercar with great collector's value. You rent one to try? Hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but look deeply at Meng Qingqiu on the passenger seat. This looks like Meng Qingqiu is a real rich white beauty. Boom! Jiang Nan started the car. The roaring sound immediately attracted the gazes of countless people in the neighborhood, and familiar exclamations rang out. The Pagani Windchild disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant like a black lightning bolt. Chapter 49, Earthy Love Story. Kind of handsome face? Car. Meng Qingqiu on the passenger seat looked towards Jiang Nan from time to time. Her pretty face was full of shyness. Is there anything on my face? After Jiang Nan lightly laughed every time he met her line of sight, the latter quickly avoided her eyes again, and her pretty face reddened a few more points. It is indeed a bit. Meng Qingqiu nodded shyly. Oh, a little what? A little handsome? Jiang Nan laughed again. Darn it, taking the words out of people's mouths. So what am I saying? Meng Qingqiu pouted and glanced at Jiang Nan. Ha ha ha. In response, Jiang Nan burst into laughter again. It was too cute. Meng Qingqiu's face looked like that ascetic, cool schoolgirl style, but in reality, Jiang Nan understood that she definitely possessed contrasting attributes. Basically, this kind of fairy who had a cool appearance and looked like she didn't eat fire on earth generally had some contrasting attributes. She would only display this attribute in front of the people she wanted to be in front of. Just like Meng Qingqiu, she could be sweet, imperial, cold, and clingy. What outsiders were able to see was only on the surface. The Meng Qingqiu at this moment, wasn't she just adorable? Qiu, let's go back and put things away first. And in a while, you can see what you want to eat for lunch? Jiang Nan opened his mouth. Spicy hot. Meng Qingqiu blurted out. Really eating spicy hot pot? Jiang Nan looked towards her in surprise, but was met with her shy and evasive eyes, as well as that subtle hum sound of response. In just a moment, he suddenly remembered an old story from many years ago. The story is also a pair of online couples to run now. The woman took the initiative to find the man to run now. The results of the latter invited the woman to eat a bowl of $6 of spicy hot. Then, the man was 13 times a night wolf. So, due to the new rise of this terrier, basically said that the meaning represented by going to eat spicy hot is no all understand. Plus, now Meng Qingqiu's shy and evasive eyes that didn't dare to look at Jiang Nan. Where else could he not understand the implication? Moreover, Meng Qingqiu's favorability to him is as high as 80 points. This level of favorability, that is not a random home run. The online love affair lasted for 2.5 years. This is not a short period of time. Basically choose to run now. That girl herself understand what we'll face. So, Jiang Nan pretend a gross innocence. Soon, 40 minutes later, Nantinga neighborhood gate. The Pagani Windchild slowly traveled to the underground garage of the small villa he had purchased in the old town. Darling, this neighborhood isn't cheap, is it? After getting out of the car and waiting for Jiang Nan to take out her small pink suitcase, Meng Qingqiu immediately leaned up and reached out to hook his arm, which was very sweet between the young couple. The price of this place is not that expensive, just a few tens of thousands of dollars. Jiang Nan spoke and also slowly headed towards the first floor. After arriving at the first floor, Jiang Nan also did not stop and went straight to the second floor. Meng Qingqiu favorability +1. Meng Qingqiu's favorability +2. Meng Qingqiu's favorability +3. 2 hours later, Meng Qingqiu's favorability towards Jiang Nan had reached as many as 90 points, and 96-point high-color heterosexual beauty. It doesn't seem to be that good to continue rising after reaching 90 points of favorability. At this moment, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom, Jiang Nan slowly lit a cigarette. Wow! And in the middle of the bathroom, the sound of water came. Who? After gently inhaling and then exhaling, Jiang Nan's face also revealed an unknown smile that was difficult to describe in words. Buzz! The cell phone in his pants vibrated. Jiang Nan took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was a message from the landlady. Landlady, some guy seems to have met his online love interest, right? Jiang Nan, met. Landlady, taken? Jiang Nan, that must drop. Jiang Nan, pictures. Meanwhile, in a small apartment in the old city center, the landlady who was helping her own mother in the kitchen, after seeing that picture, her pretty face suddenly turned red. Good guy. This brat, the landlady mentally muttered for a while. Shi Chang? Pass me the chopsticks for a moment. The landlady's mom's voice rang out. You ninny, what are you thinking about? So absorbed. Also, why is your face so red? Yeah, it's still a bit hot. It's not because you're sick and have a fever, right? Mom, I'm fine. Maybe the kitchen is a little hot. The landlady hurriedly put away her cell phone, and then after swallowing a bit of saliva, her jade hand incited the wind, and she pretended to be relaxed. Then you go outside to accompany shouting. Leave the kitchen to Mom. Landlady Mom immediately pushed her out. Good. The landlady went out of the kitchen and instantly let out a long breath of relief, and then reached out and fanned herself, which calmed her down a bit, and returned to the chat box with Jiang Nan, pressing the voice and starting to speak softly. See you in a few days. It was only a 1-second voice bar with a small voice. Good. Jiang Nan just replied with a single word. You're busy. The landlady sent in a message. Put 1,000,000 hearts into it. Jiang Nan smiled confidently. At this moment, the sound of water in the bathroom also stopped. A few minutes later, Meng Qingqiu, who was wearing a pink-colored JK, slowly walked out of the bathroom, and this outfit immediately brightened Jiang Nan's eyes. The small skirt she matched was not a pleated skirt, but a pink-colored wraparound skirt. Plus the upper body was quite a bit of slimming pink short lining. This also led to her body was really perfect in the front and back. This is not the biggest highlight. Seemingly knowing Jiang Nan's preference, her pair of perfect jade legs were paired with a pair of lightweight bow white knee-high stockings. Perfection. This outfit was simply not too perfect. Darling, this is Chocho's today's portion of the outfit. Does it look good? Seeing Jiang Nan's dumbfounded look, Meng Qingqiu pursed her lips and smiled, spinning around in place before making a flying kiss motion towards him. Chapter 50. A cool goddess isn't necessarily always cool. Good looking. More than good looking. Jiang Nan stepped forward and whispered in her ear. Swish. Instantly, Meng Qingqiu's pretty face immediately reddened, and then shyly nodded and whispered. Let's talk about it at night. Ha ha ha. Seeing Meng Qingqiu's shy and lovable appearance, Jiang Nan really liked it more and more. Darling, I'll put on a good makeup. You go downstairs first and wait for me. Meng Qingqiu kissed Jiang Nan's cheek and said softly. Good. Jiang Nan naturally knew that Meng Qingqiu wanted to give herself a surprise. After all, casually putting on a bit of makeup as well as not putting on makeup, she was already beautiful and breaking through the heavens. If this really put on a bit of makeup with all her heart, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? In this regard, Jiang Nan is really looking forward to it. Alone to the first-floor living room sofa sat down. Jiang Nan cocked her legs out of the cell phone too. Ding! Just after taking it out, a background prompt popped up. It was currently after 1 o'clock. And if it hadn't taken 2 hours, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu would have had an early lunch by now. At this moment, it was a live streaming prompt. It wasn't Lin Nan Nan, nor Su Yun, but Jiang Yan. For Jiang Yan, this girl, honestly speaking, Jiang Nan's interest was also quite a bit large. At least is a 92 points of high-value beauty, and that body is wow to the extreme. Which man is not horny? Immediately, Jiang Nan also entered the jitterbug, thought for a moment, or charged 1,000,000 into 10 million jitter drill seconds to the account, without a little delay. After the recharge was completed, he also clicked into Jiang Yan's live broadcast room. Good noon everyone, I'm officially on air in jitterbug from today. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, Jiang Yan's cool voice immediately rang out, and as Jiang Nan, a level 63 account, entered, her gaze was also immediately locked on the ID of Smoky Rain Jiang Nan, and her cool and absolutely beautiful pretty face also broke into a smile, followed by a voice with some emotional fluctuations that continued to resound. Welcome to Smoky Rain Jiang Nan Big Brother into the live broadcast room. As she said that, she also clicked on this level 63 Big Brother's avatar and looked at it. IP? Jiangchang? When she saw that Jiang Nan's IP address was Jiangchang, she didn't know why, but the first thing that popped into her mind was the sunny guy who had taken the initiative to add her WeChat in a chance encounter a few days ago. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. The main anchor has been sent a Carnival *1 by Smoky River South. The main broadcaster has sent a Carnival *1. While Jiang Yan was still in a trance, Jiang Nan had already made a move to brush up. When she came back to her senses, she was already seeing a whole live room floating up with carnival special effects. 100 carnivals. Thank you boss for 100 carnivals. The surprise came so suddenly that Jiang Nan, who had never received so many gifts before, covered her mouth with her small hand and shouted in surprise. See, the goddess of coolness wasn't always cool. Just like the current Jiang Nan in general, this is a clear and cold, dead cat-like face. At the time of seeing this $300,000 worth of 100 carnivals, is also involuntarily clamped up, sent a sweet tone of voice. Thank you for Smoky Rain Jiang Nan brothers 100 carnivals. Thank you. While speaking, she also hurriedly gave this big brother a follow. This 300,000 gift smashed down, directly giving her some dizziness. Never before have I heard Jiang Nan have such a soft voice, and never before have I seen such a sweet smile. Doug Trough. It's also true that the smile is not open to ordinary people. 2 Hook 8 reality. Just ask you like it or not. Like, whether it's the high and cold paradigm of Jiang Nan or the sweet paradigm of Jiang Nan, it's my goddess. A few people's live broadcast screened up a pop-up screen. Is brother Smoky Jiang Nan also from Jiangcheng? At this time, Jiang Nan's sweet sisterly voice that was clipped to the end rang out in the live broadcast room. Yes, I met you last time near the university town, and we added a WeChat. Jiang Nan did not pretend to be a passerby and directly exposed his identity. Ha! Seeing this pop-up from Jiang Nan, Jiang Yan froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, a shocked look appeared on her face. It was really that sunny guy from last time. Ha! In other words, the Porsche Cayenne next to him at that time was really his Jiang Yan favorability plus 15. Brushing 300,000 didn't raise a single bit of favorability. And this just by revealing who he was. He gained 15 points of favorability in seconds. In response to this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This woman. It seemed that she was really an ironclad dead face control. I can't believe it's really you. When I saw your ID and IP at that time, the first thing I thought of was you. I really didn't think it was really you. Jiang Yan's tone became even more pleasantly surprised, and then started thanking again. Your 100 carnivals smashed me a bit confused. Ha ha ha, after all, I've never received so many gifts before. Yeah? Jiang Nan laughed lightly and sent a pop-up. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan sent carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoky Rain Jiang Nan sent carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan sent carnival *1 for the anchor. Carnival floated the screen once more. This time, far more than 100, but directly arrived again as many as 200. In just a few minutes of broadcasting, Jiang Yan had received 300 carnivals, totaling as much as 900,000 worth of gifts, divided and tax deducted. She was at least able to get her hands on as much as 300,000. Jiang Yan favorability plus 10. Oh, another 600,000 down, easily rising another 10 points of favorability. Jiang Nan's eyes instantly lit up. The current Jiang Yan's favorability towards him wasn't low. It had reached as many as 35 points. With this additional effort, it seemed like it wouldn't be too long before reaching 90 points of favorability. Thank you brother Jiang Nan for another 200 carnivals. Thank you so much. In the live broadcast room, Jiang Yan's pretty face was flushed at this moment as she stood up from her seat. At this time, Jiang Nan also saw what she was wearing. It wasn't too different from the first time when they first met, the difference being the socks that matched on her jade legs. Last time, the knee-high white stockings, this time it is white 0D pantyhose. That with the effect of beautiful skin socks with that pair of jade legs, and then with her dress, more than chopping Manhwa. Some women who like to look at beautiful women will not be able to resist a burst of straight call wife. The only thing that Jiang Nan can say is this. Jiang Nan could only say this. You continue to live. I just came to see you. Now ready to eat. Back to WeChat chat. Jiang Nan still had 1 million jittering diamonds left, and after brushing 33 more carnivals to Jiang Yan directly handed out the last 10,000 jittering diamonds as red envelopes, and then he also exited the live broadcast room. And the moment he exited the live broadcast room, the system's beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations host. Consumption completed. Obtained 5 times consumption rebate, $5 million. Having earned another $4 million, Jiang Nan was already without a single emotional fluctuation. And at this moment, the background of his WeChat was popping up with a message prompt. And after scanning it, it was none other than Jiang Yan, who had never contacted him since he added WeChat. Big brothers, everyone take the time to point and click to catalyze more. Read the end is a casual thing. There is a free gift for the love of power generation. Everyone look at the ads. 3 look down or be able to support the little brother a few cents. Hey, thank you Allah. The first thing you need to do is to take the time to point. Chapter 51 Pure Desire Chocho. When it's really scary as hell. Brother Jiang Nan, can I ask you out for dinner tonight? Jiang Yan's message was sent. Seeing this message, the devil knew what this woman was trying to do. Nowadays, she possessed 35 points of favorability towards Jiang Nan. which was not a small amount of favorability. As long as Jiang Nan reveals his interest in her, the latter will definitely climb up the pole, and as the relationship gradually rises during the ambiguous period, this favorability will also definitely rise gradually. At this point, Jiang Nan was still very confident. I'm not available at night. These 2 days are a bit busy. How about I invite you for a meal in a few days? Jiang Nan pondered for a while and finally finalized this reply. It was both a rejection and an offer to take the initiative to ask her out next time. This back and forth would not cause the woman to have any bad emotions. Jiang Yin favorability +2. No. With this perfect answer of his, another 2 points of favorability grew steadily. Okay then let me know when you're done with your busy schedule then. Brother Jiang Nan, I'll be free anytime in the near future. This sentence was sent by voice. The voice was empty. Presumably she took the time to go to the restroom to reply. Moreover, on the word recent, she probably didn't even notice the aggravation a little herself. And Jiang Nan easily feel out. Eyes suddenly narrowed. By aggravating the tone of being free in the near future, wasn't she trying to get him to ask her out on 520? Okay, Jiang Nan casually replied. I'm going to eat first, talk to you later. He wasn't sure if he was free on 520. Yo, landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man. From the perspective of the mission, he definitely should have gone to ask Jiang Yan out first. But, in terms of liking, this Jiang Yan was still obediently ranked as the oldest 4. No, it should be the old 5th position. Speaking of this oldest 5, Jiang Nan couldn't help but be secretly staggered. How long has it been? He has come from a beggar with nothing, to the present deposit of more than $100 million, luxury cars and mansions, but also has 4 confidants with a face value score of up to 90. This growth speed, not only with exaggerated 2 words to describe you go eat first, talk to you later, brother Jiang Nan. After reading the message returned by Jiang Yan, Jiang Nan directly exited WeChat in a big way, and then came to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator to take a look. Unsurprisingly, there were all kinds of beers and drinks. These things are no problem to refrigerate for a period of time, and there is no need to worry about what will be wrong. Took out a bottle of Fat House Happy Water in a pull-top can, and after scanning the date, there was no problem. Jiang Nan opened it, while gurgling and drinking a few mouthfuls. Cool. The chilled Fat House Happy Water was just refreshing, causing Jiang Nan's face to instantly reveal a color of pleasure. Walking out of the kitchen, a large portion of the bottle of Fat House Happy Water had already passed, and at this moment, footsteps came from the stairs on the 2nd floor. Jiang Nan's steps accelerated a little, arriving to stand at the bottom of the 1st floor stairs and looked up. First into the eye is a pair of perfect cannot be perfect legs. That white knee-length stockings is more will be its legs set off so that people cannot help but want to get up to stick. I'm not kidding. People like Jiang Nan, who considered themselves to have strong willpower, had such a thought in this instant. Honestly speaking, those hentai who were leg control, white silk control, and jade foot control would not know what kind of heavenly thoughts would come out. Soon, half of his body leaked out. Jiang Nan again did not hold back a mouthful of cold air. A flash of white scenery entered his line of sight. Immediately afterward, he coughed in embarrassment after looking twice more. White bottoms. Right. Instantly, Jiang Nan felt that this bottomed pants were really the most undeserved invention in the world. The moment Meng Qingqiu's entire body was fully revealed, Jiang Nan's breath held a little. A head of hair tied into 2 twisted braids, each placed in front of the chest. The beautiful face of the city did not have more makeup, just rubbed a bit of vegan cream is enough. The difference was her eyeshadow, outlined, showing off the flirtatiousness of her foxy eyes to the fullest. That wasn't the key. The main thing was that she had a few small sequins pasted under the corners of her 2 eyes, along with the fact that she wore a pair of beautiful blue eyes, which quite literally gave off an exotic aesthetic. Well, this so-called pure desire wind beauty on the internet. What kind of onion does she count in front of my chocho? Jiang Nan instantly couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This 96-point high-color beauty was truly terrifying as hell. Darling, a voice rang out. Jiang Nan's gaze was again taken by her pink lips with a slight shine, and then he couldn't help but swallow a little bit of saliva again. This woman wore that mirror lip glaze, and it looked like every time she opened her mouth to speak, her lips seemed to be with glitter, extremely appealing to people who would look away. Invincible. Jiang Nan could only say this. At this moment, Meng Qingqiu had definitely displayed her attribute value of up to 96 face value points to the fullest, which could be described as pulling out all the stops. Soon, Meng Qingqiu came down from the 2nd floor and very naturally wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's arm, her head rubbing around on his shoulder non-stop. What's wrong? Jiang Nan reached out and wrapped his hand around her thin waist and asked softly. Darling Chocho is hungry. Meng Qingqiu pouted her small pink mouth with light, staring up at Jiang Nan with big watery eyes. It was too cute. Meng Qingqiu's gesture simply made Jiang Nan's heart nearly melt. This woman was the one who truly interpreted what it meant to be sweet and salty. Go! Jiang Nan did not hold back and kissed her small mouth, and then waved his hand and went straight down to the underground garage on the negative floor. After getting into the car, Jiang Nan drove with one hand and slowly drove out of the underground garage. Boom! 10 minutes later, on the street in the center of the old city, a black Pagani windy spur sped past, causing the passers-by on the streets on both sides to stop and look, their faces filled with shock. What's to eat? Jiang Nan inquired. Hot and spicy. I'm very nostalgic for Jiang Chang's hot and spicy food, Meng Qingqiu said with a small red face. Nostalgic? Jiang Nan looked towards her in surprise. When I came here last year, I ate the spicy hot pot that you used to say was so delicious, and it was indeed delicious, Meng Qingqiu said. Oh, that one. Jiang Nan immediately rang. That one was at most a kilometer away from the door of the landlady's neighborhood. I know. Jiang Nan was naturally very familiar with the distance of the old city, and after 10 minutes, arrived on a street. His speed slowed down a lot and soon stopped in front of a store, and the moment this Pagani windjammer came to a stop, the gazes of everyone within at least 100 meters around it immediately turned over. At the same time, at a corner, wearing a cheongsam with a pair of flesh-colored stockings on her legs, Suyun held her own daughter and walked past smilingly. At this time, the little girl she was holding suddenly pointed her finger ahead and exclaimed with excitement, "Mom, there's a handsome car in front of us. How about this book should be written to feel so like the heroine of this book?" Chapter 52, Suyun and Meng Qingqiu's first meeting. What a handsome car. Suyun lightly laughed as she looked towards the front, and with just a glance, her eyes immediately revealed a color of surprise. Immediately after that, an uncharacteristically beautiful girl came down from the passenger door, and her face immediately revealed the color of consternation again. Following that, a sour emotion spread underneath her heart. Even though she knew that Jiang Nan was not destined to belong to her alone, when she really saw the scene with her own eyes, she still wanted to cry a little. At the same time, Jiang Nan, who had gotten out of the car, drifted his gaze towards the front and also settled on Suyun, who had a lost face. Such a coincidence? However, he did not care at all and blinked at Suyun, who was looking at him. At this moment, when Suyun saw Jiang Nan winking at himself, he didn't know why, but his low mood inexplicably dispersed. At least, he didn't ignore me. Suyun took a deep breath. Meng Qingqiu walked over and wrapped her arm around Jiang Nan, and the two of them walked around. Wow, this sister is really pretty. Also, this brother is so handsome. The two sides walked around and met at the entrance of the spicy hot pot. Suyun arrived holding her daughter, and the little girl immediately cried out in excitement. Hearing the little girl's shouts, Suyun hurriedly said, "Nyan Nyan, why are you shouting?" After speaking about her daughter, she then looked at Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, smiled embarrassedly, and spoke, "That's how little kids are, a little noisy. Sis, it's fine. What a cute little girl." Meng Qingqiu smiled without a care in the world, and after looking at this young beautiful mother for a couple more times, she placed her eyes on the little girl, and was immediately stunned by the double ponytailed as if she was a porcelain doll, and couldn't help but lean down and reach out to touch her head. Ha. Thank you, sister. The little girl was quite polite. As for Meng Qingqiu's bending down, she naturally couldn't see that Jiang Nan and Suyun were eyeballing each other up at the moment. Alright, little Nui, say goodbye to your brother and sister. When Meng Qingqiu got up, Suyun said with a slightly reddened face, not to mention, this feeling of looking at someone in front of their real girlfriend was really a bit of that. By brother and sister. The little Nui immediately waved her hand happily and was led away by Suyun. However, this little girl did take one step and turn back 3 times, looking a little reluctant to leave. How cute, that little girl just now. Meng Qingqiu also turned back to look a few more times and couldn't help but exclaim, our daughter in the future will definitely be this cute too. Jiang Nan wrapped his arms around Meng Qingqiu's thin waist and said with a smile, yes, definitely. Meng Qingqiu was not shy at all. There was a saying that if you really love him, you have to give him little monkeys. Meng Qingqiu that was getting more and more in love with Jiang Nan. She couldn't wait to give him 7, 8, or even 11. This pair of handsome men and women walked into the small store. Plus just now everyone saw that they arrived in a super handsome sports car. Thus, as soon as the two of them went in, they immediately attracted all the guests inside the store who were eating spicy hot pot. Too beautiful. This is a fairy, right? Which star? This handsome man isn't bad either. It's really a man and a woman. My goodness. This world is still dominated by NPCs. We are not just a passerby NPC who will only marvel at the existence of a man and a woman who can be seen at a glance in this kind of crowd. Your sentence is not too true. A murmur rang out. Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu also found an empty seat and sat down. What would handsome ladies like to eat? An aunt came enthusiastically with a menu, her eyes staring straight at Jiang Nan. It had to be said that Jiang Nan's charm was indeed exaggerated. Potato chips, seaweed, Fish balls, instant noodles, Meng Qingqiu instantly ordered, and finally said with a smile, "Thank you, medium spicy." "Okay." Auntie took the menu and reread it, and after confirming it, she said with a smile, "Two of you wait a moment." "Thanks." Meng Qingqiu gave another thank you. This beauty is really polite. "I'll sneak you guys some extra portions in a while." Auntie burst out laughing. "This auntie is quite cute." After Auntie left, Meng Qingqiu instantly covered her mouth and laughed. "Yes." Jiang Nan nodded. Most of the aunts in these food establishments in Jiangcheng were enthusiastic to a fault, especially when they spoke some dialect mixed with unskilled Mandarin. It was even more interesting. "It's almost 2 o'clock. This time is a bit too fast." At this time, Meng Qingqiu glanced at a pink watch on her hand and instantly revealed a look of surprise. In her memory, it seemed as if she had just gotten off the airplane. Who knew that several hours had already passed since her arrival in Jiangcheng? Seemingly thinking of something, she couldn't help but shyly glance at Jiang Nan. Among other things, it seemed as if those 2 hours of fun were indeed the most time and energy consuming. With the right person, time always passes very quickly. Jiang Nan said with a smile. "Yeah, fun times are always short. I don't know when I'll be free to see you again after this fun weekend back." There was still more than a month or so before the final semester, and in the near future anyway, she didn't have much free time to be able to come to Jiangcheng and meet with Jiang Nan once again. "It's fine, my time is still quite free. I can go to Magic City to look for you if something happens." Jiang Nan reached out and grabbed Meng Qingqiu's hand, gently patting it to comfort her. "Good wow, good wow. By the time you come I'll introduce you to my good girlfriend Yao Yao, who I've been playing with since I was a kid and is super, 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 super iron to you." Meng Qingqiu immediately got excited and said with a smile, "She can also be a top-notch big beauty, and she's also a super-duper college bully." "Is that so?" Jiang Nan just laughed and didn't show too much of an interest in this whatever Meng Qingqiu's good BFF Yao Yao, and opened his mouth. "Isn't it said that all good BFFs would dislike their good BFF's boyfriend? It won't be. My family darling is so handsome and excellent, which is an ordinary man. Humph, I'm still afraid that Yao Yao will like you," Meng Qingqiu proudly said. "Ha ha ha." Jiang Nan just laughed. Next, without waiting for a short while, the two of them also started eating. The two were a couple, so they didn't load the spicy hot pot separately, and shared a big bowl, talking and laughing. Half an hour's time also passed. "It's so delicious." Meng Qingqiu put down her chopsticks with a satisfied face. She had wanted this spicy hot pot for a full year, and now, it was finally realized today. "Darling, it's easy to get sleepy when you're full." Meng Qingqiu elegantly wiped her lips and squinted her eyes smilingly as she looked at Jiang Nan. Chapter 53, Using Body Transformation Liquid. A turning of the tides. Around 4 in the afternoon. Bar. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette and gulped down the smoke as he looked outside. A soft hum came from behind. Jiang Nan looked back and saw Meng Qingqiu sleeping peacefully with her eyes closed with a sweet smile. Humming. At this time, the cell phone on the nightstand suddenly vibrated. Jiang Nan swept a glance. It was Meng Qingqiu's cell phone. Seeing her frown slightly, he also walked over slowly and saw the cell phone caller ID. "Yao Yao, who is it?" Meng Qingqiu asked, half asleep. "It should be your good girlfriend Yao Yao." Jiang Nan spoke. "Darling, answer it for me and tell her that I'm sleeping and I'll call her back when I wake up later," Meng Qingqiu said carelessly, and then completely lost her voice. Jiang Nan picked up his cell phone and answered the call. "Stinky girl, why are you answering the phone so late?" The phone was connected. Yao Yao's voice immediately rang out. Not to mention, it was quite sweet. "I'm Jiang Nan, Xiaoqiu's boyfriend. She's sleeping right now and said she'll call you back when she wakes up later," Jiang Nan said softly. "Ha!" Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Yao Yao raised her decibel a good bit and said in shock, "Sleeping? You guys?" Obviously. Yao Yao expressed extreme shock and disbelief that the two of them, who had truly met for the first time, had gone straight to sleep together. "What's wrong?" Jiang Nan asked rhetorically. He and Meng Qingqiu had an emotional foundation of 2.5 years of online love. Wasn't it extremely normal for them to have a fruitful relationship the first time they met? It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that Jiang Nan wasn't as rich and handsome as he claimed to be, and there was a huge possibility that Meng Qingqiu wouldn't refuse to have something indescribable with him, because Meng Qingqiu is a woman who pays more attention to feeling. As long as Jiang Nan does not have any missing arms and legs, or really can't look down, that's no excuse. This is also the reason why, after Meng Qingqiu secretly came to see Jiang Nan last year, this year, she would still put forward the request of Ben present. "No, nothing much, just think it's a bit unbelievable." Yao Yao was indeed shocked. The two are good girlfriends from childhood, kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, high school and even to the present university, and dormitory are together. In this world, if she thought she was the second person to know Meng Qingqiu, then there was absolutely no one who could claim first place. Meng Qingqiu's family was far from understanding her as a good best friend. That was why she was truly shocked. I'll get back to you when she wakes up, Jiang Nan said softly. Good. You have to treat my family Qiuqiu well. Yao Yao's voice rang out. For sure. Jiang Nan smiled. The phone hung up. Jiang Nan also placed the cell phone on the nightstand. Coincidentally at this time, Meng Qingqiu also had no intention to turn her body. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. He also walked out of the master bedroom gently. Going down to the first floor, Jiang Nan snuffed out the cigarette in his hand and placed it in the ashtray before sitting on the sofa. System, check my own character attribute panel. Jiang Nan called out. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years old. Height, 182 centimeters. Wealth, $187 million. Abilities, Insight Technique, Vajra Kidney, Master Piano Proficiency. Abilities, Insight Technique, Vajra Kidney, Master Piano Proficiency. Items, Porsche Cayenne, Pagani Wind Child, Body Transformation Fluid. Life Encounters, will receive a great gift on the day of his 22nd birthday. Instant. A 3D illusory character attribute panel popped up in front of his eyes. 187 million deposits now. This is still progressing quite fast. Body Transformation Liquid. Jiang Nan's mind moved, and a small dark green bottle appeared in his hand. After gently shaking it twice, Jiang Nan's eyes immediately flashed up with a strange luster. Immediately, he stood up from the sofa, and then went to the bathroom on the first floor and started to put water in the bathtub. Soon, the bathtub was drained to 8 points, and Jiang Nan also poured the body transformation liquid in his hand into it. In just a moment, the clear bathtub immediately became dark green. Jiang Nan didn't think much about anything else, and directly stripped naked and entered the bathtub. Will it be enough to soak for an hour? Jiang Nan inquired mentally. Host, yes, the system replied. Good. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, then slowly closed his eyes and began to rest his eyes. 20 minutes later, Jiang Nan suddenly opened his eyes, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. At this moment, the dark green water in the bathtub had already dispersed a small half. It looked like the body transformation liquid had already been absorbed by his body a lot. This was not the key point. The key point was that he felt that his essence was even more full of energy. That indescribable feeling made him only feel a burst of amazement. Next, he continued to close his eyes, and another 40 minutes quickly passed. This time, Jiang Nan did not open his eyes at the first opportunity, all but waiting quietly for another 10 seconds or so before slowly opening his eyes. What a marvelous feeling. Every part of the body feels filled with inexhaustible power. Jiang Nan raised his right hand high and clenched his fist, and immediately a crunching sound rang out. For some reason, he always had a feeling that with one punch of his own, even a bison would have to be whacked to death by him on the spot. Good fellow. This thought was a little too inflated, but he always felt that this thought of his seemed to be real. At this time, Jiang Nan realized a more serious problem. That is, his body skin, simply white as porcelain warm, even to the point that he did not know if it was his illusion. Just now even exuded a layer of faint light film in general. With his absolutely perfect mermaid line, it was really like an exquisite work of art. It was too exaggerated. Squeak! While Jiang Nan was still marveling at how much he had changed after using the body transformation liquid, the bathroom door was gently pushed open. Darling, are you in there? Meng Qingqiu's yuan-chi-filled voice rang out. It was obvious that the hour of rest had restored her essence to its peak state as well. In, Jiang Nan responded and was just about to get up from the bathtub. At this time, however, Meng Qingqiu was already arriving outside the curtain. Thumbing, as Meng Qingqiu's small hand gently pulled open the curtain, her voice rang out, we're the only two people in the house, and you're still pulling the curtain. Are you guarding against me? He. The moment the curtain was completely pulled back, frog fun, Meng Qingqiu looked at Jiang Nan, who was standing naked in the bathtub, with an incredulous face, and the decibel leveled up several notches, requesting free power for love. Everyone take the time to look at the advertisement blah. Recently, it seems that I can't explode more. I haven't made my debut yet, so when the word count goes up a bit, I'll try to get a few more chapters a day again. Chapter 54, Gangnam, it's all because of handsomeness. Darling, this body, skin of yours, how is it much better than it was just now? Meng Qingqiu excitedly went up and couldn't help but stroke up his perfect mermaid line with a shocked face. Bang bang, she reached out and gently knocked. After hearing the sound that was like a steel plate, her small mouth suddenly opened into a big O. It was too unbelievable. This figure. Jiang Nan laughed, then took a bath towel and dried his body. After putting on his clothes he directly picked Meng Qingqiu up in a princess carry and walked out of the bathroom. Meng Qingqiu wrapped her hands around Jiang Nan's neck. That lassie eyes, can't wait to immediately have another few hours of fun with him again. Arriving at the living room, Jiang Nan put her down, and then stretched his body. Crackle! In an instant, a sound of small firecrackers exploding came from his body. Froggy fun, what is this sound? Darling, don't tell me that there are actually movie and TV martial arts in this world? Hearing this sound, Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened as she gulped and exclaimed in shock. What are you thinking? Jiang Nan reached out and pinched her agaric nose, while then scraped the tip of her nose and laughed. I'm just usually exercising well. Plus I just soaked in a unique medicinal bath, so I stretched a bit to get this effect. As he said that, he stretched his body again, this time without any sound. That's impressive too. Meng Qingqiu hugged Jiang Nan, her pretty face pressed against his chest. Listening to that powerful heart beating, her face also unconsciously slowly reddened. I want to keep hugging darling like this. It feels really secure, she said softly. Jiang Nan reached out and touched her head, smilingly saying, this day won't be too long. By then, when you graduate, we'll stick together every day. Good wow, good wow. Meng Qingqiu laughed happily. Goo. At this time, a hungry sound rang out. Jiang Nan heard it and instantly laughed. Hungry? Nah, I didn't eat any staple food at that time, and with the severe consumption, I was still hungry somewhat quickly. Speaking of the severe consumption, Meng Qingqiu smiled in embarrassment. Blame it on her too, being vegetable and fun-loving, but there was no way around it, because it was just too wonderful. Simply cleaned up a bit. After 10 minutes or so, the two of them went out the door. This time period was the rush hour after work, that is, in the middle of the old city, without traveling to other places. It was also almost 40 minutes of driving before they found a parking space at a restaurant and got out of the car. Time is too fast. It's 6 o'clock. Meng Qingqiu hooked Jiang Nan's arm and looked incredulous after glancing at the time. Indeed. Jiang Nan also nodded with a sigh of recognition. Wait, my bag doesn't seem to be in the car. Darling, wait for me. At the front door of the hotel, Meng Qingqiu suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, is there something you need? Jiang Nan was slightly surprised. There is, just wait for me. I'll go and come back. Meng Qingqiu smiled mysteriously, then let go of Jiang Nan's arm, took the car keys and quickly walked towards the Pagani Windy Sun in the parking space. In response, Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. Xiao man, let's go sing AK at night. I have a few good brothers who said they haven't seen you all alone, and it just so happens that everyone is free this weekend, so how about meeting up? At this time, a pair of men and women walked out in the middle of the restaurant, and their voices rang out. Good, but I have to go back at night. There is a door ban inside the house. Not allowed to spend the night outside. Immediately after, a petite voice rang out. Okay, the man's helpless voice rang out. Soon, footsteps sounded, and the pair also stood up next to Jiang Nan. I'll make a drop. The man opened his mouth. Hit it, the woman casually said, and then inadvertently swept a glance at a man next to her, and just the sight of her face instantly mesmerized her. So handsome? Wang Xiaoman favorability plus 50. Jiang Nan was still fuming when a system beep suddenly sounded in his head, which caused him to freeze for a moment, and then he subconsciously looked towards his surroundings. Soon, his gaze locked with a woman next to him. You are Jiang Nan? Wang Xiaoman also saw Jiang Nan's proper face at this time, and her first reaction was that it looked a little familiar. Then in the next second, she immediately widened her eyes and exclaimed in shock. Jiang Nan's face was still the same face, just much fairer, and with much sharper angles. People who really knew him would not fail to recognize him. At the moment, the woman in front of her immediately recognized who he was after sizing him up a few more times. Jiang Nan, the same table from her high school days. You are. Jiang Nan was slightly surprised to hear this woman, who looked like she had a score of around 60 to the naked eye, call out his name. The changes he had made now, being able to recognize who he was with a few more glances, was honestly a bit of a thing. I'm Wang Xiaoman. Wang Xiaoman immediately introduced herself happily. Wang Xiaoman. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment, suddenly bursting into a flash of clarity, and said with a smile, it's you, old classmate. In fact, he didn't even think of who this woman was. Right. We were still at the same table in high school. It said that women have changed a lot, and you, a male, have also changed 18 times. With this face value, it feels like there's no problem with going out on the road. Wang Xiaoman looked at Jiang Nan with all the care in her eyes, not skimping on her praise at all. And with her attitude being like this, the man beside her already had a face that couldn't be darker. His own girlfriend had never had such a good face towards him, and now to be so enthusiastic towards a high school classmate. Honestly speaking, which man could stand this in his place? The car is almost here. Xiao man, let's go over and wait. However, As soon as he remembered that he had pursued for a long time and spent a lot of money and energy as well as time and still didn't get to eat, he immediately endured it again and replaced it with a smiling face, softly saying, "Wait, can't you see that I'm chatting with my old classmate?" Wang Xiaoman frowned, impatiently glanced at her boyfriend, turned her head and immediately sent another smile, spoke, "Jiang Nan, why don't you add a WeChat? I'll invite you to dinner some other day and talk about interesting things from high school." Hearing this, the man's face changed. I dry called Foma Fu Wang Xiaoman, "I really your object? In front of my face about other men, really think of me as a green turtle that cannot tolerate?" Wang Xiaoman, the more he thought about it, the more angry he got. This man coldly glanced at Wang Xiaoman, his tone aggravated a lot. "You ask another man to come out alone in front of your own boyfriend. It's not too much to put me in my eyes." At this moment, he didn't gas Jiang Nan, because this was purely Wang Xiaoman's own problem. People are indifferent to you. You still rush to come up with a hot face to stick a cold ass. Is not a crime as what? Zhang Yang, can deal with, not deal with role. Old lady about a high school classmate to catch up with the old how? Hearing the man's words, Wang Xiaoman immediately unhappy up, turned back and stared viciously at his boyfriend said, "Long ago I do not want to stay with you. 3 days cannot eat a good meal. On this meal today, or I ask you to long time before you can afford to come. You're really not a man." After saying this, Wang Xiaoman turned her head to look at Jiang Nan again and put on a warm smile. "Jiang Nan, are you here for dinner too? I think it's better to choose a day than to bump into a day. And bumping into a day is better than today. I just didn't have enough to eat. How about I treat you to a meal?" These two attitudes formed an extremely sharp contrast. In response, Jiang Nan was also laughing bitterly in his heart. What kind of thing is this? Inexplicably breaking up a couple because they were too handsome. It was really a sin. Chapter 55. The landlady called. "You." Zhang Yang's face changed. His face was gloomy and incomparable as he glanced at Wang Xiaoman. At this moment, he finally recognized this woman's face completely and flung his hand away. "Che," Wang Xiaoman sneered, and was about to smile and launch another invitation to Jiang Nan. "Darling," Meng Qingqiu's voice suddenly rang out in the field. "Da-da-day." The sound of trotting footsteps rang out. Wang Xiaoman subconsciously inclined her head to look, only to see a girl whose beauty was not of the same dimension as hers trotting along with a moving smile. Very quickly, as Wang Xiaoman froze, Meng Qingqiu had already arrived at Jiang Nan's side, carrying an exquisite small pocket in her hand, and snuggled into Jiang Nan's body with a face full of tenderness, smiling as she looked at Wang Xiaoman to see, and opened her mouth to ask, "Darling, this is a high school classmate." Jiang Nan smiled at Wang Xiaoman and nodded, then wrapped his arms around Meng Qingqiu and walked towards the middle of the restaurant. After a while, Wang Xiaoman came back to her senses and immediately turned around to look towards the inside of the restaurant, where there was still Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu's silhouettes. "Damn it, my future husband." Wang Xiaoman's face instantly grimaced, and then walked out again with a crying face, looking left and right, without seeing her boyfriend. Her brows immediately furrowed, and she hurriedly took out her cell phone and sent a message to Zhang Yang. However, a red exclamation mark appeared in her sight, making her face instantly turn pale. This matter of Wang Xiaoman was nothing more than a minor hiccup for Jiang Nan, and it did not cause any memories for him at all. At this moment, on the third floor of this hotel, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu were sitting in a small cubicle. This environment is still quite good. Meng Qingqiu swept a glance at this small single room, which was at most around 10 or so square feet, but it was extremely cozily arranged, without a hint of a depressing feeling. "That's true, it doesn't depend on who picked the place." Jiang Nan laughed lightly. "Che." Meng Qingqiu blankly glanced at him, and then took the initiative to pick up her cell phone to scan the QR code on the table and started ordering. Seeing this, Jiang Nan did not forcefully say that he would sweep the code and order himself. After sweeping the code, Meng Qingqiu took the lead and handed it to Jiang Nan, saying, "Darling, see what you want to eat." This good-natured attitude made Jiang Nan smile. "You order. I don't avoid food." "Okay da." Meng Qingqiu began to order. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, glanced at the exquisite little pocket she placed on the small table and inquired, "What is this?" "You guess." Meng Qingqiu paused for a moment, and then without waiting for Jiang Nan to guess, she immediately smiled and said, "This is my 520 gift to you." With just this one sentence, Jiang Nan suddenly felt a bit flushed in his ears. Good fellow, Meng Qingqiu had been by his side all this day, so naturally, it was impossible for her to have secretly bought the gift. In other words, she had already prepared this gift as early as when she was in Magic City. And what about him? Ahem. As soon as he thought of this, Jiang Nan only felt a pang of shame. Most of all, at this moment, Meng Qingqiu was still looking at him with slightly expectant eyes, which made Jiang Nan feel even more guilty. "Where's darling? Did you not prepare a 520 gift in advance for your favorite Qiuqiu?" Meng Qingqiu smiled and said, "Cough cough cough." Jiang Nan cleared his throat and was about to speak. Humph, I knew you definitely didn't think of preparing it. Meng Qingqiu immediately took out something in the delicate little pocket, a very pretty little blue gift box, and then after opening it, it was a pair of red and blue couple watches. It couldn't be seen what brand it was, but from that exquisite degree, it should be worth a lot. Even if they didn't know the brand, they were definitely high-end customized couples watches. Meng Qingqiu took out the blue watch and nudged at Jiang Nan, signaling him to take down his own watch. Jiang Nan took down the green water ghost on his hand, and Meng Qingqiu immediately put it on him, and then looked left and right, and then lowered her head and kissed on his hand, and then smiled and said, "My darling's hand is really good looking, and it's super feeling." Hearing this, Jiang Nan froze for a moment and then reacted. No wonder why she made that request in the afternoon. Feelings that this woman was still a hand controller. This watch shouldn't be cheap, right? Jiang Nan measured the blue watch on his hand. It didn't look like it had much character on the strap alone, but the watch had several sparkling diamonds in it. Moreover, the steel case was coated with a layer of sparkling white gold, which had a different kind of beauty. It's a little bit more expensive than your green water ghost. Meng Qingqiu also removed the small pink watch from her right hand, and then put the green water ghost and her watch back into the small gift box, and then also put on the red couple's watch. Smiling, what a match! Since ancient times, red and blue came out as a CP. You have a really good eye for this. Jiang Nan nodded. That's for sure. Not looking at whose wife I am. Meng Qingqiu smiled and said, whose wife? Jiang Nan inquired. Darling's wife. Who's darling? Darn it. Meng Qingqiu is Jiang Nan's wife. The conversation between the young lovers was extraordinarily interesting. A meal also ended very quickly. With waiting, eating, it took almost an hour. By the time the two of them walked out of the restaurant, it was already dark. This day has passed a little too quickly. Car. After Meng Qingqiu fastened her seatbelt, she rolled the car window down, looked at the big dark night sky, and smiled bitterly. It always feels like I've passed a day without doing anything, and I have to stay another day tomorrow, and then I have to go back the morning after. Damn yeah, can't think about it. Once I think about it I feel like I'm about to emo. It's fine, I'll come to Magic City to look for you after a while. Jiang Nan reached out and grabbed Meng Qingqiu's hand and said softly, good. Meng Qingqiu came over and kissed Jiang Nan's cheek. Boom! The car started, buzzing, the road. Suddenly, the cell phone that was habitually put aside by him since he got into the car vibrated. Instantly, his heart didn't hold back a beat. The usual in the past was that no one would call him, but it was different in recent days. Not answering the phone instead made people more suspicious. Jiang Nan couldn't help but take a deep breath before saying to Meng Qingqiu, who was looking at her cell phone rather curiously from the passenger seat, I'm driving, so pick up the phone. Meng Qingqiu blinked, and then picked up the phone and looked at it, and spoke. It's a call from the landlady of the marked landlord. Answer it? Hearing that it was a call from the landlady, Jiang Nan's heart let out a huge sigh of relief and nodded. Answer it. Fortunately, it was a cell phone call, not a WeChat call. Otherwise, it would have been a big deal if this had given Meng Qingqiu the opportunity to tap into his WeChat. Chapter 56, Human Nature is Evil. First time throwing insight at the same sex. The call was answered. Jiang Nan. Just after connecting, the landlady's rather anxious voice immediately rang out. What's wrong? Meng Qingqiu turned on the speakerphone, and Jiang Nan, who was driving the car, immediately answered. Xiaoying is missing, the landlady said in a panic. She was in the neighborhood just now, and all of a sudden she's gone. I'm in a hurry now. I've already called the police, but I'm so scared now. It's fine, Sister Xia, we'll come right away. This was no small matter. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and hurriedly said, I'm really sorry, Jiang Nan, I don't have many friends, so when this happened, I could only think of you and seek your help. As soon as she heard us, although the landlady was flustered at the moment, she was still more convinced of who Jiang Nan was with, and thus didn't say anything that would make people feel misunderstood. Sister, what are you talking about? You didn't give me less rent before. How is this still very much appreciated? You give me a location. I'll come right away, Jiang Nan said in a deep voice. I'll be at home in the neighborhoods. The landlady hurriedly said, Roger, come right away. The phone call was decisive. Meng Qingqiu put the phone down, and her face was a bit gloomy as she softly said, there shouldn't be any human traffickers these days, right? There are eyes in the sky everywhere. As long as it's the first time the police are called, nothing should happen. It's not good to say, that kind of old-fashioned neighborhoods are not monitored. The real set of sacks, directly run away, who does not know? Jiang Nan's brows also couldn't help but wrinkle. Also, Meng Qingqiu nodded. Soon, for the reason that Jiang Nan had raised his speed a bit, it didn't take a while to return to the middle of the neighborhood. Stopping the car at the downstairs he had rented, he saw the landlady with a flustered face not far away. Sister Xia, Jiang Nan waved his hand and called out. Instantly, hearing Jiang Nan's voice, the landlady immediately looked towards him as if she had found her backbone. The moment she saw that he was coming down from a Pagani wind, her face first showed shock, and immediately afterward, she saw a young and beautiful girl coming down from the passenger side, and her pupils were even more constricted and enlarged for a while. My God, this girl is also too good-looking. Even the landlady felt ashamed of herself at this moment. Whether it was temperament, face value, it was all finished off by this beauty. The two sides met. Meng Qingqiu took a couple more looks at this beautiful sister who was wearing high-waisted jean pants and looked exquisite, and her face also revealed a look of amazement. I'm really sorry for disturbing your young couple's date. The landlady apologized profusely. Sister Xia, there's always time for a date. Finding Xiaoying is the most important right now. Right, Qingqiu. Jiang Nan spoke up. Yes, Sister Xia, don't panic. We'll definitely be able to find the little girl quickly when Uncle Hat arrives in a while. Meng Qingqiu hurriedly picked up. Sister Xia, have you searched in the neighborhood? Jiang Nan inquired. I've searched once, searched all of them, but I haven't found any traces of Little Ing. Also asked those children playing in the neighborhood, and they all said that they hadn't seen Little Ing. As the landlady spoke, her eyes immediately became moist. She had just been sitting in a place just to talk to Xiaoying's grandmother on the phone for a few minutes. Who knew that after she had finished talking, she realized that Xiaoying, who had been playing by herself on the side, was no longer there. At this, she really blamed herself. If something had happened to Little Ing, then she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully once in her life. Chiu, you chat with Sister Xia for a while and wait for Uncle Hat. I'll go search first. Hearing the landlady's words, the delicate-minded Jiang Nan couldn't help but flicker her gaze for a moment, and immediately gave Meng Qingqiu a look before saying a word, and then began to walk around the entire neighborhood. This old-fashioned neighborhood is not big, a total of 4 buildings. Greening and whatnot are some simple small lawns, and in the back door of the neighborhood fountain rockery. Could it be that these few pushy kids are running around with their little girl? Jiang Nan walked around and saw a few little boys playing on the slide. His eyes narrowed. He still had a bit of an impression of these few little kids. They were the ones who had bullied the little girl before. Human nature is inherently evil, especially these little brats. If the adults in the family don't have the right guidance, plus the beam is already incorrect, the lower beam will naturally have a great possibility to follow the crooked, so it's not necessarily impossible. On the internet, there are too many cases of children joining together to kill another child. Jiang Nan took large strides towards those few little boys who were playing with the slide. At this moment, these few little boys also instantly saw Jiang Nan. Very quickly, Jiang Nan arrived in front of them and calmly scanned the few little boys. Calm, too calm. Even so, it gave Jiang Nan a feeling of being calm beyond words. Have you guys seen Xia Yingying? Jiang Nan was aware of the little girl's name, and at this moment, he narrowed his eyes and looked at these few little boys and opened his mouth to ask. No. This brother, what are you asking us for when Xia Yingying is missing? Go to the police. Ask Uncle Hat to go. A slightly taller boy looked at Jiang Nan in surprise and asked. I didn't say the little girl is missing. Jiang Nan instantly locked his gaze on his body, his eyes narrowing. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, the other two boys' faces were a bit abnormal. The taller boy, however, was calm as he spoke. Why do I feel that you're stupid? If you ask such words, doesn't it mean that the person has disappeared? In any other adult, hearing such a small kid provoking himself, that is absolutely unable to endure. Not to say a violent beating, a slap is always to be drawn out. But, Jiang Nan, however, just narrowed his eyes and stared at the boy, projecting a light that made people's hearts go cold. This stern eyes scared this tall boy subconsciously back a step. Face is no longer as calm as before. Threatened, I can tell you. You want to somehow beat my words. Can have to think about their own, cannot withstand the pressure of public opinion. Pressure of public opinion? Hearing these words, Jiang Nan could not help but let out a cold laugh. By now, he was basically certain Xiaoying's disappearance was definitely related to these few young boys. He immediately came up with a countermeasure in his mind and threw an insight spell over towards this little boy. Name, Zhang Dong. Favorability, -100 points. Life encounters, recently arrested in a juvenile detention center because he was suspected of kidnapping a little girl. Mental activity, no matter how you think about it, there is absolutely no way you can think that I hid that girl Xia Yingying on the top floor balcony of my house. Mental activity, Jiang Nan, who already had plans, was surprised when he saw the insight spell thrown at the little boy. The character attribute panels of the woman, the man, and himself were surprisingly different. This setting out, I wonder if any readers will guess which type of female lead 15 will unlock. That's right, it's Chapter 57, handsome as an exiled immortal, wildly brushing favorability. Zhang Dong, I know you, Jiang Nan said indifferently. You lied about your age. Are you trying to cover up to prove something? What? Jiang Dong's eyes flashed with a hint of panic as he forced himself to calm down. Don't you threaten me? Let me tell you. So what if I lied about my age? What can you do to me? So what? Jiang Nan laughed, and then looked at the roofs of the remaining 3 buildings, and as he scanned, Jiang Dong's several young boys also followed his gaze rather nervously. Jiang Nan's afterglow had been staring at them, and when he saw Jiang Dong's 3 boys' gazes on the building to his left for a few more seconds, he instantly already knew which building the little girl was in. Immediately, he took out his phone and directly called the landlady. Jiang Nan, I was about to call you. Uncle Hat is here. How are you doing? The landlady picked up the phone in seconds, and her anxious voice immediately rang out. I'm on this side of the slide. You bring them here. Jiang Nan faintly said. Good. Hearing Jiang Nan's calm voice, the landlady even calmed down her panic. The phone hung up. Those 3 young boys were immediately ready to run. Jiang Nan directly grabbed one in one hand. As for the 2 smaller ones, they were even carrying one in their arms and grabbing one in their hands. Let go of Lousy. You are kidnapping. Kidnapping, you know? Jiang Dong was lifted in midair and kept waving his fists. Kidnapping? You know about kidnapping too. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes and looked at this kid, whose temperament was already very good, but when he encountered this kind of lawless little bastard who relied on his young age, was really wanted to slap him to death. He had seen many cases of premeditated murder of such small children on the internet, and every time he saw it, his blood boiled, and he couldn't wait to kill these pussy brats. And now, the reality of this kind of thing happened. You say Jiang Nan can stand it? Soon, landlady, Meng Qingqiu arrived with a few hat uncles. Jiang Nan turned around for a moment, sweeping past everyone, his eyes fixed on a beautiful hat sister for a few seconds. Jiang Nan, the landlady and Meng Qingqiu came with quick steps, looking at Jiang Nan grabbing a few little boys, where they didn't know what was going on. Where did you take my little Yinging to fetch? The landlady immediately stared at that Jiang Dong, her face gloomy. I don't know, Jiang Dong said in a hard and incomparable manner. You didn't keep an eye on your daughter and blamed us for her loss? Really want to be shameless. Moreover, don't think that you are bullish just because you are the neighborhood's landlady. Let me tell you, it is now a legalized society. So what if you are rich? Still a pussy brat who hates the rich. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed, and he instantly slapped out. How dare you hit me? Jiang Dong's mind was dazed by the slap, and when he came back to his senses, his face immediately grimaced. Handsome man, have a good conversation. Hitting a child is really a bit of that. Besides, it's not necessarily true that this boy took the little girl away. A hat uncle hurriedly stood out. Jiang Nan glanced back at the hat uncle and said lightly, I dare to slap this. Naturally I have my own strength. Follow me. After saying this, Jiang Nan took large strides towards a building. Seeing this, the landlady and Meng Qingqiu mindlessly followed. The remaining few hat uncles and that hat sister glanced at each other and also quickly followed. Straight up to the staircase balcony door on the top floor of the 6th floor. Xiaoying, little Ing, the landlady immediately called out. Mom, Mom! Instantly, the little girl's voice rang out. How did you know that she was hidden here by us? Jiang Dong's face suddenly changed. Snapped. Hearing his words, the landlady immediately stepped forward and threw a heavy slap on his face. When Jiang Dong wanted to say something cruel, but he saw the fierce eyes of the landlady and was immediately scared to speak. A woman is weak, but a mother is strong. Woo woo, mommy, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. The little girl's cries came from behind the door. Don't be afraid. Mommy will get you out soon. The landlady hurriedly said. I have a spare gate key for the top floor over here at home. Jiang Nan, calm the little girl down. I'll go get it right away. At this time, a few hat uncles and that hat sister also came up. Hearing the little girl's cries, their faces immediately showed a shocked color. It was still really up here. Sister Xia, no need to go, Jiang Nan said indifferently, and then put the 2 smaller boys in his hands for a moment, replaced Zhang Dongti to his left hand, and then reached out and gently knocked on the door in front of him. It was an ordinary aluminum door. What is he trying to do? Seeing this scene, the faces of those present showed a confused look. Good little Ing, hide to the side, will you, and wait for your brother to come in and save you right away. Jiang Nan's gentle voice rang out. Ooh, brother. The little girl's crying increased a little more. Good boy, listen to your brother. Stay away from the door. Also don't be right in front of the door. Find a corner and cover your ears and hide. Jiang Nan was very patient and pacified. Good woo little Ing be good. The little girl sobbed while also finding a good place to hide. Is little Ing hiding well? Jiang Nan continued to inquire. Hiding. Oh, hiding well brother. A small sob sounded. Jiang Nan received it, and after taking a deep breath, he clenched his fist under the shocked gaze of everyone in the room, took a horse stance, and fiercely blasted his fist on the aluminum door. Bang! A loud sound resounded in the stairwell. This sound scared several people who couldn't help but have their bodies tremble. Then they looked towards the aluminum door and their eyes instantly widened. Asterisk 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 he punched the door with a fist mark? Even though it's an aluminum door, then the power of his punch is exaggerated enough. And Uncle had exclaimed. Bang! At this time, the second punch fell. Bang! The third punch. And with Jiang Nan having thrown out 5 punches at once, Jiang Dong, who he was carrying in his left hand, had already been stunned and casually dropped him on the ground. Only Jiang Nan took a deep breath before raising his foot and kicking it violently. Boom! The aluminum door was instantly kicked away. Jiang Nan took a step out, leaving the landlady, Meng Qingqiu, and a few hat uncles as well as that pretty hat sister standing in place with an incredibly dumbfounded look on their faces. Xia Jiqing favorability plus 12. Meng Qingqiu's favorability plus 2. Autumn Ruiyue favorability plus 20. In an instant, as the people present all came to their senses, they had already seen Jiang Nan arriving at the door with his little girl in his arms. At this moment, the moonlight was shining brightly, shining on Jiang Nan's body, as if he was an immortal. And at this moment, all the women in the audience did not have a heartbeat that accelerated. Chapter 58, Autumn Ruiyue's Love at First Sight. I fought. So what? Ha! At this moment, Jiang Nan listened to the beeping sound that rang in his head, and his face immediately revealed a look of surprise. The landlady had even directly skyrocketed by as much as 12 points, and if he remembered correctly, at this moment, she already had 92 points on him, which was already pulled full circle, reaching the same level as her face value score. And Meng Qingqiu had risen by as much as 2 points, which wasn't exactly small. After all, her face value score was 96 points, plus this incident didn't happen to her, so to be able to go up 2 points was already considered very good. As for Xiao Ruiyue, it directly added as much as 20 points at once, which made Jiang Nan not hold back from looking towards the hat sister in that stairwell, and also threw an insight spell. Name, Autumn Ruiyue. Age, 25 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Face value, 92 points. Favorability, 25 points. Jiang Nan, Ing. At this time, the landlady's voice rang out in the field as if she was relieved, and immediately subconsciously hugged towards Jiang Nan. In response, Jiang Nan could not help but comfort. Sister Xia, it's alright. At this time, the landlady reacted, and took the little girl from Jiang Nan's arms, and at this moment, her eyes were slightly red, and at the same time, her pretty face was also slightly red, and she looked towards Meng Qingqiu in embarrassment, and lowered her head like a little schoolgirl who had done something wrong, and apologized profusely. Qiuqiu's sister, Sister Xia, I understand. What's there for me to be jealous of? Meng Qingqiu was very sensible and stepped forward and grabbed the landlady's hand, gently patted it, and said soothingly, it's good that the little girl is fine. As she spoke, she also let out a long sigh of relief, and looking towards the cute little girl in her arms, she couldn't help but reach out and touch her little head, and spoke, what a cute little girl. These damn smelly kids, how did they give it up? Meng Qingqiu's temper was simply too good to be true, but that's how it was. She was also half dead from anger. What about these few small children? Jiang Nan's gaze rested on the hatchet uncles, and he said in a deep voice, even though these are small children, this has caused a crime. We understand. The few hat uncles took one look at Jiang Nan and saw that he was not an ordinary person. Moreover, they also knew that the landlady was also not an ordinary person. This entire neighborhood was owned by her, so it was evident how amazing the financial power was, and it was not at all something that the few of their little hat uncles could mess with. What's more, this thing is originally these several little boys are not right. As a righteous hat uncle, naturally it is impossible to the violent party. Don't worry, this matter I will definitely give you an answer. At this time, Sister Hat stood out and walked up, first looking contemptuously at the 3 bad kids who were limp on the ground, scared to the point where snot bubbles and tears were coming out in unison, and then assured Jiang Nan and the landlady, my name is Autumn Ruiyue, but where this matter has not been able to give you guys a perfect answer, feel free to go ahead and file a complaint against me. Little Autumn, hearing Qiu Ruiyue's words, an older hat uncle's face changed. Brotherly, it's fine. I'm just not used to seeing this kind of guy who thinks he's a kid and acts recklessly. Without saying anything, this older one, the juvenile detention center must let him in. Qiu Ruiyue faintly said, since she had put on this outfit, she had to be worthy of it. Thank you. Thank you. The landlady immediately thanked her. We should. Qiu Ruiyue revealed a smile before looking at Jiang Nan, her eyes suddenly flashing with a heartfelt light as she spoke. Have you practiced that power just now? It was really exaggerated. Practiced kung fu for a few years. Jiang Nan then spoke back. Hearing these words, the heartwarming light in Autumn Ruiyue's eyes became much more intense. Qiu Ruiyue favorability plus 2. Darling, is your hand alright? At this time, Meng Qingqiu walked over and first glanced at Qiu Ruiyue before painfully picking up Jiang Nan's right hand and looking at it, and aside from a slight redness, there were no other problems, which caused her to let out a huge sigh of relief. It's fine. Jiang Nan smiled and shook his head. Qiu Ruiyue looked at Meng Qingqiu twice more, and her eyes were truly stunned. It was too beautiful. She thought that since she was a child, basically none of the girls around her were prettier than her. That was because the beauty wasn't obvious enough, far from the point where it made her feel stunning. Just as when she looked at the landlady just now, she didn't have much of a feeling about it, and simply thought that this sister was pretty. That's all. But at this moment, after she took a few more glances at Meng Qingqiu, she felt more and more that this sister was good looking, to the point of being so good that it made her feel ashamed of herself. And, darling, are the two people a couple? Autumn Ruiyue's showy eyebrows unobtrusively wrinkled slightly. If it was a woman who was inferior to her, honestly, so what if they were in love? Not yet married. These days, it's all too normal to fall in love and break up. She quietly waited on the line. But, Meng Qingqiu is too beautiful. Which man would be willing to give up such a superb girl? It's a bit hard to get into. Qiu Ruiyue took a deep breath, and the corner of her mouth hooked up an imperceptible color of a bitter smile. She herself was a cynical person. Asking her to forcefully know 3 is 3, naturally it was impossible to do such a thing. But Meng Qingqiu was just too beautiful, and her temperament and figure were a bit stronger than hers. Honestly, it really couldn't be compared. At the same time, she also felt that she was afraid that it would be really hard to wait until the day when the two of them broke up. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but take a deep look at Jiang Nan, burying this love at first sight like in her heart instantly. The next thing was much simpler. A group of people arrived at the institute. At the same time, it didn't take long for the parents of these 3 bad kids to arrive as well. Mom! Since arriving at the institute, Zhang Dong had not uttered a single word. At this moment, when he saw his parents arriving, he immediately cried out. My face was slapped by them several times. It hurts me to death. When he said crying, he really cried out immediately, without a hint of brewing at all. Seeing this, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. This bad boy called Zhang Dong was really something. To put it in one sentence, it was a born bad seed. Don't cry. Don't cry. Good boy. Mommy Xiaodong. Who the hell hit my son? Hurry up and get out and apologize to my mother. This Zhang Dong's mother first comforted her own son, and then her face was incomparably gloomy as she scanned up everyone present. Among them, her gaze lingered on Jiang Nan for a moment, and her powerful charm also caused this pig-headed woman's face to slow down a little. Yes, who hit my family's child? A middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking very thin and weak, and his face even paler, stood weakly beside Zhang Dong's mother and son, and spoke seemingly forcefully. I hit them, so what? The landlady was about to admit it when Jiang Nan took a step out and said very calmly, this small plot is to pull out the line of Qiu Ruiyue out. 15 is not without a main line, not right wherever you think. This line before the ambush, so please rest assured to use. There are millions of words of the outline, requesting free power for love. Chapter 59, Looking at the Dead. A good show. I hit him, so what? Jiang Nan stepped forward and stepped out, very calmly looking at this skinny middle-aged man, faintly saying, do you know what your son has done? Kidnapping. And do you know what crime kidnapping can be sentenced for? My child is only that young. What crime can he be convicted of? The skinny middle-aged man pushed up his glasses and laughed coldly. As his words came out, the faces of everyone in the room changed. Good fellow, saying such words, when really there was not a single scruple to speak of. Good. Jiang Nan laughed back in anger before throwing an insight spell over towards this skinny man. Name, Zheng Qiqiang. Age, 38 years old. Crime value, 100 points. Favorability, minus 100 points. Life, he will die a violent death soon due to the long-term use of illegal injections of banned drugs. Mental activity, marred. Damn. I was just about to inject it. Damn. Zhang Dong came into the center. I'm going to die soon. It's so hard. After reading the attributes of this skinny middle-aged man, as well as that life encounter with the psychological activities at this moment, the pupils were suddenly tightened and enlarged. Good guy. That thing you also dare to dip? At this moment, Jiang Nan's eyes looking at this guy was undoubtedly not looking at a dead person in general. This parent, words can't be said like that. A hat uncle who was a bit older frowned and stood up. Even though Zhang Dong's age has not reached 14 years old, his behavioral language and logic are not like something that can be done at this age. Although he is not criminally liable, we will send him into the middle of a correctional center if necessary. Don't scare me. I, an ordinary citizen, can't afford to be intimidated by you guys like this. Zhang Qiqiang faintly said. Wah, his mother, take out the cell phone. Good to this group of guys shoot. I do not believe it. Ordinary children play a hide and seek. To rise to the kidnapping of the set above? Good. Zhang Dong's mom immediately took out her cell phone. Seeing this, Jiang Nan looked at the several hat uncles who were somewhat flustered, and then fixed his gaze on the calm Chiu Ruiyue. At this moment, Chiu Ruiyue also placed her gaze on him, and for eyes facing each other. Not knowing what the reason was, Chiu Ruiyue seemed to see what he wanted to do, and immediately walked to him to come and asked in a low voice, "Is there anything?" "There is." Jiang Nan nodded, and then took a step forward, approaching Chiu Ruiyue. Testosterone attacked, causing Chiu Ruiyue's pretty face, who had already fallen in love with Jiang Nan at first sight, to instantly blush, flutter, pounce, flutter. The heart also beat extremely fast. Chiu Ruiyue's favorability +3, another 3 points of goodwill into the account. Jiang Nan secretly nodded in his heart, and then softly said, "I have also studied a few years of old Chinese medicine before, and I can see that this guy's body is extremely weak through the lookout technique. And it's exactly the same as the symptoms of smoking too much opium amongst the medical book records. At this point, you should also be able to see some of this, right?" Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Chiu Ruiyue's face first froze, and then changed into a shocked color. Good fellow, another martial art, another medical art. This man called Jiang Nan, should he be so outstanding? And, at this time, she reacted to what Jiang Nan meant when he said this, staring at her just as she was about to exclaim in shock. The latter immediately gave her a look, and she also instantly came back to her senses, gulped a bit, and lowered her voice. "I seem to understand what you mean. Go to his house to check," Jiang Nan said. "I understand." Without a search warrant, it was impossible to break into his house. But, she looked at Jiang Nan's confident eyes and, for some reason, subconsciously wanted to go and blindly follow his arrangements. Immediately, she looked deeply at that skinny middle-aged man's family, and then returned to a few hat uncles, and after whispering a sentence, a few hat uncles immediately turned their shocked gazes to Jiang Nan. "Xiao Chou, this is not a small matter," the slightly older hat uncle said in a deep voice. "I believe him, and, look at that guy, isn't it the same as someone who sucks more than one and injects more than one prohibited drug?" Autumn Ruiyue spoke up. "This young man called Jiang Nan is not an ordinary person. I think he should be a bit powerful in his body." Hearing this, the several hat uncles looked at me, recalling Jiang Nan's exaggerated power just now, and all of them fell silent for a while. "Xiao Chou, you and Xiao Zhao, Xiao Chen go take a look." "Yes, this side." Jiang Nan also directly ignored that pig-headed woman's cell phone that had been filming, whispered a few words to the landlady, and took over the already sleeping little girl under her shocked gaze. "Ta-da!" The landlady quickly walked towards Chiu Ruiyue. The group left under the strange eyes of a few parents of bad kids. As for that Zhang Qiqiang's family, they were still like mad dogs recording the video while screaming. "Fellow netizens, my child played hide and seek with the children in the neighborhood. Purely a play between children. This family couldn't find their own child, so they said that my child kidnapped someone, and also beat them up. This is really abominable." Jiang Nan took 2 stools and sat down with Meng Qingqiu. "What's wrong?" Meng Qingqiu asked in a low voice. "Watching the theater in a while," Jiang Nan said with a smile. "Good." Meng Qingqiu didn't ask any more questions, but looked forward to it. Jiang Nan was too calm and mesmerizing, that kind of temperament where everything was under control. If it wasn't for so many people, she was afraid that she wouldn't have been able to resist sitting on her own darling's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, and then, yikes, stinky girl, what are you thinking about? Meng Qingqiu's breathing instantly shortened a bit, and a pretty face was all flushed. She really realized that the more she spent time with Jiang Nan, the more she was able to see that excellent side of his face. It was simply maddening. "Brother Zhang, if you ask me, don't make it so big, right?" The character of one's own child was naturally known by one's own family. The parents of the other 2 bad kids immediately came over and whispered. And, Xia Jiqing was the landlord of an entire neighborhood. They were all workers from some townships. There was really no need to mess with them. Furthermore, where to find a neighborhood with such a cheap rent? Don't make it so big? Zhang Qiqiang swept a glance at the man who had spoken and said in a cold voice, "Old Wang, I'm telling you, just don't be overwhelmed by these people. We are defending our rights. Do you understand? I'm from the countryside. I don't know much about this. But," Old Wang cowardly said, "I always feel creepy in my heart. Why don't we make a big deal out of it?" Off to the side. "The one who is feeling beaten is not your son." The pig-headed woman coldly glanced at this old king. The next period of time still passed somewhat quickly, a stalemate of about 20 minutes. The landlady who left, Autumn Ruiyue, etc., and the 2 hat uncles returned to the institute with extremely odd faces. Chiu Ruiyue's favorability +5. Xia Jiqing favorability +1. Coming, ding. At this moment, Jiang Nan slowly got up, and at the same time, a system beep sounded in his head. Chapter 60, You Want Compensation? This Tuzi brother is really giving it. Ding. Congratulations host, Xia Jiqing favorability +1, face value score +1, get a chance to draw. The system's beep sounded in his head, causing Jiang Nan's eyes to light up. He immediately moved towards the landlady who had already increased her face value score from 92 to 93. At this moment, she had really undergone a great change inexplicably, and her entire state had risen by more than a notch compared to before. This kind of change, also only a momentary thing, for the general public, also at most feel that the landlady suddenly better look a little bit. But, for Jiang Nan, that radiant feeling was simply different enough. Even at this moment, the landlady's side of Qiu Ruiyue also seemed to notice something. A face of consternation towards the landlady beside her. Her face showed a shocked color too. How? Suddenly felt that this sensible sister looked much better again? Brotherly. The two hat uncles immediately went forward and took their cell phones and tapped on a recorded video. When that brotherly finished watching it, his face was red for a while and green for a while. Then he immediately looked at that Zhang Qiqiang, with a wild look in his eyes. This guy really had enough of a death wish. Take it down. Brotherly shouted explosively. Yes. The two uncle hats immediately headed towards Zhang Qiqiang. What do you guys want? Hey, are you guys crazy? Uncle Hat is hitting people. Uncle Hat is hitting civilian folk. Help! Instantly, Zhang Qiqiang's family immediately howled. Shut up! Look, what's this? A hat uncle took his cell phone out and took the video that was taken and searched out something that he directly disliked on his face. Not only that, the other hat uncle took out a small black pocket, instantly making that Zhang Qiqiang shut up. A bean-sized bead of sweat instantly popping up on his forehead. That already pale face is also a white. The lips keep shivering. The body is also a strong trembling up. I want. The next second, his eyes instantly reddened. Surprisingly because of the extreme nervousness under the emotion of a seizure. You adore it? Uncle Hat threw a slap over and directly knocked him over onto the ground. Seeing this scene, Jiang Nan didn't hold back his laughter. Well played. Meng Qingqiu immediately applauded. This Qiqiang dog has been barking for almost more than half an hour. She forced herself to endure it until now. If not for the fact that her own darling has never taken a stance, she would have long opened her mouth to dislike him. And now that she saw this scene, she was finally happy. Darling, how do you know? Suddenly, Meng Qingqiu thought of something else and looked at Jiang Nan incredulously. I know a little bit of medicine, and I felt that this guy was a drug addict through the Qi lookout technique. Jiang Nan bragged about being powerful without a hint of a draft. There were plenty of opportunities, and one day, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to get the skills of this medical master. Frog fun, darling, you're really too awesome. Meng Qingqiu immediately eyes are full of small peach heart. Really the more she gets along with Jiang Nan, the more she is able to find out that he's awesome. And now it's medical skills. What else will he do in the end? Meng Qingqiu favorability +1. Another point was added. Currently, Meng Qingqiu's favorability towards Jiang Nan had reached a staggering 93 points. Still 3 points short of reaching the height of the face value score. It's still slightly difficult to grow. Jiang Nan secretly spat out in his heart. In exchange for an ordinary 90-point heterosexual beauty. At this moment, he would have already gained 3 chances to draw. However, Jiang Nan did not care too much about this thing. Brother Unity isn't so stingy that he would be so stingy. And if I'm shortchanged in this aspect, I think I can always make up for it in another aspect. Isn't it, Brother Tunsun? Jiang Nan said in his heart. Ding! The next second, as soon as his exchange came out, a system beep immediately sounded in his head. Ha! It really came? Detecting the host's courage to discover the system's functions, hereby presenting a lucky draw opportunity. The system's beep sounded. Good. Getting a lucky draw opportunity for nothing. How could Jiang Nan not be happy? The main thing is, this system is too humanized. There is spit. You want compensation. It is really giving. It is really doing real work. 5-star praise. Must be 5-star praise. Jiang Nan nodded madly in his heart. Thanks a lot little brother Jiang Nan. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to find this dark line of Zhang Qiqiang. Just check this guy out. There are many trading these things in the middle of Zhangcheng. Half an hour later, the main entrance of the institute. That brotherly brought a few people with Qiu Ruiyue and saluted Jiang Nan. This was not a small merit, really relying on their intelligence and subsequently ending an organization that bought and sold this stuff. That was really able to add a hard mark on the merit. This is what I should do, Jiang Nan said in a deep voice. This thing is too harmful. Since I can see it, I can't hide it. Moreover, it's fortunate that Sister Qiu believes in me. Otherwise, I'd be riding a bit of a tiger. In half an hour's time, Jiang Nan also added Autumn Ruiyue's WeChat, and the line also chatted. The relationship on the surface at least was not the appearance of a stranger. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Qiu Ruiyue instantly smiled happily, looking at that Li with her head held high, and did not speak, but then as if she said something. Indeed, I will follow up on the subsequent kidnapping of Jiang Dong's several bad kids and will definitely give you an explanation, Brotherly said in a deep voice. Good. In that case, we'll go back first. Jiang Nan waved his hand. Wait, I'll send you guys back, Xiao Ruiyue hurriedly said. How troublesome that would be. Jiang Nan hesitated. No trouble, no trouble. This sister Autumn of yours, I like it so much that I have to send you guys back. Autumn Ruiyue smiled and said. Her favorability towards Jiang Nan had already reached as many as 35 points. This favorability was not normally high, but whenever there was a bit of intimate contact, the favorability would inevitably rub upwards. Jiang Nan, you're really amazing. I can't imagine that the old ancestor's legacy in your case has also helped us about to end a drug trafficking organization. On the police car, Xiao Ruiyue's face was filled with an excited smile. Just a coincidence. Jiang Nan on the passenger side said modestly. Too modest. Xiao Ruiyue looked at Jiang Nan on the passenger seat from time to time, and the heartbeat in her eyes was not hidden at all. Inside the car among the rearview mirrors, the landlady in the backseat pursed her lips as she held her sleeping little girl, clearly understanding the reason why Xiao Ruiyue would be so talkative. It was too normal. Which woman, after meeting Jiang Nan, could resist his overpowering charm that emanated all the time? What to resist? The landlady really felt that if a lesbian came and touched this little man of hers more, she would have to straighten up obediently. Ahem. At this time, Meng Qingqiu didn't know what the reason was, and slightly cleared her throat. Instantly, Autumn Ruiyue, who was chattering happily, immediately stopped. Chapter 61, Sweaty Autumn Ruiyue, the landlady who couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth. After merely clearing her throat, Xiao Ruiyue in the main driver's seat instantly stopped speaking, and also glanced at the car's rearview mirror with some embarrassment. And when she saw that Meng Qingqiu was currently looking at her with an odd look in her eyes, her heart instantly stuttered. She understood that this was already Meng Qingqiu's first warning. She had indeed gone overboard a bit, from the initial invitation to Jiang Nan to sit in the co-pilot before getting into the car, as well as the chatter along the way, even to the point of frantically praising all traces of Jiang Nan, even if it was a little cutie. I'm afraid that all of them were able to see that she was very interested in Jiang Nan. Sorry, I'm a person who talks a bit too much. Autumn Ruiyue whispered slightly awkwardly. She really didn't want to compete. It's just that she couldn't control her love at first sight for Jiang Nan, and there was no way around liking this kind of thing. Meng Qingqiu saw Xiao Ruiyue's embarrassed expression in the rearview mirror of the car, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The saying that once she saw Jiang Nan, she was mistaken for life was something she knew well. Jiang Nan's charm was unimaginably large. Honestly speaking, without online dating for 2.5 years, Meng Qingqiu felt that she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to escape the situation of falling in love with Jiang Nan at first sight. Or that sentence. The more excellent people, the more able to feel each other's excellent. Jiang Nan is too good, at least for the time being. His only shortcoming, that is too good, resulting in his charm is extremely large. Most women encountered will not be able to walk, cannot help but be attracted to him. Meng Qingqiu herself had a deep understanding of the face of Jiang Nan that is a little bit of desire to resist or not. Therefore, she felt as if she could understand Xiao Ruiyue. Therefore, she did not have too much direct tearing of the face to say what this is my boyfriend. Please don't take too much initiative, but also hope that you have some self-respect this kind of words, because, if Autumn Ruiyue is her, she is Autumn Ruiyue, she will not feel that she can restrain herself better than this woman after her heart is moved. Darling is still a little too perfect. Hey, Meng Qingqiu seemed to have already anticipated the future, the situation where she was destined to compete with many women in jealousy. It's fine. After seemingly thinking for a long time, but in reality it was only a few moments of thought, Meng Qingqiu gently sighed and shook her head. The landlady sitting in the back seat didn't say a word, looking like it was none of my business. She had a very clear position for herself, not competing or grabbing, as long as Jiang Nan was content to accompany her once in a while when he had the time. After all, she was innately unworthy to compete for this. At this point, she was very self-aware. Therefore, for the landlady, it didn't matter who Jiang Nan would end up walking into the marriage hall with. In her opinion, it was impossible for her, Xia Jiqing, to walk into the middle of the marriage hall with him anyway. This kind of mentality meant that there was no internal conflict. She also had nothing to internalize. From the very beginning she had picked out the future relationship between the two of them to get along with Jiang Nan. Next, the atmosphere was briefly silent for a moment. At this time, Jiang Nan also cleared his throat and spoke. What's the atmosphere so stiff for? Can this car listen to songs? There's still a short distance to go back, so let's listen to a song to ease it. Oh, okay. Xiao Ruiyue stole another glance at Meng Qingqiu in the car's rearview mirror, and then opened the car's music and played it. It's hard to help myself, but I actually belong to the extremely injured woman. Don't. Just after opening the car music, a Cantonese song rang out, and the lyrics instantly made everyone in the car's face change. Snap! Chiu Ruiyue was worthy of being the Hat Sister. Her reaction was really a bit fast. Immediately turned off the car music, and then pretended to say as if nothing had happened. Today's night scenery is still good. There are stars, there is the moon, and tomorrow there will definitely be a big sun. Yes, it's already May 18th. June is almost here, and it's almost into the rhythm of the hot summer. The landlady, being the oldest sister in the car, couldn't help herself at this moment and followed Chiu Ruiyue's words and picked up a sentence. Any more awkwardness? The landlady felt a little embarrassed. It was clear that she and Jiang Nan were the pair with the biggest problem. Who knew that the proactive Chiu Ruiyue was the one who took this cold embarrassment in her place? Yeah, right, autumn. Jiang Nan suddenly thought of something and shouted, "HM? Meng Qingqiu and Chiu Ruiyue responded at the same time. And at this moment, in the rearview mirror of the car, the two women locked eyes at the same time again. Meng Qingqiu frowned slightly. As for Chiu Ruiyue, if she wasn't driving, I'm afraid that at this moment, her head was already buried, but her face wasn't any better. As embarrassing as it could be, I thought it was shouting at me, and my good friend shouted at me Chiu. At this moment, back seat, the landlady looked upward, trying hard to manage her expression. The corners of her mouth pursed madly. Between these two women, there was a real sense of cultivation, and it was so much fun to watch. Most of all, it was the first time she had seen such a stiff expression on Jiang Nan's face. I really want to film him. Ha ha ha. This look at the moment is so cute. So much love. My little man, even when he's embarrassed, he invariably exudes his charming, damned charisma. The landlady was really close to suppressing the corners of her mouth at this moment. Arrived. 5 minutes later, Chiu Ruiyue's rather hoarse voice sounded inside the car, and the car slowly came to a stop. At this moment, she was really sweating profusely, and she felt that this current scene was even more tense than the time before when she had the honor of participating in a real arrest. Even the back of her palms, likewise, were sweating. Damn heartbeats. Shouldn't have offered to send them if I couldn't manage it. Don't let the two break up at that time. Then I'm really guilty. The bitterness of Autumn Ruiyue at this moment was known only to herself. Sister Autumn, then we'll get off first. Jiang Nan immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and got off the passenger side. Meng Qingqiu didn't drag her feet and also got out of the car. As for the landlady, she slowly got out of the car holding her little girl who was still in a deep sleep. Bye. Chiu Ruiyue gave a greeting and hurriedly turned around and left. The gate of the neighborhood. Jiang Nan glanced at Meng Qingqiu, who also glanced at him. The four eyes met. Jiang Nan was just about to open his mouth to speak. Meng Qingqiu was the one who took the initiative to step forward, took Jiang Nan's arm, and said in a small voice, I'm not angry with you again. Moreover, Autumn Ruiyue is so good looking that she can't help but feel for you just by seeing you for the first time. Doesn't this show even more how good my eye for picking a man is? Humph. No matter how pretty a woman is, in front of my darling all have to be obediently moved. This is my darling, the charismatic darling, and let them be moved. I don't care. So what if there are more women who are attracted to you? Could shake her Meng Qingqiu's position in Jiang Nan's heart? This was Meng Qingqiu's self-confidence. I can't say this chapter is watery, right? I'm paving the way for Meng Qingqiu's attitude as the queen mother of the main palace. Otherwise the subsequent direct acceptance would be a bit too abrupt. Chapter 62 Landlady, I have an idea. Good woman. Extremely good woman. Jiang Nan could only tightly embrace Meng Qingqiu into his arms. He wasn't a stupid person. Meng Qingqiu's words, even though she didn't completely pick it out, it seemed like she did understand what kind of situation she would face in the future. And with these words, she had already begun to lay the groundwork. Or rather, these words she was also saying to herself at the same time. Darling, Meng Qingqiu softly called out. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and gently patted her back, his gaze going to Meng Qingqiu who was looking enviously in his arms next to him. Honestly, he really wanted to be like Mr. Li, open his other hand and then say to the landlady, no, you came just in time. It was a pity, at least for the time being. It couldn't be done for the time being if at least for the time being. This day shouldn't be too long in coming, Jiang Nan said in his heart. Several people walked inside the neighborhood. They soon arrived downstairs. Want to sleep here or go back to sleep? Jiang Nan asked. This upstairs is the small apartment I rented before. Here, Meng Qingqiu said without a hint of hesitation. Jiang Nan, you have this car. The landlady took two more glances at the Pagani Wendigo on the empty lot at this time, and her eyes couldn't help but flicker for a moment. Bought it not long ago. Jiang Nan laughed lightly. Young people do prefer sports cars a bit more, but it is indeed handsome, the landlady exclaimed in admiration. It wasn't hard to see from her pile of car keys that she was definitely quite fond of cars as well. So where she couldn't recognize that this Pagani Windjammer wasn't an ordinary Volkswagen version, a global limited edition. It was definitely worth more than $50 million. Moreover, this was a global limited edition that was highly collectible. It could be said that from the moment this kind of car was bought back, unless the end of the world came, it would be absolutely impossible for it to depreciate in value. If you like it, Sister Xia, you can drive it for a few days? Jiang Nan took the car keys out. I'm not suitable for this kind of car. The landlady immediately shook her head and refused. If it was in Jiang Nan's car, she still didn't want to drive it herself, but let Jiang Nan do it. After all, how tiring it was to drive, concentrating and not being able to distract herself a bit. Riding in a car is different. The moment you get in the car, fasten your seatbelt and lean on the seat and you're done. And if you meet an old driver with good driving skills like Jiang Nan, you can even close your eyes and rest directly. Okay, Jiang Nan didn't know the landlady's psychological activities at the moment. If she knew, I'm afraid that she would really have to ask her if she drove this car properly. Sister Xia, see you tomorrow. Arriving on the third floor, Jiang Nan's doorstep, he and Meng Qingqiu waved their hands at the landlady. See you tomorrow. The landlady nodded tenderly and held her little girl as she walked slowly towards the entrance of her house. Bang! The door of the house closed. Only then did the landlady stop her footsteps and looked back, a trace of a smile appearing on her face as she whispered, "Brat, don't use up all your spare bullets. Sister may still be waiting for you." The night passed. 8 o'clock the next morning, Jiang Nan woke up from his sleep, and the bedside Yen was no longer there. Getting down from the bed, Jiang Nan fruitfully arrived at the toilet to wash up. Last night's scenery is not mentioned. All in all, after making every effort, Jiang Nan only managed to make Meng Qingqiu's favorability arrive at 94 points from 93 points. I have to work harder to raise Meng Qingqiu's favorability to 96 points before she returns to Magic City. As for the follow-up, just take the time to find her in Mordor when the time comes. Jiang Nan did have some curiosity about Yao Yao that Meng Qingqiu had talked about last night when she rolled her eyes. In Meng Qingqiu's mouth, her good best friend since childhood often wore large black-rimmed glasses in plain sight. In fact, in private, she was much prettier than Meng Qingqiu. This made Jiang Nan very interested in this Yao Yao. If Meng Qingqiu didn't think she was as pretty as her, how high was this woman's face value? 97? 98? Jiang Nan's eyes instantly narrowed. If it wasn't for the fact that his landlady's relatives were about to leave in recent days, he really wanted to follow Meng Qingqiu back to Magic City for a few days. There's no rush. Jiang Nan was prepared to complete the previous welfare mini-quests first. He was very covetous of that Jiangqing mansion, and that physical arts master level ability. A physical arts master level ability, paired with his body having been transformed. That combat power compared to a certain hot-blooded manga released on Turtle Sun Island, was not so much of a battle scum, was it? Darling! At this time, a light-hearted shout rang out from the living room outside the room. It seems like the sense of hearing has grown a lot as well. Jiang Nan directly walked out of the bedroom after washing his face. Darling! Seeing Jiang Nan walk out with his upper body in fruit, Meng Qingqiu hurriedly said, Sister Xia is there. Hearing this, Jiang Nan glanced at the landlady who was pretending to cover her eyes while revealing her fingers, and immediately turned around and returned to the bedroom with an embarrassed smile. In his heart, he couldn't help but say, Little Qiuqiu, human Sister Xia can see much earlier than you. Sister Xia, I'm sorry, darling, he thought I was alone. Meng Qingqiu apologized to the landlady in embarrassment. It's fine. The landlady smiled unconcernedly. It was true that she had seen that perfect mermaid line of Jiang Nan's much earlier than Meng Qingqiu, but the latter had had her body transformed by the body transformation liquid again, and was even more perfect than before. Therefore, at this time, although her face was unconcerned, her heart was actually thumping and accelerating underneath her heart, so much so that she had a somewhat dry mouth. Arriving at the water dispenser, while pouring a cup of water and drinking it, soon, Jiang Nan also wore another white undershirt out. That perfect body, with nowhere. What is the difference? Meng Qingqiu glanced at him. Her face was a bit odd for a second, but it also quickly dispersed, and she hurriedly said, Have you brushed your teeth yet? Come eat breakfast quickly. Brushed. Jiang Nan came to the living room sofa and sat down. Xiao Long Bao with soy milk. Sister Xia, the little girl wasn't scared yesterday, right? Jiang Nan ate 3 Xiao Long Bao in a row and drank a mouthful of soy milk before looking at the landlady who walked over and inquired. Usually quite like to wear seductive stepmother skirt landlady whether yesterday or today's dress with the last time to participate in the reunion is not bad. There is a stream of neighboring big sister wind. That looks very cool. Tugging Valiant's silver high ponytail is really people cannot help but heart a burst of straight call. Wow, this girl is the memory of the fish. A wake up immediately forget yesterday's events. I sent the little girl to my mom's place this morning, and when I came back I happened to run into Autumn. The landlady walked over and sat down, reached out and ruffled her ear hair, looked at Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu with a smile on her face. After both sides had stared at each other for a few seconds, she took a deep breath and seemed to be a little nervous. Jiang Nan, Chiu, I have an idea. I don't know if you guys can accept it. Would you like to? Big brothers, beg for free power generation for love. I'm not greedy. One person a free penny small gift is good. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 63 Lucky Day. Setting a new all-time high spending rebate multiplier. What? Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu glanced at each other and said in unison. It's. The landlady's face revealed a slightly embarrassed smile as she lowered her head and said, after this happened yesterday, if it wasn't for Jiang Nan, I really don't know what the consequences would have been. So, as she said that, she raised her head fiercely, looked at Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu with a serious face, and continued, I want Jiang Nan to become Xiao Ying's godfather, and Chiu, you to become Xiao Ying's godmother, can you? Hearing this request from the landlady, Jiang Nan's eyes widened. Good fellow, this landlady, she really wanted to engage in a secret affair. Yes, Meng Qingqiu immediately agreed happily. Although she wasn't very old, she was very happy to accept a goddaughter as cute as Xiaoying. Moreover, she really had quite an eye for this landlord's sister, and wasn't repulsed by such a beautiful sister. I have no problem with that. Jiang Nan locked eyes with the landlady and the latter immediately blinked her eyes twice in succession, and then in a pleasant surprise, she moved a little closer to Meng Qingqiu, grabbed her hand, and said excitedly, then it's a deal. How about we have a meal together at noon? Good. Jiang Nan nodded. No problem. Sister Xia. Meng Qingqiu also nodded. Then I won't bother you little couple. I'll go back and get ready. I'll give Chiu your call in a while. The landlady stood up and hugged Meng Qingqiu, and it was important to know that the landlady wasn't too short in height. Being a very perfect 168 centimeters, she was even more explosive, standing up and hugging Meng Qingqiu so much, the latter naturally sticking straight up. Bye-bye. Although only 2 seconds, but for Meng Qingqiu, also waited for the landlady to leave after glancing down at their own strength, suddenly sighed softly and muttered, when can I get to Xia's sister that scale? What? Jiang Nan actually heard it, but still pretended not to hear it. No, nothing. Meng Qingqiu's wasn't actually small, but for the exploding thunder landlady, it was a bit lacking. Suddenly, Jiang Nan, who had finished eating, got up and princess hugged Meng Qingqiu, and she, who was still thinking about things, was immediately startled, but quickly wrapped her arms around his neck and said, darling, what are you doing? Aren't you thinking of Sister Xia's size? Jiang Nan said with a smile. Darling, you're really something. Meng Qingqiu shyly buried her entire face into Jiang Nan's chest. Around 10 o'clock, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu arrived at a gold store. Do you have long life locks here? Jiang Nan asked. Yes, a familiar smell. As soon as the 30-something-year-old, slightly more attractive counter lady saw Jiang Nan, she immediately revealed a warm smile, and those eyes were sticky in no time. However, after she noticed Meng Qingqiu beside Jiang Nan, that upper emotion was immediately doused a lot as well, but it was still incredibly enthusiastic. Let's see. Jiang Nan spoke while also scanning it. After considering the long life locks, he was still prepared to give one away. This play intended to be auspicious, although it was best to send this thing as an infant, but these days, where else to talk about this? That auspicious things, that how is auspicious. Moreover, it is not an exaggeration to say that Jiang Nan, who is bound to the system, is now really like the hero in the novel, who is burdened with the destiny of heaven. Soon, this counter-sister brought 5 different styles of long life locks. Jiang Nan swept a glance and took a fancy to a jade long life lock, and immediately pointed his finger towards it and opened his mouth. Wrap this up. Jiang Nan's efficiency made the counter attendant not react at first. How much? Jiang Nan took out his bank card. You come this way. The counter attendant understood that this was meeting the lord who didn't lack money at all. Immediately, she brought Jiang Nan and the two of them to the front desk. It's like this. We have a membership activity in the store. Do you want to do a membership, sir? Don't worry. It's free to do a membership, and you can even get points. While packing this jade long life lock, the counter sister also proposed. No need. Just directly swipe it for however much it costs. Jiang Nan waved his hand. He had always been so efficient in doing things. Good. The counter sister hurriedly took Jiang Nan's bank card, and then said, this long life lock is a 1-byte price, $66,000. You see, I'll brush it for you here. Brush. Take care, both of you. Welcome to the next visit. A minute later, the counter attendant sent Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu out with a smile on her face. What else should I buy next? The 66,000 consumption just now received a tenfold rebate. For this amount of money, Jiang Nan was completely put out of his mind, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. I also haven't had any experience. Don't know. Meng Qingqiu is also a face of confusion. Whispered, but I have seen my father before to accept goddaughter, are given to buy a set of villas and so on, and then give some red envelopes meaning, buy a set of villa? Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment as he spoke. How about the set of villas we lived in before? How about buying a set for the little girl next to us? The green environment and whatnot isn't bad either. Meng Qingqiu nodded. Okay, this matter of being a godfather. Jiang Nan was also a big girl in a sedan chair for the first time. He was much more experienced if he waited for the next time. Next, Jiang Nan drove to the South Heavenly Pavilion Sales Center. Almost without wasting any time, he directly bought a villa closest to him on the spot. It was the same 15 million. Only this time, the rebate was something that stunned Jiang Nan. 12 times. Yes, a whole 12 times the consumption rebate, instantly letting his deposit arrive at more than $350 million. Good lord, this wave is simply awesome. Knowing that he had spent a long time before, this only saved 187 million. And now after accepting Xiaoying as his goddaughter to consume a wave, he even directly obtained the current highest consumption rebate ever. 12 times. Unfortunately, if there's another extra storm bonus, then it seems like I'm not far away from becoming a deposit that reaches $1 billion. That's how people are. Always greedy. It's already good enough to satisfy one, yet one still wants more. Unconsciously, Jiang Nan also drove the Pagani Wind Child along with the navigation and arrived at the entrance of a neighborhood, and his face immediately revealed an odd expression. Because, this neighborhood was actually Su Yun's neighborhood. This is a bit too coincidental, isn't it? Jiang Nan slowly drove into the neighborhood, came to the middle of the open space and parked the car, then glanced at the building where Su Yun was, and then looked at the 4th floor of the 3rd building sent by the landlady. The corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. This 3rd building 4th floor is not the building and floor where Su Yun. Wait, the playful landlady, shouldn't she still invite Su Yun to arrive? Suddenly, Jiang Nan's mind rose up such a thought to come, and his face became even more odd. From the fact that she had asked herself to accept Xiaoying as her goddaughter today, it seemed like she was really capable of doing something that would allow Su Yun to arrive to eat together as well. Chapter 64. A seed was quietly planted in autumn. Who was caught up in self-doubt? Knock knock. Not long after, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu arrived at a doorway and gently knocked on the door. Jiang Nan glanced to his left with his afterglow. Having been here twice, he naturally knew that it was Su Yun's home. Coming, the landlady's happy voice rang out. Soon, the door opened. The landlady, who was wearing a long home dress with an apron and flesh-colored stockings on her jade legs, looked at Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu at the door with a smile on her face and enthusiastically said, "Come in quickly." While inviting, she also continued, "No need to change shoes, just come in." Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu followed the landlady to the living room, only to see 2 cute little Lolas happily playing with Barbie dolls. And when they saw Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, the 2 little Lolas immediately ran over excitedly. The 2 little Lolitas hugged Jiang Nan's 2 legs, their little faces smilingly rubbing against his legs. Obviously, the charm of a handsome man was still a bit greater for these 2 little girls. This little girl, a bit familiar. Jiang Nan pretended not to recognize who the other little girl was and spoke out. "Isn't this little girl the one we met yesterday when we went to eat spicy hot pot?" Meng Qingqiu, however, remembered the other little girl and spoke out. "Seems like it." Jiang Nan nodded indistinctly and met the meaningful eyes of the landlady on one side, and immediately cleared her throat and spoke. "Sister Xia, where are aunt and uncle?" "They went out for a stroll. Let's just eat casually at noon," the landlady said. "I'm going to go help in the kitchen first. You accompany the little girls to have some fun. Do I need to help with anything?" Meng Qingqiu hesitated and weakly raised her hand to ask. "Qiuqiu, you also match the little girls to play around. The kitchen is a bit small. 2 people is about right." The landlady smiled gently. At this moment, she had more of a wife's flavor than the big sister next door style in the morning. That slightly coiled up silver hair, plus this apron and the meat silk on her jade legs. It was a masterpiece. How embarrassing then. Meng Qingqiu's pretty face was slightly red. In reality, she had never cooked either. If she was really asked to play the role, she might instead help out. It's fine. Then I'll go in first. Wait for a feast later," the landlady said with a smile. "Brother, papa." At this time, little Nui and little Ing each shouted out, "This pace is really something." Jiang Nan was honestly a bit confused when he heard this cry of daddy from little Ing. This hadn't even officially begun the gift-giving process yet, and they were already shouting daddy. Moreover, shouldn't it be godfather? Pipe begging. It's all the same. Jiang Nan was indifferent, reaching out to touch Xiao Ying's head, smilingly said, "Where is this mom? Why didn't she say hello?" "Mama Qiuqiu." The little girl immediately let go of Jiang Nan's thighs, and turned to hug Meng Qingqiu's thighs, this time, the same as to only 20 years old. She gave the whole thing a little confused. "Really, happy to be a mama, but, good boy." Meng Qingqiu brought into the role in an instant, and held Xiaoying in her arms, and then took out a red packet and whispered, "First time meeting, a red packet for Xiaoying." Thank you, Mama Chochio. Xiaoying immediately sent a fragrant kiss. Seeing this, Jiang Nan could not help but smile heartily. Inside that red packet was a bank card with 888 yuan that Meng Qingqiu had put inside. From here, it wasn't difficult to see that Meng Qingqiu was indeed a little rich, and the small red envelope was 888,888 yuan. At this time, Jiang Nan felt that the little Nui who was hugging his leg had pushed a little harder, only to see her looking very enviously at the happy little Ling. In response, he couldn't help but flicker his gaze for a moment, and then he hugged her as well, smilingly reaching out to nod the tip of her nose, and asked softly, "What's your name? Ah, handsome big brother. Mom called me Little Inanni. You can also call me Little Inanni. Oh." The loss in the little Nui's eyes immediately disappeared, and happily wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's neck. Seeing that her mood immediately became happy, Jiang Nan could not help but be surprised. At first, he thought that it was because little Ling had a red packet that she was a little envious and depressed. Now, it seems that this little girl seems to be in this lost mood because few people would care about her other than Su Yun, right? Okay, little Nui, this is a meeting gift from brother to you. In the end, this little Nui had to be his own daughter in the future, and Jiang Nan gave her the red envelope that he had given to Xiaoying. Inside was the same bank card, also 888,888 yuan. No, oh brother, Nui can't accept it. Jiang Nan thought that this little girl would happily accept it, but who knew that she even shook her little head and refused. Mommy told Nui, anyone's money, it doesn't come from the wind. To get it, you have to pay for it. Nui didn't give anything to brother, so Nui can't accept a gift from brother. Jiang Nan was unexpectedly frozen for a moment when he met the little Enamorada's dark and shining eyes at this moment. There really was light in this little girl's eyes. In contrast to little Ling, this little Nui was even more understanding by far too much. Although both little girls only had their moms by their side growing up, the environment was very different. With a rich mom like the landlady, what could Ing not get when she was growing up? And what about little Nui? Su Yun worked hard and only earned $10,000 a month. With this kind of salary, bringing up a baby and attending the same kindergarten as Xiaoying, the expenses could be imagined to be huge. The saying that a poor man's child becomes a family member early is indeed true. Jiang Nan retrieved the red packet and didn't force it to be given again. Big brother, don't be unhappy. Oh. Little Nui reached out and touched Jiang Nan's face. Not unhappy, little Nui really understands. Jiang Nan reached out and touched her little head. This little girl immediately squinted her eyes with a face of enjoyment like a kitten rubbing up against his big hand. Lan, my dad can play the piano. At this time, little Ling proudly and incomparably said, Big brother is so. Little Nui looked at Jiang Nan in surprise, and as she spoke, she was interrupted by little Ling. Oi, you can't call big brother anymore. This is my dad. You have to call him uncle. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Jiang Nan really couldn't hold back his laughter. Darling, you actually know how to play the piano? Hearing Xiao Ying's words, Meng Qingqiu instantly looked towards him in surprise. Daddy is super good. Little Ling wrapped her arms around Meng Qingqiu's neck and said proudly with her head held high, "Oh little." Jiang Nan nodded modestly. That's really awesome. The light in Meng Qingqiu's beautiful eyes flowed up, looking at Jiang Nan in awe. Right now, she seemed to realize that Jiang Nan was a black hole in general. Too deep. The more she understood him, the more he was always able to give out different surprises to her. Too perfect. This kind of man. Can I really have him all the time? For the first time, Meng Qingqiu began to have some self-doubt. Meng Qingqiu's favorability +1. At this moment, Jiang Nan inexplicably sounded the system's beep in his head, which made him not help but turn towards Meng Qingqiu, who was looking at him dumbfounded, and found that the dumbfoundedness on her face gradually changed into the color of firmness, as if she had made some kind of determination, which made him feel even more a bit strange. The seed has finally been planted, and Qiuqiu will eventually have to compromise. Chapter 65, Recognizing Little Girl as Goddaughter. Get ready to eat. The landlady's voice rang out in the kitchen, and immediately afterward, she was seen carrying 2 plates out, and behind her there was also the same long floral dress, with her hair up in the air, and a smile on her face as she carried 2 plates out. At this moment, Jiang Nan looked along with the voice, and the little Nui that he was holding in his arms immediately shouted out a crispy mom. What's wrong, little enamorada? Su Yun also looked over when she heard her daughter's cry, and a stunned look appeared on her face when she saw her daughter being held in Jiang Nan's arms. At this time, she also hurriedly looked towards the landlady, and immediately reacted when she noticed the smirking expression on her face. The matter between her and Jiang Nan, this sister Xia seemed to know about it? But, how did sister Xia know Jiang Nan? Could it be that? Su Yun dully placed the 2 plates in her hands on the dining table, while then moving closer to the landlady and whispered, Sister Xia, the friend you just said I also know. is Jiang Nan? Right. The landlady nodded with a smile. This. Su-yun glanced back at Jiang Nan, then retracted her gaze, her voice much lower. Sister Xia. You. All sisters. The landlady laughed lightly and said. Hearing this, Su-yun's eyes widened, and in an instant, she understood something. I'm afraid, this Sister Xia really already knew that she was related to Jiang Nan. Moreover, it didn't care at all. If a woman as outstanding as Sister Xia doesn't care at all, who am I to care? Su-yun suddenly felt that she had figured everything out. Her acquaintance with Jiang Nan had originally started with a relationship of interest. To put it bluntly, it wasn't even about Jiang Nan's money. It was just that she subsequently fell in love with Jiang Nan sincerely during the process of getting along. It's already the greatest blessing of my life to be Jiang Nan's lover in my capacity. What more do I ask for? Su-yun laughed. Come on, it's time to eat. The landlady waved happily before returning to the kitchen, carrying several plates out one after another. After Su-yun figured it out, there was no embarrassment on her face, and together with the landlady, she brought out all the dishes from the kitchen. Soon, a few people came to the table. Jiang Nan was not embarrassed at all, and directly began to move the chopsticks. As for Meng Qingqiu, after all, she was still a bit social, and only let Jiang Nan give her a few chopsticks of food from time to time. Little Ing, did you call your godparents? The landlady looked at the little girl sitting beside her and said with a light smile. Called. Little Ing nodded her head obediently. So good. The landlady nodded in satisfaction. The meal was a very pleasant one, and at least in Jiang Nan's eyes, it was considered a first meeting of his women. Moreover, if the three of them had a cordial relationship, Jiang Nan felt that if they really had to show their cards subsequently, it would not be so bad that they would roll over or something. Furthermore, having reached Meng Qingqiu's level of goodwill, Jiang Nan really doesn't think that the showdown will be overturned. A little bit of emotion might be inevitable, but if you break up, Jiang Nan thought it was unlikely that such a thing would happen. Therefore, Jiang Nan didn't feel any pressure, and should eat and drink. Barta. When Jiang Nan, who had finished eating, wanted to light up a cigarette, Meng Qingqiu immediately moved closer to him and spoke. Letting small children inhale your second-hand smoke. Don't you think it's excessive? Good. Then I won't smoke. It didn't matter if Jiang Nan smoked or not. It was just that there were times when he would subconsciously light up a cigarette. Just as now, looking at Meng Qingqiu in the living room, as well as the two little girls, as well as looking at this angle, one could still see the landlady and Su-yun in the kitchen who were talking and laughing and washing the dishes. And this kind of cozy atmosphere was really intoxicating. Buzzing. At this time, the cell phone in his pants suddenly vibrated. Taking out the phone, he scanned it. An unfamiliar phone number from Kyoto. Who is it? Seeing that Jiang Nan didn't answer the phone, Meng Qingqiu couldn't help but inquire curiously. I don't know. Probably a scam call. Jiang Nan casually hung up, and then wrapped his arms around Meng Qingqiu and arrived to sit on the sofa. Not long after, the landlady and Su-yun, who had finished washing the dishes, also came out from the kitchen and took off their aprons in unison. Mom! Mom! The two little girls immediately greeted them. Finally free. Quick! Little Ing, kowtow to godparents. The landlady pulled Little Ing to arrive in front of Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu. Yes, the little girl was also well behaved, directly kneeling on both knees and kowtowing to Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, while the moment she lifted herself up she smiled and shouted, Papa, Mama Chochio. Hearing this sound of Papa, Mama Chochio, the landlady instantly narrowed her eyes and smiled. With this layer of relationship in place, there was always nothing wrong with her going to her daughter's godfather to talk about the child's future growth if something happened, right? Get up. Jiang Nan helped the little girl up, and then got up and took a file bag and handed it to the landlady. At his angle, the seated Meng Qingqiu couldn't see anything, only to hear his voice ringing out. Sister Xia, this is a suite I bought for Xiaoying, over at Nantian Pavilion, and it's right next door to the one I bought. If you want to live in it, you can move in by collecting the bag. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nan, the moment Jiang Nan handed out the document bag, under the document bag was already grabbing the landlady's jade hand. Extremely classic blackout under the lamp. Okay, then we'll take it for the little girl. The landlady did not refuse, and the moment she withdrew her hand, she also gently scratched Jiang Nan's palm. The two of them glanced at each other, but it was all in the air. Chochio, I have something to ask you about. At this time, the landlady smiled and waved her hand at Meng Qingqiu on the sofa. Good. Meng Qingqiu immediately got up, and then followed the landlady around. What surprised Jiang Nan was that instead of taking Meng Qingqiu to the side, the landlady took her out of the house. Moreover, as Xiaoying followed the landlady out, the little Nui Nui also followed her out. Bang! The main door closed and in an instant, Jiang Nan and Su-yun were left in the living room. Sister Rhyme. Jiang Nan took the initiative to open his mouth and shouted, begging the boss to take a look at the advertisement to send a free gift for love. To have the financial strength of the boss, you can also reward. I see that it is not possible to accidentally rebate hundreds of times. Chapter 66, 2 Lucky Draws. Master Level Chinese Medicine Ability. Half an hour passed. With a knock on the door, Su-yun pursed her lips and slowly headed towards the toilet. As for Jiang Nan, he got up from the sofa with a cozy face, and when he looked closely, Su-yun, who was wearing flesh-colored stockings, had turned into a bare-legged one, and obviously didn't know where to go. Jiang Nan slow steps towards the door. After opening the door, a face of surprise looked at the door of the landlady and Meng Qingqiu opened. Sister Xia, how do you go out for so long? I took Chocho to buy some specialties from Jiangcheng, as well as some hot pot bases. The landlady was carrying a large pocket filled with some hot pot base ingredients. As for Meng Qingqiu, she was carrying some local specialties in her hand, such as bamboo shoots, squash and some fruits that were only available over here. Yes, I'll carry it. Jiang Nan took the 2 pockets in Meng Qingqiu's hand, and then took a pocket in the landlady's hand, and spoke. Will these things be good enough to get on the plane tomorrow? There's no problem, but your car to load these things plus Chocho's luggage is estimated to be hanging by a thread. When the time comes to go back, you drive my car to send her there. The landlady smiled and said, okay. Jiang Nan nodded, and the group also re-entered the living room. Where's MS? Su-yun? The landlady asked knowingly. Should be inside. Jiang Nan returned. Sister Xia, there shouldn't be anything next, right? It's fine. Speaking of which, I'm still disturbing your young couple's solitude. Put the things here. I'll directly put them in your home at that time. You hurry up and bring Chocho to have a good time in Jiangcheng and enjoy this last day of solitude. The landlady hurriedly said. Okay. Jiang Nan glanced at the heartwarming Meng Qingqiu and nodded, placing the few pockets in his hand on the coffee table before saying, then I'll trouble Sister Xia. Saying these polite words, the landlady blankly glanced at Jiang Nan. Then, Sister Xia, Jiang Nan and I will leave first, and next time, if there is a chance, you can come to Magic City with Jiang Nan and bring Xiaoing to play. Meng Qingqiu invited. Good. The landlady nodded in response. Then you can say hello to Mr. Su later. We'll leave first. Little Ing, little Nui Nui, see you next time. Jiang Nan waved his hand. Bye Dad, Godmother, bye Uncle and Auntie. The 2 little girls also waved their hands in a well-behaved manner. See you later. Meng Qingqiu waved her hand before walking out of the house with Jiang Nan. The landlady led the 2 little girls to send the 2 out, and when they went downstairs, they immediately returned to the house as well. Knock knock knock. She gently knocked on the toilet door. Sister Xia, I'm inside. Su-yun's voice was slightly breathy. Hearing this voice, the landlady probably guessed something and could not help but purse her lips. At this moment, the Pagani son of the wind car, Jiang Nan slowly drove the car out of the neighborhood gate. Darling, I'm a bit tired and want to go back and rest for a while. Meng Qingqiu on the co-pilot yawned and spoke. Okay. Jiang Nan nodded. A short while later, at Meng Qingqiu's request, the 2 returned to the small apartment that Jiang Nan had rented. The moment they had just entered the house, Meng Qingqiu, who had been saying that she was tired, was suddenly energized. It feels like after I go back tomorrow, I'll have to wait for at least the summer vacation to be able to see darling again, and during this period of time, I'll definitely have to let you make up for it all today. Meng Qingqiu could be said to be completely frantic. It was past 4 in the afternoon. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom, Jiang Nan stared at the 2 palm prints slightly out of focus, and subconsciously thought about having a cigarette afterward. Not knowing what came to mind, he immediately shook his head. He was not addicted to this thing, and was able to quit any time he wanted to. I guess I have to pay attention for a while. These few hours are not short. Jiang Nan glanced back and saw Meng Qingqiu, who was sleeping with a sweet smile on her face, and a hint of tenderness appeared on her face. This woman, indeed, had enough craziness, really for the sake of the subsequent 1 or 2 months of unavailable prepared ammunition. Just now it was really as if she didn't want to die. Busy with business, Jiang Nan walked out of the master bedroom and arrived to sit down on the sofa in the living room on the first floor. System, use up my 2 remaining lottery chances. Jiang Nan immediately communicated with the system. Instantly, the moment his words fell, a huge turntable appeared out of thin air in front of his eyes. Biu. The familiar sound of the lottery opening rang out, and in just a short while, a beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has drawn in this lottery, $50 million. Without waiting for Jiang Nan to react, the dial pointer turned once again. Biu, with a sound ringing out. The next second, the system's beep sounded again in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has drawn in this lottery, the master-level ability of traditional Chinese medicine. Ha! The moment the second reward came out, Jiang Nan's eyebrows twitched. Why did he feel that this Tuesday brother was really like the bragging wish system? As long as he had blown some bullskin in front of him, then there was a great chance that the subsequent rewards would be given to fulfill the bullskin he had blown. Not bad. The previous draw was purely padded. The main event is still this second draw. Jiang Nan received the reward, and in this instant, he only felt that he had too much more knowledge about Chinese medicine in his mind. I don't know how powerful this Chinese medicine master level ability is. According to the system's giveaway, it should start off as the most top saintly hands among the master level, right? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. Honestly speaking, when this ability was used well, not to mention wealth, this was simply the embodiment of the most powerful status. There was no one else in this world who had the system. Who could say that they hadn't been sick all their lives? And to say that the people who were most afraid of death, there was no doubt that it was definitely the handful of people who stood at the top of the most pyramid of this entire planet. Whether it is power or wealth, to reach that level, as long as they can live, even if it is to pay what, they are afraid that they will be willing. Therefore, his master-level Chinese medicine ability, even if it is far from reaching the point of the legendary miraculous hands, it is definitely worth a lot of money, not to mention $1 billion, even $10 billion, in Jiang Nan's opinion, was not worth mentioning for this ability. System, check my character attribute panel. Jiang Nan called out. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years old. Height, 185 centimeters. Wealth, $402 million. Abilities, Insight Technique, Vajra Kidney, Piano Mastery, Chinese Medicine Mastery. Abilities, Insight Technique, Vajra Kidney, Piano Mastery, Chinese Medicine Mastery. Objects, Porsche Cayenne, Pagani Wind Child. Objects, Porsche Cayenne, Pagani Wind Child. Life encounters, will be given a great gift on the day of his 22nd birthday. After looking at his character attribute panel, Jiang Nan noticed that his height had inexplicably increased by 3 centimeters, which caused a look of surprise to appear on his face. Chapter 67 For the sake of the Jiangqing mansion, even more so for the physical arts master skill. System, what's going on? I think 185 is about right. Don't raise it up again for me. Jiang Nan immediately reacted and communicated with the system in his mind. Host, this is the effect brought about by the body transformation liquid. It's over, the system replied. Like this, it's not bad. In fact, for a man 182 centimeters was the perfect height, as it had to be added to the little bit of height added by putting on shoes. And right now, his net height was 185 centimeters, with shoes on at least 187 centimeters. This height, for some women, it was perfect, but in Jiang Nan's eyes, too high is not good, almost good. He had this face value. Even if it was 170 centimeters, that was more than enough for women to be attracted to him. Ding! At this time, a subtle sound came from the cell phone in his pants. Jiang Nan took it out and saw that it was a text message. Dear Mr. Li Yang, the Porsche 911, pink, you purchased has arrived. Please come to the Magic City XX4S store to pick it up as soon as possible. Nuts! It was the first time Jiang Nan had seen a scam message that even got the name of the scammer wrong. Li Yang? I heck still Jiang Yang. Immediately, Jiang Nan directly deleted this message. The Jiang Yen you are following has already started broadcasting. Just as Jiang Nan was pondering to go down a few more money-burning handheld games to consume and have a good time, a jitterbug backstage prompt popped up. Currently, Jiang Yan's favorability towards him wasn't low, but it wasn't too high either. Just 37 points. This good sense, in exchange for ordinary people, at most, ambiguous a few. Nothing more worthy of letting people heart, that there is a great possibility that the opportunity to do nothing. But, Jiang Nan is an average person? Directly clicked into the jitterbug, familiarly recharged another million. Ding! 10 million jittery diamonds arrived in seconds. There is not a bit of procrastination at all. Welcome, Smoky Jiang Nan brother. Brother is here As soon as Jiang Nan entered the live broadcast room, Jiang Yen, who was probably preparing to welcome others, immediately turned her head to welcome on him. Peacock Southeast Flight. How many times do you mean little Yen Yen? Peacock Southeast Flight. I don't think you should be welcoming me first. Southeast Flight of the Peacock. See a jitterbug little over 60 levels and think he's better than me? Jiang Nan swept a glance at the pop-up screen and saw a level 1 small white number talking so arrogantly. He couldn't help but froze. What did he do? Lying down for no reason? No, I just didn't see your ID in the first place. Brother Peacock. In the middle of the camera, Jiang Yan's familiar JK suit. You can see that she is very fond of white silk. At this moment, she is sitting on a chair. The lower part of the cover is extremely perfect. There is no such thing as a violation. But, her pair of transparent white silk jade feet were in the middle of the camera. The number of people in the whole live room is only 10 or so, but in addition to that Peacock Southeast Flight's first class small white number is talking. There is no one else to talk, and I do not know that one of them is doing something through the screen. Southeast Peacock Faye, you wait? Brother now immediately give you to sweep the code. Martyr. Think I haul fighting tiger live platform famous number of Peacock brother. Even worse than a jitterbug more than 60 level of platoon big. Seeing Peacock's southeast flight the sentence. Jiang Nan's face was smiling, but her heart was MMP. She does not deny that this Peacock southeast flight in the Dohu side is to the female anchor brush has 20 million super big brother. But, shut her hair she also did not eat the 20 million dividends at most. Also before to her brush 2 super rocket, which only added AV. Relatively compared to Jiang Nan, whether it is face value or willing to spend money on the share. You say she Jiang Yan is not a little cute. She said that she Jiang Yan is not a little cute, that all have to obediently defend this rich man Brother Jiang Nan, these 2 days are really busy, Jiang Yan said with a smile. In the camera, her transparent white silk jade feet moved, and as her jade foot moved a few times, someone in the live broadcast room of about 10 people immediately spoke. Tomato True C.S. came out. Egg fans 15, anchor. Do you sell tea bags? I want to use them to make tea. Dream God Jade, upstairs dude. Why do I see that your ID looks a bit familiar? This woman is the one who is an invisible rubbing woman. Jiang Nan took in all of Jiang Yan's careful maneuvers and his gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. Unlike Su Yun and also Lin Man's, some of Jiang Yan's small actions were invariably seductive. Just now that inexplicably moved the translucent white silk jade feet. Even at this moment one hand tugged on her own translucent white silk, which did not all attract people's eyes to look at. In this case, the good sense brush up is also simple. At present, this last one is left. Jiang Nan is naturally prepared to brush as much goodwill as he can now, for the sake of that Jiangcheng mansion, and even more so, for the sake of that physical arts master level ability. Brush. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. In just a small amount of time, Jiang Nan's hand speed like that of a Kato hawk exploded to as many as 100 points. Thank you brother Jiang Nan for the 100 carnivals. Jiang Yan smiled happily. Jiang Yan favorability +3. 40 points now. Snap. Jiang Nan immediately swiped again. It was another little while of work. 100 more brushed out. Jiang Yan favorability +5. Ha! Another 300,000 slammed down. This time increasing the favorability by 5 points, which rather made Jiang Nan feel that his efforts to swipe money were not in vain. In a sense, he, Jiang Nan, was also working at the moment. Only, the shift he was working, it was a shift of pure enjoyment. He was able to make more and more money by spending it, and he was also working so hard to brush the gifts with his own hand-pointing operation. So wasn't this also equivalent to working? Just as Jiang Nan was preparing to capitalize on his victory, a pop-up screen slowly floated in the live broadcast room. Peacock Southeast Flight, Xiaoyan, ready for brother's gift bombardment? Brother Peacock. Jiang Yan sighed helplessly when she saw that Jiang Nan hadn't swiped anymore. This guy came back at a really bad time, and immediately forced a smile to show and spoke. Please show as much as you want. I hope to see you on the top 1 position. Oh, Peacock Southeast Flight, being on the top 1 is just a matter of 3 melons and 2 dates. Southeast Peacock send Carnival *1 to the anchor. Southeast Peacock send Carnival *1 to the host. Southeast Peacock send Carnival *1 to the host. When 10 carnivals had been swiped, Southeast Peacock face stopped and froze when he saw that he was still in the 2nd position on the list. He had indeed just come in and hadn't even seen that Jiang Nan had swiped a whole 200 carnivals. Therefore, he was surprised and typed, "How many have you swiped on this list 1? 10 carnivals are still not enough to be your list 1? Brother Peacock, don't you just click on the consumption list and see for yourself?" Jiang Yan said meaningfully. Appear book reader's Big Brother ID. Big brothers do not care. Sometimes really lazy to take the name. Ha ha, look a happy on it. Chapter 68 The criteria for the Great Welfare Mission. Aiming for the first 10 billion in deposits. Peacock, see? Sorry, 10 carnivals are not enough. Then 20, 30. This list 1 today. I will take it. Southeast Peacock sends Carnival *1 to the anchor. Southeast Peacock sends a Carnival *1 to the anchor. Southeast Peacock sends Carnival *1 to the host. Another 20 carnival swipes came out. This guy has swiped quite a lot in this wave. If it was a normal live room, not to mention 30 carnivals, even if it was just 1 carnival, it would have to make the female anchor jump up and bow 90 degrees immediately. Even, some people do not see the small anchor. A carnival will have a great possibility in the same city will be asked out to eat a meal. The next thing, naturally, depends on their own strength. But, sorry, how can a live room with Jiang Nan staying be a simple live room? Peacock Southeast Flight, yo, this 60+ level guy is a bit strong. Southeast Peacock Flight send Carnival *1 to the anchor. Southeast Peacock Flight send Carnival *1 to the anchor. Southeast Peacock send Carnival *1 to the anchor. 20 more carnivals. So far, this Southeast Peacock has swiped 50 carnivals. One carnival was $3,000. 50 was $150,000. Another year's worth of income plus bonuses for a person who had steadily exceeded $10,000. Just from gambling. It was all gone in a few minutes. Thank you Brother Peacock for the 50 carnivals. Brother, your 50 is probably not enough. I better tell you how much Brother Jiang Nan swiped. 200 carnivals. Jiang Nan appeared to be thanking Peacock Southeast Flight, but in reality, it was amongst words with a bit of agitation. In fact, it wasn't necessarily that she wanted to circle this Peacock Southeast Flight's money, but rather that this brother liked to show his presence too much. Early in the Fight Tiger Live platform, this Peacock Southeast Flight basically every time open broadcast will come to pretend X. Say what reality drive Rolls-Royce Phantom. If not for his Dohu Live platform number is really quite rowdy. Plus that brush out of the super rocket. Jiang Nan is really not happy to take care of him. Since you want to pretend, then let you pretend. The loss can never be him. There is no comparison. There is no harm. With this comparison, Jiang Nan's favorability towards Jiang Nan really couldn't help but rise again. Jiang Nan's favorability plus 3. This 3-point increase in favorability made Jiang Nan a little puzzled, but he didn't care too much about it. As this peacock stopped, Jiang Nan also continued to brush up. The familiar plot resurfaced. Jiang Nan directly swiped the remaining 1 million jitter diamonds for 33 carnivals, and after sending out the remaining 10,000 jitter diamonds as a lucky bag, he sent out a pop-up saying, "I'm withdrawing. I'll come back next time the broadcast starts. By Brother Jiang Nan. I'll be free in the next couple days. If you're free, I'll treat you to a meal." Smoky Jiang Nan? Good. Jiang Yan favorability plus 2. Exiting the live broadcasting room, Jiang Nan also received a succession of system beeps in his head. Ding! Congratulations host. Consumption completed. Received a tenfold consumption rebate, $10 million. This wave of consumption was truly not a loss. Not only did he earn $9 million, he also made Jiang Yan's favorability towards him reach 50 points. This level of favorability was quite a lot at all, and it wasn't an exaggeration at all to say that under a half push, there wouldn't be any problem at all in hitting a home run on Jiang Yan. At this rate, it's already a done deal for Jiang Yan to reach 90 points of favorability. Jiangchang Mansion, it's only a matter of time before the physical arts master level ability arrives. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment. After Meng Qingqiu returned to Magic City tomorrow, he would need to launch an operation to completely take down this welfare mini-quest. Moreover, making money could not be delayed. Currently, he already had more than 4 mini-objectives on hand. The next thing he needed to do was just to keep spending and spending and spending, so that he could reach $1 billion in savings at an early date. Perhaps, one would also be able to obtain a very good welfare mini-quest. System, after my deposit reaches 1 billion, I should be able to definitely obtain another welfare mini-quest, right? Jiang Nan inquired. Yes, the system replied in seconds. I have a question. Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with a strange luster as he inquired out loud. With the welfare minor task, does it possess the welfare major task? The rewards of just the welfare minor task alone were already so high. What about the more difficult welfare major task? Does one come into contact with abilities or items that are beyond the norm? Yes, the system replied. The difficulty of the welfare grand mission will be greatly increased, and at the same time, the rewards obtained will also be greatly increased. The abilities and even items that the host has in mind, which are beyond what normal people can possess, are bound to appear. Oh, as expected. Then what criteria do I need to meet to be able to receive this great welfare mission? Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and a slight look of anticipation appeared on his face. After 10 billion deposits is the minimum standard, and the triggering conditions are randomized. The system replied. Random? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly as he tentatively asked. Then what is the inevitable standard? Host is truly worthy of being a host. Too smart. The system praised. 10 billion deposits is the minimum standard to be able to trigger the big welfare task by chance. But, if the host uses 10 billion deposits can be exchanged to obtain a chance to receive a welfare grand task. Ha! Hearing the system's words, Jiang Nan's eyes instantly lit up. Good fellow, this could still use money to purchase a chance to receive a welfare grand mission? Don't think that this system was suppressing him. This was purely to make him spend harder and earn money. Not to mention the difficulty of the welfare task, but what if the reward for receiving the task is some kind of immortality potion? Or perhaps, the body of immortality? After really reaching the level of transcendence of human beings, whether it is the ability, or items, that is not the mundane world of money can be compared to the value of the money. The only thing that is not willing to spend tens of billions of dollars is a little cutie. It was not willing to pour out tens of billions to exchange once for this kind of opportunity to be able to ascend to heaven in a single step. Dry. The next goal is not simply 10 billion, but 10 billion. Jiang Nan's eyes were suddenly filled with wild hope. Ding! At this time, the cell phone in his hand suddenly rang, and another text message was sent. And with that, without waiting for him to check, a call from Kyoto came in immediately afterward. His memory was amazing, recognizing that this call from Kyoto had called once as early as noon. Regarding the setting of the welfare big task, everyone should not feel that there is something wrong with it, right? I genuinely feel that this setting can be of money future destined outside the body. Ability is the top. Chapter 69 Jiang Nan, brother, the system is simply too OP. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Nan also picked up the call. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Nan? As soon as the familiarly scammed beginning came out, he instantly shook his head and smiled. Yes. Hearing the extremely sweet voice of the girl on this phone, Jiang Nan wasn't prepared to hang up directly, but instead thought to tease her a bit. It's like this. You have a piece of land in the middle of Kyoto that you need to sign. When do you think you're free to come to my side to sign the contract? The sweet voice continued to ring out. Express delivery? Jiang Nan slightly froze, then instantly understood. This is the express fraud set. I'm in Jiangcheng. And, for your express, do I still spend money to buy a plane ticket to fly over? Jiang Nan laughed. Well, this courier will just be handled by you. I am really not very interested. Mr. Jiang Nan, the sweet voice tone got a bit odd. Are you sure this land is just for me to handle however I want? Well, lose it or whatever. Feel free to deal with it. Jiang Nan said this and also hung up the phone directly. What courier still needed him to fly to Kyoto to get it? With this time, he might as well spend more in Jiangcheng. At present, his top priority was to reach $10 billion in savings as early as possible. He wanted to see how difficult the big task of welfare that came from the exchange of this $10 billion would be, and even, how rich the reward would be. At the same time, Kyoto, in the middle of a certain small apartment, a competent woman had a high ponytail and was wearing an imposing professional OL suit, with those long black silk legs that were simply longer than any ordinary person's life. From the look of this outfit, she seemed to be a pure imperial sister's paradigm. But, the camera panned up. This woman was the one with an extremely cute face. Right, just adorable. You could admit that her features were stunningly beautiful, but when paired together, it was an immediate sense of a child's face. In other words, this outfit of hers paired with her childish face that made people not dare to give birth to desire, undoubtedly didn't make people feel like she was just a minor stealing her sister's or mother's clothes. This Mr. Jiang Nan is really strange. I see the information. Shouldn't he just be a three-less youth who grew up in an orphanage? How come a piece of land in Kyoto can't even look at it? So strange. The woman looked down at the Jiang Nan's information in her hand. Her brows frowned slightly and she couldn't help but mutter. Whatever. Talk to the old man about what this Mr. Jiang Nan means. How about discussing selling that piece of land? Then transfer the money to him? The woman's gaze flickered for a moment, and then staring at the Jiang Nan information in her hand her eyes suddenly narrowed, and she whispered, this Jiang family's head of the family really has enough surrender. In the end, is it for the sake of honing his eldest son that he ruthlessly discarded for 22 years? Or is it the reason that the youngest son who subsequently appeared in the world is too excellent that this is why he discarded it up to the present day? Speaking here, the woman took a deep breath and looked at the photo of Jiang Nan on the profile, her face showing some pathetic colors. It must be said that this is the face of the luxurious family, and it is also that old master of the Jiang family who was aching for this big grandson of his, otherwise it is impossible to secretly let her get a piece of land for Jiang Nan. Things in Kyoto, Jiang Nan does not know. The current him was also back in the master bedroom on the second floor after he swiped a few more millions in Jitterbug and earned a few tens of millions. At this moment, looking at Meng Qingqiu who was still asleep, Jiang Nan reached out and put his hand on her pulse. After only a few seconds, Jiang Nan's gaze suddenly flickered. It was too healthy. Originally Jiang Nan wanted to see these 2 days. Meng Qingqiu all of a sudden so indulgent, will not cause any bad. This probe, not only is not good the body is simply do not fantastic. Ordinary girls no matter what, their qi and blood would be somewhat deficient, while Meng Qingqiu couldn't see a single bit of qi and blood deficiency in the slightest. Darling, at this time, Meng Qingqiu slowly woke up and saw Jiang Nan taking her pulse, and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Is there something wrong with me? Nope, very healthy. Jiang Nan exclaimed. That's good. It scared me. Meng Qingqiu let out a big sigh of relief, while then looking at Jiang Nan, she instantly smiled, opened her arms and wrapped them around his neck, softly saying, Darling Qiuqiu belly is hungry again. Meng Qingqiu favorability +1. After an hour and a half had passed, Jiang Nan also heard a beep from the system in his head as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host. who has successfully made a high-value opposite-sex confidant with a face value score of 95 or more equal to the favorability, rewarded with one lucky draw opportunity. Just as Jiang Nan was carrying the limp Meng Qingqiu towards the bathroom, just before he took a few steps, the system's beep once again sounded in his head. The moment this system's beep appeared, Jiang Nan's footsteps stopped and an odd expression appeared on his face. System, is this a new function? Jiang Nan continued walking up, and mentally asked the system. After the last host's tirade, this is a new function added by the system. As long as a person of the opposite sex with a face value score of up to 95 has become the host's confidant, the favorability will be given an additional chance to draw a prize if it reaches a face value score equal to that of the host for the first time. The system explained. Good. Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment as he spoke. Then, if the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Manman's face value score rises to 95, do I add the one lucky draw chance I should have gotten and then get an additional lucky draw chance on top of that? The host is right, the system replied. I see. Jiang Nan's face revealed a color of excitement too. This system is really bullish. Too much care for the host's experience. Really, what suggestions to spit out will be perfected by heart. Just this point, Jiang Nan thought that he had not seen several systems similar to his system on the Tomato Novel app. It was really OP too strong. With this system, why worry about reaching the top of the pyramid in this world? Or even, the true uncrowned king? 10 minutes of rinsing time. Jiang Nan returned to the bedroom with Meng Qingqiu in his arms again. After the two of them got dressed, they also went out of the bedroom. Meng Qingqiu had no makeup on, and was also merely wearing a simple little white dress, with a head of long straight black hair draped over her shoulders. That cool temperament instantly called out. However, after meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, it turned into the shyness of a young girl, the goddess in other people's eyes. In front of Jiang Nan, was nothing more than a young girl in love. Top love brain. Today is the last night. Later we'll go and buy something. At that time you bring it back to that BFF of yours, and try to make me leave a good impression, so that the next time I go to Mordor to look for you, people will throw their faces at me. Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around Meng Qingqiu's thin waist and whispered in her ear, Darling Yao Yao won't. Moreover, you are so excellent. Which girl contact down will not? Not like you are. Meng Qingqiu said. Her voice was also getting smaller and smaller. Don't let it come to the time when Yao Yao falls in love with you at first sight, thus letting our two girlfriends who have been good since childhood turn against each other. Chapter 70, Inviting Bees and Butterflies to Jiang Nan. Not so much. Jiang Nan shook his head. If he didn't have some skills, how could he dare to open this harem? Moreover, it wasn't hard to see from Meng Qingqiu's attitude. It seemed that she wasn't a particularly forceful sort regarding this matter. Let's eat first, Meng Qingqiu whispered, not saying anything more on this topic. An hour later, the two who had finished eating arrived at the largest shopping center block in the old city. Finding a parking space and stopping, feeling the gazes of the people around them sweeping in, Jiang Nan couldn't help but think back for a moment to the day he had just obtained the system. On that day, he was still driving a Porsche Cayenne, and he had a simple deposit of just over $1 million. Now, he has 5 small goals in hand. The seat is worth $60 million of the global limited edition Pagani Wind, beside the face value of up to 96 points of confidant. All sorts of things, just in a few days' time has undergone a radical change. Honestly speaking, the speed of this growth is really fast enough to make him feel like a world apart. Darling, at this time, Meng Qingqiu hooked his arm and snuggled up to his side, whispering, how come it feels like you're a little taller? Illusion, I guess. Jiang Nan laughed softly. Go, in a while you also pick something, whatever you like just say it, take it all. I won't be polite, Meng Qingqiu said with a smile. A pair of handsome men and women walking amongst the crowds could be said to have attracted the gazes of the people around them. Is this pair a star? This face value is a bit too topsy-turvy. Asterisk. Even if it's not a star, it feels like this face value should be some big internet star, right? I just saw it. That handsome guy drove a Pagani Windy to here. Wow, this is the real top high rich handsome Moreover, the girl beside him is also a real top beauty. That temperament is simply perfect. There was never a shortage of NPCs in the world. At this moment, for Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, all the people talking around them were like NPCs, taking pictures along with them and even being shocked. Soon, Jiang Nan brought Meng Qingqiu to a Chanel store, and 10 minutes later, each walked out with 2 pockets. Immediately after, LV, Gucci, Prada. After just 1 hour of shopping, Jiang Nan and the two directly said that they couldn't lift it anymore. There are too many. Jiang Nan was also determined to consume. So basically, as long as Meng Qingqiu was looking at, or felt that her good girlfriend Yao Yao could look at, they all took it. An hour's time may not seem like a lot of time to spend, but in reality, a round of high luxury stores had consumed a small $10 million. But fortunately, when the consumption is completed. 6 times consumption rebate, is also successful in letting his savings come to as much as 5 small goals. Not enough, this is all a small fight. The real consumption of the big head has to go to buy a building. Buy a building, not to mention a commercial building. Is a residential building to buy? That is also at least hundreds of millions of standard. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. What he was talking about was these old floors in the old city landlord too. Right, there's also buying land. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. Too many big head consumption. Only the current him seems to be unable to reach this level. Perhaps consumption suffered some limitations. There is no hurry. One bite does not make a fat man. Jiang Nan understood this very well. Darling, your desire to buy things here is no less than a woman's. Meng Qingqiu smiled bitterly. There were still a few things left inside the store to be mailed back to Magic City tomorrow. Otherwise, having purchased almost 10 million things, I'm afraid that I just can't hang it all around my neck. Can't let you just return empty-handed. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Soon, the two returned to a small street in front of the parking space. Why are there so many people? Jiang Nan was a little taller and saw that in front, several hot girls were hanging around next to the Pagani Windjammer, playing with their cell phones with their heads down, walking over and over to look around. In a nutshell, it was as if they were waiting for the owner of this luxury supercar to come back. These few beauties have been hanging around here for an hour. Ha 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 ha, this is definitely trying to chance upon the owner of this Pagani Son of the Wind. Laughing my ass off. Dude, you're awesome too. Keeping watch here for an hour? Dude, I passed this way an hour ago, not guarded it for an hour. Hearing the passers-by's conversations, Jiang Nan's face also looked odd. As for Meng Qingqiu beside him, her face also showed a funny look as she whispered, Darling, you said that if I wasn't by your side, how many girls would have to want to add your WeChat in a day? Handsome not to mention, but also so rich. Just ask which woman can stand this kind of man. More not to mention, at least 99% of women cannot stand this Pagani Wind Son or too flashy some. Rush tomorrow and then go to see a low-key point, but not lose the row of cars. Jiang Nan said softly, this kind of sports car is nothing but pretentious. However, isn't the person who buys it just trying to act like a pussy? Those who don't pretend to be a pussy, buy it for the sake of chicken feathers. Nowadays, Jiang Nan's mind is still too much calm compared to a few days ago. Honestly speaking, really has almost passed that high-profile energy. The two exchanged. Is also came to walk through the small street, toward the parking space of the Pagani Wind Son and Go, and with the appearance of the two, immediately caused another commotion. This pair of temperaments, superb handsome man and beautiful woman, all around the eyes of the people which is not attracted over. Plus there are also people recognize Jiang Nan is driving that Pagani Wind Son to the top of the rich and handsome. It is the topic of conversation is full of swish swish swish. At the same time, those few girls who surrounded the Pagani Wind Child immediately also locked their eyes on Jiang Nan. As for Meng Qingqiu beside him, that was directly ignored by them. Ta-da-day. Several girls immediately scrambled up, while also managing a sweet smile on their faces. Handsome guy, is this your Pagani Windjammer? It's so handsome, can you add a green bubble? Froggy fun, handsome, this Pagani Windjammer is my dream car. Can you take me for a spin? I wouldn't mind if you wanted something pleasant to happen in the car. Handsome, too much exaggeration. When you're handsome and rich, the goddesses in the eyes of these unusual people are really sword goods, rushing tightly to come up and send them. Not interested, Jiang Nan directly stated. Although the face value of these several girls were all around 80 points, they were not pure natural beauties. Moving through the technology were all just around 80 points, and despite the very good body management, which one of them could be compared to the confidants around him? The lowest Lin Man, that is now also a pure natural 90 points big beauty, moreover has its own style, or original. These several. It is the case of drunkenness. One night stand he is not down to the mouth. Chapter 71, Fierce Meng Qiuxiu, see if I don't knock her nose out of joint. When they heard Jiang Nan bluntly say not interested, these women's faces all stiffened for a moment. However, they only stiffened for a second, and quickly managed their expressions very nicely, converting them into more enthusiastic smiles, not afraid of embarrassment at all. Handsome guy, just a normal plus a green bubble. It's not like I'm going to do anything. Of course, if you want to do something, I won't mind either. Just as one of the women had just finished saying this, Meng Qingqiu was faintly saying, did you guys not hear me? Darling, say you're not interested? As Meng Qingqiu's voice rang out in the arena, several of the women then placed their gazes on her. At first, they really didn't pay attention to Meng Qingqiu, but now that they saw such a beautiful woman beside Jiang Nan, their faces changed. Beauty. It was too beautiful. Meng Qingqiu's beauty was not one of those women who relied on technology to be beautiful. It was truly a pure natural beauty. And it was not an exaggeration to say that this kind of woman's face would never achieve this effect even if they followed her template. There is a saying on the internet that says very well, you have to fairy sister 3 face, enough to let you stand out among many beautiful women. At the moment, the same saying was placed on Meng Qingqiu, not to mention 3 points, even 2 points, or even just a mere resemblance. It was definitely a top-notch beauty among ordinary people. This beauty, I admit that you're very beautiful, but you can't stop us from pursuing our favorites. A woman with a tall figure faintly said, right, right, right. The remaining 2 women also hurriedly nodded their heads. Even if my darling eats, it has to be good food. You guys are not good enough. My family darling won't be so hungry, Meng Qingqiu said indifferently. Hearing Meng Qingqiu's words, the faces of these few women instantly clouded over. They were top-notch beauties in the eyes of ordinary people. They who had always been surrounded by a bunch of licking dogs had never been insulted like this? You little, I don't think it's much. Snap. A woman had just said a few words, only to see Meng Qingqiu handing over her right-hand pocket to her left hand, stepping forward and throwing out a slap directly. She was in front of Jiang Nan. That was well-behaved and agreeable, as if she was a little girl in love. But don't think that she had a weak character. A white rich beauty with an excellent family background. A princess who has been spoiled to heaven since childhood. Who can understand the inner condescension? Being said small by a person on the spot. She cannot endure. You. This woman who was slapped covered her face and looked at Meng Qingqiu with an incredulous face. Your nose is crooked. Can you change to a better plastic surgery hospital? Spending a small amount of money, trying to catch a big fish? Look at your whole body with this bit of equipment. Is it good enough? Meng Qingqiu withdrew her hand and looked at the woman very calmly. I'm going to kill you. The woman completely broke her defense and wanted to step forward to strike at Meng Qingqiu. Jiang Nan, however, wrapped Meng Qingqiu into his arms and just faintly swept a glance over towards this woman. He didn't speak, just staring at her so calmly, but it made this woman fearful and subconsciously took several steps back. Please make way, Jiang Nan said indifferently. Hearing Jiang Nan's cold voice, these few women were immediately frightened and made a path. Only after Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu got into the car and the Pagani Wing child gradually drove away did these women come to their senses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The tall woman burst out a foul mouth, and then seeing the passers-by in the surrounding discussion, she immediately said, shooting Nima and still shooting? Clown. At this time, a sneering laughter rang out from the field. Clown. These 2 words seemed like 10,000 knives plunging deeply into the hearts of these women, and each of them was instantly speechless. They were indeed clowns in front of Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu. Darling, will I be mean just now? Car. Meng Qingqiu on the passenger seat pointed her 2 index fingers at each other and whispered with her head lowered. I'm still afraid that your hands hurt. But, there's one thing to say. Jiang Nan cleared his throat. What? Meng Qingqiu immediately tensed up. You smacked her nose askew when you smacked it down. I was really not taught. Who would be able to tense up for this? Ha ha ha. Meng Qingqiu burst out laughing, and then her thumb scraped her nose, making a Bruce Lee signature gesture and angling her head. That's not true. This damn stinky woman. What the hell? That kind of goods also deserve to have such an excellent darling with me, and even called me a small. Let's see if I don't break her nose. Ha ha ha. Meng Qingqiu's words once again made Jiang Nan laugh out loud. It was too cute. That wasn't the key to Jiang Nan's big laugh. The main thing was Meng Qingqiu's attitude on if he had other women. The first point was face value, and the second point was excellence. Obviously, ask Meng Qingqiu where she would be able to stand a woman who wasn't as good as herself and was too much worse to share Jiang Nan with her. Moreover, Meng Qingqiu's own family background was extraordinary. Not to say that it was at the top level, but there was definitely no shortage of people who had seen or heard about this aspect. Therefore, in terms of the level of acceptance, this woman was definitely a bit more acceptable than ordinary people. Darling, I'm going to cherish this last night tonight, Meng Qingqiu suddenly whispered. Around 8 o'clock the next morning, Jiangcheng Airport. After Jiang Nan kissed Meng Qingqiu goodbye, he watched her take 3 steps and turn back, reluctantly walking into the middle of the airport, and his face showed a slightly dazed look. Ta-ta. Meng Qingqiu's figure completely disappeared from his sight, and Jiang Nan did not hold back from lighting a cigarette. Taking a long, prominent breath of smoke, Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with a strange luster. These 2 days since Meng Qingqiu's arrival had simply passed a little too quickly. 5 whole days have passed since I obtained the system. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, an unknown expression coming to his face. Now there are 5 small target deposits on hand. Assets are still many. Counting the overall body wealth has reached the level of 1 billion. This growth rate can be described as heaven-defying. Not enough, not enough. Today is the beginning of the 6th day. Every day thereafter, I have to be better and richer than the previous days. A cigarette quickly ended. Jiang Nan headed towards the side of the garbage bin, and the moment he extinguished the cigarette, that's when a crisp ringing sound produced by the contact of high heels with the ground came from behind him. Handsome man, I've been watching you for a while. I wonder if I can add you a green bubble. he had not yet turned around, only to hear a sweet voice ringing in his ears. Chapter 72, a stunningly beautiful flight attendant with a face value score of 95. The moment Jiang Nan turned back, what entered his line of sight was a beautiful woman pulling a small suitcase and wearing a flight attendant uniform. It was Jiang Nan, who had seen a lot of beautiful women, who couldn't help but faintly freeze for a moment at this moment, and then threw an insight spell over towards this woman. Name, Ning Russian. Age, 24. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Face value, 95 points. Favorability, 12 points. 172 centimeters height. 95 face value points. The actual best quality. Truthfully, if it wasn't for the insight technique, he really wouldn't dare to believe that such an extremely good quality air hostess hadn't been suborned. Ning Russian's favoritism +3. As Jiang Nan froze, the system's beep sounded in his head, which caused him to instantly slow down. Good. With such a high-quality woman, it was naturally impossible for Jiang Nan to refuse her request to add green bubbles. Immediately, the two added green bubbles to each other. Jiang Nan. Good name. Ning Rusheng also sent her name over. Ning Rusheng. Your name is also good. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Thanks. Ning Rusheng said a thank you. I don't know if it was the reason why she took the initiative to find someone to ask for WeChat for the first time, but at this moment, she didn't know what to say for a while, and reached out her hand to ruffle her ear hair quite a bit awkwardly. Is this the end of your flight or? Jiang Nan took the initiative to chat up. Just finished the flight. This is not ready to go home. Ning Rusheng whispered. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze could not help but flicker for a moment. Smilingly said, I'll send you? Okay. Ning Rusheng was also not polite. She had taken the initiative to go up and ask for Jiang Nan's WeChat. How could she shirk anything? Go. Jiang Nan and Ning Rusheng arrived in front of a Maybach, laughing and joking. After putting the small suitcase in the trunk, the two of them got into the car together. Thanks a lot. Jiang Nan. Car. Ning Rusheng, who had fastened her seatbelt, smiled and said thanks. It's fine. Give me the location of your home. I'll see which road is closest. Jiang Nan didn't care at all. Good. Ning Rusheng immediately gave Jiang Nan a specific localization on Green Bubble. South City? It's not too far. Jiang Nan nodded and drove the landlady's Maybach onto the road. On the road, the two of them chatted from time to time, seemingly awkward, but in reality, it was not awkward at all. Ning Rusheng on the passenger seat shot a few glances at Jiang Nan from time to time, and her pretty face all showed a slightly shy heartfelt look. Men like beautiful women. Similarly, beautiful women also like handsome men. There was no doubt about it. Jiang Nan's handsome is the handsome that breaks through the sky. The temperament is even more superb. There is a kind of noble gentleman from the novels can only be described to break the subdimensional out of the feeling. At least, just now, Ning Rusheng couldn't help but place her gaze on him with just a glance, and after waiting in place for a short while, it was only then that she made up her mind to go up and ask for WeChat. Ning Rusheng looked at Jiang Nan from time to time, and the latter naturally looked at her from time to time as well. However, what was more attractive to him wasn't this flight attendant's overwhelmingly beautiful face. Instead, it was the pair of gray thin stockings that were slightly together and leaning towards him. To be reasonable, this was the first time Jiang Nan had seen a real person wearing such stockings, and it was also worn by a stewardess with such long legs, perfect proportions, and a ridiculously high face value like Ning Rusheng. Jiang Nan thinks that this Ning Rusheng to open a live broadcast, just wearing a set of clothes sitting in front of the camera, not saying a word, but also more people are happy to give her brush gifts. Don't feel exaggerated. This kind of extreme arrives live circle, as long as dare no lower limit, then her ability to circle money that is absolutely no upper limit. Jiang Nan, are you a Jiangcheng local? Halfway through the road, Ning Rusheng once again took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded before looking towards her again. Aren't you from Jiangcheng? I am too. Ning Rusheng really might not be very good at communicating with men, taking the initiative to strike up a conversation for no more than 2 sentences before falling somewhat awkwardly silent again. How many years have you been a flight attendant? It was Jiang Nan's turn, and he said very directly, which airline are you from? Next time I take a flight I'm bound to buy you as an airline. I'll be from Jiangcheng Airlines. Just came in for a year. Ning Rusheng responded obediently. Yes, I used to have a filter on flight attendants, thinking that they might only be gentle on the airplane. I didn't realize that they are also so gentle in private. You should have many people pursuing you, right? Jiang Nan smiled. It's quite a lot of people pursuing, but I'm a person who's a bit sociopathic in private. So much so that basically the ones pursuing me are basically out of luck. Ning Rusheng nodded, and after she finished speaking, she seemed to have reacted to something and hurriedly said, of course, it's not that it's not possible to ask me out. It's just that I don't have much of a feeling for all those people who pursue me. The way this was said, Wasn't it just a blatant hint? Jiang Nan smiled in understanding. This Ning Rusheng seemed to be a pure face dog. She really only liked good-looking ones. He didn't think that a 1 million plus Maybach would be able to make such a superb stewardess develop a gold-digging mentality. Like such a superb stewardess, if she really worships gold, then more than rich second generation rush to come up to smash the money. Of course, does not exclude Ning Rusheng in the price to sell. But, a Maybach, really not to let her this kind of initiative. Other than that, then there is only one possibility left. Extreme face control. Then when is your next flight? Jiang Nan took the initiative. 2 days later, Ning Rusheng replied, "Are you free at noon?" Jiang Nan directly made an appointment. "My home is also over in South City. If you're free, can I treat you to a meal later?" Good wow. Ning Rusheng was still thinking of asking Jiang Nan to have a meal at noon and thank him properly for sending herself back. But she didn't expect him to take the initiative to ask her out, which immediately made her happy. Ning Rusheng favorability +5. This sudden and inexplicable increase of 5 points of favorability was somewhat unexpected by Jiang Nan, and he couldn't help but look at her twice more. At the same time, Ning Rusheng was also looking towards him. The four eyes were facing each other. Inside the car, an invisible arc of electricity erupted between the two eyes in an instant. Ning Rusheng's favorability +2. This favorability, the growth was too easy. How did he know that his face, along with that superb temperament, was so seductive to a dead face controller, especially at such a close distance? Ning Rusheng, who had never felt a divine face like Jiang Nan's, really couldn't stop her heart from fluttering. After all, after 24 years of living, it was the first time she had seen such a handsome man, and just a single glance had captivated her. Chapter 73, The Fawn. Half an hour later, South City, the gate of a mid-range neighborhood. A Maybach slowly stopped. That, Jiang Nan, want to go in for a drink? Ning Rusheng in the passenger seat hesitated and invited in a low voice. After saying this, Jiang Nan saw her pretty face swish red in an instant. Obviously, this was really the first time she had taken such an initiative. "Do you have no one at home?" Jiang Nan inquired. "This is my rented house. I don't live with my family," Ning Rusheng whispered. Good. Jiang Nan wouldn't refuse such an invitation. Ning Rusheng favorability +3. Another 3 points of favorability came into the account. Together with the growth just now, Ning Rusheng, this extremely good stewardess, already had 25 points of favorability towards Jiang Nan. Honestly speaking, for two people who had only known each other for about an hour, to have this 25 points of favorability come in, the progress was really a bit fast. Soon, Jiang Nan followed what Ning Rusheng said and arrived at the underground garage of this neighborhood. After getting out of the car, Jiang Nan also took the initiative to help Ning Rusheng pull the small suitcase. This behavior immediately gained another 2 points of goodwill. Ding! The two entered the elevator, and Ning Rusheng pressed the button for the 20th floor, and then after taking a deep breath, she stood side by side with Jiang Nan. Bang! Bang! Bang bang! The distance between the two was not far. Jiang Nan's ear power was amazing. Plus at this moment, Ning Rusheng's heart had accelerated its beating. Thus he could still hear slightly clearly that she was unsettled at this moment. Ding! The elevator arrived on the first floor, and soon a group of people walked in. There were old people and children, men and women, like Jiang Nan and Ning Rusheng, who was dressed in a stewardess uniform and had such a wow look, that naturally attracted enough people in the elevator to make their eyes look at them. Both men and women were pretending to look back at Ning Rusheng and Jiang Nan as if nothing had happened, and then turned back again. Within a few seconds, they would look back again as if nothing had happened. Ding! The elevator went up, but there were only a few old people with children going down. So, inexplicably, the elevator is also unconsciously more people. Seeing the somewhat crowded elevator, Jiang Nan could not help but frown. According to reason, the elevator that goes down has more people normally. This elevator that goes up has more people, except for the first floor. How can there be so many people going up in the middle? Jiang Nan, so many people. Ning Rusheng was already on the corner, but luckily there were no other men around her. Otherwise she would really cry out in distress. Why don't you go down? Jiang Nan guarded in front of Ning Rusheng, so the two of them faced each other and stared up. We're almost there. Just hold on a little longer. Now under the close distance, Ning Rusheng felt her face was so hot, and even her small heart was beating faster than before. And, this close up, the scent of Jiang Nan's body really smells inexplicably good. My mommy, yeah. What's up with this man? Giving me such a big heart-stopping temptation. Ning Rusheng gulped twice every now and then, keeping her head lowered with a red face the entire time, not daring to raise her head to glance at Jiang Nan at all. She was really afraid that if she looked at Jiang Nan twice more, she would somehow jump into his arms. Ning Russian favorability +5. Another 5 points of favorability scored. Jiang Nan's heart was naturally very satisfied. Ding! At this time, the elevator rang. Finally, there were people going down. However, several men were taking one step and turning back 3 times, very reluctant to get off the elevator. It continued to rise. Soon came the 18th floor. Several more women got off the elevator, and similarly, also took one step and turned back 3 times. Their faces were full of reluctance as they exited the elevator. Too handsome there. If it wasn't for the fact that his girlfriend is so good looking, I really would have been unable to resist asking him about green bubbles. My mom, really never seen such a handsome man. I feel like I just got close to being by his side. I can't help but get sticky. The elevator door slowly closed. At this moment, Jiang Nan and Ning Rusheng were left in the elevator, and when they heard the murmurs ringing out from outside the elevator, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other, and revealed a smile in unison. Very quickly, the 20th floor arrived. Jiang Nan also carried Ning Rusheng's small suitcase out of the elevator. This way, Ning Rusheng led Jiang Nan towards the left. My home is a bit small, pardon me. Soon, the two entered the house one after the other. Ning Rusheng's embarrassed voice rang out. Jiang Nan carried his small suitcase inside and surveyed the layout of the house. It was actually not too small when it was said to be small, and the overall style of decoration was also good. It was the kind of minimalist style that Jiang Nan quite liked. No men's slippers. That. You'll settle for my slippers. But you don't worry. Washed. At this time, Ning Rusheng's voice rang out. Jiang Nan retracted his gaze, and only then did he notice Ning Rusheng bending over to look inside the shoe cabinet. From this angle, that delicate and perfect body was simply invincible enough. At this time, Ning Rusheng also turned her head and took a pair of pink slippers and handed them to Jiang Nan. That little face flushed red. It was really cute enough. Thanks. Jiang Nan gave a thank you, and then took the slippers and changed them. At this time, Ning Rusheng also removed her high-heeled shoes, and with one hand propped up on the shoe cabinet, she slightly raised her right leg backward. Coincidentally, at this moment, Ning Rusheng was also looking back. Her right hand had just grabbed her high heels and was about to take them off, but she inadvertently met Jiang Nan's gaze that was quite a bit fiery. Ning Russian favorability +2. The two of them once again locked eyes, and the arc of electricity still exploded between their eyes. Ta-da! The sound of high heels falling to the ground rang out. It was then that Jiang Nan came back to his senses. Yikes! When he had just come back to his senses, immersed in the gaze just now, the heartbeat of that moment caused Ning Rusheng's delicate body to slightly soften, and surprisingly, she was not able to stand steadily, her body coming towards the back. Panicked exclamations sounded. Jiang Nan immediately put down the suitcase in his hand, stepped forward and embraced Ning Rusheng, who fell down, and then smoothly into his arms. Are you alright? Jiang Nan looked at Ning Rusheng, who was wrapped in his arms, and asked with concern. At this moment, Ning Rusheng, who was cradled in Jiang Nan's arms, had her breathing inexplicably accelerated a lot, and her stunningly beautiful face was covered in redness, and her chest was heaving up and down, which clearly signaled that she was unsettled at this moment. When she heard Jiang Nan's voice, she only felt a wave of weakness in her body. No, it's fine. A subtle voice rang out. Ning Russian favorability +2. Hearing another beep from the system, Jiang Nan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Plop, poof, plop. Both Jiang Nan's and Ning Russian's hearts beat faster at this moment. After facing Jiang Nan's face closer to her, Ning Rusheng gulped a bit before subconsciously slowly closing her eyes. 20 seconds later, Ning Rusheng favorability +5. Chapter 74, Healer's Heart. Gentle Jiang Nan. It was too fast. Another 5 points of goodwill growth. It was Jiang Nan who couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion in his heart. How long had it been? More than an hour since the two of them had met, and now Ning Rusheng's favorability towards him had already reached a staggering 41 points. Exaggerated. This rate of progress was simply not a single star faster than all the women he had known. Jiang Nan, I am fine. Ning Rusheng whispered at this time, with endless shyness in her voice, equivalent to Jiang Nan's incredulity. At this moment, how could she not be incredibly incredible? The two of them had only known each other for a little more than an hour, and she had not only brought this man back home. Hearing Ning Rusheng's words, Jiang Nan helped her up, but nevertheless his hand did not leave her waist, and after she took off her other high-heeled shoe, he very naturally wrapped his arms around her and arrived to sit on the living room sofa. Hiss, just sat down. The emotions that had just gone to her head slowly receded, and at this time, Ning Rusheng suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and immediately afterward, a few beads of sweat immediately emerged on her forehead, and her brows were instantly tightly wrinkled. Still twisted? Jiang Nan immediately squatted down. The left foot seems to be somewhat twisted. Ning Rusheng's pretty face was flushed. She had accidentally twisted it just now, and at the moment, her left ankle was still a bit painful. Let me take a look. Jiang Nan possessed the ability of a Chinese medicine master. From some difficult cases to small bruises, he was able to treat them with ease. Jiang Nan carefully examined it and noticed that her left ankle was indeed a little red. I'll go find you a few ice-cold compresses, Jiang Nan said softly. Really troubled you? Ning Rusheng said with some embarrassment. What's so measly about it? Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. Heaven have mercy. At this moment, he was really a healer. He was in control of a Chinese medicine master-level ability. In this situation, he would not be distracted by other things. This was master-level concentration. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Ning Rusheng's pretty face reddened a little more. But her heart was even more touched after she saw Jiang Nan, who had a serious face. Good. As she spoke delicately, Ning Russian favorability +2. Hearing the system's beep, Jiang Nan got up and prepared to go to the kitchen to get ice cubes at the same time, but also was slightly surprised towards the face full of red, but also with some shy eyes did not dare to meet his eyes. Ning Rusheng could not help but whisper, I'll go first to get a few ice cubes for you to apply. It won't take a while for it to be fine. Good. Ning Rusheng nodded shyly, still not daring to look at Jiang Nan. When Jiang Nan went to the kitchen to look for ice cubes, only then did she slightly raise her head to look in the direction of the kitchen, and then she heavily exhaled a breath, and her heartbeat beat a few times faster and faster, only to feel her face rolling. Couldn't help but mutter, Ran. Jiang Nan didn't think anything nonsense. Very seriously treating your twisted ankle, and you? Keeping on thinking more. It's really springtime, but, really can't help but be moved. So gentle, so handsome, really my heartthrob boy, the Prince Charming in my dreams in general. Ning Russian favorability +2. At this moment, Jiang Nan, who was drumming up ice cubes in the kitchen, suddenly had the system's beep ringing in his head again, which made him blink his eyes. Good guy, it's really just a random brush? More than an hour and a bit later, it had already reached a staggering 45 points. It wasn't an exaggeration in the slightest to say that if Jiang Nan really did something wonderful and indescribable with her right now, he really didn't see that Ning Russian would refuse. When I meet a face-controlling woman, this charm of mine is maxed out. Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. As the person concerned, he only knew that he was a poison to many women, but wherever he touched a tiny bit, it was really a direct indication of sinking. However, like Ning Rusheng, such an exaggerated woman, Jiang Nan really saw it for the first time, simply by relying on his face. With some small accidents, it easily skyrocketed to as much as 45 points of goodwill in a little over an hour's time. If he added some other things, wouldn't he be able to get 90 favorability points in a day? Thinking of this, Jiang Nan immediately became interested. Ning Rusheng's face value was 95 points, which was 3 points more than his previous target. Jiang Yan, don't underestimate this 3-point difference. Really let the two stand together in front of each other. If only one person can be chosen under the comments. Jiang Nan, but wherever hesitation for a second. It is disrespectful to Ning Ruosheng, such a superb stewardess. 2 days of time. Let's see if we can fight for time to raise this woman's favorability to 90 points to go. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly before he returned to the living room with the ice cubes into a small pocket. Your broken foot is not very serious. Basically a cold compress for 10 minutes and then a hot compress for about 20 minutes to half an hour will be able to walk around freely. Jiang Nan squatted down, and then pasted the small pocket filled with ice on his hand onto her slightly red ankle. Hiss! The icy cold sensation appeared, instantly causing Ning Rusheng to suck in a breath of cold air. Jiang Nan, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what to do if I twisted it. Ning Rusheng said sheepishly. No need to thank you, but if you have silver needles at your home, I can help you with acupuncture, and within a few minutes you will be able to casually walk off the ground. Jiang Nan softly said, there's no that, but, just the way you're applying it with ice, I feel very comfortable and the pain is almost gone. You said you also know acupuncture? That's really impressive. So are you studying Chinese medicine? Ning Rusheng looked at Jiang Nan, who was squatting in front of her, and couldn't stop the color of her heart from appearing on her face. This man, he was a little too gentle. At this moment, Jiang Nan also raised his head, and as the two of them locked gazes, a charming atmosphere spread out. Not yesterday, which Buddy said to reward gift. Egg 15 how did not see pinch _ come a few bosses wrapped up my bar. Look at the ads to send free for love power generation is also good. Chapter 75 Showdown. 20 minutes later, Ning Russian favorability +2. Another 2-point increase in favorability. By now, Ning Rusheng's favorability had arrived at as many as 50 points. At this time, the way she looked at Jiang Nan was also much more exaggerated than before. Jiang Nan, the voice was soft and clearly moved with emotion. Does it still hurt? Jiang Nan squatted down again, and then cupped Ning Rusheng's jade foot, and softly said, what you twisted isn't serious. Cold compress and heat compress? Now it's almost the same. You try to walk 2 steps to try. Good. Ning Rusheng nodded with a flushed face, and then stood up from the sofa. Jiang Nan supported her and allowed her to walk around for 2 steps. There's really no problem. Ning Risheng twisted her feet and hugged Jiang Nan in surprise, saying excitedly, Jiang Nan, you're really great. It's good that it's okay. Jiang Nan reached out and patted her back, just as he was about to say something else. Ning Risheng, however, did not let him speak again. Ning Risheng favorability +1. Ning Risheng favorability +2. Ning Russian favorability +3. 2.5 full hours, letting the time instantly come to 12 noon sharp. Living room. Jiang Nan let out a long breath of relief, and a satisfied smile even appeared on his face. It was because Ning Russian's favorability had reached as many as 80 points now. Barta. Jiang Nan lit up a cigarette and began to gulp down the smoke. In just one morning, Ning Risheng's favorability had reached 80 points. Honestly speaking, the speed of this progress really took him by surprise. 80 points of favorability now. It seems like brushing up to 90 points on Ning Risheng will be a lot easier than on that Jiang Yan woman. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment. After all, Ning Risheng already had 80 points of goodwill towards him now, so if he stepped up his efforts, there was no chance that welfare mini-quest would be easy to take. Moreover, from Ning Ruoshang's attitude towards him, it wasn't hard to see that she was really a dead-face controller. Say love words or something, treat her a little bit better, and maybe it would directly soar up to 90 points of goodwill. Jiang Nan gently exhaled a mouthful of smoke, took out his cell phone and looked up. He hadn't had time to reply to the messages before, but at this time, he replied one by tapping on the message box. Mengqingqiu, darling, safely back to Magic City. Jiang Nan, back to make up a doze. When the time to take the time to come to the Magic City to find you. Landlady, brat, Qiuqiu is gone. Which woman's bed did you get into? You don't know to come back to soothe my sister's sorrow. Jiang Nan, I went to deal with something. Su Yun, are you free tonight? Jiang Nan, I can't say. I'll see. Lin Manmeng, Jiang Nan brother. Today 520A. Jiang Nan, I'll look for you later. Through the reply again. Jiang Nan's cigarette is also long finished. Will be shaking his head to extinguish. He is now on the forehead is already with some beads of sweat. Good guy. This side of the confidant is only a few. Who knows to this 520 days. Really have enough tired. No way. Seems to have to show down a few. Otherwise running around how tired Jiang Nan pondered. Also directly WeChat pulled a group chat. Jiang Nan, 1. Jiang Nan at landlady, at Su Yun, at Lin Man. I have some things I need to deal with right now. Today 520 you guys have a good chat first. I'll come find you when I'm done. After creating the group chat plus it after everyone finished saying a sentence, Jiang Nan also directly exited WeChat. He had never been a person who was entangled, always a realist in action. When he decided to do something, he wouldn't drag his feet for a second. Just as now, he directly pulled the group and let the landlady's 3 daughters chat amongst themselves. Chatting well, that Jiang Nan also saved time to find one by one. Moreover, landlady, Su Yun, Lin Man, isn't this a typical case of 3 missing one? Maybe we can even play mahjong today. Jiang Nan pondered having arrived at Ning Risheng's bedroom, gently coming to the edge of the bed and sitting down. Stretching out his hand, he stroked the head of Ning Risheng, whose pretty face was red and whose breathing inexplicably began to rush, and spoke. What? I didn't see you so shy just now, but now you're even more shy instead. Bad egg. Ning Risheng's long eyelashes flickered for a moment, and then a pair of big beautiful eyes just stared straight at Jiang Nan, softly whispering and with endless shyness. As she spoke, Ning Risheng's face revealed a slight color of confusion. If you were to say that yesterday she would have had someone tell her such a thing, she would definitely have angrily scolded that woman for her indiscretions. But now, this kind of thing was actually happening to her. Could it be that she was being indiscreet? It's love at first sight. Jiang Nan reached out and ruffled the slightly messy hair in front of Ning Risheng's forehead, lowered his head and kissed her forehead, and laughed. Don't think about it so much. You'll only cause yourself to be consumed internally beyond measure. Are you hungry? Ning Russian favorability +1. Hug. Ning Risheng opened her arms, and the quilt covering her body slid down. Yikes! Ning Risheng exclaimed in shock. Jiang Nan, however, said, still shy? Wash up. Let's go out for a meal. Saying that, he directly will Ning Risheng princess hugged up. Strong arms let the latter heart cannot stop beating faster up. In Jiang Nan's arms looking at this boyfriend power full of men. That is really indisputable more and more like. Ning Risheng favorability +2. Another 2 points of favoritism entered the account, and now it was 83 points of favoritism. There were only 7 more points of favorability left before 90 points of favorability and the completion of the welfare mini-quest. Almost there. Almost there. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and looked at the shy and lovely Ning Risheng in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness. This woman, she was truly his lucky star, appearing at too opportune a time. At the same time, in a university cafeteria, Lin Man, who had just finished her meal, came to an empty seat and took out her cell phone. looked at a tip in WeChat and immediately clicked in. Jiang Nan at landlady, at Su Yun, at Lin Man Man. I have some things I need to take care of right now. Today 520 you guys have a good chat first. I'll come find you when I'm done. A message entered her line of sight. It wasn't just her. The landlady, Su Yun. At this moment, she also clicked on the group chat and saw Jiang Nan's message at them. After almost a minute or two, no one in the entire group opened their mouths to say a word. Just when the landlady was about to say something, Lin Man Man at Xiajiqing, at Su Yun. Hello sisters, my name is Lin Man Man. Please take care of me in the future. Chapter 76 Ning Risheng, what if he has a girlfriend? The landlady and Su Yun saw this message from Lin Man Man, and immediately both clicked on her avatar and looked at it. And when they saw that it was a very cute and pretty young sister, they immediately responded. Landlady at Lin Man Mang. Man Mang sister, how are you? My name is Xia Jiqing. In the future you can just call me Sister Xia, not to say anything about taking more care. We'll all be sisters from now on. Su Yun at Lin Man Man. How are you? Man Man. My name is Su Yun. I should be a bit older than you. You can also call me Sister Rhyme, just like Sister Xia said. From now on, we are all good sisters. We should say take care of each other. Landlady at Su Yun. At Lin Man Man. I haven't had lunch yet. How about a lunch date? Jiang Nan sighed. He didn't look at his cell phone, so naturally he didn't know that the three women in the group had already started to make a lunch date up. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be surprised one bit. There was no need to say anything about the landlady and Su Yun. Both of them had long since understood each other. As for Lin Man Man, with her pleasing, well-behaved character that didn't like to fight too much, Jiang Nan honestly wouldn't worry at all that she wouldn't be able to fit in with the landlady and Su Yun's two small teams. At this moment, he held Ning Risheng out of the bathroom, and after assisting her to get dressed, the two of them also came out of the bedroom. Apart from the flight attendant outfit, Ning Risheng didn't have many clothes, most of which were minimalist. For example, right now, a pair of jeans with a simple white tee, hair over her shoulder, just like a girl next door. I have to say, to this high-value score level of beauty, really is not makeup or beautiful people cannot stop the heart. That skin condition, simply don't be too good some. How about putting on a light makeup and going out? Ning Risheng hooked Jiang Nan's arm, and when she passed by a mirror, she went up to look at it, and said a sentence rather unconfidently. There's no need, with this state of your face, I think you can beat too many big beauties with full makeup. Jiang Nan wasn't hard boasting, but was telling the truth. What a sweet mouth. Ning Risheng instantly happily pasted Jiang Nan, but still took out a lipstick from the small bag she was carrying and gently applied it. Well, it looks a lot more refreshed. Ning Risheng looked left and right and nodded with a satisfied smile. While then meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, she immediately shyly blushed and kissed him on the cheek. When she saw the lipstick marks on his face, she couldn't help but laugh again, and hurriedly reached out and wiped her hand on his face. Continuing, Jiang Nan, what do you want to eat? Didn't you still shout husband husband just now? What? You're merciless after you're done having fun? Jiang Nan wrapped his arms around Ning Risheng's thin waist and teased. Disgusting. Ning Risheng poutingly reached out and hammered Jiang Nan, and then saw the expectant eyes of the man in front of her, and immediately shyly lowered her head and obediently shouted husband. Ning Risheng's favorability +2. So good. Jiang Nan smiled. Ning Risheng's character also belonged to the well-behaved type, and in the face of Jiang Nan's various requests, she basically would not refuse, even if it was even more shameful. Under Jiang Nan's softening, she would still choose to submit and compromise. Just this point alone, Jiang Nan liked it a lot. After all, this woman was not only original, but also a high-value beauty with up to 95 points. Although it did not have that kind of cool feeling of conquest, it was Ning Risheng's feeling of rushing to come up and deliver. But it was a bit more intense than the kind of cool feeling of needing to conquer on one's own. What do you want to eat? Ning Risheng walked out of the door with her arms around her, and came all the way to the elevator door to wait up. Jiang Nan asked softly, I usually work back home as their own casually get some home-cooked food to cope with deal with the line. So husband you see what you want to eat, I follow the food on the good. Ning Risheng snuggled up to Jiang Nan's body, and obediently said back, alright, then I'll see what suitable home-cooked food restaurants there are. Ding! The elevator arrived. As Jiang Nan took out his cell phone and walked in with Ning Risheng, he swept the group chat prompt with his afterglow. Good lord! There was more than one message that had ate him. Glancing at Ning Risheng beside him, he tapped into WeChat. 99+. Seeing that the group chat he had created had reached 99+ in just a little while, he couldn't help but let his eyes widen a bit. Jumping directly to the very beginning, he began to check it out. Good lord, these women are really teamed up. With Ning Risheng beside him, Jiang Nan naturally looked at them much faster, sliding down one after the other, and finished them all before arriving at the first floor unimpeded. Ding! the elevator arrived at the negative first floor. Jiang Nan and Ning Risheng also walked out, arriving in the Maybach car. Jiang Nan was just about to locate a random home cooking restaurant when his cell phone vibrated. Jiang Nan unhurriedly picked up the phone and scanned it. It was an unfamiliar number from Jiangcheng. Hello. Jiang Nan connected. Mr. Jiang Nan, I'm Lai Jing, the private butler of Jiangcheng's Tianfu 001 villa. A clear and cold voice came from the phone. Is there something wrong? Jiang Nan followed the call while driving with one hand. It's like this, Mr. Jiang Nan, the Jiangcheng Tianfu property side would like to ask if you want to hire some cleaners, gardeners and professional drivers. Lai Jing's voice rang out. Hearing this, Jiang Nan thought for a moment and spoke. Cleaners and gardeners are fine, but forget about drivers. You can directly make the decision on these things. Just tell me if the money isn't enough. Yes, Lai Jing respectfully said. Talk later. Jiang Nan hung up the phone and put it aside again. But at this time, he noticed that Ning Risheng on the passenger side was looking at him with a strange look. What's wrong? Jiang Nan asked with a light smile. Villa, housekeeper, gardener, hubby, you are not simple. Although Ning Risheng didn't listen too clearly to what Lai Jing said, but hearing some of what Jiang Nan said, she was barely able to guess what some of it was. Not bad. Go sit at my place after lunch in a while? Jiang Nan laughed lightly. You won't have anyone at home, right? Ning Risheng hesitated. No one. Probably just a personal butler Indiana. Jiang Nan spoke. I don't usually live there, so if you like it when you go over there, why don't you move over? Hearing this, Ning Risheng's mouth slightly opened a little wider. Her breath was also held a little at this moment, and then she whispered. You said that you don't often live there, so it seems pointless for me to move over. What do you mean meaningless? Don't you go to work? Jiang Nan looked at this woman, reached out and gently pinched the tip of her nose, laughed and said, when you are off work, I will come over to accompany you. When you go to work, I will go back to the place where I often live not on the line. How does it feel? Weird. At those words, Ning Risheng swallowed her saliva and glanced at Jiang Nan oddly. By now, she seemed to have just realized that she had only known Jiang Nan for one morning before having indescribably wonderful things with him. It seemed that she didn't know this man on a deeper level at all. What if he has a girlfriend? The moment this thought came out, Ning Risheng's pretty face instantly paled a little. Chapter 77, Ning Risheng, what a coincidence. The car continued traveling. Ning Risheng's pretty face on the co-pilot was also gradually turning whiter and whiter. Why do you look a little pale? At this time, Jiang Nan also noticed that Ning Risheng's expression was a bit off, and immediately became concerned. No, it's fine. Seeing such a concerned Jiang Nan, Ning Risheng couldn't help but take a deep breath and patted her small face. Opening her mouth, she seemed to want to say something, but then finally shook her head and whispered, wait until my rent expires this month. She forced herself not to think much about the has-beens, as it was indeed a bit too internalized. Since it had all happened, then she would just pretend that she didn't know anything about it. It was the only way that the relationship, which hadn't really started yet, might not end up falling apart. And, honestly speaking, if you asked Ning Risheng to really go and leave nowadays because maybe Jiang Nan had a girlfriend, then how could she possibly part with it? Furthermore, everything was her guess. Maybe Jiang Nan didn't have a girlfriend? Thinking of this, Ning Risheng seemed to be giving herself a perfect pua. That white little face returned to normal in just a moment. 1 hour later, Jiang Nan, who had finished lunch, drove the Maybach that he had driven from his landlady's side and slowly entered the neighborhood of Jiangcheng Tianfu. Hubby, your villa is in Jiangcheng Tianfu? After entering the middle of the Jiangcheng Tianfu neighborhood, Ning Risheng froze for a moment. She was also a local of Jiangcheng, so she naturally knew how exaggerated the prices of this Jiangcheng heavenly mansion were. Among them, because there were only 9 villas, the price of the villas in Jiangcheng Tianfu was naturally more expensive. And Jiang Nan's villa, surprisingly, was a villa inside the Jiangcheng heavenly mansion? Yes. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, looking towards Ning Risheng who had an incredulous face, and softly said, how is it? Do you like the environment of this neighborhood? If you think it's good, move over. Although the neighborhood where Ning Risheng was located was not one of those low-grade neighborhoods where fish and dragons were mixed, but honestly speaking, living in the middle of the Jiangcheng heavenly mansion, that security was at least a lot greater than the small apartment he had rented. With the price of this River City heavenly mansion, the level of luxury, I'm afraid no one would say they don't like it. Ning Risheng couldn't help but marvel, opening the car window to look at the green trees and gardens along the surrounding aisles, and said with some excitement, is this where the upper-class people live? The air does seem to be much fresher. Hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, but didn't mention the matter of letting her move in again. This woman was still in a state of excitement at the moment. Where would she hear what he was saying now? Soon, driving all the way to the main gate, Ning Risheng inside the car looked at the Villa 001 as if it was a small manor, and her mouth was immediately opened into a big O, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, this is really a villa? How does it feel with the TV inside? The manor scale are not too different. It can be considered a small manor." Jiang Nan took out his cell phone and opened an app. After pressing it, he only saw the gate slowly open. Jiang Nan drove into it while the gate closed automatically, driving all the way to the underground garage. When he came down from the car, looking at the Porsche Cayenne, Jiang Nan also swept a glance at the huge underground garage with just 2 cars. He could not help but frown slightly. By the looks of it, there was indeed a need to acquire some luxury cars. Such a large underground garage, on the simple 2 cars, is really some no-ro. Jiang Nan put his arm around Ning Risheng and went straight up to the first floor, where he passed by the private theater on the negative floor, the indoor swimming pool, and the miscellaneous leisure halls, which really opened Ning Risheng's eyes. This is the life of the rich, without leaving home. What you want to play is still what you want to play. Just after arriving on the first floor, Jiang Nan heard Li Jing's commanding voice coming from the kitchen. "Remember, make sure to clean up every single day. Boss doesn't lack money. What's missing is an emotional value." "Understood." Several aunts' voices rang out. Li Jing walked out from the kitchen. At this time she suddenly saw Jiang Nan and Ning Risheng. First she was stunned. Then she hurriedly jogged, respectfully bowed to Jiang Nan, and then the moment she lifted her head, her afterglow swept a glance at the beautiful Ning Risheng, and after looking at it for a couple more moments, a color of surprise flashed through her eyes to come. However, it was not Ning Risheng's prettiness that surprised her. Rather, it was, she felt as if she was a bit familiar with this pretty sister. "I'll bring my girlfriend over to take a look. Sister Li, just go about your business. By the way, I'll give you some more money when the time comes, so you can see about buying a mobility scooter. The unusual cleaner and gardener shouldn't be living in the villa, right?" Jiang Nan asked. "They don't, but, boss, I occasionally live down." Li Jing retracted her gaze on Ning Risheng to whisper, "It's fine, usually when I'm not around. I also need you to keep an eye on the villa at all times. It's fine for you to move in directly. If there's anything you need, just ask." Jiang Nan's interest in such a big beauty as Li Jing was false. Only that, at present, this woman had met Lin Manman, and the current Ning Risheng. If he really wanted to take her down, I'm afraid it would be a bit difficult. At least, at the moment, Li Jing's interest in him had not been shown, and there was no point of attack, so Jiang Nan did not have any entry point. Therefore, in this situation, he was not in a hurry. Yes, Li Jing appeared to be very respectful, complete with the attitude of a private butler facing his boss. In response to this, Jiang Nan remained unconcerned. No matter which woman, one day she would reveal her inner weakness. There was still a long time to go. Jiang Nan was not worried at all that he would not be able to subsequently find an entry point to break through Li Jing's heart room. "I'll take you up to have a look." Jiang Nan smiled faintly and put his arm around Ning Risheng as he walked towards the second floor. Ning Risheng glanced back as she ascended the stairs to the second floor. As it happened, Li Jing also glanced back to her side. The 2 high-color beauties with the same 95 points locked gazes. Li Jing instantly nodded her head kindly and smiled slightly. As for Ning Risheng, after she froze for a moment, she also nodded her head and turned back to her side again. She frowned slightly and asked in a small voice, "Hubby, that sister just now does look good." "Her name is Li Jing. She is the villa's personal housekeeper," Jiang Nan introduced. Li Jing, put such a beautiful private housekeeper in the villa. "You really don't live here often?" When Ning Risheng heard this name, she couldn't help but flash her eyes for a moment, and then pursed the corners of her lips, and whispered rather sourly, "No, I'll move over tomorrow. I'll see if you really don't live here often." "Ha ha ha, okay." Jiang Nan knew that this woman was just an excuse to move over. There was really something going on. Once she went to work, would she still know what was happening at home? After Jiang Nan and Ning Risheng entered the master bedroom and unlocked it at this moment. First floor. In front of the floor window, took out her cell phone to Li Jing clicked on a chat software called Penguin. Soon, she opened the category of Space Junior High School graduation photos, and then viewed it, and finally clicked on a photo. Her eyes fixed on a chubby girl, and then she turned her eyes on a very beautiful girl who stood in the C position of the photo. Ning Risheng is really quite a coincidence. A muttering sound softly sounded out of Li Jing's mouth. Chapter 78, Junior High School Classmates. Xiao Ruiyue came to the phone. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan and Ning Risheng walked out of the master bedroom. Jiang Nan looked refreshed. As for Ning Risheng, her pretty face was extremely red. From time to time she pursed the corners of her mouth, but she also took out the lipstick in her bag and repainted the color. When she looked at Jiang Nan, her eyes were full of charm. Soon, the two went down to the second floor. "Boss, the cleaner and gardener are already busy. I let them leave." Li Jing, who was in the side hall on the first floor, heard the footsteps and immediately trotted over and opened her mouth. I know. Jiang Nan nodded and was about to put his arm around Ning Rusheng to go to the underground garage on the negative floor. Ning Rusheng, however, looked at Li Jing and said, "You are called Li Jing?" "Yes." Li Jing smiled and nodded. "Where did you read in middle school?" Ning Rusheng looked deeply at Li Jing and opened her mouth to ask. "In South City 4th Middle School." Li Jing replied. "How many classes?" Ning Rusheng's gaze flickered for a moment. "Class 7. It's really you, Li Jing." Upon hearing Li Jing's reply, a look of surprise came over Ning Rusheng's face. A bit of a coincidence indeed. Li Jing's smile deepened a bit more. "Hubby, Li Jing was my junior high school classmate. In the same class back then." Ning Rusheng's face instantly revealed a color of surprise, and then looked up and down at Li Jing and spoke. "I've long heard that you eventually lost weight in high school, but I didn't think that you're so good looking now. A fat ruined everything." When she was in middle school, Li Jing was called a fat lady by most of the people in her class. That's why she was seen as the ugliest girl in her class, and even in the entire grade. Bullying was a common occurrence. Ning Rusheng Junior High School still had a very strong impression of this chubby girl, because learning was really okay, and in the second half of the third semester of junior high school, the two of them also happened to be at the same table. It is also because of Li Jing's help. The second semester of the junior high school, this important semester, Ning Rusheng test is still considered ideal, although did not go to Nanchang First High School, this key high school, but also barely enough to qualify for the Nanchang Second High School, this also good high school. "You still look good too," Li Jing praised Ning Rusheng in a low voice. Then she glanced at Jiang Nan, who was slightly surprised next to her, and for a while, she was a bit embarrassed. One was the only girl in middle school who had ever given her kindness, and the other was her boss at the moment. If Ning Rusheng didn't know, or even if she was a junior high school classmate who had bullied her before, then she must have pretended that she didn't know anything. But Jiang Nan was her boss again, so she couldn't secretly tell Ning Rusheng something like, "Actually, the boss might have more than just you as a girlfriend, right? Forget it, pretend you don't know anything. The boss is so handsome and rich. Maybe Ning Rusheng is in the know? When the time comes, it will seem like I'm not a good person inside or outside." In just a moment, Li Jing had already made a decision in her mind. After all, compared to her own work, Ning Rusheng's goodwill from junior high school had already been repaid when she tutored her on some topics back in junior high school. Therefore, she naturally preferred her current job. Most of all, it was hard to find a suitable and easy job these days, and it was even harder to find a good boss like Jiang Nan who was so high quality and didn't care about anything. Buzz. At this time, the cell phone in Jiang Nan's pants pocket vibrated. Watching Ning Rusheng chatting happily with Li Jing, he also walked to the side and touched his cell phone to pick up the call. "Jiang Nan, that Zhang Dong has been imprisoned in the juvenile detention center." It was Chiu Ruiyue who called. "Yes, this kid has a lot of guts. He is so meticulous at such a young age. I don't know what he can do when he really grows up." Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed when he heard the news from Chiu Ruiyue. This kid's eyes were too ruthless. If he was really given out, he might go crazy. As for killing him, Jiang Nan had also thought about it, but it was still not a good maneuver at the moment. His father, Zhang Qiqian, also went in. As for his mother, I don't know where she ran off to, Chiu Ruiyue said softly. Each one of them will fly away in the face of great difficulties. It's only a matter of time before this Zhang Dong's family breaks up. Jiang Nan did not feel pity for this family and did not bring a single bit of sympathy. "I have nothing to do today. Are you free this afternoon? Bring your girlfriend out for a meal together?" Chiu Ruiyue issued an invitation. She went back to Magic City. Jiang Nan replied, "Back to Magic City?" Chiu Ruiyue's voice was obviously with some surprise, but soon she coughed gently and whispered, "That really isn't a good idea to ask you out. I also have some things to take care of in the afternoon, so let's invite you to dinner some other day to talk about that Zhang Dong." Jiang Nan was designating that he would not let the brat Zhang Dong run away from the juvenile detention center. "Good, I am basically free in the afternoon. I can come out whenever you want." Chiu Ruiyue immediately gave her response happily. "Okay, then I'll go and get busy first. Talk to you later." Jiang Nan hung up the phone while making a note of Chiu Ruiyue's number, and then looked towards Ning Rusheng and Li Jing who were chatting furiously. At this time, he was also noticing what Li Jing was wearing. It was still the familiar professional suit, black silk with a hip-hugging skirt. The first time they met, Jiang Nan had noticed that this woman was a lightning player, and when he looked towards her again this time, he subconsciously locked onto her upper body. "Good thunder." Jiang Nan walked up. "Hubby, are you going to be busy? Then I'll go out for a stroll with Li Jing in a while, and see if I need to move my stuff over here in the meantime." Ning Rusheng immediately hooked Jiang Nan's arm and smiled with a petulant tone. "Okay." Jiang Nan was also ready to take Ning Rusheng to spend money. Since she wanted to go shopping with Li Jing, then he naturally would not refuse, and immediately said, "You give me your bank card account number. What you see on the things despite buying, not enough to me on the line. Hubby people are just strolling around. It's not like they would want to buy anything." Ning Rusheng shook her head. "It's fine, just take whatever you like." Jiang Nan's tone carried an undeniable tone. "Alright, then listen to your husband." Ning Rusheng nowadays, this sound of husband that was getting more and more fluent the more she shouted. Ning Rusheng favorability +2. Li Jing favorability +5. The system tone that sounded in his head caused Jiang Nan to faintly freeze and look towards Li Jing, just in time to see a flash of envy on her face, which caused his gaze to flicker for a moment. Soon, Ning Rusheng sent his bank card account number, and Jiang Nan didn't say much, directly transferring 2 million over, followed by transferring 2 million over to Li Jing. "Husband? Boss?" When the amount arrived in the account, Ning Rusheng and Li Jing were stunned at the same time and looked towards Jiang Nan with a shocked face, saying in unison, "What are you doing transferring so much?" Chapter 79, just one last point of goodwill left. "Goodbye Lin Man. Is it much?" Jiang Nan was surprised. "It's not much. 2 million isn't much. $2 million for a mobility scooter?" After Ning Rusheng and Li Jing finished speaking, they looked at each other in unison with shock on their faces. "Good lord, how rich did this have to be? Take it, put it away if you can't use it up. There will always be a time when you need to buy it." Jiang Nan waved his hand carelessly, then took out a car key and said, "This is the key to the Cayenne. If you guys want to go out for a stroll, drive this car." Ning Rusheng took the key in a daze, and saw Jiang Nan waving his hand towards the underground garage. "Ding! Congratulations host. Successful consumption. Received a tenfold consumption rebate, 72 million yuan. At this moment, Jiang Nan's mind was also ringing with the system's beep, and when he arrived at the underground garage, two more sounded in his head. Ning Russian favorability +1. Li Jing favorability +2. In response, Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. Now that Ning Rusheng's favorability towards him had reached a whopping 88 points, he only needed 2 more points, and his little task of welfare would be completed. Logically speaking, he might have followed Ning Russian and succeeded in increasing these last 2 points of favorability later on, but he felt that he should give these two women a little bit of space to get along with each other. These last 2 points of favorability, that was the nail in the coffin. It was either today or tomorrow, so Jiang Nan didn't need to be in too much of a hurry at all. Today was May 20th. The landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man's side of the three lacked one, and also had to need companionship to accompany them. You can't just keep on eating around a woman until you get tired of it, right? At the time Jiang Nan got into the car and drove the Maybach out of Villa 001. At this time, in the middle of Villa 001, Ning Rusheng and Li Jing had only come to their senses at this time. "Li Jing, how rich is this man of mine?" Ning Rusheng gently gulped. "Very rich, right? Moreover, it should still be rich beyond our imagination." Li Jing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "You should know that the villas in Jiangcheng Tianfu are all very expensive, right?" "Well nah, isn't there a rumor that the last time a set of villas was sold at a price that reached 3 small goals?" Ning Rusheng still knew a tiny bit about these little tidbits of information. That set of villas is still the average point villa among the 9 sets of villas in Jiangcheng Tianfu, and the set of villas that the boss purchased is Villa 001. From the naming, you should be able to know how powerful this set of villas is. Li Jing explained. "Villa 001? The villa we're in is actually the legendary set of Villa 001? Ning Rusheng's pupils constricted and dilated for a moment, and a look of shock came over her face. Speaking of this villa, she really did know a little bit about it. She was a flight attendant, and because her face value was high enough, the leaders basically let her stay in the first-class cabin. Thus she was still able to hear some news from time to time, just like this set of 001 villa. According to rumors, there is a foreign tycoon. Want to buy this set of villa at a price of 800 million were rejected. That's a whole 800 million actually cannot buy this set of villas. Visible this set of villas I am afraid not only have to be rich to be able to buy. This set of villa specific transaction price I do not know. But, think the boss must spend a lot of. And behind him the background has a great possibility of heaven." Li Jing guessed. "Of course, this is just my guess. Well, this topic cannot talk more. I am, after all, the boss's personal butler." Behind the scenes gossiping about the boss inevitably also too disrespectful some. "Wait." Ning Rusheng took a deep breath, stared straight at Li Jing, and said in a deep voice, "Jiang Nan, has he ever brought any other women back?" "No." Li Jing answered directly without a single bit of hesitation at all. Phew. Hearing this answer, Ning Rusheng let out a huge sigh of relief, and a happy color appeared on her face. By now, after her previous self-pua, she had actually long since stopped caring whether Jiang Nan had a girlfriend or not. Now, after hearing Li Jing's answer, She rightfully felt that she was also very important in Jiang Nan's heart, otherwise how could she have been allowed to move into such a luxurious villa? Seeing the smile on Ning Risheng's face, Li Jing's face remained unchanged, and her heart was secretly relieved. I call this a kind lie. It's good for me, it's good for you, and it's good for the boss. Ning Risheng favorability +1. On Jiang Nan's side, on his way to the old town, another system beep sounded in his head, which caused a look of surprise to appear on his face. 89 points of goodwill now, just a little bit short of goodwill. I'll be able to complete that welfare mini-quest. That said, how did it suddenly go up by 1 point of favorability? Could it be that this woman would still be self-rating? Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh as he thought of this. If this is the case, then it's really a person sitting in the car. Goodwill comes from the sky. Maybe this woman will cheat herself again, and he will somehow complete the welfare small task. That's really nice enough. He still has a lottery opportunity on hand, but also not in a hurry to use, and wait for the welfare of the small task will be completed before saying. Half an hour later, the landlady's neighborhood. A Maybach slowly parked under the small apartment he rented, looked at the Pagani wind child parked next to him. Jiang Nan checked, there is no scratch but also secretly nodded. At this time, when he was ready to go upstairs, he noticed a camera right in front of him, which made his eyebrows could not help but stirred for a moment. Is this the camera on the landlord's wife? Think carefully, this kind of old neighborhood should really be more places to get a few cameras, conducive to security, otherwise there will be another little girl kidnap things. Directly set the sack ran, then it can be said to be a real needle in a haystack. Straight up to the 3rd floor, Jiang Nan gently knocked on the door of the landlady's house. Coming, a voice rang out, and Jiang Nan immediately heard that it was Lin Manman's brother Jiang Nan. When the gate opened, Lin Manman, who was dressed in a blue and white blouse with a white pleated skirt and had a cute double ponytail, appeared in Jiang Nan's line of sight. From top to bottom, unlike before when it was common to wear a pair of light white calf socks, today's Lin Manman was wearing a pair of black calf socks with a bow. Brother Jiang Nan. Lin Manman immediately jumped into Jiang Nan's arms, rubbing her head against his chest one by one. It's only been a short time since I've seen you, and you miss me so much? Jiang Nan hugged Lin Manman while entering the front door, closing it with his backhand. He merely said one sentence, and after closing the door, as if she had received some signal, Lin Manman's delicate body softened in vain. Chapter 83 Consecutive Lucky Draw Chances. Unexpected lucky draw stuff. 10 minutes passed. Footsteps sounded. I said why did it take 10 minutes to open a door? So it's. The landlady looked at Lin Manman who got up with a panicked face and showed a teasing color on her face. Sister Xia. Lin Manman nervously shouted. Bastard. It didn't take much time to send Xiao. Why are you free to meet us now? The landlady's share of wear today was a long blue dress. That wonderful sense of immediacy was still strong to the extreme. When she was at home, she generally had her silver hair coiled up, and at the moment, too, there was a different flavor. Took care of something, Jiang Nan said. Really? The landlady's face showed an expression of disbelief before she glanced at Lin Manman and revealed a smile. I'll go to the restroom. Lin Manman hurriedly trotted towards the restroom. Where's Sister Rhyme? Jiang Nan veered away from the topic and glanced at the living room. There was no figure of Su Yun. Where's the piano room? The landlady nudged towards the piano room, and coincidentally, Su Yun also walked out of it. In a floral dress, her hair was also coiled up, and on closer inspection, she unprecedentedly wore a light makeup, which made Jiang Nan's eyes light up. Although Su Yun's face value score is only 90 points, but in fact, her gentle and lovely, virtuous wife and mother temperament in Jiang Nan here can rise a few points. You could say that he did control this type of woman, but ask, which man would not like it? Sister Rhyme. Jiang Nan opened his right hand to a shy Su Yun. Su Yun came in quick steps and snuggled in Jiang Nan's arms obediently. Brat, sis. At this time, the landlady whispered in Jiang Nan's ear, instantly making his eyes light up. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, on the small balcony of the living room bar, Jiang Nan contentedly lit a cigarette. The smoke lingered, and his face was filled with excitement. During this period, whether it was the landlady, Su Yun or Lin Manman, all of them had risen by 1 point in favorability, and by the same token, the face value of all three rose by 1 point. In other words, he had directly obtained 3 chances to draw, together with the previous one. I now have 4 lucky draw opportunities in my hand. Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with a strange luster as he pondered whether or not to directly draw the rewards. But, with all 4 saved on, Jiang Nan really wanted to try to see if he could save a 10 consecutive draw. Marred. Last time the system said that single draws produce miracles. Do it. Jiang Nan fiercely barfed 2 more mouthfuls of cigarettes, and then snuffed out the cigarette, and directly communicated with the system under his heart. System, open the draw for me. Instantly, the moment his words fell, an illusory 3D carousel immediately appeared in front of him. Biu. A familiar lottery sound rang out. In just a few seconds, it rapidly spun an unknown number of times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has successfully won in this lottery, $100 million. Only $100 million? Continue. Biu. The pointer turned once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has successfully won the global limited edition luxury supercar, the Bugatti Divo. In this lucky draw, another limited edition luxury supercar? Jiang Nan's eyebrows slightly twitched. Good lord, this Tuzi brother was trying to make him carry out his high profile to the end. Moreover, this car sounds like it's quite high class. I don't know which one is a bit more handsome compared to his Pagani Wingchild, or which one is a bit more expensive. Go on. Biu. The hands turned once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has successfully won in this lottery, 100 million in cash plus MasterChef level ability. Ha! The haul from the third draw caused a look of surprise to appear on Jiang Nan's face. Good lord, did this wave draw a double yolk egg? Immediately, he approached the illusory 3D carousel and looked at it, only to see that the densely packed small letters did indeed read the reward of 100 million in cash plus master culinary ability. Not only that, next to this reward, there was even a reward of 100 million cash plus unlimited charisma ability written on it. Unlimited charisma? He is now regarded as a great charm. Really draw this ability, that is not really a second transformed into a charm. Is a woman to see him cannot top the kind. Thinking about it is a bit exaggerated. Jiang Nan shook his head. Once he thought about it, as long as he went out, at any time, a swarm of women came up. Are beautiful women okay? The key to this charm is not only effective for beautiful women, but inevitably effective for all women. Even so, he did not know will not be effective for some men who like men, also effective. Forget it. Jiang Nan shrugged off his head with a wicked chill and continued. Open the fourth draw. Biu. Ding! Congratulations to the host. In this lottery, you have obtained 10 years of life, tradable. What the heck? The moment the reminder of the thing obtained from this fourth lucky draw opportunity sounded, Jiang Nan's eyes widened, and incredulity surfaced on his face in an instant. Lifespan. He had actually gained 10 years of lifespan in this lottery. Moreover, this was not the main thing. The most crucial thing was that this 10-year lifespan was followed by the ability to trade. This was what shocked Jiang Nan the most. System, this 10-year lifespan means that I'm able to trade it to other people? Jiang Nan took a deep breath and immediately inquired mentally. That's right, the system replied in seconds. What about the kind that's already dead? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. It can bring people back from the dead. The system's voice continued to ring in Jiang Nan's mind. Asterisk. Awesome, big deal. Hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Nan's pupils tightened and dilated for a moment. When the system produces something, it must be a fine product. This is still just the tip of the iceberg on top of the rewards from the carousel. The system's voice rang out, and then prompted. There's one thing the system needs to remind the host of. What? Jiang Nan froze for a moment. Out of every 10 draw opportunities, there is a chance that there will be a chance to obtain a transcendent reward. The system's voice continued to ring out. Do you mean that the 10 years of tradable lifespan obtained this time is this so-called transcendent reward? Jiang Nan instantly understood, a thoughtful look appearing on his face, and immediately afterward inquired. Then, is it possible to inevitably come up with this transcendent reward in the middle of a lottery? Chapter 81 Welfare Minor Tasks finally completed. Reward in hand. Able. The system's voice rang out in Jiang Nan's mind. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes immediately lit up. 10 lottery chances for 1 transcendent lucky draw chance. The system's voice continued to ring out. Asterisk. This is still a bit ruthless. 10 raffle chances to redeem 1 transcendent raffle chance. This difficulty could be considered uncomplicated. One had to know that up until now. He had never extracted 10 times. However, with difficulty came challenge. Moreover, this transcendent reward could be considered generous. The value of these 10 years of tradable lifespan was unimaginable. A person who was already dead, as long as Jiang Nan wanted him to live, then he would be able to bring him back to life. As long as it was within 10 years, he could keep it alive. This was no longer at the level of a mortal. It was indeed at the level of a transcendent mortal, and could be called a godlike ability. If this continues, sooner or later, I might become a godlike existence in this world. Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with a strange luster. Ning Russian favorability +1. Just as Jiang Nan was infinitely looking into the future, suddenly, a system beep sounded in his head. This had inexplicably risen to 90 points of favorability again? Ding! Ning Rusheng's favorability has reached 90 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the welfare mini-quest. Received rewards, permanent holding rights to Jiangcheng Mansion, 100 million cash rewards, and physical arts master level abilities. Mission completed. Rewards in hand. The moment just the physical arts master level ability arrived, Jiang Nan only felt that too many memories that did not belong to him immediately appeared in his mind. After closing his eyes for a moment to receive it, he slowly opened his eyes and clenched his fist and blasted out a punch into the air. Crackling, the sound of firecrackers exploding out of the air came, which caused a shocked look to appear on his face. With this punch, I think that even a tiger would be killed on the spot by me, not to mention a cow. Jiang Nan couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. A connoisseur knows whether there is one or not. Nowadays, he was a physical arts master, incomparably clear about how exaggerated his strength was. Moreover, he also had an extremely large number of ancient boxing methods in his mind, like what the 8 extremes fist, the 12 roads of tan legs. But wherever boxing and kicking kung fu about physical arts was concerned, there was nothing he wouldn't be able to do. Master is really a master. Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with a strange luster. He did not know that his current strength was able to defeat a few with one. But, at least 40 or 50 could not get close to him, right? He does not feel that this is an exaggerated thing. To know the strength of the ancient martial arts scholar that is really exaggerated to the extreme. His ability of this physical arts master, not to say that it is comparable to the level of the martial arts scholar, but it is also definitely not too weak than the martial arts scholar. Self-preservation is absolutely no problem. The reason for Jiang Nan's confidence, that was naturally because his body had been strengthened by the body transformation liquid, and those martial arts scholars in ancient times didn't have the heaven-defying stuff produced by the system. In the future, if he draws a powerful stance, or a small ability to enhance his 5 senses, what's a martial arts scholar? He can be defeated in one blow. Jiang Nan was even more confident. At least he was a man with a system. If he didn't have this kind of confidence, he would have been blind to this heavenly destiny. Buzzing. At this time, the sound of a cell phone vibrating rang. Jiang Nan came back to his senses from his thoughts and took out his cell phone and scanned it. It was a WeChat video called by Ning Risheng. Hubby, the money you gave is too much. It can't be spent. It simply can't be spent. As soon as the video call was connected, a smiling Ning Risheng appeared in front of the camera. You can't even finish spending $2 million. They're still raising your spending level. Jiang Nan said meaningfully. His money would only increase the more he spent. His spending alone was ultimately limited. The more women he had and the more he was able to spend, then his savings would also grow. Hubby, if your words were known by people on the internet, I'm afraid that there would be people who hate the rich going to humanize you and blast you in seconds. Ning Risheng covered her mouth and laughed. Who cares? Jiang Nan shrugged. Hubby, would you like to have a meal together in a while? Ning Risheng's eyes flashed with a small heart of excitement. I'm over here in the old city now. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment and continued. Let me come find you guys in a while. Jing and I have already put our things away, so if you're in the old town, then let's come and pick you up. Ning Risheng said with a smile. That's fine. Jiang Nan nodded and hung up the video call before sending the location to Ning Risheng. Putting the phone back into his pants, he moved his mind and a thick document bag immediately appeared in his hand. Opening it and drawing out the first contract, his eyes narrowed immediately. The Jiangcheng mansion, which was worth at least $10 billion, just belonged to him forever. System, how is the rent for this Jiangcheng mansion calculated? Jiang Nan waved his backhand, and the document bag in his hand immediately disappeared. None of these hosts need to work on their own. The system will be fully automated to collect the revenue for you. The system's voice rang out. That's right, the unicorn is fully automated. The host doesn't have to move at all. Just enjoy life and live recklessly. Jiang Nan lightly laughed a few times. This system of his was indeed good. Nothing needed him to worry about. Everything was taken care of by it. Oh right, where is my Bugatti Divo? Jiang Nan recalled the fact that he had just raffled off yet another luxury supercar Bugatti Divo crowned with a global limited edition, and immediately inquired about the system in his mind. Host, the Bugatti Divo is in the underground garage of the neighborhood. The system replied. Yes. Jiang Nan naturally didn't need to worry about why a divine car would suddenly appear and be noticed. The system would be delusional as a system if it couldn't even handle this small detail. At this moment, footsteps sounded. Immediately after, warm and soft against the body, the unique odor from the landlady entered between Jiang Nan's nostrils. Aren't you going to take a good rest, Sister Xia? Jiang Nan turned around and looked at the landlady's rather messy silver-colored hair, especially when he met her tender eyes. His heart was even more touched at the moment. I just slept for a short while, and suddenly woke up with the feeling of being inside a dream. At this time embracing you, only then understand what is meant by the heart is fixed, stable and happy. The landlady gently leaned on Jiang Nan's chest, listening to his heart beating strongly. Her arm couldn't help but embrace a little tighter. Sister Xia, I'm here. I'll always be. Jiang Nan's face also revealed a gentle smile, reaching out to caress the landlady's silver hair. and softly said, "Wait for some time and I'll see if I'll change to a better house again, and take you all over." "Brat, really bad, you really want to be an emperor." Hearing Jiang Nan's words, the landlady's pretty face reddened, flavorfully looked up at this little man who made people's hearts flutter to the extreme, and couldn't help but pursed her lips, and her eyes were instantly mesmerized.